Let's give it up for our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa!
Congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3.
And that's it. Javier Dominguez is a two-time world champion.
Please put your hands together and congratulate the Pro Tour champion here in Chicago, Matt Nass.
Hey friends, welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy live from Las Vegas, Nevada, where it is currently 96 degrees outside. And while that might be hot, the action here inside the convention center is even hotter. We have 331 of the best players to play the game battling for a $500,000 prize pool in standard and draft. And oh yes, it's also MagicCon Vegas this weekend, and it's the biggest MagicCon of all time, with thousands upon thousands of people streaming in this morning to play the best game ever made. Hey everybody, welcome to the News Desk. So excited for this tournament. I'm your host for the weekend, Maria Bartholdi, joined by Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney. Hey Corey, what are you most looking forward to?
Maria, I am so excited for the limited portion. Final Fantasy Draft is so fun. You can draft really anything you want. I'm so excited to see the players do it.
Yeah, me too, absolutely. What about you, Ailey?
I'm looking forward to seeing which of the non-Izzet decks can defeat this prowess menace. Someone please help us.
Yeah, if anyone can, we will find out. Let's take a look at how the tournament is going to break down this weekend by checking out our schedule, starting with today, Corey.
Yep, so exactly. We are going to be starting with rounds 1 through 3, and that's going to be Final Fantasy Booster Draft to decide who's going to win their pod and move on to Standard. Standards will be round 4 through 8, and then at the end, we will be advancing to day number 2 if you have 12 match points or better.
On day number 2, Saturday, we do much of the same. Rounds 9 through 11 is going to be 3 more rounds of Final Fantasy Draft, followed by rounds 12 to 16 of Standard to determine who will be in our top 8.
And of course, that brings us to Top 8 Sunday. You won't want to miss a minute of the action. It is single elimination Standard, a lot on the line. That's 3 out of 5 games. That's happening on Sunday. Well, somebody we've got our eye on this weekend is, of course, Matt Nass, who's trying to do it all again. And if he does, first place, $50,000. Whoever takes home that trophy. Second place gets $30K. Third through fourth, $15,000. Fifth through eighth, $9,000. So not bad for a weekend of work.
Pretty solid.
Pretty solid, Corey. I would call that pretty solid.
I'll take it, yeah.
Well, speaking of Matt Nass, he's our current reigning Pro Tour champion, Pro Tour Ether Drift in Chicago. He took that down earlier this year. Let's find out how he's feeling ahead of this weekend. He talked to Ailey yesterday.
I've got reigning Pro Tour champion Matt Nass here with me to talk about your experience through Pro Tour Chicago. Matt Nass, tell us, how was your preparation for that? Did you have any expectations going in?
Yeah, so it's a bit of a weird situation. Obviously, I've played, 20-odd Pro Tours, but I hadn't played one actually since COVID. I hadn't managed to requalify. I'd gotten close a couple times.
Yeah.
And so this was a weird situation where, I hadn't played one in a bit, was a little rusty, but I guess the rust didn't show, hey?
And then in terms of your deck choice, Domain Overlords, why did you pick that?
It definitely isn't like a combo deck, so it's not the perfect fit for me, but it does have these crazy powerful turns, and it draws a lot of cards, so I enjoyed that.
So would you say your 8-0 in Standard on day 1 was just pure luck, or how would you describe that?
Definitely fortunate not to face Mono Red or Gruul too many times, but also, I think it was a great choice, and I did crush everything else like I expected.
Going into Saturday afternoon, you get to 12 wins, you're 12-1, you are told to stop playing Magic. Now what do you do with yourself?
It's definitely a weird feeling to be at a tournament where everyone else in the room is playing and you're not. And it's not because you've been eliminated, it's because you're already locked for top 8. So kind of a unique experience. It's only happened in recent Pro Tours.
So tell us about your first matchup. You faced Ian Robb on what we all thought was your worst matchup, Mono Red.
Yeah, Mono Red is maybe even a little bit worse than Gruul. He had a lot of Sunspine links and it tends to be just a hair faster. But I had lockdowns at timely points, and he also had some bad draws flooded out quite a bit. And so, even in a bad matchup, you can win.
That is exactly right. So 3-1 against Mono Red onto Christopher Leonard then in the mirror. Tell us about that matchup.
Yeah, the Mirror is really grindy, long games. I had beaten him in the Swiss, but they were long games as well. And yeah, I think I managed to maneuver things well. I had played a lot of Mirrors over the course of both days, and so I felt pretty comfortable in the matchup, and I think I made some good decisions that worked out. I was exhausted at this point because I'd already played a longish match against Mono Red, not the longest because it's Mono Red, but it was 4 games. Then this monster set against the Domain Mirror, and then this match went to 5 games as well. So it was pretty exhausting.
And then, the infamous moment, I would say, the hard math problem.
So it was a weird situation. I had Negate in hand, so I knew I was relatively safe from a sweeper, but he could have sweeper plus Negate or something weird like that, so I wasn't 100% sure. So I really wanted to make sure it was lethal that turn before I animated all my things. There was about 20 different permanents in play, a lot of insects, some 7s, some 6s, some 5s. It's not the craziest math problem in the world, and I'm normally pretty good at math. But with the stakes so high, I just couldn't get it right. And then eventually he actually conceded before it kept feeling right. And then he said, look, you have it. We both know you do. And he extended his hand. So that was definitely a great feeling and a really cool way to win in Game 5 of the PT Finals. It's kind of what you dream of.
How comfortable was that floor?
Yeah, so I didn't exactly premeditate it, but I knew I was like exhausted, and I just felt like, you know, it was such a cool moment, and I just wanted to lie down and take it all in.
Well, we're a couple months out from Pro Tour Chicago now. What are your main takeaways or any reflections that you have for us from that Pro Tour leading into this one?
Yeah, it's really cool to get a Pro Tour win. I had one top 8 before, as well as an online event top 8, but I had never had a win in a Pro Tour, and so that's just really special. There are not many people who can say that. Yeah, I mean, it means the world. I've played Magic for, 20 years-ish, and yeah, it's super special.
Well, Matt Nass, best of luck for this weekend. I hope to see you continuing in your winning ways, and who knows, maybe you'll set a couple more trends this week too.
Well, there's one trend that he definitely is setting, Ailey.
It's hot, okay? It is so hot here. Are we all in basketball shorts right now?
Might be.
I'll never tell.
Who knows?
I'll never tell. Everybody, besides Matt Nass, we're also keeping our eye on the Player of the Year race. This is, of course, rewards for consistency across the entire season of play here at the Pro Tour. Let's start off with 2024. What happened there, and how did they do at the first Pro Tour of the Year?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's take a look at the players here that were in our top 10 when it comes to the top 24 and see how they did at the first Pro Tour. So Javier obviously took this down, goes all the way down to 10th place to JED. And then the numbers to the right are how they did. And I gotta say, these are the best players in the world. So some of these finishes, really the best one being 29th place, really a little bit to be desired for, as this is not the strongest results from these players. So they're gonna need to really pick it up at this Pro Tour if they wanna be in the same position in 2025.
Speaking of 2025, we've got one Pro Tour under our belt. Ailey, how's it going?
Yeah, we do. So these are the players who are looking to capitalize at this Pro Tour. Matt Nass leading the way as the winner of Pro Tour Chicago. So 27 points, currently the points to beat.
All right, there we go. We'll keep you updated throughout the weekend. We've also got our eye on a lot of big teams here this weekend. A lot of teams came to Vegas early, started doing testing in testing houses, and we're going to walk you through some of those teams right now and keep you updated on their progress throughout the weekend, starting with how they did in Chicago and what their roster looks like here this weekend. So, Corey, kicking us off with Team Sanctum of All.
Yeah, let's take a look at this team. Sanctum of All had quite the first Pro Tour, I must say. That is 5
Incredible
players that had 11 wins. I mean, no top 8, so you got to be a little disappointed there, but consistency really keeps you on the Pro Tour and, really allows you to have a lot of opportunities to top 8. This is their roster for this event, added some really strong players as well.
Team Handshake is who we are looking at next. Handshake Moxfield. A couple of very respectable finishes there indeed for the first page of our players. And if we take a look at the second page, of players here this weekend, you'll see that one David Inglis has made his return to competition.
He's back.
Excellent. That's a look at Handshake Moxfield. What about the Giants in the room? Team CFB Ultimate Guard, of course, took down the last Pro Tour in the hands of Matt Nass. Reed Duke and Matt Sperling were 1 win away each from the top 8 there, so did very well in Chicago. A lot of Hall of Famers on this team. This time around here, this weekend, 4 Hall of Famers in the mix. Reed Duke, the captain of Team CFB Ultimate Guard.
Next team is Moriyama Japan, and they had a really nice Pro Tour as they put one player into the top 4 there in the form of Kenta. Also had Ken Yukihira, a fan favorite, I must say, just barely missing the top 8 there with that 12 wins. And this is their roster coming back. Gotta love a little Hall of Famer Shuhei Nakamura there. Let's go.
Up next, we've got Team World League Council heavy play. Andrea Mengucci had the best finish in the previous Pro Tour, so this team will definitely be looking to up those numbers.
Yes, absolutely. Here's a look at the roster here for this weekend as well. Now, there's 3 heavy play teams here this weekend. World League Council was one of them. Cosmos Heavy Play was the second one here. You can check out Christopher Larson leading the way in Chicago, 1 win away from a top 8 there. Lots of strong players. Marcio Carvalho on this team, Hall of Famer Willie Adel. Here's the roster for this weekend. Check this out. Paulo Vitor Rosa is back on the PT
go.
after a 3-year break. We're so excited to see him here this weekend.
Probably be seeing him in the top 8.
Hope so.
I mean, it's a good bet.
Yeah, solid bet. Next team is Rapid Growth, heavy play. And we had another player into the top 8 here in the form of Lucas Ducau. He's just been dominant, by the way. Really impressive to see him work. As well as Scott McNamara there as the second best finish. Took second in one of our spotlight events as well. This is their roster going into this event. Added a couple people, including Mike Cron. He's back. I love it.
Nerd Rage Gaming is up next. They had a stellar breakout performance, we could say. Zevon Faust and Ian Robb both making it into the top 8. They're back once again without Zevon Faust, though, who has joined Handshake, and under a new name and new leadership under Corey Burkhardt and Mark Jacobson as Flex Slot Diamond. Welcome, fellas.
All right, there's a look at the big teams in the room here this weekend. We'll be updating you throughout with their results. Well, of course, we kick things off here at the Pro Tour with Draft, and Final Fantasy Draft, I want to say, is my favorite draft format in recent memory, Corey.
100% me too. I absolutely love it. You can play whatever you want. It's so much fun. Deep color pairs. It's a home run.
All right, let's take a look at some of the archetypes the pros might be drafting around the tables this morning.
Yeah, my favorite one on this page is got to be the Rakdos Black Mage Aggro. I want to get all of these 0-1 wizards and just ping my opponent to death over and over. I absolutely love that strategy.
That is my jam, absolutely. But the archetype that people are going to be fighting over, I think, is going to be Izzet. It is the best performing based on statistics we have seen. So blue-red, yeah, it's going to be pretty hot this weekend.
Is it really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think so. Yeah.
96
all right.
degrees currently.
All right,
It's
gotta
very
love
hot.
it. Gotta love it. All right, so here are the signpost uncommons. Now, you're gonna be looking for these cards when we get to draft. If these players have these, this is a clear sign that you are in the right guild. So if you see this 4th pick, 5th pick, something like that, pick them and play them and really try to lean into that guild, as these are really what these color combinations are all about.
Absolutely. There's also some very, very strong commons in this set, and the interesting thing is they do better depending on what deck you put them in, Corey, and we're going to look at one of those very powerful commons right now.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite ones for this example is Sahagin. You know, Sahagin is a card that's kind of this secret gold card, if you will, as the terminology we like to use, which just means there are certain decks where you really want this, and there are certain ones you don't. So let's look at some combinations here and kind of paint a picture. So, blue-green, Sahagin does not really shine. It is really like a 3 out of 10. You don't really facilitate it that well. You want to be ramping with that one, and there's a lot of 3-mana ramp spells. So then we look to Azorius. It gets a little better, but not by much. There's not too many things that's actually triggering the 4 mana or more. So maybe a 4 out of 10 when it comes to Azorius. But now, when we go to Dimir, now we're starting to cook.
Yeah.
This is where you really get some stuff going. You have a lot of flashback cards like Dreams of Laguna. That ends up being really nice with this. It plays as a really nice defensive card, and then late game, you can kind of turn the corner and win the game with it. But then in Izzet, let's go. It is like a 10 out of 10. You want to look at this as a 1 blue, 1 red spell and put it in your Izzet decks, as there is so many cards with flashback. There's a lot of modular spells like Thunder Magic, where you can cast it early and then cast it bigger and get this effect from Sahagin. So keep an eye on those kind of commons. And this is the type of cards that really make Final Fantasy drafts so deep and complex.
Yeah, one of
Yeah.
the reasons it's so incredibly
So good.
interesting and so good. Something else to keep your mind on when you're drafting this set is, of course, your curve, because there are some very, very aggressive decks that can get your opponents dead very, very quickly. Ailey, how do we do it?
Oh yes, white-based decks are by far the most powerful. And if you want to look at the most explosive starts you can have, well, let's take a look-see here. Magitech Infantry to start things off as our one-drop. It looks pretty innocuous, but then you read its text and you're like, oh wait, if it gets friends and it can find its own friends, it gets a little bigger. Turn 2, follow that up with a White Mage's Staff, and all of a sudden, Magitech Infantry smacking you for 2. Then turn 3, well, let's just chuck in a kitty cat to the mix, and this cat likes artifacts. All of a sudden now you have a 3/3 Vigilant Flyer, and if that's not to get your opponent dead, then just start picking up swords, get into the cat, and off you go.
Yeah, I gotta say, if your opponent is getting this lucky and they're curving out this perfectly, you are gonna need some removal. Otherwise, you, well, like you said, Ailey, are gonna be dead very quickly.
Do not kill the cat.
Yeah, you have to, or
Nope.
the cat's gonna kill you. No. Okay, these are the removal spells. Probably the best one in each color pair. You know, of course, uncommon and rare removal spells are going to be better, but these are the ones you'll see a lot. These are the common color removal spells that you're going to see. As well as I wanted to point out, Cornered by Black Mages. This is a card where usually a 3-mana Edict effect is not good enough, but it ends up playing out so well in a lot of different strategies. It's another one of those kind of gold cards that plays better in, let's say, Rakdos, maybe Black-White type thing. So keep an eye on these very common removal spells and put them in your deck. And then when it comes to the bonus sheet, I love bonus sheets when it comes to a limited format. It really adds some nostalgia and some spice. These are some of the mid-tier bonus sheet cards. And I know, these are good cards. We see Counterspell on the right, Wall of Omens on the left, and then we have Flynn the Fangbearer in the middle. Good cards. You know, nothing absolutely busted, but you're gonna put these in your deck. Now let's look at some of the absolutely busted cards. We have Atraxa on the left. If you ever can get a Towns deck where you're ramping into Atraxa, sign me up. This card is absolutely
Evil
phenomenal.
reawaken that.
Oh yeah, now you're cooking. We got Smuggler's Copter in the middle. This is a card that's gonna make any deck, as it is a colorless spell. And then, I mean, for every single Magic fan, you're gonna recognize a good old lightning bolt to the face. Take 3. You're never cutting that card. It's really, really strong.
Absolutely not. Hey, Corey, what's just a quick question. What's
Yeah.
your life total?
I believe it's at 3.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Do you have a spell or?
I do, actually.
Ah.
Gotcha. Hey, let's take a look at our draft pods this morning. We have 3 featured pods. We're going to be updating you throughout the rounds, following our players, finding out how they're doing. Check out draft pod number 1, our featured drafter for the morning. Of course, it's got to be our current reigning champ, Matt Nass. There he is, Pro Tour Etherdrift champ. He has 13 Grand Prix top 8s, including 5 wins. The Combo King. Sitting next to him, Christopher Larson. He'll be passing to Christopher Larson, who is 1 win away from a top 8 at Pro Tour Etherdrift as well. 11 Grand Prix top 8s to Christopher's name, too.
He's a great limited player, too.
Absolutely.
I lose to him all the time. Draft pod number 2 has some absolute ringers here. 2 teammates, Seth Manfield and Reed Duke, also Hall of Famers, both Pro Tour champions as well. So wouldn't want to be at that pod with those 2, I must say.
No way.
Drop pod number 3. No slouches here either. We have Jean-Emmanuel Deprat, former world champion, Ken Yukihiro, who's got 10 GP top 8s to his name, and David Inglis with 2 top 16 since the return to tabletop. He is now back on the Pro Tour. Can he do it again?
Wow, what an excellent pod here this morning. And there's a look at our feature match area as our players in draft pod number 1 arrive to sit down and draft this morning. No doubt butterflies in their stomachs no matter how many times they've done it. There's a look at Matt Nass, Christopher Larson, who I called out. Matt Nass is indeed our featured drafter, the man, the myth, the legend, the shorts. That's right, he's got him on today and he is ready to play. Well, everyone, I'm so excited to get this tournament underway. Let's meet the rest of the broadcast team. Will be hanging out with us this weekend, making the calls through the feature match area. Marshall Sutcliffe and Paul Cheon, our dynamic duo, will be in the booth, as well as Cedric Phillips and Mani Devuti. Welcome back to the Pro Tour, Cedric.
Yes.
Took a job at Wizards of the Coast, hashtag WotC staff, but he's back with us here this weekend, and we could not be more excited. Well, everyone, it is time for Final Fantasy Draft this morning. I am very, very excited to find out what happens. So I'm going to pass it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Welcome to the booth here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. That's Paul Cheon. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us for Booster Draft. We're about to get things kicked off here, Paul, with Matt Nass. We're going to be following him along for his whole draft here and see what his take on this format is. The cool part about it you know, we heard Corey at the news desk say this too. It's wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those formats where you really have to know how to draft basically all 10 color pairs. And if you don't, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And Matt Nass, you know, historically known to be a fantastic constructed player. And oftentimes in limited, because I've tested with him in the past, it's like, all right, show me some of the really good archetypes, and I'll just make sure I know how to draft those. So I was really curious to see if Matt spent the time to really master the limited format.
And we get a chance to see that right here. Let's take a look at the table that Matt has drawn. These are random, right? You don't get to choose. There's no seeding or ranking applied to day one draft tables. And you can see Matt, oh, right there, Christopher Larson directly on his left.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, that's usually a good thing. What you want are, you want to be able to recognize people close to you that has had some success, knows what they're doing with limited. Chris Larson is an excellent limited player, and that way, you know, Chris is going to be able to understand and read the signals. And if you play nice with each other, you both end up with good decks.
That's right. Draft is a really interesting dynamic in that way, in that you actually want to cooperate with your neighbors to a certain extent. And we'll see if that's what happens here. Let's get into the first draft.
And
here
no cards
at
are marked.
Pro Tour
If you got
Final
a problem,
Fantasy.
now's a good time to raise your hand.
As you can see, John here, our judge, this is a
Well, then they can't be
timed draft, so the judge is going to be reading out exactly what the players do for each action. This is to keep things consistent across the entire
Everybody good to go?
room.
All right, pick up. You have 40 seconds.
Let's see what Matt opens up here. There was Iridia I saw, Fire Magic, Suplex, Dragoon's Wyvern also.
Yeah, Fire Magic is quite a nice card here. There's also Suplex, but I believe that they actually really like the card Fire Magic. You know, it's in one of the best archetypes in the format. It's a really nice card if you're the blue-red deck, but just also, if you like drafting slower control decks, it's kind of the reset button that allows you to not get run over
10
by the
seconds.
Magitech Infantry beatdown decks.
That's right. I wouldn't be surprised to see Matt take Fire Magic here. As you mentioned, their team very high on it. And sure enough, that's what he's going to take. The interesting
Draft
part about that
has
pick for me,
13
Paul,
cards
is
left.
it doesn't really say where you're going. Right. This can be splashed. You know, it only costs red no matter which tier you choose. So you can kind of
Pick
play
up
this in
13
anything.
cards.
Yeah, the only
35
deck
seconds.
you wouldn't want this card in is maybe a red-white aggressive strategy.
Right.
Maybe they don't favor that as much because a card like Suplex is good in every red deck, whereas a card like Fire Magic, you kind of want to be a little slower.
Paul, he just got past Genova Ancient Calamity.
Oh my goodness.
This is a top-tier bomb rare in the format. It's only 4 mana, but it has an immediate impact on the game, and it also has a lasting
10
impact on the
seconds.
game with the +1/+1 counters that it spreads around.
You have to wonder
take it here.
what the person opened, right? Of course, in this world now, you can just open multiple rares, so
Draft
maybe there
has
was something
12
better than
left.
Genova, but there's not a ton of cards better than Genova.
Yeah, it would have to be a really good colorless card, or maybe a really excellent single-colored card where
Right.
you were, you know, making that gold versus single
Pick
color
up 30
debate in your mind.
seconds.
But Matt will be happy to pick up a Genova here. Let's see what he can do with this next pick. I see a Lockhole.
Yeah, so Lockhole is a very nice signpost uncommon. Of course, it's a little bit weird with Genova. Like, if you're blue-black, are you going to splash green? But it is just generically the best card in the pack here. There's also side quest
10
Raise a Chocobo,
seconds.
which could be a pretty nice consideration if you want to just solidify yourself in green.
Is that a Barrett there in red?
Red is okay, but Lockhole is probably the most powerful of
I would
drafts.
take-
So,
Cast 11
Whoa,
left.
that was the green-white town.
so okay, this tells.
Windhurst Federation Center. Paul.
Yeah, so let's try to make sense for
Pick
this
up.
because Matt Ness is a
25
Pro Tour
seconds.
champion. This tells me that their team likes towns, likes the
Right.
mana fixing, and likes the flexibility. So Matt choosing to go with the Windhurst there, not something I would have considered honestly out of that pack. You can, especially because it's not on color to anything that he has.
Right,
10
that's strange.
seconds.
He's got Bard's Bow pulled to the front here. Is there anything else in this pack where there's a... No.
No, it's a fairly weak
Alice
pack
Final
here.
Act kind
Draft
of mediocre,
has
although,
10 left.
man, I would not
Yeah.
be happy to be fourth picking a Bard's Bow here either.
Yeah,
Talk about medium.
It's a
Pick
little
up,
bit rough. Maybe you're just
25
going to try to
seconds.
cut off the green here just because you do have that Genova.
Yeah.
And, you know, you do want to curve out with your creatures, but that was, I think, a pretty weak pack overall.
Oh, there's a Resentful Revelation. I also like Ultimecia, but that you can get that a little bit later.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting because you were saying, what are you going to do? Take a blue card right after you took a green-black? And my answer was absolutely. If
Right.
you want to be in the Towns deck or you want to be in a multicolored deck, Sultai is where you want to be.
Draft.
Absolutely. And
Pass
Resentful
9
Revelation is an
left.
excellent card. Just
All
full
right,
stop.
We're on Towns here, Paul.
Yeah,
your
yeah.
read was right.
He's just all in on Towns here because Resentful Revelation is actually,
Pick up.
you know,
20 seconds.
kind of overperforming to, like, if you're a black-green deck, it just kind of does everything you want, right? Gets
Way
you the
better
cards
than
you
you'd think
need,
reading it.
puts a bunch of permanents in your graveyard. There's a bunch of flashback cards that
seconds.
exist as well. So, yeah, I mean, I guess Matt's just really, really looking to draft the Towns deck here.
He's got Malboro pulled to the front here.
Draft. Pass
And that is
8
what he's going to
left.
take. Okay, so leaning over towards green-black base Towns.
Right, and you can still
Which is a good
splash.
thing.
You
20
can still splash the
seconds.
Fire Magic. He did take the red-green town. So, and that is an excellent card if you are trying to play the Towns deck, because the deck that the Towns deck is very weak
10
to are the white
seconds.
aggro decks, and you want sweeper effects.
He's going to take Black Waltz number 3, it looks like, but this is a bit of a throwaway pack for him. Nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
Draft.
I
Pass
actually
7
am not the
left.
biggest fan of this card in
No
general.
more
Like on
10-second
stats, it
warnings.
looks really good, right? 4 mana for a 2/2 flying Death Toucher. But the problem is in this
Pick
format,
up.
2 of the
15
premium removal
seconds.
spells are Thunder Magic and Vein's Treachery. Both, and to have 2 common removal spells that kills your 4-drop that doesn't do anything, I just don't think it's particularly strong.
Draft.
So there's
Pass
Iridia
There's
there.
Iridia,
left.
but he doesn't want it. He takes World Map over it.
See, World Map's just not even a card I'm too happy taking or playing.
Like
I would
in
have
any
speculated
case.
on the
10
Iridia there.
seconds.
And if Gruul is open, maybe you move
Oh,
in.
there's another Iridia.
And you-
so
so
this
now-
is actually the wheel pack here too, Paul. So Matt
have
has
to
just
take it
wheeled
now.
Iridia.
Draft. Pass 5 left.
Okay, so this is a big inflection point.
Yeah.
Right for Matt. This is the point of the draft where it looks like he's finally kind of being pushed in a direction, which is he's got green cards, he's got red cards, he's got a few black cards.
Yeah, the only thing is it looks like Matt's trying to be too flexible here, too open. You know, taking Towns, like speculative Towns 3rd pick is just not, I don't think I've ever actually done that in this format so far. I would take Towns early typically when it goes with the colors that I have. That's, you know, if there's a green-black Town, I can see that. World Map there when there's Iridia, which is a signpost card. It's really important in this format to try to read the signals and figure out what your lane's supposed to be. So when he saw that Iridia 8th pick, I feel like that would have been a good time to at least consider it, especially given that you have the Fire Magic. You could end up in a Gruul deck splashing black, but he took the World Map here. But then once that second Iridia, the 9th pick Iridia that you saw tabled, you take that and all of a sudden now you're like, okay, this might be my lane.
Right. So if that is the case, if we're thinking green-red or green-red-black, some combination, what are some of the key commons that Matt would be having in his mind going forward?
Yeah, so right now it looks like Matt really wants to solidify himself in green. So specifically, he would want the premium green cards that exist. And two of the premium ones here are Summon Fat Chocobo. This card is just amazing. It just hits extremely hard. If you end up in Gruul, you're going to be slightly more aggressive. And there's also like a mild Chocobo theme there, which is quite nice. Then there's also Chocobo Kick. Matt Nass is looking for a little bit of interaction, and Chocobo Kick's a fantastic removal spell. Also, if you end up in Gruul, you're going to have some Chocobo tokens in play. Replaying a land to get that trigger is also very nice. Now, the last card is just another really good interactive spell, possibly one of the best commons in the entire set in Thunder Magic, which is just a really great removal spell. Even if you somehow end up in a Golgari deck, if you have the fixing, Thunder Magic is just a good enough card to just splash too, so you could also just be looking for something like that.
Now, what about uncommons for a deck like this?
Well, given that you saw that Iridia 9th pick, I really wish you had that 8th pick. But given that you saw that, if you want to be Gruul, well, this is the signpost common that you really want. Gladiolus Amicitia, 6 mana for a 6/6, just kind of does it all. It gets you the splash color as well. It's huge. It kind of closes out the game. So even if you end up in green-black, something that you would absolutely love to splash, then you just have two of Green's best some of Green's best uncommons here. Summon Fenrir is exactly what this deck needs. I mean, any green deck would love this card. This card just does absolutely everything. Gets you the mana fixing that you need, ramps you, draws you a card, kind of does everything. And Saz's Chocobo has been fantastic. If you ever have this thing in your opener and you're on the play, I mean, it just puts so much pressure on your opponents to deal with it. And this thing, I've just had this card just be a 4/5 and a 5/6, and to get that kind of value out of one drop is really impressive.
Now, if you were to dream a little, Dream a little dream with me here, Paul. What about wish list?
Well, I mean, we saw the Shaz's Chocobo,
Yeah.
and Saw's Catsroy is one of the best rares in the entire set. Matt Nass wants to be green, probably, given what he's seen so far. This card's fantastic. 4 mana. I did a double take when I read this card. It's a 4 mana for a 3/3. It searches for a land or a Chocobo, basically. You can get a fat Chocobo, and all of a sudden it's a 2-for-1 immediately. But then when it attacks, it's a 5/5.
Yep.
If not, or if you have a Chocobo in play, you can get a ton of value. So this card is absolutely fantastic. Another card that he could consider is Buster Sword, because it's a colorless card, so you don't know if you're red, green, or green, black just yet. So it's just an excellent card to just slap onto any of your creatures.
Especially Genova.
Genova, absolutely, and also works well if you do end up picking up like a fat Chocobo with Trample. And then, of course, the really, really impressive Nibelheim of Flame. This card works really, really well if you have a deck with either a bunch of Death Touch creatures or big green monsters. And if you're Gruul, this card is something that you absolutely want.
That's right. So this is perhaps some of the things going through the mind of Matt Nass. He seems to be very open right now, right? That is the mentality that he has coming in to this first pack of getting these towns. I mean, even off-color towns, it's like, good enough. Let's see what happens and
Right.
try to get the towns deck. As I mentioned, I feel towns is best in a Sultai base with occasional splash, like for a Fire Magic, that's actually worth it in that type of deck because it shores up one of the problems that it has. And you don't really need to go for like full 5-color towns to get the full value, but let's see what Matt has in store for us here and what direction his draft ends up taking.
Pick up. 10 seconds.
Yeah, firmly in the Jund colors here. I guess he's going to just take another world map here.
Yeah.
The Eden is also pretty
Draft.
decent
Pass
if you're
4 left.
not too many colors. But if you are, if you're looking to go 3, 4, 5 colors, you
Pick up.
playing a
5
colorless land is
seconds.
kind of tough. Okay, Barrett Wallace, I imagine, is
Draft.
like the only
Pass 3 left.
It's not an exciting card by any means. It's
Pick
certainly
up.
much better if you're a
5
Boros
seconds.
aggro deck that has a bunch of equipment, but not so much in a red-green base deck.
Draft. Pass 2 left.
There's another world map, by the way, which kind of illustrates what you had
Pick
said.
up.
Like, you just don't
5
get to take
seconds.
it.
You
just
Like,
do
you
not
want,
need to take
You
that
want
card.
one at most, and you will get it basically for free.
Draft.
Yeah, it is
Pass the last
completely
card.
free.
Go ahead and pick up the last card and look at it.
Yeah, so this
All
is
right, let's start
kind of a
60-second
rough
review
pack
period. You
one
pick up
here
your
for
cards now.
Matt. Just
Wow,
didn't-
you're being nice. This is really
Y'all
tough.
want
did
10
it?
seconds.
I mean, it started out great, right? Fire Magic and Genova is a really nice place to start, but then we're looking at maybe 6 playable cards.
Right, Laughing
Right.
Mads aren't going to make the cut.
Yeah,
You know,
Laughing Mad is like the type of card that you could maybe consider in a blue-red or black-red deck, right? Because you're playing spells or the flashback triggers the 4 mana value effect. But in red-green, you just don't play that card as often here. So, I mean, based on what Matt's seen, it does seem like Gruul is his seat, which is a little unfortunate because Gruul is one of the worst color combinations in the format. But if Matt does branch out, and of course he's going to be looking to play that Genova here. But yeah, definitely just needs more playables, more power, more interaction. Kind of needs everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it did feel
10
like he was trying to
seconds.
prioritize fixing, but it doesn't even feel like he really has that on lockdown here.
I mean, look, he took
These
there's a white-green land that he took so early at
Third
All right,
pick.
cards down,
third
please.
pick. So, and
doing great so
usually
far.
the Towns deck is like a
Go ahead and open the
blue-green
B
base
wrapper.
deck, right?
Blue,
Because-
green, and
Check
then
to make sure
black
you
for
have
the
14
removal.
Right,
That's
face-down
kind of the
cards,
idea.
nothing
Because the
else.
blue is where you get a lot of the town payoffs. You get Omega or the draw 4 cards effect, travel the overworld.
Overworld, yeah.
So, but right now Matt Ness is kind
Everybody
of.
got 14 cards.
Am I gonna be Gruul based with a splash? Am I
All right.
gonna be
Past the right
Golgari?
this time.
I think a
Go
lot
ahead
of it
and
will
pick
just
up.
be kind of based
40
on what he
seconds.
opens here.
Let's see. He should have the ability to get a wide range of options. Well, there's a Summon Fat Chocobo right there.
Yeah.
And with that Rydia, that's got to be on the short list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looks like it's just kind of the best card in the
Yeah.
Jund colors, right? Anything red or green or black, Summon Fat Chocobo is just the best card. It's a really good card, especially if you're in Gruul, and it combos very nicely with Rydia because once the Fat Chocobo dies, you can just get it back into play.
And it's such a nice one to get back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's not much else in this pack either.
Yeah, Prompto Argentum is secretly like a blue-red card, right?
Right.
That's
10
kind of what you want to play in the blue-red
Shinra
spells deck.
Reinforcements isn't a thing.
Right.
But, Summon Fat Chocobo, like you said, it's one of the better commons, and, well, you'll have to pick it up here. Obviously,
Draft.
a sweet
Pass
rare or an
13
uncommon maybe would have been
right.
Right.
on the shorter list there for Matt, but at least there's something for his deck.
Yeah. Not the most exciting first pick, but
Pick up.
you're always happy
35
having
seconds.
1 or 2 of these in your deck, for sure. Okay. So there's
All right, there's a Coliseum Behemoth. That's one of my favorite payoffs if you're doing any type of ramp.
Yeah, and then there's a Calder Mountain Chocobo, which is a pretty solid card as well. But I think you kind of want a nice big win condition, especially if you're green base. Green, a lot of the best commons tend to help you generate a ton of mana. We're talking about the
10
Gugu Gardener,
seconds.
the Town Greeter. They just all give you mana, so you need to make sure you have enough top end because you have so much mana in your deck.
Yeah, and I found the Coliseum Behemoth to be really, really good. It's a great
Draft.
attacker, 7/7
Pass
with trample,
12
but
rights.
also the two modes, very relevant.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you just need a little more action, but there's often an artifact or enchantment that you
Pick
want to
up.
hit at that
30
stage of the game.
seconds.
Yeah, normally I don't advocate taking 7 drops, but this one just checks all the boxes, right? It's
Yeah.
a Trampler and it
Oh, is that
replaces itself.
Sin?
Oh, Sin is fantastic.
Oh, I love that
You would
card.
have to go back to like a green-black base. And
What summon was that,
splash.
though?
Oh, but that's Summon Fenrir.
Oh,
and
it's Summon Fenrir. How can you pass that
yeah,
here?
you know,
10
honestly, I think
seconds.
Summon Fenrir in general is just a better card. And right now, like,
Oh, that's offensive, Paul.
Yeah.
Sin is
Sin
is offended by you.
Well, you know what?
I mean,
I can offend
Draft.
Sin.
Well,
Pass
the reason that
11
it's
rights.
offended is because you're right. That's the that's the problem. But
Yeah, Fenrir
no,
is just
Summon Fenrir is an awesome Magic card.
right. Also goes well with the Rydia.
Yes,
Right?
yes, it does.
So-
So that has to be the
Pick
pick
up.
here. But
25 seconds.
I am. I can't help but notice
Of course.
the really great top end cards that are going by here.
Yeah, so there's a black Greenland here, but I think Matt really needs playables. So I would take the Balam-T Rexar here just to have another nice large creature in your deck. There's an Omega,
10
but you know, if you're gonna be Jund-ish, maybe you don't need that as much. But see, this one isn't so bad because Matt's considering taking a Gone here. He has a Genova
Pass
rather.
10
And so
rights.
this was an on-color dual land that you can at least play for your deck. So this makes some sense. I guess Matt has a little more confidence that he's gonna end up with enough playables here,
Pick
but
up.
I do like the
25
Balam-T Rexar.
seconds.
Reach the horizon here. If we want to just shore up our fixing in one card, that does do it.
Yeah, I mean, Fenrir, Summon Fenrir and Reach the
10
Horizon. We'll be
seconds.
looking for some more top end. But getting no red cards here in this deck.
Yeah, interestingly. And Matt doesn't
Draft.
have, he's not
Pass
touching
9
blue at all
rights.
yet, right?
No more 10-second
Like
warnings.
pack 1, no blue cards.
Yeah, didn't see anything in
Yeah,
blue, really.
so there's another reason
Pick up. 9
against
cards,
the Sin
20
pick.
seconds.
I mean, we both really like blue. We would have noticed. Like, even if I saw like a combat tutorial, I'd be like, ooh.
Yeah, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Precious Wanderings.
Yeah, just nothing.
We're getting a little heavy on the fixing and ramp and a
Yeah.
little light on the payoffs right now.
Right. But it seems like it's like the only option here.
Yeah.
You know, there is a chance that, you know, with Matt Nass
Draft.
passing the
Pass
9th pick
8
Rydia,
rights.
the person that he passed to ended up taking it and kind of moved in,
Oh,
and he might be
God.
getting a little bit cut off here. That's definitely on the table here.
Pick
But
up,
you know,
20
Matt's got a lot of ramp.
seconds.
Gonna be looking for maybe some more top end ways to kind of close out the game here. Now it looks like another ramp effect here. The Gardener is an excellent card. It's exactly what these green decks typically want to do, and I imagine it's the pick here.
Well, this deck is
Draft.
capable of creating a lot of
7
mana
rights.
of different colors.
Yep.
Now we need somewhere to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, turn 2 Gardener, turn 3
Pick
Genova.
up
That's
15
kind
There
of
you go.
what
That's a place to go with it.
That's at least something.
Gisel Greens, not really what this type of deck wants to do generally.
Yeah. There's
Matt
also
might just take a fight on here
Yeah.
to give himself a little bit of
Draft.
more late
Pass
game.
6
yeah,
rights.
although at the moment, because he doesn't have any of the self-mill effects, but you know, if you just need just some
up,
cards to
10
get a little bit of
seconds.
action back, it's certainly something that you can still play. All right, tabled a couple of red cards that are good in like a spells deck here. Maybe you just take
Draft.
the Prompto
Pass 5
Argentum.
rights.
No, Mycelian Elder.
Sure.
Okay.
Pick up 10 seconds.
We're winding down pack number 2 here, watching Matt Nass draft.
Yeah, these
Not
packs
much
are
here late.
Draft.
Yeah, these
Pass
packs are
4
drying up
rights.
quick. But keep in mind, folks, this is a Pro Tour draft.
Pick up
right?
5 seconds.
You know, when you do like your normal draft on Arena, you're like, oh my gosh, 7th pick this, 8th pick that.
Draft.
That does not
Pass
happen as
3
often in
rights.
this format. And so just keep in mind, like the overall power level of everybody's
Pick up
decks are generally
5
going to be
seconds.
much, much lower. You're going to be scrapping
Ooh, Omega.
And so Omega is a nice one. I mean, you pick up
two
all that
right.
mana fixing.
Man, he's just not in blue. He's just not looking.
up.
I know,
5
but
seconds.
are you even going to put this Ifrit in your deck? Like, it's just
No
not
way.
a particularly strong
Draft.
card. I guess
Pass
it
the
works
last
with
card.
the Rydia, so that's
Go ahead and look at
one
that
thing
last
to
card.
consider. But
All right,
Matt
round
has a
is
ton of
30,
ramp.
90-second review period. I'll
He's
give you a
got ways to
30-second
search
warning
for a
at the
blue
end.
source too, and Omega's, and he took a bunch of towns early. I'm actually a little bit surprised he didn't just go for the Omega there
I am
on the
too.
off chance that maybe you get a blue town and then you can just put it in your deck.
I think it's just not on his radar. Like, I think he's not. He has no other blue cards, and he's like, I'm just not going down that road. But yeah, what you were saying, Paul, totally correct. This is the highest level of competition, and the players will not make it easy on you. We talked about working with your neighbors,
Right.
but I mean, if they don't have a pick, they're cutting whatever they think you're in and trying to
Exactly.
lower your power level of your deck.
It looks like Matt's just laser focused on whatever I take, it's going to be in these 3 colors. And I'm going to just somehow make it work within these 3 colors. Maybe it's just straight 3 colors, right? Maybe it's not 2 colors with a splash. And so Matt just wants to solidify himself here. Now, noting that, like, he didn't really see a whole lot of black cards.
No,
right?
he did take a late Malboro there, so the
Right.
fixing's on, but nothing. Look at that.
But if you're looking for signs that black is open, you're looking at cards like Vayne's Treachery, Sephiroth's Intervention, Cornered by Black Mages. You just haven't seen any of the good removal
30
effects.
seconds.
So,
Nothing.
you know, black might be heavily contested. And especially given the signals in Pack 1, Gruul seems to be the spot. Now, he got totally cut off in Pack 2. He just only took green cards. I think he was hoping for more red cards, but I think Matt can at least expect the Gruul cards to flow in Pack 3.
I have to say, if that is the
10
case and Matt ends up in
seconds.
just basically Gruul with like a slight splash for Genova or something, it's really not where you want to be in this format. You know, we were talking on the intro about how basically all the
right,
archetypes are
cards down,
viable.
please.
If you had to make an argument for the
doing
one
great.
that isn't,
Let's go ahead and
it's
open that
Gruul.
last pack wrapper.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the
Count
you know,
14
you can have
cards face
success with
down.
any archetype,
Please let us
but
know
you,
if you don't
like
have
especially for
14
something like Gruul, it needs a lot of help.
sleeves.
It needs to be wide open. You're gonna need the 8th pick Rydias. They need to table. You're gonna need to get a late Gladiolus, right? You're just gonna need stuff like to happen. The issue is with Gruul, people splash Gladiolus all the
Right.
time, so you just don't even
Pass to
get
the
it
left,
late.
folks.
No, and they
Pick
take
up
all the good
40
red cards for the
seconds.
blue-red deck, and all the good green cards go to green-black. All right, here it is. Pack 3, pick 1. Let's see if Matt finds anything nice. Town Greeter. Is there a payoff, though?
No, there's not a bunch of graveyard
Thunder
stuff.
Magic?
There's no flashback stuff. There's a fight on. I think he's probably just going to be looking to take the Thunder Magic here. He
Sure.
needs removal. How many removal spells does he even have so far?
He has Fire Magic.
And Thunder Magic. I think that might be it.
Wow. Yeah, so he really needs this Thunder Magic.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't even think he has a Chocobo kick.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is just kind of a necessary card.
Yeah, it's tough. You know, his last 2 picks here, you know, Pack 1, or
Draft.
Pack 2, pick 1, Pack
Pass.
3, pick 1 were both
13
like solid
left.
commons. Some
Yeah.
Fat Chocobo and Thunder Magic, they're okay cards, but you got to remember, the uncommons in this set are absurd, and let alone the rares and the bonus sheet and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
you're really hoping
Pick
for
up
something that's a
35
hammer,
seconds.
and instead you're picking up like a fine card.
I totally agree. First picking a common in this format is just not what, even if it's a good card, it's just not where you want to be here.
Oh, interesting. He sees a Balam Garden here, but again, the blue isn't really there, and there's a Suplex.
And the Sorceress's Schemes. I imagine
Yeah.
it's probably just a suplex here. It's
10
another removal spell.
seconds.
The issue with Balam Garden, if you're not base blue, is after you search for the garden, you need to find another blue source to
source.
actually activate it. So, you know, if you're base blue-green,
Draft.
that card is
Pass
fantastic. It's a
12
great way to
left.
finish. It's a great finisher in your Towns deck, but I think suplex is just the pick here.
Yeah, Matt agrees.
Pick up 30 seconds.
See if you can get something with a little more oomph.
So Balam T Rexar, he's got a ton of ramp, so probably just going to be looking to take that. There's a Dragoon's Wyvern, but not blue, of course.
Right.
And I don't think there's enough Chocobo in Matt's deck for Bartz and Boko to do anything.
Nope.
So I think you just
10
take the big
seconds.
creature here. I mean,
Like-
at least these
oh,
are
man.
all cards that are going to make your deck.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. But we're now on
Draft.
all
Pass
commons
11
here,
left.
which isn't a good sign this early in the pack.
Yeah, you just got to keep hoping. The thing,
Pick up
he's just short
25
playables, too.
seconds.
He needs a lot more help here.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
nice.
Okay. So red was
Choco Comet.
I mean, that red is definitely open. Choco Comet rather, is one of the best uncommons in the entire set. So getting this 4th pick
10
is a good sign for
seconds.
Matt. maybe this last pack can salvage his draft.
This is a really nice pickup for him. This is the quality of card that he wanted to have for these first
Draft.
3 picks.
Pass
Absolutely.
10
Now he ended up
left.
being at 4th, but he'll take it.
I've been burned out by this thing so many times, Marshall.
Any target.
Yeah, just go to the face.
Pick up 25 seconds.
Call the Mountain Chocobo there. I think that's a pretty easy call the Mountain Chocobo.
Yeah, there was a Sandworm and a Gubu Gardener as well in his colors, but yeah, I like to call the Mountain Chocobo a lot.
Yeah, it just
I
gives
just
you,
really like that.
yeah,
card.
it just gives you plenty of stuff to do with your mana here. The Gardener is also, if he needed 2 drops, the Gardener is of course also a reasonable consideration here.
Draft. Pass 9 left. No more 10-second warnings.
Oh, no more 10-second warning.
laying down the law.
All right.
Pick up 20 seconds.
Oh,
What did
that's
you
a
see?
Fat Chocobo.
Oh, a Summon Fat Chocobo?
That is
Beautiful.
incredible. That's a nice top end card. Works well with the Iridia. I do love that.
Oh, that's a lucky pickup here for Matt.
Yeah. Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah, Summon Fat Chocobo. You know, you
Draft.
read it and you're like, wow, this
Pass
seems.
8
Oh,
left.
he's taking the dual
What?
land here.
There's no way. I mean,
Gongaga
like,
Reactor Town.
I know casting your spells is
Pick
a
up
thing, but Matt
20
is really
seconds.
short on playables, and Fat Chocobo's a premium common in his deck.
Oh, I would. Yeah, I would have liked to see him take that there.
Wow. Like, I can understand if your deck is already incredible.
Right.
You already have 23 cards, and you're like, I'm going to have a difficult time cutting things from my deck, so then I'll take the land. But that's not
Draft.
Matt's deck.
Pass
Right.
7 left.
He's kind of scrapping for power, and he really did want to fill out that top end. He's done a good job of it, but
Pick
I
up
felt like that Summon Fat
15
Chocobo would have been
seconds.
kind of the last checkbox on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Was that another T-Rexar? Yeah.
T-Rexar, I mean, is he going to take another red-green land here?
Maybe. I mean, he just took Relentless X ATM 092. That's a real
Yeah.
card, Paul. And
Draft.
so he
Pass
did pick up
6
another
left.
6-drop.
Okay.
So maybe the T-Rexar, goes down a little bit in
Yeah.
that circumstance. And I mean, to be fair to
Pick
Matt,
up
his mana
10
does look
seconds.
incredible now.
Yeah.
He just,
Uh,
wow,
what- I mean-
3 duels in a row.
Well, given this, I bet he wishes he took
Of
the
course.
Chocobo. But at the time, he didn't know. So.
Right. Well, he
Draft.
does have.
Pass 5
But there's no,
left.
like,
It's just that's not the problem with red green. It's not like it's really good unless
Pick
your
up
mana.
10
It's not about your
seconds.
colors of mana. It's about power level.
You also just don't need. There's no towns payoff in this.
No, I mean there's not that many towns payoffs in general.
Right.
Like the payoff is going to take a
Draft.
Giganto
Pass
here.
4 left.
Is the ability to play across 3 colors and have
Pick
your
up
pick
5
of all of
seconds.
those.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at the cards that actually
Draft.
care about towns,
Pass
they're
3
blue,
left.
Yep.
and sometimes they're also
Pick up
green.
5 seconds.
All right, winding down pack 3 here for Matt Ness.
Draft.
He has
Pass 2 left.
he's climbing a steep hill here, Paul. He's in
Pick up 5
arguably
seconds.
the worst color pair,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't. It
Draft.
wasn't that
Pass
open.
last card.
It wasn't that
Look at
open,
last
but
card.
at the
All right.
he does have some powerful cards in his deck that can potentially get him out of this, right?
Yes.
That 4th pick Choco Comet was huge.
Yes.
He needed some interaction, and 3 of his first 4 picks were removal spells. So that shored up a weakness in his deck, and he also has the powerful Genova. So if you can just draw the right combination of those cards, I think you can get there. I'm just really curious to see what the final product is going to be. His mana is going to be great. He prioritized it very, very heavily. It's just, are there 23 amazing cards to kind of complement all the lands that he took?
Let's take a look at his final list here. We'll also get a sense for his curve. Oh, 2 world maps made it?
Yeah,
How many lands is he playing?
9,
16?
16 lands. There's 2 world maps. There are 2 Laughing Mads, which generally you don't like in the Gruul decks. There is 2 2-drops. Okay. And yeah, I mean, you're playing the Gigantoad in there as well, just because you need something.
This is just an underpowered deck.
It does seem to be that way.
That's all it is. I mean, it's not that it's like horrible or something. He's going to be able to cast all of his stuff easily. So if he draws a good mix of
Right.
stuff, he kind of has all the bases checked or all the bases covered as far as that goes. But I mean, Barrett Wallace is in here.
I mean, the biggest thing is just the Laughing Mads. Like, I just almost, you generally just don't want to be playing that card. Even in my blue-red spells decks, I'll play it sometimes. But of course, you just need filler level cards. But just imagine just imagine, look at this deck in front of you, everybody. Imagine a second Rydia and a second Summon Fat Chocobo in the deck instead of the 2 Laughing Mans.
Yeah, that's decent.
It would be significantly stronger. But again, Matt prioritized the mana fixing. He will at least have no trouble casting his spells.
Well, the one good thing for Matt is that he's one of the best players in the room.
Yes.
And this is a room of the best players in the world. So let's see if he can take down the win in round 1. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have Magic here from Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada. Take a look. Extremely warm outside, but it's nice and cool here inside the convention center. We've got the MagicCon happening. Huge groups of people flooding into the building, but over here, we're drafting. That's Paul Chian. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And yeah, we get to see Matt Nass play. He is going to be playing against Nathan Basser. As you can see, he comes from Australia. And this is his third PT start. Okay. His debut was back at PT Ixalan in 2017, where he went 8-8. Let's take a look at Matt's list, just as a quick refresher for those of you just tuning in. Well, it was a bit of a rough one here for Matt. A tough seat. And he seemed to prioritize towns early, but ended up being effectively just red-green with a little tiny splash there for, well, his best card, Genova.
Yep.
But there's some real filler. Calling Laughing Mad filler in this deck is like a compliment. Like, that is below filler level for a deck like this. So he's got 2 world maps, 2 Laughing Mads, he's splashing, fight on. I get the logic, but like this is not really where you want to be with a deck like this. So we'll see how that goes for him. On the other side, here's Nathan's list.
Yeah.
Oh, I like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, looks like a solid black-green base. Splashing the Wandering Minstrel. I will say that one looks a little bit questionable to me because you need to be really dedicated to the towns. Like, I only see 6 towns in this deck and no way to actually search for towns. So you need 5 towns
Yeah,
in play to kind of get it going.
That's very ambitious. But I
Right.
do like against red-green, 3 Sephiroth's intervention
Right.
and 2 cornered by black mages. Like it is going to be hard for Matt to keep a board state on the other side. And it looks like he ended up with one of the summon fat chocobos that Matt passed as well.
Yeah, and one other thing though, it does look like he's a little bit heavier on spells. Generally, the Golgari decks have 15, 16 permanent type creatures that you want, but instead of creatures, well, just more removal spells, and that's going to also work out very nicely here. And keep in mind, Matt Nass's deck doesn't play a lot of small creatures early. Those cornered by black mages, like you mentioned, it's going to be really strong here.
Those are going to be straight up
All right,
removal spells most of the
You
time.
may begin.
All right, and we are underway. Nathan with the handshake, I like that. He's got a Grand Pulse Ochu to start things off. And you can see his opening hand does have a corner by Black Mages, plus the mana to cast it, and then a nice follow-up with Summon Fat Chocobo, but nothing on 2.
Yeah, nothing on 2. Probably.
What did he draw?
Oh, okay.
Poo-Poo UFO.
Hey, maybe that can turbo out a Summon Fat Chocobo.
Yeah, that will get him 1 turn sooner, assuming a land hits his hand between now and next 3 turns. Back over to Matt Nass. He is going to be leading with dual lands often, as we see, and he will also have world map often, as he's got 2 of those in his list.
Right. Not a whole lot of pressure here, but did find the extra land here, so Nathan will be able to put a land into play here. The next turn, just drop the Summon Fat Chocobo.
So will Matt go for the Summon GF Ifrit, or is he going to start laughing mad?
I imagine it's a free, just
It's
because
usually
he's got,
just a free,
yeah, he's got the Genova in hand, so you just want it. And Genova works really, really well with summons because you put the counter on the thing and eventually it dies. Oftentimes your opponents just don't even block because you don't want them to draw the cards, but
And then
here,
you just draw 4.
yeah, that's right, exactly.
Oh, man.
So then Nathan actually has a really interesting choice. If Matt Nass plays the Ifrit this turn, it's like, it's so much more mana efficient for me to play a Fat Chocobo.
Yes, it is.
But do I play the corner by Black Mages just to get this off the battlefield? Now, if Nathan draws a 2-drop, that would be fantastic because you can go 2-drop plus corner by Black Mages.
All right, so he's going to put a land in with the UFO. Let's see what he does. I would lean towards playing the Summon Fat Chocobo.
Me too. Me too.
But we'll see what Nathan decides. It looks like he just found a land, so those are still his choices. He is going to offer the trade with the Ochu.
Yep. Yeah,
But
Chocobo.
when you have a bunch of Laughing Mads in
Yeah.
your deck, including 2 in your hand, that
Right.
Ifrit is like really good because you can get rid of them.
Yeah.
You
Now-
can turn them into real cards.
Now, keep in mind Genova's ability to draw you cards, I believe only happens on your turn. So if you kill your opponent's creatures on their turn, then they won't be able to draw the cards. But Matt's hand is actually kind of loaded here. Lots of great options. Can play the Genova here. But one thing with the Ifrit, it takes a while to actually die. It actually has 4 chapters.
It does.
So,
But it'll trigger Genova, right? It's on your turn.
yeah. Matt has lots of options here, though. Thunder Magic would, I guess, wipe out his own creature as well. So maybe that's, excuse me, Fire Magic, rather. There is a Barrett Wallace that you could play just to trade with the Summon Fat Chocobo. Or you can just play Genova. It blocks the Fat Chocobo.
It does.
And you get to make a 4/3 Ifrit.
I mean, that's what it's here
Yeah.
for, right?
I
Yeah.
don't know how you want to handle this, but
What do we got?
I have Saga counters and +1/+1 counters.
They're called
Okay.
lore
Yeah,
counters,
yeah,
Matt
that's fine.
Nass.
Okay, so 1 +1/+1 counter.
Yeah,
2
2
Saga
lore.
counters.
2 lore
Keep
counters.
consistent, then I'll put a Saga counter here instead.
Sure.
Yeah, so Nathan can actually just run out a corner by Black Mages.
4.
Oh, and he is 100% taking this.
16.
Go.
Still, you can see where this is going for
Yeah.
Matt with the Fire Magic,
Yep.
right? There is a nice end point for this where his board gets dealt with. The Summon Fat Chocobo over on Nathan's side ends up dying, but that Fire Magic could clean up the mess pretty nicely.
Yep. Now Nathan can run out the corner by Black Mages here. And Matt will probably sacrifice the Saga here, right? Keep
Yeah.
the Genova alive. The Genova still does a really good job of blocking.
And any future creature It does have to, you know, Genova does have to go on another creature, but anything that Matt can find that's has power and toughness all of a sudden becomes a problem for Nathan, at least over time.
Exactly.
Nathan found Exdeath Void Warlock. It's a little bit of a teaser card. You know, when you see it, you're like, ooh, and then it's like, but it's a pretty straightforward card.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's fine.
It's a totally fine card, especially if you really lean heavily into the self-mill stuff and have lots of permanents. So if you have a bunch of Town Greeters and Shinra reinforcements, yeah, if you flip it, it can hit pretty hard.
Nathan's just going to go ahead and send in with everybody.
And Matt is a little too behind. I think he just has to block and hope Nathan doesn't have a combat trick here.
Yeah, it would be annoying.
Right.
But soaking up 4 damage, I mean, that's what you have a 5 toughness creature for. You got to use your cards. There's the Exdeath now, so that's life gained back up to 19 for Basser before passing the turn back.
I
or
imagine
is he going to play the cornered?
You know, he might think that the Genova triggers on his turn. Yeah,
because he would play it.
He would absolutely just fire it off here.
100%. Because especially, I mean, this could be a complete disaster.
Right.
Because if Matt does get to go to Chapter 4 with the GF Ifrit, it is going to be ugly for Basser. I mean, probably just game.
Right.
Right. Like you just can't let your opponent draw that many cards.
Yeah. Look.
It is a subtlety.
It is a subtlety, and there's a lot of words, a lot of new cards. This has been out a week, right? And even just that little thing, it's like very easy to miss.
And he did. This is going to cost him dearly, because he would be so much better off if he played the corner by Black Mages there.
5 mana.
I'll deal 3 damage to everything.
So he is going to... Remember, he got an extra mana off of the GF Ifrit. Now he's going to get the cards.
I draw cards equal to its power.
So he gets 4 cards now.
Sure.
And Nathan says, sure, but...
Couldn't you have gotten another counter on there? Oh, no, because it doesn't die then. Right. Well, at least Nathan will be able to get the Genova off the battlefield, but I mean, Matt's so far ahead on cards here. Though.
Right, that's the problem, is that he will be able to finally solve that problem. But now he's got 4 more problems in hand here on Nass's side.
Yeah, needs another follow-up threat here with the corner by Black Mages. Looks like he found a Final Days, which would have been an incredible thing to play here had he already fired off the corner by Black Mages on the previous turn.
That's really tough.
Yeah, and this is just... Okay, so it looks like he is just on the cast Final Days plan here instead of getting rid of the Genova.
Wow, that is a window that you do not want to let pass.
Yeah.
Remember, Matt just tapped out on his turn, but he's got 7 cards. He just discarded the hand size.
Right.
Flashback is
You're not going to get a better time to take Genova out.
Right. And the flashback on that currently would be 2. I suppose it would be 3 next turn, so maybe Nathan is just looking to go wide here. And then just thinking, well, this corner by Black Mages will still probably be strong next turn. So let's just have, because if he doesn't play the Final Days, it's rough because he literally is attacking for nothing on the following turn, right?
But he could have got in for 4 this turn.
You are correct.
Oh, there's someone Fat Chocobo here for Matt Nass. So there's 2 more creatures.
Yeah.
Basically the nightmare here for Basser, because these are creatures that now both can block 2/2s. The Chocobo, the bird token, picks up the +1/+1 counter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now
if you have a window to take out Genova, you do it.
Right. So now summoned by Black Mages, what, kills a token?
It kills a token.
Right.
It could even kill the summon Fat Chocobo if Matt's thinking super long game. Most of the time, you know, the shortcut is if it has 4 chapters, it's a real creature, and if it has 3, wait for it to die. That's kind of how the players tend to play it.
Yeah, it looks like...
Get 3 2/2s. We have more.
I have to get 1 more for you.
Yeah, it looks like Nathan is just kind of out of action here. Matt Nass is significantly ahead, and I mean, we identified this is one of his paths to victory, right? Draw that Genova, get it in play, and that, you know, there's a reason why it's one of the better rares in the entire set. You just draw it and play it, And
was,
you know, you
1913.
might have some filler cards, but it doesn't matter if you get that Genova in play on turn 4.
So Matt just needs to continue to build out his board and make sure that he can't get ran over by this army that Nathan has done. The last 2 turns have been sunk into creating this board. It is impressive.
Right.
He made 5 of them.
Yeah, but Matt's got, he can double spell. He's got a thunder magic too if anything goes nuts. You can play the behemoth here and kill the UFO if you want. Ton of options.
Also, he's going to draw way more cards coming up. And look
Yeah.
at this, Matt's attacking.
This is 9 damage. It's 2-turn clock. If he plays another creature here, Matt's at 13.
No box.
And he gets the double spell. Yeah.
Yeah.
No blocks from Basser.
Can play a Barret and a Fenrir here. Or Bard's Bow, sure. Hey, that's an equipment too. It's an extra point of damage.
Yes, it is.
It's the Barret Wallace.
Is Basser overwhelmed at this point?
Yeah, it's just like, I don't even know if a random spot removal spell gets it done here, right? Like, what if you draw Sephiroth's Intervention?
He does have 3 of them.
But it still just feels like it might not be enough.
Oh, it wouldn't be enough.
I mean,
No
look
way.
at Matt's hand. It's just completely loaded.
And it's getting worse, too, for Basser, I will say. You know,
Right.
like the Summon Fat Chocobo did pick up a +1/+1 counter that turn.
Yeah.
So not next turn, but the turn after, that's a draw 5. Like, it's not like things are getting better.
No, absolutely not.
And that's exactly what Basser comes to the same conclusion on. That one just slipped away from him. You know, it was really that critical interaction with Genova being able to produce 4 cards off the top of the library.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan just absolutely needed to run out that corner by Black Mages there. The turn where there was the Thrit and the Genova in play.
Starting game 2.
Because drawing all those cards is what kind of won Matt that game.
Yeah. All right, let's see if what it looks like when Matt doesn't have Genova.
Ooh, some nice towns here out of Nathan's side.
Because, you know, Nathan, this matchup actually looks pretty good for him.
Right.
He's got a lot of removal for the big kind of power and toughness-based creatures that Matt puts on the battlefield.
Right.
And he has just enough pressure and resilience to be able to actually get his life total low.
Must be a sideboard card here. The Forayer has entered the battlefield. You can snipe things, 2 cards out of the graveyard.
The Q-Trub Forayer.
Yeah.
I guess they're fighting the flashback fight or something.
Yeah, I mean, against the green deck, if there's a color that you bring it in against. Should have waited.
Yeah. Here's the combo, Relentless. Goes into the graveyard off of some GF for free.
Sorry.
Ferrer swings in, and Mattis says, well, let me think about it for a second here. This Frit does last on the board for a long time, but he also could take this opportunity to just trade off. It's not like such an amazing card. It really depends on if he wants that next discard, the Rummage.
Matt Ness is actually would be ahead on that exchange, right? Because he got a Rummage out of the deal if this trade actually happens.
I'll block.
And he is going to block.
Okay. Nathan is going to be okay with this, making a couple of zombies. And Matt Nass has the option of either clearing the board of the zombies with the fire magic, or you could just run out of Barret Wallace here.
Yeah, he also
Ooh.
just drew Reach the Horizon off the
Wow.
top, Paul. It was a really nice draw.
That was a fantastic draw, because now you can just play the Colosseum Behemoth next turn, and you can return the artifact creature out of the graveyard. Probably want to get some towns out of your deck. Now remember, you can't get 2 of the same name, so you can't get 2 red-green towns here. I have run into that problem before.
I have not yet.
Yeah. Oh, is he gonna? Well, they have to be different names, but he.
Yeah.
I wonder if the judge will spot it. I guess not. Okay.
Apparently, you were the only one in the building that knew that.
16?
I guess it doesn't matter too much. It just in terms of like.
Yeah, it's not like
getting
some
a different
combo
color
thing or something.
Yeah, yeah.
But
All right, so now Nathan, I mean, Matt's well, I guess Matt can also double spell here, right? You can also just choose to play Barrett Wallace and Bard's Bow here. In case Nathan has a removal spell, you can still block one of the zombies. That might be preferable, because if Nathan plays a Sephiroth intervention after you play a Colosseum Behemoth, that has a ton of damage.
It is a lot of damage coming through. I like playing it safe here and trying to go for the double spell.
Oh, it doesn't have another land,
Doesn't
actually.
have another land, so
Wow.
that limited his options significantly. The Behemoth wasn't even on the menu there.
Okay, so now Nathan has, if Nathan could find a removal spell here, it would be so big.
It
He does have
would
a
be.
Bane's Treachery, but yeah, we're digging. Sephiroth's intervention here would be great.
Yeah, does he have another black
Oh,
source
just
though?
all lands. Well, I guess he has one now. Yeah.
But he didn't, did he?
Forest one.
He's a black-white land, because he did play a Final Days, right? So you needed at least 2 black sources to cast that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's an answer? 4.
Well, both players kind of stumbling here, I would say.
Yeah, so Nathan can kill Barrett Wallace if he really wants by just flinging one of his tokens with the Bane's Treachery, getting in for 6. Or you can just attack with the Toad, hope Matt Nass blocks, and then you just give it -2/-2 as a combat trick. Those are kind of the options here for Nathan. Wow, does nothing, being a little bit more patient here. Next turn, we'll have 7 lands in play for the Gigantoad, so that'll be a 6/6.
And he can go summon Fenrir and Bard's Bow this turn.
Yeah, or potentially keep up Fire Magic.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
That
but
wouldn't be bad either, would it?
Yeah, summon Fenrir for sure.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, it looks like he's maybe just considering the fact that it would kill the Fenrir, and maybe he wants to try to get the long-term value off of it.
Yeah,
Let's see what he goes for.
Although
Yeah.
actually just playing both makes sense, just because you kind of want Nathan to just flash back the Final Days here,
So you
right?
get
So
the
that you
other
can get
half
the
of
Fire
it.
Magic going. so-
Totally. And the fact that Barrett Wallace stayed on the battlefield signifies that Nathan did not have removal, and also the fact that he was digging for it and didn't find it says, okay, this is probably going to stay the same.
So Nathan does have Fatal Push and Vane's Treachery here. You could use Fatal Push to just kill the token, right? Because that has a mana value of 0.
Battle at the Big Bridge.
You could also Vane's Treachery, sack a token, then you turn on the Revolt on Fatal
Yes.
Push to
Oh, yeah.
kill the Barrett Wallace,
Oh, that's where I'm at.
and then just like hope, summon Fenrir is gonna go away at some point anyways,
It's only a 3-chapter.
right? And using all your mana that turn might also be good because you do have flashback spells in your graveyard. Nathan does want another blue source here to flip his Balan land.
Yep,
That thing turns into an absolute beat stick.
it does.
It's just a 5/4 flying vehicle that draws you a card every time it attacks. Okay.
He's going to attack with Gigantoad and offer the trade.
All right, playing it nice and slow. It's a 6/6, and Matt's thinking, okay, what's the worst that can happen here? And it's a pretty bad spot. Like, Nathan has a lot of action here, so if you like triple block, it's pretty rough. I think you just lose your entire board, and Nathan still will get to keep the Toad in play. You could also just maybe single block. Like if you double block with the token, you just Fatal Push the token, and all of a sudden Barrett's dead. Matt's probably thinking, look, if I triple block, if you have a 1 removal spell, I'm still okay and the Toad dies.
Looks like he's leaning towards just the double block.
And yeah, that'll be very, very good for Nathan. Spending 1 mana to basically kill 2 creatures.
Right.
Block with these two.
Yeah, he is just going to double block. And so we're going to see Fatal Push, aka Battle at the Big Bridge.
Yeah.
Just take out that hero token.
Fatal push.
Fatal Push.
And Matt has to say, wait, what is that?
It's like, it's just Fatal Push. He is at a healthy life total still, though.
But the Gigantoad stays alive.
And yeah, and also not flashing back the
Oh, wow.
Final Days.
Really?
Yeah. What do you do now, Matt? It looks like a big behemoth. Now you can still use the Vane's Treachery as a combat trigger. This enters as an 8/8 because of Summon Fenrir, but
You get a card. Let's call them out in Chocobo next.
yeah, if Matt can survive here, I mean, look at his hand.
Yeah.
He's got so much more action here, so he just needs to survive this onslaught here. But if Nathan finds a well-timed removal spell or something off the top, that can just turn it around.
Where is his removal?
He has
I mean,
triple intervention.
There it is.
There it is.
Sephiroth's intervention. Thank you. Yeah, I think a card that we should point out here, Paul, that Matt is definitely crafting a lot of his game around is Fight On.
Yeah.
You see in his hand there, he actually splashed for it. So if he can just exchange a bunch of resources over the next 2 turns, he's okay with that because he can turn that back into cards and board state.
Yeah, and Matt's just gonna
Just trade
block.
off.
You could either trade, but the thing is, he's got the fire magic, so I am wondering if he's trying to. You could block the 6/6 and take less damage, or just block a 2 to ignore the trade.
So this is him really trying to get Nathan to flash back.
Right.
Because he did just take a lot more damage than he needed to
Took
for
8.
that block.
Yeah.
But if you just chump block, it kind of looks bad, right?
Right. Oh, there's Iridia, which is pretty interesting with some of the summons in his graveyard. Might not have the time right now. Right now, the biggest problem is that giant toad that's in the battlefield. The fire magic doesn't really do too much against that. And what's funny is like Matt actually just wants like way more mana here. You
Yeah.
can play the Balam T-Rex, or that's good. You go up to 11.
And you have a trade blocker.
Right. However, Nathan does have that Vane's Treachery. So.
Right. We always point that out when we talk about that style of removal, that it can kill small things. You can sack something and kill a big thing, but you can also use it in combat
Yeah.
and not have to do the sacrifice part and still win a combat that you may not would have won otherwise.
Yeah, the thing is, what's the other option? Like, you play Call the Mountain Chocobo, get a land, and then pass with Fight On up, and then get some value stuff back. That's really dangerous. Okay.
So yeah, this gives you a blocker plus a little life total cushion. Back up to 11 goes Matt.
So another Sephiroth's intervention
Oh, that would be epic.
would be great. Also,
I'll try to Vane's Treachery Sakima Horror.
oh, just doing it
Oh,
now.
wow.
How many permanent creatures are in his graveyard? I guess he wants to just flashback Resentful Revelation. That's also something you can do here.
Sure. Okay, let's get the damage train rolling. Down to 5 goes Matt. It's a 1-turn clock now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were right, Paul.
5, 6.
Wants the. It's like if it's a land, he wants a blue land.
Definitely.
Oh, that one. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, yeah.
I thought you were doing that.
Matt
That
was
was hoping.
assuming and hoping. Yeah.
And you're at 5 minutes.
Okay, that is a. Oh, but
There was
that's a
some
Chocobo.
Chocobo.
And then Capital City and a swamp to the bin.
Well, that went really well there for Nathan. 2 lands out of the way and a 5-drop into hand. Matt Nass has his hands full. This is the best Gigantoad I've ever seen, by the way. It's done so much work this game.
Yeah, well, we might see dueling Gigantoads because Matt Ness just drew it off the top, which is
Oh,
actually
no.
not bad because now you can go Call the Mountain Chocobo, get a land, then play Gigantoad. So even if Nathan top decks a removal spell for the Gigantoad, you still have a chump blocker here.
These are not the cards I thought we would be talking about, by the way, Paul, like Gigantoad fight.
You know, it's these
Where we're at, though.
these Pro Tour drafts are definitely scrappier.
They're scrappy.
For sure.
That's a good word.
Roll.
Oh, wow, he has a corner by Black Mages, too, in hand.
So
that
he
change
can
anything?
put Matt
No.
into the abyss here.
Yeah, maybe a trade. The Wandering Minstrel? Is
Oh,
that really in the
no.
hand? You need 5 towns in play, so we are not.
He only has 6 in his entire deck.
Yeah.
And he has no way to search them up. It was
Right.
a very ambitious splash for Wandering Minstrel.
Are you just happy with the trade here, and then you cast Fat Chocobo and Corner by Black Mages, and that's kind of your board? It's not the worst thing, because even if Matt has to fire off the fire magic, you still have a 4/4 Trampler in play. You can also wait, because if you play the Fat Chocobo next turn, your Gigantoad has Trampled.
Yeah, any removal spell would basically be game there,
Right.
put Matt in a position where he'd have to make some extremely uncomfortable blocks. Nope, he's going to go for the trade. Fair enough. This is a very productive turn here for Basser. He's going to start off with Summon Fat Chocobo.
Looks like he's going for both here.
Yeah. instant board state. I mean, this is why this card is great.
You fire off the removal. He really does not like casting corner by black mages. Okay.
I would fire it off. Yes. It doesn't get better the longer you wait. Like.
So I have to imagine one of the things Matt's probably going to do here is maybe try to clear both of those tokens. But you still have a 4/4 Trampler that you have to deal with too. Now with the fight on, you can get back a Gigantode, right?
Yes.
Because I'm just thinking about cheap things you can get back here.
Right. That'll allow you to stabilize without having to cast Fire Magic straight away.
I mean, it is a 6/6. And that does block everything in play.
He's going to take I don't know if conservative is the right word, but he's going to take the safer route here, Matt Nass.
Okay.
And just play Fire Magic to get both creatures off the board.
Yep.
And he's going to follow up with Rydia.
So that's maybe a chump block, or do you want to play the land? You're probably, if you play the land, you play the land, not Rummage, right? Because you have the fight on, and fight on is way better than random card here.
Yes. Fight on is straight up like Colosseum Behemoth plus Gigantode or something.
Right. Nathan is very close here. Matt's going to go down to 1 here if Matt doesn't chump block, or 3.
Wow.
If you can just find another big thing here to push some damage through.
He found Giselle Greens. So
I mean, any piece of cardboard.
Can he cast it and 2, 3, 6? Yeah.
There's also Final Days, right? There's how many creatures are in the yard though? I think there's 2 at least.
Doesn't need much. Matt's at 1.
Right. If you cast the greens and flash it back, that's just way too much. I think Matt used the sweeper already.
Yeah, Matt was kind of forced to, and you can see why Matt
There it
did,
is.
by the way. And there's Final Days flashing back.
So is that 3 tokens total? Oh,
2.
yeah. Well, and the Chocobo. Yeah. So
3
tokens.
total
Yeah,
tokens.
yeah.
Gotcha. Yep. Here's Fight On,
Right.
but he. So does he have a Balam T-Rexor?
So
Yeah,
that gains
right?
you some life, and that costs 6 mana, and then maybe you want a 3-drop as well.
So the Fenrir.
Fenrir possibly. Okay. So that puts you up to 4 with 3 blockers. And the Chocobo is not an issue. So you go down to. So you go up to 4, and then a zombie gets through. So you go to 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll take that.
Yeah. Oh, you can also get the Behemoth and kill the Chocobo, but then I think you just still die, right? Because you only have 2 creatures in play then.
Kill the summon Fat Chocobo.
Yeah, unless he has a 2-drop in his hand.
Yeah.
So, but it is tempting to get back the. Yeah, I think getting because Matt has 9 lands in play.
Right.
So getting a 6 and a 3 just makes a lot of sense. If he had 10 mana, getting maybe a Behemoth would be something to consider to kill the Chocobo, and then you play the Fenrir as well.
Yeah, that, you know, getting the T-Rexar, getting that life total cushion really does change things.
Yep.
He's in a very precarious position.
Yeah, and getting the life is good. Just like that but like Nathan is just an excellent position too. Just like if he just top decks any removal spell, it's just going to be over.
That's it. Matt is in a precarious spot, but this is the best way for him to stabilize.
But if Nathan bricks this turn, like doesn't draw something, that Chocobo is just going to die naturally.
Sephiroth's intervention for the win?
Is that a corner? No.
Swamp.
Oh, just a swamp.
And he's got that Minstrel.
So if you attack with everything, Rexar eats the Chocobo.
Yep.
Summon Fenrir trades with the Chocobo,
With
or
the
a
bird.
zombie, with the bird rather. And then the Rydia has to block.
Yes.
Right? So you do get to wipe out the entire board.
Well,
and you'll still have
the T-Rexar stays.
Yeah, you have a T-Rexar versus, I guess, a 2/2 token.
Yep.
And you get Madness down to 2.
That doesn't seem very good for Nathan.
There's also a greens in the graveyard.
That's the Wandering Minstrel. Doesn't do anything.
Doesn't really do much. Yeah.
And it's not even close, right? He's got 3 towns right now, so. So that's going to be a 1/3.
Yep.
Which a turn ago actually
Yeah.
was lethal, but.
Oh, one other note. Matt actually drew a land for turn.
He did.
Played Summon Fenrir to fetch a land. He actually should have rummaged away. Once the land comes into play with Summon Fenrir, with the land in hand, you should have rummaged that away.
With
right? Yeah. And in a game this tight, like that could matter.
I mean, we are one spell either away from full stabilize for Matt or Nathan winning, and Nathan passes
passed.
a turn back.
Okay.
He didn't really have a good attack.
Right. No, you're absolutely correct.
Let's see what he finds.
Okay, that is sadly a miss here for Red, but there is a Call the Mountain Chocobo in the graveyard.
Yep, so he's got action.
You can play that. You can get the construct in play. That is another consideration here. Oh, you can also get something back from the graveyard with the Rydia. What do you have here? Oh, okay, Frit.
What was it? GF Frit? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so he's going to rummage anyway.
Yeah, rummage away the land, and then you can still get another 2/2 in play this turn as well.
Somebody want to indicate finality counter?
Wow, telegraphing. Asking for the finality counter.
Jordan, do you have anything to represent a finality counter?
We may need another one too.
Yeah, but it looks like we're just going for the Chocobo here instead. And now, do you rummage away?
Sorry,
excuse me. If you play the you can now play the Eden for turn, and then rummage away the mountain.
Right. That's library getting a little thin there as well.
Right.
You feel like though if he can turn the corner here that he'll be able to finish off the game.
Yep.
Although milling 2 cards from Eden is going to add up.
Not rummaging actually.
Okay.
Oh really?
Okay. I guess once the land. Huh.
Trigger. Yeah.
Okay, finally the Summon Fat Chocobo hits the graveyard there.
Nathan needs a blue source maybe now to get through in the air. But remember, there's a Bard's Bow in play on Matt Nass's side too. So
right.
If Nathan finds an island or an untapped blue source, then Matt Nass will definitely be moving the bow over.
+3/+3.
Oh, and
overrun.
there's a game plan.
That is over. Remember, Fat Chocobo, even as it dies, all your stuff still has trample. Oh my goodness.
You can see Rydia's return +3/+3 and trample from the Summon Fat Chocobo is actual overrun.
That's got to be more than enough here.
Yeah, this is an easy one for Basser. He just turns them all sideways and says, you figure it out.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So the Rydia's return also explains some of Nathan's plays from the first game. He was leaving himself a top deck open for this to win with the zombie army that he was building.
Yeah. Wow.
And that is game number 2 going to Nathan Basser. Wow, he was so close to winning that game two times prior, and then he just blows it open.
Yeah, I will say Matt
Rydia's
taking his deck to just the absolute limits of what you can get out of all of his cards, just doing everything he can to kind of survive that initial onslaught here from Nathan's deck too.
Yeah.
Table Alpha starting
Ooh,
game
Matt
3.
mulligan to 5 it looks like.
He is on 5, Nathan's on a full 7.
Ooh, that is tough.
That's going to be really difficult for Matt.
But he does have
Genova.
Ifrit into Genova. If he can find the black source and play the Genova in turn 4, I mean, we saw how strong that was in the first game. But Nathan actually just has the answer too.
He's going to learn his lesson, right?
Well, look, the thing is, he's got the intervention and a treachery in hand. He just kind of has all the answers.
So let's treachery it now.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go into X. I mean, this is just, the hand kind of plays itself here.
It does.
If you're Nathan, you're just like, use my removal spell, play my 3-drop. Oh, I have another removal spell. Oh, I have a Toad. If you play something big, I'll play the intervention.
You can see how quickly Nathan's playing as well. These first turns are more or less scripted.
That's some sideboard
We're
tech
going
here.
sideboard deep here for Matt Nass.
You got 3 3s. I got a 1/4.
Magic Pot.
I'll tell you right now, Marshall, I have never put that. Oh, remember, it also exiles cards out of the graveyard. So against
Okay,
the Golgari deck, that's not actually
That's actually
a bad
pretty
option.
decent, yeah. And he did block, by the way. I like the attack from Nathan, though. Gigantode is the follow-up play. Nass currently no black sources.
Yeah.
So we cannot see Genova as of yet, but he did draw something. What is it? He has Mountain, Genova, and...
It looks like a Rydia, but it doesn't do much here.
No, because you'd have to play that Mountain, so it's
And
more
then
of a
discard
next
the
turn.
Genova?
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
not discarding Genova.
Right. I mean, you still play it. There's nothing else you can do here.
Right.
So. Yeah, down to 5 against Nathan's fantastic opener. This is just so tough. And Nathan having, you know, it's like, if you're on Matt's side, you're thinking, okay, well, my out here is to draw Swamp and play Genova and hope you don't have the removal.
Right.
And Nathan has the
And
removal.
Nathan's
so.
looking down at it.
Right.
Also, again, Gigantode performing here.
Yeah.
Like, that is the right power and toughness for this board.
Board toughness is pretty big.
Oh, and look at this.
Hey,
Cornered by
Black Source
Black Mages.
unlocked. Now, Matt probably should have exiled something with the pot,
I think we do. Maybe. Yeah.
but just sacrificed
Yeah.
the pot here.
Show you my wizard.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. So
This
he-
is a hand.
19 and then 4, 7.
So that was Fatal Push to take out Rydia,
And a
and
point
now
of
nothing
damage.
left. But that is a treasure left over, so
Yeah, I mean,
is there some way to come back?
the thing is, there's no other creature in play. Genova's not even that impressive.
Right, a
here.
1/5.
But it blocks everything in play, so I think that's Matt's play here. Like, play a Genova, keep up Thunder Magic. Then Nathan's just going to untap, play the intervention, and Matt Nass is going to go down to 4.
Yep.
He's going to take the 7 and take the 1 from that Mage token.
Yeah, this is lining up really beautiful here for Basser.
Maybe just move your microphone closer to your mouth.
And nice little capital city to probably cycle. I wonder if the other consideration, because if he knows Nathan has multiple interventions, maybe he's thinking, is it better for me to just kill the Toad right now? Do I just use Thunder Magic to kill the Toad, keep my life total higher? That could be the other consideration.
One more mana there, but yeah.
Yeah,
I like that play a
heads
lot.
up play.
Also, you get rid of it before it gets huge,
right.
where you can't anymore or may not be able to.
And this gives Matt an opportunity to possibly draw a 2-mana play here, to go 2-mana creature plus Genova, and then get a counter on it.
I like that play from Nass.
Oh, wow. There's a Rydia's Return, but only 1 creature in the graveyard. Could have...
And only 1 creature on the battlefield.
Yeah. Well, 2 creature. Oh, yeah. Could actually just use it as an overrun. If
That's what I was thinking.
Right? Yeah.
Was that Fire Magic?
That was a Barret Wallace, so I think he's just going to play
Barret Wallace.
that. And then I think Nathan's going to fire off the removal spell, and then cast Rydia's Return for the win.
Yeah.
That's going to happen here.
Do this.
And there it is, Sephiroth's intervention. You go down to 8.
Playing faster here now, Nathan. He knows.
And Matt Nass, a little shake of the head there because it's
Yeah.
just that 1 treasure token left. Nathan doesn't have too much to consider here. And he's going to give +3/+3 to everything. That's an extra damage. And that is the match going to Nathan Basser. His 3rd Pro Tour start. He faces off against the champ and picks up the round 1 win. What a start for Nathan.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a beautiful hand there in that last game. Just kind of had all of the answers. Decent curve, nice creatures on 3 and 4, and just every single removal spell that he needed to just kind of make sure Matt didn't have anything to play. And also Matt's deck, 2 2-mana creatures, I think, and 3 3-mana creatures. Like, his curve is also not fantastic. So if he plays against the deck that just gets off to a pretty good start, he's going to have a tough time.
Yeah, really, really tough matchup there, I think, for Matt Nass. And in that 3rd game, perfect draw from Basser. Mold a 5 for Nass. Not much there. All right, well, we're going to take a short break here from Vegas. When we come back, we'll be back at the news desk with more. Don't go anywhere.
The Secret Lair Nalak Nuestra Magia drop is available now. 50% of your product price will go directly to the National Association of Latino Arts and Cultures. Show your support and grab these special cards today on secretlair.wizards.com. Available for a limited time through July 13th, 2025. Hey everybody, welcome back to Pro Tour Final Fantasy live here from Las Vegas, Nevada. There's a look at the winner's trophy. One of these 331 players will be going home with that this weekend, as well as $50,000 for first place. Wow, our tournament area looks very beautiful as well. Welcome back to the news. That's Marie Rothaldi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney hanging out with you. One round down here in this tournament, so very many more to go. And Ailey, you have a report for us from the feature tables.
Yes, indeed, I do. Let's jump in and see how our featured pod players are doing. We've just seen Matt Nass take a loss there, but on the other side of things, Chris Larson from Denmark is 1-0, had an absolute stellar season last year and a strong start, 11-5 in Chicago. In pod number 2, Seth Manfield and Reed Duke can no longer duke it out for the pod, so Reed is going to have to try and win draft pod number 2 here for Team Channel Fireball. And in pod number 3, we have David Rude, who, if anyone was watching 20 years ago, would have known that he won Pro Tour Atlanta alongside Gab Nassif and Gab Zhang. So David back and doing the good work here this weekend.
Wow, incredible stuff. We'll keep our pods on track for you this weekend to keep watching how the players are doing. Well, of course, it's a huge accomplishment to make it here to the Pro Tour, and it goes without saying that making the top 8 is even better still. We asked 5 of our top 8 from Pro Tour Chicago about their favorite memories from that event. Let's hear from them right now.
Saturday evening at the Pro Tour was crazy. I really wasn't expecting top 8, so it took a very long time after hearing that I got top 8 to actually realize what was happening. I was just so excited next few hours, had dinner with the rest of my team, and Rose was in shock the whole time, honestly. It didn't feel real.
Just had my friends congratulate me, went to have dinner, thought about the sideboarding a little, just went to bed.
I was just happy to be there. I thought it was a really cool experience. Very glad to get to do it.
I really had no expectation. I knew I was playing against a bad matchup, so I made it to the top 4, and I was really happy with it.
I ran very hot to even get there. I had a lot of things go right for me, and just even the last round for me even make top 8. So I was really just accept it. I was okay. The weekend was so great that I wasn't upset. That's usually not me in those situations of losing top 8, but there I was pretty happy.
I was just happy that I made it that far. I was perfectly fine to lose at any time during the entire event, frankly.
I was pretty shaken up just because I thought I could have played a lot better. And yeah, definitely stings, but it's how you come back. So that's what it's all about.
I didn't expect to do, top 8 and 2 Pro Tours in a row that I played, so still a little amazed that it happened, and hopefully it continues.
I think I got very, very lucky, but it put me in a pretty good position for this one. I got onto a very good team of people that, frankly, I don't think I deserve.
It's still great memories of mine, and right now I have less pressure for this event. I'm really happy with what I've done.
Definitely the experience is huge. Going into it, knowing how it all works, I think is a game changer. Having confidence on coverage, knowing what it's all like, I think it'll help me a lot.
Some of my reflections are just still disbelief, honestly. It doesn't really feel real. Competing in trading card game tournaments my whole life, I've done well, but to do well in Magic is something I never thought really was going to happen. And think about how, deciding to show up to a regional in DC changed everything in my Magic career. It's just, still doesn't feel real.
Just showed up to a regional championship. You can find yourself here at the Pro Tour.
Easy.
Yeah, easy. Hey, everybody, let's set up round number 2 here. We are in draft this morning playing Final Fantasy Draft. I love this draft format. Let's find out who will watch do battle in our feature match area for round number 2. We're sticking with our featured drafter, Matt Nass, up against Tomoaki Ogasawara here from Tokyo. Both of these players at 0-1. I have to say, That's the number of losses that Matt Nass had at the last Pro Tour,
He's
and he
not
won the whole
anymore.
thing. So just don't lose any more, Matt Nass.
He's running the tables from here on out. I
in 2005, up against Tomoaki here, started playing in 2017. Winner of the Champions Cup final in Shizuoka in 2024 on Team Moriyama Japan, that powerhouse team. So those are the players. Talk to me about these draft decks, Corey.
Yeah, so first let's take a look at Matt Nass's draft. And I want to kind of preface, before we look at both of these deck lists, that we are playing at a Pro Tour here where deck lists end up looking not as powerful, let's say, if you're drafting a deck on Arena. So Matt's deck, solid, nothing special, really missing some of the really, really strong removal spells, but hey, has one really nice bomb in the form of Geneva. That card can really take over a game. And as you said, Matt's not going to lose anymore, so
right?
he'll be doing fine here looking at this. And then our second deck, Black-White is probably my favorite archetype. I absolutely love playing it. It might not be the strongest, but I think the most important thing in this archetype is removal and bombs. We have a couple bombs here. We have VNAT as well as Xenos here as your two really big bombs. The thing we're lacking a little bit in this deck list is the removal aspect. Really need some Sephiroth's Intervention. Didn't have any of those and only has a couple premium removal spells here. So solid decks from each player, but really nothing too exciting.
And it's so important to come out of draft with a good record. Oh, yeah.
At least 2-1, you'd be feeling really good. 1-2, that's where I lived. 1-2, that was my draft record very often. So, yeah, don't do that.
Okay.
Don't recommend it.
All right. We'll see who can get the win here. I'm going to pass that on over to Cedric and Monty. Hey, you two.
Maria, thank you so much. We are here in the booth. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti. First time ever next to each other.
Yeah, we've done some casting, but it's all been online.
It has.
This is very much more intimate.
Yes, I like this setting for
Yeah.
the two of us. We
We
hope
got
you
this.
enjoy the setting as well, as we are at the Pro Tour at MagicCon Las Vegas. Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy, to be exact. And this limited format, one of my favorites in a very, very long time, Monty. We talked to the players yesterday at the players' party, and the kind of consensus opinion is you can do anything you want.
Yeah, generally my personal baseline for how much I enjoy format is how many colors can I get away with playing on a consistent basis without getting horrifically punished for it.
Sure.
And this is one of those where typically that number can go a bit higher.
Well, if your deck at dinner was yesterday was any indication, you like all the colors.
Big fan.
Yes, indeed. We are going to get our eyes on our reigning Pro Tour champion. That is Matt Nass, who is off to an 0-1 start, unfortunately for him. We, of course, remember him winning that Pro Tour in Chicago off of the back of Domain and just a dominant display up and down the entire tournament. The fun thing about Magic, though, is that not every tournament always goes the same. Here for Matt, off to a little bit of a slower start, as we mentioned, with that first loss, and not the best draft deck we've ever seen. So now it's kind of like, can I squeak out a couple of W's now and get my tournament back on track?
Yeah, I think definitely this isn't going to be a spot that is new for Matt Nass, even though obviously he didn't experience it at the last Pro Tour. Starting out a Pro Tour with a subpar draft deck, something you're not excited for, and understanding that your new position is going to be clawing out some wins and just trying to stabilize, right the ship. That's something that Matt has been before, and he knows how to handle this type of situation.
You see Matt's first play after a couple of those towns is a Bard's Bow, so a 3/3 reach is hanging out on the battlefield right now. We turn our attention to the opponent here, in Tomoaki Agasawa, who has a Gaily Cat, and now a legendary 3/3 to join it. So, heading back Nass's way, not the strongest hand in the world, but there are things to do. You see a copy of Thunder Magic, Reach of the Horizon, Call of the Mountain Chocobo, a Gigantitoad, and the lands to do a lot of that stuff alongside a removal spell in Suplex.
Yeah, we've definitely talked about Matt's deck being not ideal. Venat, of course, I would call it the highlight of Tomoaki's deck, because on the other side, looking at his list, really not that much to be excited about either. There's a lot of filler, a lot of cards that you're just trying to make the deck work and support these more powerful cards like Venat. So drawing your bomb is great, but you already see some of the awkwardness where Tomoaki has a Gaily Cat in play, but zero artifacts to be seen. None in the hand, none in play, and we're not really getting the power of this card, and it's already been blanked by this Bard's Bow.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a disparate draw here, to be sure. Matt going to take the opportunity to play Reach the Horizons, get a couple more towns. So the mana, that's not going to be a problem in this game for Nass.
Yeah, definitely getting that out of the way, not being worried about that. That's a great start to things. And looking at his hand, there is gas, but you do already start to see that the final output of this hand is going to be some 2/2s. The Gigantode is going to be the only real threat presented. So if Tomoaki has a removal spell like the Vane's Treachery that we see in hand, then Matt's going to need to put more together, because if he's not able to pressure, then this Venat can get out of hand potentially, and that's what Matt really doesn't want to see happen.
Matt's going to deploy a block there, and that's going to get blown up by the Vane's Treachery. It's going to give Matt's blocker -2/-2. So Venat's going to win in combat. The Gallicat's going to come across for 1. And now the follow-up is a Paladin Arms. So everything's kind of on the battlefield right now here for Tomoaki. And now we'll see if Nass can compete. Again, we do know the cards in hand. We'll get back to that display in just a moment. And Nass is going to start by playing a Forest. And now it's time to start tapping some mana. Going to kick things off with, it looks like a Suplex.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Suplex just get rid of the main threat that Tomoaki is presenting. Once that's off the board, you're really not scared of much. Against this, Gallicat isn't presenting that much of a threat without having that second artifact that, so far, Matt has no reason to believe is coming from the other side.
The Gigantotode is on the battlefield. There are 7 lands alongside with it, so it will be a little bit larger. No reach on that creature, but it is just a 4-mana 6/6, which is plenty large at this time. Don't forget about the Bard's Bow, which does grant reach. Now, the equip cost on that is a little bit pricey in 6 mana, but it does help solve the flying problem.
Yeah, it is definitely one of the heftier equip costs when it comes to these job selection equipment that we see here. So being able to move it around is great, but 6 is going to take your entire turn, and that's probably not a place that Matt's looking to be at this point.
The follow-up is a very powerful 2/2 Death Toucher that does allow some sacrificing to take place, and Tomoaki does have 3 mana available. Matt's going to play a copy of Thunder Magic on that on the end step, which is going to force Tomoaki into a decision here of, if I want to sacrifice anything, what will it be? And it appears, at least for a moment, that the answer was going to be nothing, and it will be nothing.
Yeah, you really can't afford to sacrifice any of the things that you have in play right now. If you sacrifice the hero, then you don't really have any sort of board presence. Your 1 Gallicat with just the Paladin Arms equipment isn't going to get the job done. So yes, you get an extra card, but also Tomoaki knows the contents of his deck. There's not that many great things that that extra card is going to give him.
Matt's going to serve on in with that big 6/6. Tomoaki, of course, has no cards in hand. That's public information. So now it's just time to take on those 6 points of damage. So down to 14.
Yeah, and this is exactly the board state Matt wanted to get things into, which is he's stabilized, he has the threat, he knows his opponent doesn't have anything, and he has gas to follow up. The Fight On and the Laughing Mad Ink combination in the hand means that Matt's really going to be able to continue finding pressure, continue reusing these tools. Of course, the Call the Mountain Chocobo is in the graveyard as well, so Matt just has everything to work with, and Tomoaki's deck is just not that good to bring this back from here.
And we're going to see another play here from Matt. He's going to use that mountain that he got from the Call the Mountain Chocobo to discard to Laughing Mad. So 2 new cards coming to Matt's hand. One of them we know, which is Fight On. A Forest looks like it's been added as well. And now a T-Rexor. So Nass, as you've mentioned multiple times, no shortage of things to do over the next handful of turns. Can't say the same here for Tomoaki. So the draw steps are going to have to be pretty favorable.
Yeah, and I think handful is probably ambitious at this point. I think we're looking at maybe 2 turns, especially once that T-Rex hits. I think we are out of here.
An Instant Ramen is off the top. That means another card is coming here for Tomoaki, and we'll see what that is in just a moment. It's Curl, which is something. I will say that it's better than nothing.
Yeah. When you're top decking, typically anything is better than nothing, and this is one of those spots where you know that you need more than that, but it's also like, okay, well, this is what I have to work with. Now what's my game plan? The biggest issue right now for Tomoaki is you got your second artifact, so at least your Gallicat is bigger, but you're racing against 18 life and much larger creatures. It's just such an uphill battle.
And of course, we have the pleasure of knowing what's going on in Matt's hand. Tomoaki does not. We know that Matt's got plenty of goodies to work with. As we'll take another draw step here, will Nass. We'll see what that card is. Oh, that's a big artifact that doesn't like to be blocked at all. We'll get to that in just a moment, as Tomoaki did deploy that Curl. But that Curl and the rest are going to be under attack here from this Gigantotode. So in for 6 more damage comes Nass.
Yeah,
And
5 power of blockers for Tamaki isn't really going to do anything. I think Matt had a bit of an interesting choice here. Could have deployed the harder to block creature rather than the trampling creature, but it's really not necessary when you're already in such a good spot and either of them can get tapped down. You may as well pad your life total a bit instead.
Yeah, the Relentless XATM092, which obviously we both knew the name of, is what we were talking about. And that's what's hiding out in Matt's hand. There it is. Clearly speaks for itself.
Comes from a long line of XATMs.
It does. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
We're going to head back NASA's way right now. Attack step will be thwarted thanks to the curl, so Dinosaur down, but Gigantic Toad is coming to town.
Yeah.
And it'll get chumped very quickly.
Tamaki is consistently in this awkward position where he has 5 power of blockers that he can afford to have up facing down a 6/6, so can't at any point use his mana to equip, for example, to break that power toughness threshold. Can't really do anything, but also has to keep his life total up, and that means he's losing resources by blocking with a rat, for example, that isn't trading at any point.
Yeah, one of the things about the white decks in this format, at least in my experiences, of which there have been quite a few. I've been enjoying my time on Magic
Do you
Arena.
like the color white?
Well, I'm not the biggest fan of the color white, but I will say this: I lose to the color white quite a bit, and when that happens, normally I am under duress very quickly. The sacrifice strategies in white and black can be very powerful and a lot to overcome. White-red is, of course, very aggressive in the format as well. And what we saw over the course of this game is Matt has not really been under any meaningful duress at any point. His life total has been very high over the course of the game. Hasn't really had to make some kind of awkward plays or concessions on his mana curve because of being low on life. He's just been able to mostly tap out every single turn, deploy very large threats. He even, of course, got to take the turn to just cast Reach of the Horizons. At that point, I believe he's with 18. When white is really humming, you would expect their opponent to be more so at like a 12 when they have to cast that sort of thing. That's not been the case here. Maybe an outlier game, I'm not sure, but what we can tell you for sure is that NAS is in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is Tamaki, with his position and with his deck, knew that Venat had to go a lot further than it did.
For sure.
It had to make it to that 7 mana point, or he had to be putting on more pressure. And the fact that it got answered and Matt was sitting at such a healthy life total meant that the whole game plan already started unraveling from there, and then you're in top deck mode with a deck that really doesn't top deck that well. We see the permanents that are all having some amount of impact, but at the same time, every piece of impact feels like it's just a half step too short.
Yes, absolutely agrees. We head back NASA's way. Well, that looked like a pretty good draw step. I think that's a Choco comment, and it's confirmed on our card reader there on the left. And Matt, as you can tell here in the booth, and of course you at home, that Matt has plenty of mana to work with that very versatile Fireball-style card. It can go anywhere. Creatures, planeswalkers, players, you choose, but you're also going to get a 2/2 bird for your troubles as well. So very, very nice uncommon in this limited format.
Yeah, Matt could potentially just fire it off here, remove a blocker, knowing that the curl is forced to tap something anyways. But I think having this card in hand just allows you to make the attack with these harder to block already creatures, forcing a tap from Tamaki, and then what are you going to do? And if any of these big things get through, the Comet to the Face is just going to close out the game. So having that sort of flexibility in Matt's spot, knowing that there are no cards from Tamaki, knowing that in this position with the curl and the Lunatic Pandora on the battlefield, he's incentivized to start clearing things out. He's like, all right, I'll make this attack, you're probably going to make this block, and this Comet will close out the game.
Well, that's exactly what it's going to do. Matt Nass is going to win game number 1 here over Tomoyaki Agasara, as the Choco Comet is going to take care of that game. Nass, no struggles in that one, but it is worth noting because he's going to be on the draw here against the white strategy. Now, the white strategy doesn't have a lot of cards in hand. We'll get there in just a moment. Matt's deck does have a lot of lands that enter the battlefield tapped, so he does have the potential to maybe stumble and fumble a little bit out of the gate. And combined with maybe some pressure from the white deck, he could come up a little bit short, unlike last game. But as you're seeing here, Monty, no turn 1 play, and more importantly, no turn 2 play here from the white-black strategy.
Yeah, already Tamaki's deck, not the most aggressive version of black-white that we've seen, or that you would want to see in his spot, but also on a mulligan to 5 on the play, you get to a position, of course, we didn't get a look at the hands that he chose not to keep, but once you're on 5, you don't have the luxury of, I need more aggression. aggression. It's if I have lands and spells, or if I just have lands, I'm going to need to keep this and hope I can get my way out of it. And the fact that we're on turn 3 and there's been no real pressure put on Matt Nass is once again a really concerning sign already, even though we are early in the game.
And that's a huge sigh of relief if you're Nass, and having a removal spell for a recursive threat there as well is very powerful. Suplex, one of the better red removal spells in the format, and of course it does exile creatures, so that's a win there for Nass, as is simply being at 20 life as the white base strategy heads into its 4th turn. So let's see if Ogasawara can get something deployed on this battlefield, because Tomoaki is having a lot of trouble. There's a Paladin Arms, there's a land, and simply passing the turn back. At least it's something.
Yeah. Matt doesn't have the 4th land yet, and I believe on cue that problem is fixed with a dual land being drawn in Gongaga, but still has their free to deploy here if he wants. But now that he doesn't have to draw a land, he can instead go for the creature that he's more happy to trade in the Bard's Bow with the hero that comes with it. So I think that once again, Matt is continuing to make decisions that allow him to play a comfortable game plan rather than a desperate one, and that's exactly where you want to be with this type of red-green deck.
Well, there's a Gallicat, so we're going to head back Nass's way. After you saw those trade between those 2 job select creatures, those heroes are off the battlefield now as we head back Nass's way, who picked up a copy of Call the Mountain Chocobo. So if Matt does want to search up a mountain and make a 2/2 bird, he is more than able to. You can also see the rest of the cards in hand right now. There's that Choco Comet that did win game number 1. There's a Fire Magic, which is very good against the white-based strategies here. That kind of tiered flexibility is at its best against those white decks in this format. And then Barrett Wallace, which is a 4/4, and that equipment text isn't going to come up a lot in this particular matchup, but it's the reach that can be quite good in this matchup, though Matt is, again, still sitting very pretty here at 20 life.
Yeah, Matt already, you know, not the happiest with Barrett in his deck, but having it as a reach creature is huge, and I think I love this choice for Matt to just go for Call the Mountain Chocobo. It is the weakest on face value of the plays that he can make there relative to impacting the board. But if he just goes for Barrett Wallace, he's saying that he's giving up on development, and that's not exactly what you want in this position. And if he goes for the Summon GF Ifrit, his goal is to draw land anyways, so he may as well guarantee it by going for the Call the Mountain Chocobo, making the land drop. This powers up the Choco Kame. It is a removal spell for the Gallicat at worst, or whatever Tomoaki plays here, and it just allows Matt to continue progressing into the comfortable board state that he has maintained earlier.
You see the Albed Salvagers and a curl deployed before an attack with the Gallicat just for 1 once again in the air. A little poke's going to bring Nass down to 19, and Tomoaki is now out of cards and hoping to draw some good ones for the next couple of draw steps. Mention the Fire Magic, and you see how powerful it would be on this particular battlefield. For now, Matt's going to start with a world map, and we'll see if he wants to sacrifice that artifact right away. And it looks like he is.
Yeah, Fire Magic, the sweet spot against the board that Tomoaki is presenting is, of course, the full force here, which would be Firaga, but that costs 6 mana. So Matt does need that extra land, which is why all of this mana development is paying off for him. Being able to fire off Firaga while having a 4/4 on the battlefield is just going to be absolutely devastating. And if Tomoaki doesn't draw away here to survive that, at least the saving grace is that Paladin Arms being able to be the mana sink and give an extra point of toughness to the Gallicat, for example. That would help, but it wouldn't be good.
We agree. It would help, but it would not be nearly good enough. The draw steps are going to have to be very kind here for Tomoaki. And so the card right now is a mystery to everyone, but no longer. I mean, it's just a little rat and just a passing of the turn, something that also gets swept up in that Fire Magic as Nass will draw a card.
Yeah, that rat was kind of an awful draw, almost.
in a weird way.
Yeah, because it sort of baited Tomoaki, of course, in this position where you want to leave up the curl. You're like, okay, well, I don't want to maybe equip the Paladin Arms anyways, but now that you've played it, it's, all right, attack, Firaga, goodbye your board.
Yeah, this is declare my attack step. Do you want to tap my Barrett? The answer is no. No activation with curl. Okay, so after I attack before you do anything, before you declare any blocks or any nonsense, I'll cast Fire Augur, as you did mention, partner, so everything's going to bite the dust. Now, there will be some leftover things that do happen. Of course, Matt's going to lose his Chocobo. The Rat's going to bring a treasure along with it. And then there will, of course, be some triggers from the Salvagers with things dying. But ultimately, Matt is going to be sitting a little bit lower, but a little bit happier because all of Tomoaki's creatures are off the battlefield.
Yeah, just to explain the shortcut that happened there, Matt lost 4 from 4 triggers from the Salvagers. Tomoaki gained 4 and then lost the 4 immediately to Barrett Wallace getting in. So that's why his life total stayed the same and everything else died.
T-Rexar has joined the battlefield here for Matt after attack with Barrett. A little bit of life will be gained, a couple of swamps in here for Tomoaki. And I guess also there is an equipment on the battlefield, so the static on Barrett actually mattering just a little bit. You can see these players talking back and forth just a touch. But as you can see, Tomoaki has drawn Swamp Swamp. Those are not the draw steps the doctor has ordered.
The player's just confirming Barrett, of course, does deal damage for each equipped creature you control. The bow is not on any creature right now, so of course Matt, while having an equipment, has no equipped creature, so nothing was missed there. But none of it really matters when Tomoaki is sitting on a pair of lands and no Ultima that we know of in his deck to really stabilize this board means that we are probably maybe 30 seconds away from a handshake.
Okay, start the time watch. We'll see if you're right about that, partners. GF Freet's going to come down here. Matt is going to get the first trigger, discard a magical pot, pick up a new card, which is a mountain. That's more lands for the Choco Comet that I think won't need to be cast this game, as Matt has put on a pretty dominant display in combination with Tomoaki's draws not being the best we've ever seen. So, our reigning and defending Pro Tour champion, Matt Nass, is on the board. Picked up the first W here. Again, the deck that he's drafted, not the best deck we've seen in this format, and I'm sure he's not thrilled with it either, but in situations like this, you got to squeak out those W's and get to Constructed, where we know Matt can dominate. He did it last time in Chicago on his way to a Pro Tour title. We could see it do it here in Vegas.
Yeah, he absolutely can, and it's pod play, right? So the relative power of your deck is also relative to the other decks in your pod. So once you pick up a loss and you're in the 0-1 bracket, for example, you're likely to face another deck that is 0-1 on a similar power level. And that helps a lot in this type of situation, because I wouldn't say Matt's deck is an 0-3 deck.
No, I don't think so.
We're seeing that. I think it definitely has game to it. And I think that he's already going to be happy with a 1-1. If he can get a 2-1, great position for him.
Well, we will find out in round number 3. We're going to take a short break here. Round number 2 is not done. We got more to bring to you right after this from MagicCon Las Vegas. We are here inside. Yeah, it's cold in here.
Fortunately, inside.
It's a little warmer out there in Las Vegas. We are joined by, I don't know how many of our closest friends, 18, 19,000 of our closest friends here at MagicCon Las Vegas. We are turning our attention, however, to the Pro Tour that is taking place. That is, of course, Pro Tour Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy. Seti P, Bonnie D, we are getting ready for more Final Fantasy. I'll stop rhyming at some point, I promise. Second match of the round.
Yep.
Some guy named Reed Duke is
never heard of him.
Watch, excited to.
Yeah.
Pro Tour Phyrexia champion.
Up and comer.
Among other things. Going to going up against Max Dore from Canada. You see when they both start at similar times, you see the difference in the top finishes. But as I always like to say for a player that doesn't have a top finish, you got to start somewhere. Why not here this weekend? Get that start off to a 2-0 start. Got to get by Reed Duke to do it. But if you want to be a Pro Tour caliber player, you got to beat some very good people, Monty, along the way.
Yeah, Max Dore, not a household name maybe, but a name that I've started hearing on the Pro Tour over the past, year and a half, 2 years. So if you're consistently making it to the Pro Tour, that is really the first step to becoming that household name.
Yeah.
That's the first step to one of those good finishes.
Hey, these things are hard. Players love playing in them, and players make a name for themselves in them. Of course, we do know Reed Duke for all that he's accomplished, but at one point in his career, his top finishes also said 0. That was a long time ago, to be fair.
Yeah, there was a time when he was just known by his username of Reader Rabbit.
Yes, indeed.
Nobody knew what that stood for.
Well, Reader Rabbit has a very good start here insofar as I see an island and I see a mountain. And the consensus among the players when we talked to the players' party yesterday was that blue-red is where you want to be if you can get it. Now, everybody knows that it's the best deck, but if you are there, you're in a good spot.
Yeah, it does feel like a blue-red weekend here in Las Vegas
Yes, it
between
does.
Limited and Constructed that we will be seeing later. And for Reed, of course, we should point out that this is Game 2. He's up a game already in the match here against Max Dore. Max on the play for this game, but it has an uphill battle ahead of him against the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and Reed has played 2 very nice uncommons to start. Chinamoto is the second one, and this is a blue-red signpost if there ever was one. When you play a spell, it's going to get a bit larger. Ideally, it's one that costs 4 or more, but that white aura site says, you know what? There's a 4 more spell for you. Get that thing out of here. I don't want to play against that powerful uncommon.
Yeah, Auracite really doing a lot of work in these white decks. I think one of the big things that we saw lacking in the previous match from Tomoaki was Auracite making an impact in that game. Having a removal spell, of course, these Oblivion Ring, Banishing Light effects, we've seen these for many, many years now, as you and I are both very old. But it's an artifact rather than enchantment. That thematically works great in this format. And also the ability to create mana means that even though you are paying a premium on it, it will recoup that advantage.
Time for a little bit of a side quest for Reed. Going to be diving into the old card collection here. This will be a draw 3, discard 2. A nice card in the blue-red strategies for a myriad of reasons. Of course, card selection is one nice thing. Discarding cards as flashback is another, as Reed has discarded 2 cards at flashback. And then also this can turn into a threat over the course of the game that can eventually kill the opponent. So a nice card in blue-red strategies. Don't forget as well that it is a non-creature spell that costs 4 or more, so there's some triggers that can be involved as well in the blue-red strategy, as Duke does get an attack there, a little bit of surveilling, and now has kind of set up his game plan as we head back over Max Dore's way. See what he can do with the mana that's been found from the Aura site. Going to start off with a little bit of one of my favorite things, combat math.
Yeah, I think that for Max, obviously not happy about the value that Reed is gaining there, but given what the board state is, the fact that Reed didn't add any immediate pressure to the board, of course, once the card collection is able to complete a side quest and transform into Magic card, 5 more cards in the graveyard away from that, that'll be a lot scarier. But at the moment, just a 2-1 flyer from Reed means that Max doesn't really feel bad about spending a turn going for the combat tutorial and getting some cards, building up his hand and trying to stay in the game.
Reed's going to come across here for 2 once again. Time to do a little bit of surveilling with the Pixie. And now let's see what the follow-up's going to be. Tapping a single red mana at the moment. We don't have a great look at Reed's hand, but there is a suplex, and there's also a bomb.
Yeah, Pixie, it really is just such a solid uncommon in this format. Just a 2-1 flyer for 2. Already solid, good card, right? But having that on attack surveil trigger as well just means that it does so much for setting up your game plan.
Reed attempted a realm sketching, which creates a token of an artifact, creature, or land. The target in question was a white Auracite, probably with the idea of getting back his own permanent. You'll also see a counter that was placed on the bomb because the bomb does get a little bit bigger when you do play a non-creature spell with mana 4 or more, but Swallowed by Leviathan is what actually ends up stopping the realm sketching, and now, because the Auracite's still there, going to provide a little bit of acceleration for the Crystals Chosen. So now, 4 1/1 colors hero creature tokens are placed on the battlefield. Then you put a +1/+1 counter on all your creatures. And one way to overcome white-red, partner, is to go wide around it and really hope that there's no fire magic over there.
Yeah, and I'm going to play spoiler a bit here, Cedric.
No, we don't like that.
Because I can see there is a copy of Fire Magic in Reed's deck. I don't see it in his hand right now. I believe he does have access to a pair of removal spells in a Suplex, and I believe that's a Light's Judgment, if I'm seeing it correctly. I may not be. That is definitely possible. If Reed has Fire Magic, great. That would be incredible. But as is, I think he's just going to be satisfied developing his board and getting his legend back there in Shantoto.
Yeah, Shantoto is one heck of a blue-red signpost, as mentioned previously. Now it's back on the battlefield, suplexing that white Auracite did Reed. So Shantoto, Tactician Magician. That's fun to say. Well, it's in play right now. And now, of course, Reed does have a very key number of mana up in 4. And now we're going to see what he can do with that 4 mana at the ready. There is at least a Laughing Mad in the graveyard.
Yeah. The Laughing Mad is there, so as long as Max is paying attention, which he should be, this is an on-board, I have a card. I have a pump for my bomb. I have something to do here. The scary part is if Reed has more than just that in hand, then Max is very much going into unknown territory.
So Max is reorganizing a little bit the mana here. Has access to triple blue and triple white. And we'll see exactly how to start the turn, because kind of attacking with all of these 2/2s, and one of them's a little bit larger because of one of the equipment on the battlefield, but attacking into a blue-red opponent that has 4 mana at the ready is very scary. So Max says, let me start things off with a little bit of Ice Magic. And this will be a flashback here of Laughing Mad here from Reed, discarding Sahagin. So Blazing Bomb gets a little bit bigger. Reed's going to draw a couple of cards. Of course, Shantoto is also going to trigger to draw a card as well. So
additional, you don't have to discard. Oh, yeah. Additional cost. Okay. Did you discard one first for it?
You see these players?
No. So I drew, and then I was resolving this.
Reed discarded the Sahagin.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. I discarded Sahagin.
Things got a bit complicated there.
I discarded, so I paid the cost for the spell. Okay. I drew from the triggered ability, and then I drew 2, and then I, in error, discarded 1. Okay. We're good? Yeah, and if you want to call Judge over that, that would be... No, it's fine, because you didn't actually put it in the graveyard, right? Well, you caught her before anything bad happened, so thank you. Be clean. Let's be clean.
All right. Looks like we're all clear. Ice Magic resolves. Shantoto back in the grip. We'll let these players continue to converse before we see what an attack's going to be here.
Probably trade and then take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, go 3. That seems acceptable for you to combat. Yep. Attack with all. I'll gain a life. 18. Yeah. So all I'll do is just suggest. Sounds good. 2 of these.
It's nice when the players agree.
Yeah.
I'll attack this way, you'll block this way. Reed says, I agree.
Yeah.
Reed's down to 3. And now here's the follow-up, which is retrieve the Esper. Time for a robot token. It'll be a 3/3 in just a moment. Remember, that one has flashback of 6, so that'll give Max Dore something else to do on additional turns if it comes down to that. But right now, partner, Dore appears to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think Reed is very much on Fire Magic, which...
Well,
speak of the devil.
Yes, and it shall
Fire
appear.
Magic, it shall be. I was going to say Fire Magic or Bust, and it does not look like Bust is going to be the choice here, as the Fire Magic, of course, costing 6 if you go for Firaga, which is recommended here, will also buff your bomb to survive there through the Fire Magic. So that could be pretty good for Reed. Now, the big question for Reed here is, can you afford to just hold the Fire Magic and just say go, Or is this the type of situation where, because your opponent is a blue deck, you don't want to risk any of that, so you sacrifice the bomb that would have had to block next turn anyways and trade off with the surviving creature. That was a 4 toughness creature there, so it would have survived the Fire Aga. And instead, Reed just playing it completely safe, clearing off the board while Max is tapped out. No threats to speak of, transforms the Magic card, and gets to play another bomb as a follow-up.
Really, really nice turn here for Duke. Got to use all the mana, take care of all of Dore's creatures. As you mentioned, the Magic card is now on the battlefield alongside a Blazing Bomb. So it's time for Dore to get back on to the battlefield. Going to start things off with Edgar. Going to draw 1 card because of the equipment on the battlefield and simply pass the turn back. The coin flipping, not so much in this format, so not really going to pay attention to that text. But it is a 4/5 on this battlefield, is Edgar. So a pretty sizable threat is the Human Artificer Noble.
Yeah, sizable threat, and Reed, very importantly, is a 3, so it is a lethal threat in addition to being very sizable. But we are very much seeing a story start repeating here between our previous game and this one. Fire Magic against these white decks is a beating.
It's very good. Yeah. It's very, very good. I would argue that's where Fire Magic is at its absolute best in this format. These white creatures, they're really not that large, and the fact that also Fire Magic can be played at instant speed and there's so much flexibility with the card is what makes it so good against these white-based strategies. And this may be the best that we see it be all weekend of that exchange, but that's pretty common in this format.
Yeah, I think between 2 Fire Magics, we've seen a total of 14 permanents or something wiped out.
Roughly.
Approximately been getting some good exchanges.
Well, we're going to head back Dore's way, who again is trying to cross this finish line against Duke, who is clinging on to that 3 life. Reed again does have 5 mana available, which is a key number against those blue-red strategies, as here comes Edgar.
Yeah,
hoping for the best maybe with this attack is Dore.
Yeah, and this is maybe a bit of a signal to Max that Reed has something, could be a bluff. There is a copy of Sorceress's Schemes in Reed's graveyard. He had the 5 mana to flash that back if he had nothing else in hand there, because that is a sorcery. So the fact that he chose not to and passed with 5 mana is very much telegraphing to Max that there is likely something waiting in the wings there, because in a position of desperation like Reed's, you can't really afford to bluff in that situation unless you're really confident about what else you have going on.
Well, you saw Reed have the removal spell there, which triggered Chantoto and also the Blazing Bomb, so Reed was able to draw a card from the Signpost Uncommon, able to put a counter on the Blazing Bomb, not have to worry about any blocking whatsoever. And now you see the deployment here from Dore, which is a Dragoon's Wyvern and a Paladin Arms. So there are things on the battlefield here for the Canadian, who's looking to, again, cross the finish line, and Duke is going to try to make sure that doesn't happen. Well, you know, partner, if
So
one
nice.
Fire Magic is good against a white deck,
yeah,
I think a second one might be okay, too.
Yeah, Sorceress's Scheme is really showing his power here, and I believe Reed does also have a follow-up and summon Esperama in hand if he wants to go for that instead. I think that both cases here are going to be really strong, but 2 is... I'm not saying the game is closed out because Reed is at 3, but the game is in a very tough position now for Max. It's
You know what?
a huge attack.
I'm going to give you a lot of credit. You're not going to say the game is closed out. That's really nice of you.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah? You're just going to call it?
I mean, these exchanges are just too much to overcome, and the white deck doesn't have any direct damage, unfortunately. I mean, it's going to take one heck of a draw step. What? Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
That
Something
happened.
like that.
I blinked.
Let's see what Max is able to draw here. As Reed's blue-red deck, this is the dream come true here, folks. Again, everybody in the room knows that blue-red, if you can get it in this limited format, is one of, if not the best deck in the format. I think there's conversations around maybe black-greens also on this same level if you get that deck, the ideal version of it. But because everybody knows blue-red is a thing, you might think you might not be able to get the deck. And Reed said, guess what? I sure did. And his blue-red deck looks fantastic. He is 2-0 here in Pro Tour Final Fantasy.
Yeah, look, if you're one of the best in the world, like Reed Duke, and you get to start your Pro Tour weekend with a nice blue-red deck.
Oh, it's nice.
Oh, it's nice. And then you get to start off 2-0. Talked to him at the player party last night. He's feeling good about Constructed.
Okay.
He was wearing his Final Fantasy t-shirt.
Okay.
I talked to him. He's like, I'm in my element. I'm so happy right now. And you know what? He does look like he's in his element.
He does. His blue-red deck looks absolutely fantastic. Don't know if we're going to watch him for round number 3, excuse me. I hope we get the opportunity to, because I'd like to see that deck one more time if we can. It is break time here from Pro Tour Final Fantasy in Las Vegas. We're going to send you over to Maria and crew at the news desk right after this.
Celebrate the flavor of the Final Fantasy games at Commander Party. Bring your favorite Commander deck or purchase a ready-to-play pre-con deck at your local game store to join in the fun, with events running June 20th through the 26th and July 18th through the 24th. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Final Fantasy live from Las Vegas, Nevada. There's a look at the convention center. People having a great time here at MagicCon Vegas as well. Artists galore, cosplayers, panels, live shows. It's 102 degrees outside. Even hotter in here, baby.
Are we preheating the oven or something? What's going on?
Yeah. Come on, Vegas. Get serious. Hey, welcome to the news desk, everybody. I'm Maria Berthaldi, your host for the weekend. I've got Corey Baumeister and Ailey Loney joining me here in draft this morning. Ailey, give us an update on the top pod.
You betcha. Let's take a look at our pods. We've been following along with players who are undefeated, and now we get to play for the pod. So, table 1, Matt Nass. Ties things up at 1-1, but now it is Australia's Nathan Basser up against Christopher Larson to play for that pod. Going to draft pod number 2, we've got the Duke, Reed Duke, up against another Australian in Christopher Tong. So let's see who will walk away with a victory there. And in our third pod, Ken Yukihiro is gonna face none other than David Rude. So that is gonna be one heck of a match indeed.
Excellent. Very exciting stuff here at the end of draft on day 1 of competition. Well, as we get ready for round number 3, let's find out who will watch do battle first in our feature match area. For the pod, Christopher Larson up against Nathan Basser. This is pod number 1. Both players 2-0, of course. Christopher Larson was 1 win away from a top 8 at Pro Tour Aetherdrift, has 11 Grand Prix top 8s to his name on Team Cosmos. Heavy play. There's a look at Christopher Larson on your screen right now. Started playing in 2002 and an excellent limited player as well. Up against Nathan Basser, qualified by getting top 10 at an RC in Sydney. So congratulations to him here this weekend. 3rd Pro Tour start for Nathan Basser on Team Scryhard. Not a team we're following this weekend, but thumbs up for the name. Yeah. All right, Corey, tell me about their deck.
Yeah, so first let's take a look at Chris's deck. And let me tell you, a lot of those GP top 8s, Maria, a lot of them were limited. I'll tell you that. He does some work in this. Now, this deck is nice. This is a very solid Boros equipment deck. We have just really everything you want. You got the King of the Dwarves here. You got Raban, Bull of All Amigos. And you have a couple of these rare equipments as well as the Dragoon's Lance, which, you know, one of the better equipments, especially at the uncommon rare slot. Incredible deck. You have some good removal, maybe lacking a little bit in that department, but this is a nice 9 out of 10 or so. And Chris's opponent also has an absolutely spicy one. I want you to pay attention to all the removal here, as we have 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 Sephiroth's Intervention. Here we have a Fatal Push, as well as a Van's Treachery, and 2 cornered by Black Mages. So, I mean, just removal aplenty. That's really what you want from this Golgari strategy. This is going to be a great matchup. Both decks very, very strong.
Ooh, I am excited for this one. Christopher Larson up against Nathan Basser for the pod, our feature pod number 1 here in the building. It's time for round number 3, friends. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul with the call here to find out who takes down the pod.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And as Maria said, it is time to decide the pod. These are really big matches. It's a little interesting because it's so early in the day, so early in the tournament that, you know, psychologically speaking, you're not thinking like, oh, this is huge. Like this could be the difference. But when you look back at the tournament, these limited matches are often what dictates who makes it into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like limited is the format where you can get potentially the biggest edge in the format. I think standard, we're going to get into it soon, but a lot of people kind of knew exactly what to expect. Everybody knows all the matchups, so your edge can only be so great in that matchup, but in limited, if you really figure it out, I mean, it's huge. So starting the draft off here with a 3-0 just gives you that cushion, and of course, we still have a long tournament to play, but starting out 3-0, even if you go 2 and 3 and constructed on the day, you're still doing pretty well.
That's right. Take a look at Christopher Larson here. We saw Chris sitting next to Matt Nass, actually our featured drafter here for this pod. Chris has found himself at 2-0, and in the final, he's going to be playing against, that's right, Nathan Basser, the player we saw in round 1 who defeated Matt Nass in that opening round. And let's get into game number 1 between these two. Chris is a friendly, affable guy, and he often has his opponents cracking up before they even start playing. But now it's business time, and off we go. Chris is going to kick things off with a mountain before passing back over to Nathan.
Did Nathan keep a one-lander?
Oh, yes, he did.
Ooh, okay.
How about a swamp off the top? That would be really nice. Oh, we did find a swamp off the top.
All right.
Oh, he
no,
did
he had his
actually have one
Anarchan, excuse me.
Whew.
Thought that was a spell. Yeah.
And the swamp was really nice, though, for him here.
Right.
I've been 1, 19.
You see the 2 heavy hitters, Sabatender trading off for Grand Pulse Ochu here.
But as you can see here, now it makes sense why Matt Nass didn't really see any red cards in Pack 2, right? Because Larson was passing over to him.
That's right.
And was kind of taking basically everything, given the fact that Matt Nass did pass Chris a suplex in Pack 1. Get a land, suplex the creature.
He's doing a little shortcutting here as Christopher, but yeah, he's going to land cycle for a planes, or plane cycle for a planes, and then he's going to use suplex to kill the X-Death on the other side. There's Giganto, the card of the day so far for us limited players somehow.
Nathan's hand still looks very nice, though. 2 removal spells and a Battle MT Rexar if he rattles off a few lands. He's got a bunch of towns in play, too, so the Battle M that's in play you know, might not be too long before we see that land flip.
Barrett Wallace is going to be the play here for Larson, but that means no attacks.
Yep, so I imagine Sephiroth's intervention here probably just kills the 4/4, so you can just start cracking away. Corner by Black Mages, not that great right now, just given that there's a 1/1 token in play that you would sacrifice.
What are we doing? Making some plays.
Oh, he's actually going to go for the corner by Black Mages.
Was it a 50-50?
It's just going to kill the 1/1 hero, but that means the Gigantoad probably going to stay home here.
Right.
When you're staring down at a Sephiroth's intervention, you know, you really want to keep your board state intact as much as possible.
Yep.
Opera Love Song and Side Quest play Blitzball, plus a mountain in hand here for Larson. So he doesn't have a whole lot to move forward. Let's see what he does.
Yeah, I imagine
he's going to Blitzball.
Yeah, Blitzball, maybe force a trade here.
I'll block.
Yep. The creature.
Good call, Bastard.
Yeah, if the creature deals 6 damage, then you complete the quest, and then you get some extra value out of it. So you just want to make sure that you go for the trade here. And if you're Chris Larson, hey, hopefully the Opera Love Song, you just cast it, fire it off, and try to find some action off the top of your deck.
Nathan goes land.
Perfect.
Balam T-Rexar, and it's going to hit the battlefield. Now things are looking very good for Basser, and Larson is the one that has to find a way back.
Some rummaging, actually able to play both spells here, but can't really attack through the Balam T-Rexar just yet. Now, the Giote, I want to say, that one with the side quest is a very big threat, right? I mean, that's a 3-power double striker. So that would even trade with the Balam T-Rexar next turn.
Right. But Nathan has kept Sephiroth's intervention in hand. Somehow he still has the Wandering Minstrel.
Well, can't board it out, right?
Yeah,
he registered it. I bet he sideboards
No.
that card out every game.
I bet he does.
Okay.
One thing I did think about with the Wandering Minstrel is that, you know, unless they really study and kind of figure out that it's not very good in Bastar's deck. The reason we're saying that, by the way, is because he has 6 towns total and no way to search them up. And you need 5 to make that card do anything, or if you can somehow create all 5 colors of mana, you can do some stuff. But it is a lightning rod.
Yeah.
You know, people do go, oh, I better kill that. You know, you wouldn't put it in your deck unless it was really popping off, right?
Right.
And Nathan can be like, well,
yeah,
maybe.
Now, this is a moment in the game where you have to favor the green player, right? Just the Boros decks typically are the ones who want to get off to a really quick start, but the top decks are just naturally, in general, going to be stronger here for Nathan.
Yeah.
So Queen Braun here is a 3/1 with prowess, and then with the Blitzball, you can make it to 5 power. So if you can find any spell, that's nice. Another interesting combination is the side quest with the Blazing Bomb. When you sacrifice the Blazing Bomb, it keys off of its power.
Right.
So you can use it to kill a 3 toughness creature.
Giselle Greens here is going to create a bird. And we're at a bit of a stalemate, but as you said, Paul, this has to benefit Basser.
Wow, Larson with basically, I think, the perfect draw.
Wow, Dragoon's Lance off the top?
Yeah, Dragoon's Lance is just one of the best uncommons in the set and the best aggressive uncommon in the set. There's just not a lot of reach in this format. And you just move this around, and all of a sudden, this is a ton of damage coming in. And
Queen Brana is going to start making wizards, too?
Oh, and then this is 6 damage, right?
7.
Yeah.
Because of the prowess trigger.
Right.
So that's going to get the Blitzball side quest transformed.
I don't
as well.
think I've ever seen this transform.
I haven't either.
I believe it comes equipped with Great Jump.
I don't think it does.
On the front side, I think it says
that's why.
I think it says it becomes equipped.
Becomes an equipped creature? Is that what? Double Overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike, equipment 3. Equip cost 3, I mean.
Wow. So if Nathan can't find a removal spell for the creature with Dragoon's Lance, you just die, right? You just equip and all of a sudden it's just a gigantic flyer.
Plus 2?
Yeah, it's 4/2.
All right. Well, Nathan's going to need to start cracking in for some damage here if he can.
Right, we saw the block, but Fatal Push is going to take it down, so all that trample's going to come over. So 12.
12 damage in the air next turn.
Right.
Okay.
And maybe even 14 if there's a non-creature.
Right. It looks like just 12 in the air here.
Is that all?
Just 12. Okay, if Nathan finds a Sephiroth's Intervention, that'll be very, very big here.
That will be huge, although I would be worried about these wizards that are starting to pile up as Nathan's life total plummets.
Now Chris is down to 12.
Yes.
So maybe if you can get some good attacks in and find a removal spell for the flyer, like you might be able to pull it off here.
I just can't help but keep looking at that Wandering Minstrel and just wondering if it was anything else.
Yeah, I mean, he must have not have had very many options here. But yeah, he's just going to die here if he has nothing.
Splashing for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shinra Reinforcements gets you up to 9, but you're taking 12, so it's just not going to be enough.
No. Wow. And Nathan Baster's left scratching his head.
That Dragoon's Lance off
the lance
the top
was unbelievable.
So big.
That's what ended up transforming the side quest Blitz. Let's play Blitzball. I mean, this is a strange victory for Larson. One that you don't see very often, but a convincing one.
Yeah. No, I can't think. I don't know that Chris had a better draw than Dragoon's Lance there. Just given the fact that Nathan has a bunch of removal, but just no way to deal with the flyer. So.
All right, game number 2. Christopher Larson wins. The first one, he looks like Baster's on 6.
11 weeks, like the last printing.
Okay, you can start.
Yeah, the other day, Cedric Phillips was asking us, what card have you lost to most in the format? And his answer was the Lance.
The Lance. That is an unbelievably good finisher for for really any deck that can cast it.
Oh, and turn 2.
Speaking of.
Oh, yeah. It's like you kill the creature, but it doesn't matter, right? Okay, but this is a great answer.
That's very good. That'll slow things down significantly. Yeah, being on the play, really nice there. There's Queen Brane.
Great wearer of the Lance, too. You're just making a token every turn. Nathan does have an intervention. Fatal Push won't deal with it.
Yeah, and this is the time when you're supposed to do it. It is tempting.
Yeah.
But if you don't play anything, then it doesn't force Christopher to equip anyway.
Right, because there's only an 0-1 in play, right?
Right, so you just say, I'm just going to turn this thing sideways. So you just do it now.
Okay.
Okay, Barrett Wallace is going to hit the battlefield. This is similar to game 1 from Larson's perspective.
Okay. Digging here.
Resentful Revelation, Larson speculating that maybe it's the best black common.
It is up there. I mean, black is very deep. You have the 3 premium removal spells, actually, and Intervention, Venge, Treachery, and Corner by Black Mages, but also there's Resentful Revelation, but those are in the top 4.
Some people do have Revelation as number 1.
Yeah.
It sounds like Larson was hinting at just that.
The thing is, even if you have it number 1, you don't need to pick it like it's number 1,
exactly.
Right? Because you kind of get those later. People take the removal spells always over.
I like Sephiroth's Intervention.
Yeah.
Sorry, what were the life totals there?
18-0.
So Nathan could have chumped with the token and then cast Fatal Push on Barrett if he wanted, choosing to wait.
Okay, Balan T-Rexar, this has been very good for Nathan.
Yeah. Now it's
if it wasn't for the Dragon's Lance last game, he would have had a stable board thanks to the T-Rexar. We'll see if that can hold.
Ooh, but look at this. I mean, Larson does have a battle menu too. So that is just a nice clean answer to the Rexar. Doesn't even need to equip the Barrett.
I don't know, I want to discard this Lance.
Yeah, almost want to keep it if he has another Frit in hand. You just go land, battle menu the 6/6, and then play another one. Play another Ifrit. What's going on here?
Well, he put a land in the yard, but he's deciding that maybe that's not what he wanted to do.
Yep. Yeah.
And he's just going to do
max aggression.
nothing.
Count 7 and 14.
Yep, another one. Probably keeping the suplex.
Manata?
Yep. This is just so much to deal with here.
So much pressure here from Larson.
Needs another Rexar or something. There's a Gigantode.
Gigantode,
okay.
and is that land number 7? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that is a 7/7. So now Larson has to go to the skies here.
Start equipping up the lance.
And has lots and lots of mana available with 5 and then the 1 from the Ifrit. What did he find? Oh, Sorceress's Schemes.
Yeah, that's a scheme all
Oh,
right.
that is so big.
Wow, Larson able to find answers to 2 huge creatures on back-to-back turns, leaving Basser with just an 0-1. Now the Fatal Push is live.
Yeah, should probably do that before Barrett attacks. But yes, Fatal Push is now live on
That's
the Barrett.
untapped. There you go. Yeah, this is pre-con. Well, I would.
Yeah, sure.
Gonna push, trigger on the wizard. Trigger 17.
Okay.
Okay. Taking 6 damage
6
here.
damage, though. Yeah, we might want to soak up some. This is not a game where this wizard token is going to be any type of big
right. And
factor.
You know, at least one of the Ifrit's going to die next turn.
Yeah.
But there's just the 1 creature left. Can he find something big here?
This would be the 3rd turn in a row.
Right.
That he casts a huge creature if he can find it. This time, though, it'd have to come cold off the top of the library.
If it's
That's going to be tough.
Yeah, if it's a land, he can play the Revelation. Oh, no, he can just play the Revelation now out of the graveyard. I don't know if that's... It's the 3rd card from the bottom. Is that a Final Days or End of Days?
No.
No, it doesn't look like it.
It's a Revelation. Oh, you mean from the bottom? It is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Sorry, I
No.
thought you meant from the last
Okay,
card.
it is.
Yeah.
So a couple of tokens here, and now Chris is going to get in for at least 3 damage.
How many tokens does he get?
I don't know. He got 2, but it looks like more 3. Okay.
But one of the Ifrits dies. The other one's doomed next turn, so he would only take 3 or maybe a couple more from the lance.
Wow, but no creatures left here now for Chris Larson. Genji
Yeah.
Glove also means you could deal a ton of damage, but Chris has no creatures right now to equip onto those. Chris just needs to find any creature, basically.
Seriously, like an 0-1 would be fine. And Nathan gets to start slamming.
Right, and he found Advanced Treachery to kill the next creature
Wow.
that Chris draws. So Nathan looking really good here.
Really good. He gets to play Gisal Greens too.
Yeah, keeping up the Treachery.
Go.
Yeah.
Is there a creature? There's a mana.
Yeah, that was a Giote.
Okay. That's not going to be long for this world.
Right. He's just going to wait for the equip here.
Yeah, you can have Christopher pay a bunch of extra mana.
And then you can just fire off the removal spell, get in for 8 damage.
So I'm just thinking on this one. It's just double strike, right? Just double strike.
Yeah, just
he's making sure that he doesn't bump
pump it up.
toughness.
Die, and you channel this.
And he is going to be, say, mana efficient, so
All
he
right.
can do some flashing back next turn. Basically needs 1 more turn.
That's right.
Like if Christopher doesn't find a removal spell or a creature, if it's just a land.
Is there like a 2-mana haste creature or something?
Oh, geez, don't even say that. Prompto?
Oh, that would. Okay, so he makes a creature though. So you can't go Prompto and double equip.
Right.
We've done 5 days.
And it was Dwarven Castle Guard, not enough. It was an all-out attack from Basser. Next turn would have still been lethal, and he picks up game number 2. Well, this is a close matchup. Each of these decks has been like really like, oh, removal. Okay, another removal.
I mean, that is the downside of playing the summons, right? If you can somehow survive and ride out what it can provide to you, then all of a sudden your creature just eventually dies and you're not even up a card on the exchange.
Yeah, Nathan has a lot of removal in this deck. That would I would say that's the strength of his list, is how much removal he has with 3 Sephiroth's Intervention. And you saw the Vane's Treachery there, as well as cornered by Black Mages. He can handle the board state.
Wow, no 2 or 3 drop here from Chris Larson. Does
Alpha is
fire off the
7-7.
love song just to hit a land. But this is exactly the type of game that Nathan is interested in playing.
Exactly. Nothing much going on, and he gets to play a 3-3 that gains
Should
him
be on
3.
game 3 now.
And Larson is just sitting here cycling and just not doing much.
Right.
Opera love song into plane cycling. Nathan gets a real
I
chance
think
to
there was
breathe.
one that went to 6, but I don't really remember.
I'll go with 7.
All right, finally,
For game
a threat appears.
That's like the best corner by Black Mages ever here.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It handled the first 4 turns of the game for Larson, if you want to think of it that way.
23-17.
Xdeath is going to attack Larson down to 17. It had already put Basser up to 23. There's summon GF Frit again.
Suplex on the Xdeath, most likely.
That's a good target.
Yeah.
You see Sorceress's schemes in the graveyard now for Larson, so maybe something to keep in mind for later in the game, but certainly not now.
Chris has some pretty interesting, expensive equipment in his deck.
16.
Is he playing Etirin Pruin, really?
So it's a 6-mana equipment. Equipped creature has base power and toughness, where XX, where X is your life total.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you think
he
you're
figures
the
he's not going to
aggressor,
get beaten down.
it's so much mana,
Dude, it
though.
costs 11.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
get
if you
that
have a
thing
weapons
onto a
vendor,
creature.
maybe you get a discount.
Okay, if you can cheat it on, then maybe we're talking business.
Right.
But remember, it doesn't give it +X+X. It turns it into an XX. So it's like, even if it's 8,
right?
You know, it's not like, oh, I have a 12/12. That is a cheeky addition. I wonder if that's out of the board.
Yeah.
You know,
that
just-
doesn't seem like the type of card you would main deck.
No, it doesn't. It seems like the type of deck you'd want against a potentially slow build like what Basser has here. But I'll tell you, Paul, you know what you really wouldn't want it against? A bunch of removal.
Oh yeah, this is it's really rough in this matchup. Nathan has triple Sephiroth's Intervention, Vane's Treachery, cornered by Black Mages.
God, Christopher must know something we don't, because I'll tell you, if I'm Nathan, I would literally say, please, for free, you just put this in your deck. Like, I want this in there.
Yeah, so Nathan is just happy with just saying, just like, if you would like to equip, go for it, right? Because he just spent 6 mana, and it has not impacted the board in any way.
And it's such a huge gamble.
Right.
And there it is, Sephiroth's Intervention in hand there for Basser.
I mean, you could honestly just play land and Balam T-Rexor.
Yeah.
You have a chump blocker. It doesn't give it trample or anything.
No, it makes it 12, and then you just untap, kill it, and kill him.
Yeah.
Also, not the best combo with creatures that don't stick around.
Yeah.
Why does that 5?
This is on 2?
Should be at 3, right?
3, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chapter 5 is the end.
Right.
We don't see that one.
All right.
Yeah,
so
Larson's in a horrible position now.
So the Freya is now
12/12.
12/12.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Oh, Fatal Push. Oh my God.
Are you serious?
That is
I guess I'm not misreading
disgusting.
it, sorry. It's a 12-12. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
got no text on it besides.
Oh, Fatal Push is so nasty.
Fatal Push, 11 mana, 12 mana of yours
Okay.
away.
Why did he use the intervention?
Sorry?
He used the Sephiroth's Intervention
What?
instead of the Fatal Push.
No, you can't Fatal Push now.
Well, he can Fatal Push the bomb.
Sure.
I guess.
Fatal push this, trigger the wizard, put you to 10.
Oh.
Okay.
I think it would have been a little slower with that, but I think Basser has noticed
He
that
still
too.
won.
But he'll
Yeah.
pick up the win here. Nice win for Nathan Basser from Australia, picking up the 3-0. I mentioned it before in the first round, but this is Nathan's 3rd time at the Pro Tour, and I didn't see who he beat in round 2, but he beat Matt Nass and Chris Larson in 2 of his 3 matches to pick up that 3-0. Really impressive start.
Yeah, I mean, he just put together a really, really solid Bulgari deck. It seemed like he was just in the right seat there. Tons of removal. This is just classic ABC Magic, right? I have a bunch of nice beefy green creatures. I also back that up with a plethora of removal spells, some good value cards, a random Wandering Minstrel just kind of there. But outside of that, the deck just looked excellent, and it just was really, really strong, especially against Chris's deck, where he's just looking to spend tons of mana to basically equip all his creatures. And, you know, when Chris is spending 11 mana to equip something that dies to a fatal push, you're in a pretty rough spot.
That was a big risk to put that card in against the heavy removal deck, and it didn't pay off in this case. Still, Larson with a good 2-1 start to his day as well. All right, we're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, lots more Magic for you. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We are in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. And we're over at the convention center, and it is packed in here. Look at this, outdoor Magic happening in line to get in. They couldn't wait to get in. Look at all the big Magic fans waiting to come in. This is a beautiful event, and also strikingly big.
Yeah.
This building is huge. There's a large number of people. It really feels like there's an electricity in the air here in Vegas.
I mean, this is the biggest event that we've had so far. And even us, when we were getting in the morning, we were just shocked at the line. I was thinking to myself, if I have to wait in line, we might have to delay the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
So we had to go through the sideline, which still had 50 people waiting. So, I mean, this is just an absolutely ridiculously large event.
Yeah, Paul went right to the security and said, "Don't you know who I am?"
I did not.
And they did. They let us in, so it worked. We've got a little more limited to bring you here. In fact, a couple of matches, hopefully. We've got pod deciders. This one is Reed Duke versus Christopher Tong, and this is the finals of their pod as well. You can see Reed's top finish is 8. He's in the Hall of Fame. Christopher comes from Australia, so another Australian player making the final of the pod. Is it becoming a limited hotbed down there?
Have they just mastered Final Fantasy Limited?
It could be. This is Christopher's second time playing at the Pro Tour level. He began the RC that qualified him for this with losing his best matchup, but then it was like went out. Just didn't lose again. So that's one way to do it, I guess. As we join our game here, Christopher is up a game over the Hall of Famer Reed Duke. Both players on 7 cards, and we are underway.
Chris could have something very interesting there with the turn 1 Guado Salam. That means that's an indication that there's a chance we might see some spicy towns nonsense going on. I think I saw planes in his hand too.
You know, I'd love to see some spicy towns nonsense, or just at least Sultai.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's mostly been the Toad show. So
it has been. Yeah, that's how it's been. We get an Ochu here from Christopher. Passes a turn back to Reed. Nothing yet from Reed.
Yeah,
just a couple of lands. You can take a look at the Grand Pulse Ochu. Does a really good job of the I'm relevant early and I can be relevant late.
Yeah, it's a really nice card to play, especially if you are in 2 decks actually. If you're the Golgari self-mill deck, well, at some point in the game, I've had this thing hit for 15 before.
Yeah.
And then of course, it also just allows you to survive into the late game, especially if you're playing a Towns deck, you have a bunch of tap lands. So often being able to play this on turn 1, then turn 2 play a tap land, that's nice. But wow, Summon Fenrir, one of the best uncommons in the set here. It might actually be the best uncommon in the set, and that is the perfect card that you want in any green deck on turn 3.
Gotta feel good when you cast Summon Fenrir and your opponent goes laughing mad on your end step.
Yeah, discarding the Pandora. Too.
Yeah. Well, the bad news for Christopher is that Reed's getting all these bad cards out of his system and maybe finding the good stuff here. Laughing Mad has some application in the blue-red deck, although the ideal blue-red deck has 0 copies of Laughing Mad in it.
Yeah, there's so many card draw spells that exist in this format, and this is by far the worst one. You have Combat Tutorial, which is a fantastic card. Turns out you add +1/+1 to a Divination, all of a sudden it becomes a premium common.
Back in business.
Yeah, and then of course you also have Dreams of Laguna, which when you compare this to Dreams of Laguna, it's just so much better.
Yeah, one side is Laughing Mad and the other isn't. Is that Shantotto?
Oh, that is Shantotto.
Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, this is
scary. This is a card that Christopher really would love to find an answer for now.
Yeah, this is the premier Is It Uncommon. There's a ton of good spells matters, like 4 or more matters cards in the format, but this is probably the best one. If this one just does not get removed, like it's just so trivial to be able to play 4 costed spells in the Is It deck where this just runs away with the game.
Yeah, and that's you know, one of the reasons that we may see the Laughing Mad here. It is in the yard and it is ready to go. This is a question turn here from Redo. Do you have an answer for Shantotto? If you do, you should use it now.
Yeah, it's tough because I'm seeing banned colors right now, and it's a lot harder if you're in the banned colors. You know, Chocobo Kick would be something that Chris could potentially have as a way to get the Shantotto off the battlefield, but you know, if you just tap this, even if when you play, you know, a way to tap this card, you still draw the cards when you play 4 mana value cards. So that's not even a really great way to deal with the Shantotto. Keeping the 1/1 Death Touch back.
Yeah,
but
that's
attacking with the 3/2.
It's interesting. I love the attack here.
Right.
It's a little better of a sell if you go with both.
If you attack with both.
But
oh, does he have the Wanderings? He
does.
Krish's
Wanderings. He actually had it.
Yeah, and I think Reed was thinking the same thing. He's like, well,
so it's targeting the Fenrir,
and it's going to be a 4/3.
But there's no Thunder Magic here for Reed.
Wow. No, and if you think about it, that might have even been a next level play here from Chris, thinking, well, look, I'm only going to attack with the 1 creature here to make it seem like I'm just bluff attacking because you have the Shantotto. Missed out on 1 point of damage, but might have gotten Reed to actually block there because of that.
Incredible. Krish's Wanderings taking out a key permanent on the other side. And there's the Dreams. Look at how much Reed was going to go off.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like he's maybe digging for land drops.
Right. He doesn't have anything here. I mean, to be fair, Chris doesn't really have a board here, really.
Land.
But Summon Fenrir, think about it. It helped kill Shantotto, got you a land, and drew you a card. That's so much value out of a 3-drop.
An epic. It's on 3, actually, but that's okay.
Now Chris sitting at 20 life, up a ton of cards, ton of lands. If he just plays something big here, Reed doesn't even have the mana to potentially even syncopate something, as he's got the Capital City and Mountain up here.
Yeah. Oh, there's another color.
Counting the towns? Were we counting our towns? Are we drawing 4 cards here, Marshall? Oh, we
Yes,
sure are.
We are. Wow, as if Christopher wasn't up enough cards. He's going to travel the overworld. And this is like the worst feeling if you're sitting in Reed's seat.
Right, but if you are a town enjoyer, this is just everything that you want to see, right?
I am such a town enjoyer, Paul. Finally, somebody drafted this sweet deck here. Bard's Bow is the follow-up, fine.
So Chris has more lands, more cards, and more creatures on the battlefield here.
He's also ahead on life total.
Also ahead on life total. Blue-red doesn't have a ton of good sweepers to maybe help you recover. You do have Fire Magic. That's 6 mana if you want to kill everything. Now, again, Chris drew a bunch of cards, but Reed's still at 18, right? And it's just a 3/3 and a 1/1 for the time being. Oh, no. This is not great, though.
This is what we call desperation. Reed is down a game against Christopher.
Go.
He has had to cast and flashback Laughing Mad with no payoffs. So he got 2 for 1s. He got 4 for 1s.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about a card like Summon Leviathan. I think would be a really, because you have to imagine Chris is going to run out more threats this turn. The only sweeper effect that you might if you have a big creature, you absolutely play it, but maybe you don't play a bunch of small things to play into some type of sweeper effect. But if it's like a Balam T-Rexar, you just slam it here.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, Absolute Virtue!
Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh, that thing is so hard to kill if you're an Izzet deck. I mean, you can bounce it at some point, but it's also an 8/8 flyer here. Oh my goodness.
Wow, this has been an extraordinarily lopsided game.
This is insane. Okay. I mean, that is a good common in the blue-red deck here, but what are you going to do?
Would have been good on turn 2.
Oh,
he's going to get his own?
Okay, you have to imagine Chris might have some
sketching
answer.
to copy it?
Okay, and so this is what Absolute Virtue does, by the way. It's an 8/8 flyer. You basically can't take damage. You need, if you want to attack and deal damage to your opponent, you need to get the Absolute Virtue off the battlefield somehow, some way. Bounce it. If you're Bant, bouncing is probably the best option unless you have a bite effect here.
Bouncing would be really good here because Reed's copy is a token.
Chocobo Kick also works. And that was Reed's kind of last hope, right? He was like, you know what?
I'm gonna stall out somehow?
Yeah, stall it out so I can play more card draw spells. But the Chocobo Kick does work. Yeah.
Well, so that was one turn of hope for Reed, but it's gone.
Wow. So now this is 12 damage. And I don't think Chris has access to 8 untapped mana to pump the Grand Pulse Ochu, which would be what? There's at least a Fenrir in the graveyard. And it would just be, there's only 1 permanent in the graveyard right now.
Yep.
So this is 12 damage coming in. These domain decks are just, these town decks rather, are just kind of the kings of the late game. They just have, especially with cards like Travel the Overworld.
Take 9. 5. Go to 5.
Down to 5 goes Reed.
Okay.
I'm starting to think of cards like you or Paul, just Summon Leviathan, just some way to do a big reset here.
Removal spell too.
Hello.
Stuck in Summoner Sanctum there as well.
Just a little preview.
So if Reed could maybe, if Reed has another Realm Sketchings or goes land Sorcerer Schemes, maybe that's his out, right? Can I copy the Virtue again?
Right.
Just so I don't take any damage?
He's counting.
The graveyard.
Lightning bolts.
Okay, and then Light of Judgment maybe?
Filtering red.
Oh, Esper Ramu. Okay.
That does kill it, but how does it do for him surviving?
There's still just too many things in play, right?
He has a blocker, and he killed
he's got
the biggest threat, but there's a Ilmeg Pixie there. That's on the board.
Yeah, and he's got so he's got a flyer and a couple of Bard's Bows that he can move onto the Pixie too if he needs.
Yes.
Oh, and he has a Stuck in Summoner Sanctum, so this is just game.
Yeah. They're Stuck in Summoner Sanctum on Sahagin, and everything's going to get turned sideways. It's only 5 damage that needs to get through, and that's it right there. Christopher Tong defeats Reed Duke and secures a 3-0 to kick off the tournament.
And
that was impressive.
That was just an absolute beating. I mean, Reed looks like he had, the makings of a pretty solid blue-red deck. Maybe we saw a couple of filler cards here and there, but he's got a lot of nice things to work with. But he was just fully outgunned in this one.
Yeah, that was a tough matchup and a tough draw there for Reed. Really nice stuff, though, from Christopher. So that's 3-0. We've got another Game 3 to bring you here. This, again, are the finals of pods that we're watching as we go along. And this time we have Ken Yukihiro versus David Rude. And, yeah, this is a heavy hitter matchup, I would say.
But it's a blast from the past, too, right? I mean, Ken Yukihiro, of course, has had a lot more success recently. David Rude is actually a Pro Tour champion. Won a Team Pro Tour in Limited. So he is no slouch when it comes to the Limited format here. Maybe a lot of the newer players might not know who he is, but you really, the word ringer might come to mind now. He is not somebody you want to play against in the draft portion of the tournament.
At all. No, he won PT Atlanta in 2005. His teammates there, Gabriel Nassif and Gabe Sang.
Yeah. Great team.
Game 3, by the way, I did mention it before, but just as a reminder, we're coming in our third and deciding game. Planes, pump fake, go. Ken says planes, just go.
Ooh, a Boros mirror in the finals.
Okay, well, this could be quick. What? The true mirror? They both have identical boards, even on the lands?
And I think both players are probably happy trading here. Yeah.
But we have to give David the nod for the cooler basic lands, right?
Sure, yeah.
That's the tiebreaker.
Hey, you know what? I'm on board.
So both players do end up trading off.
Ooh, Ken's got a Furion in hand, I think. But, looking to double spell here instead with the Adalbert.
Thinking about it.
Yeah. There's a White Mage's Staff, too. A lot of options here.
And he is going to lead with the White Mage's Staff.
Did he not have a Freya? Thought maybe he might have. No,
maybe he has a Thunder Magic to hold up or something?
Something, yeah.
Chat's asking, which lands are those on the top for David? Do you know? No. I do. Those are Apex.
Apex?
Yeah.
You know what's really funny? The only Apex land that I know, and it's actually my favorite island, is the island.
The island.
The boat land.
That makes sense.
What do you mean, Mark?
The one that can cast Cryptic Command. That's what I mean.
Yeah, you better believe it. Hey, guess what? You can cast it in this format, too.
Yes, you can. I haven't yet.
I have. It's a nice feeling.
I do feel bad. I would feel bad casting that against somebody who's never seen it. They may not believe it's a real Magic card.
Right.
You get to do what?
Are you kidding me? This is interesting. David
that was
played
the summon Chocomog there.
Yeah,
for David?
yeah, but will he be able to get a decent attack in? Like Ken's at 20 life. You could if you just take the damage a little bit, you weather the storm, and all of a sudden they're just down a card.
Yep.
We kind of saw that with Chris Larson.
We did
in the previous matchup.
The summon GF of Fritz eventually went away, and the long-term equipment plan didn't hold up.
Haste Magic, okay. And the Cypher Almasi, I think.
Did you see the fist bump from Ken?
Yeah, because you cannot cast it here. Oh, man.
Because he doesn't have red?
Yeah. Well, it's cost 4 mana to cast.
Oh,
so.
right.
Yeah.
That's funny. Ken was stoked.
He's like, God, please don't hit like a land or something you can play.
No kidding.
I will say, the one thing I don't like about the red card draw effects is you never know if it's until the end of your current turn or your next turn.
You really do have to pay close attention to that every time. It's mostly until the end of your next turn these days.
Right, but not with Haste Magic.
But not everything.
Yeah. I guess it's probably a little too good. 2 mana combat trick that draws you a card.
Just a straight up 2-for-1, yeah. Yeah, those type of combat tricks recently have been more that you get something on board for them. Like if your creature trades, you get a 2-2 or a 3-2 or something like that. And that tends to play better for the red-white decks anyway.
And Ken right now just going, you know what? I'm going to trade with anything but the Choco Mog.
Yep.
Okay, your Choco Mog's gone next turn. I know I'm stuck on lands here, but I think if I can just survive, like I have a lot more cards in my hand.
I mean, how many times have we seen a scenario like this play out, right? Where one player has maybe a few too many lands and is kind of running out of gas, and the other has all spells in hand. If they can survive, all spells in hand almost always wins that.
And that is not a red card, folks. That is a white card. That is Squall Leonhardt. It's a 3-mana, it's Danitha. 3-mana 2/2 first strike lifelinker.
Very good target for any equipment or pump of any sort.
Right. All right, land number 4
There's
here for
land.
Ken. Is it time for Adalbert to get in,
Or
gain
just a
some
vendor?
life? Because it is a 4/3 lifelinker here, but not attacking.
And this is chapter 4 now for Chocomog.
Chocomog down. So Squall Leonhardt is a 3/2 first striker. So that probably will safely get in.
But Ken's at 12, he's okay.
Yeah, he's doing okay for sure. That's an Ash, okay. And Ken will be happy blocking the token because the Steiner is a 4/3 right now.
So many legends.
Yeah, I have. That's one thing in this format you actually have to be careful of. You can get legend flooded.
You can.
I remember I had an awesome blue-red deck. I had 4 Shantotos. I cut one.
You did, yeah, that's tough, but you kind of have to. I feel like if you have looting or anything like that,
Yeah,
like just send them away. That was Zidane off the top of the library for Ken, I believe.
Which one? The 5-drop?
The 5.
It could have been Ragavan.
Could have been.
I guess you would have just said Ragavan.
We would see that if that's the case. How about that?
Right.
But Ken currently on 4 lands. I have to say, though, I really like Ken's position here.
Yeah.
Like, he has so much action. It's just a matter of navigating, eventually finding land number 5, and then, you know, it'll be big spell, double spell turn, and it just kind of floods back. It puts a lot of pressure on David to really only draw action for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, when you play one of those summons, you almost kind of play a sub game, right?
Yep.
Where it's just, okay, like, am I in a position here where I can afford to take a little bit of damage to get and then just like have it run out? I mean, it always feels terrible when you play something like a Fat Chocobo and then it just dies because they just have a big creature and you couldn't even attack with it.
You can see 6 spells in hand here for Ken.
Okay. Now that Ash will be able to get in for an attack and still just trade with something and potentially find David an equipment spell here. It is a 3/2. And Ken doesn't have land number 5 here to equip the White Mage's Staff.
Yeah.
Oh, but he does have the weapons vendor, of course. So now this is a 5/4 lifelinker here. So Ash cannot safely attack into Ken unless David does have some kind of removal spell or a combat
Is there an
trick.
attack for Ken that he could consider?
Well, here's the thing, though, right? If you attack, you do gain 6 life, which is huge.
Yeah.
But then there's an attacking with the Ash. But I think Ken is actually okay trading the Shopkeep for the Ash if that is something that needs to happen. Now, oh, and is David going to go for?
He does.
He must
need
have
to
a
double.
trick.
It has menace.
So, but it's a 5/4, right? So blocking with a 2/2 and a 1/1 doesn't do much.
No.
Unless you have another trick. But if you can double block, and then if you do have a trick, pump the Squall, and if it becomes 4 power, you can kill it.
Yeah, in that case, Ken may want to order the Squall not first.
Oh, +4/+4?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Oh, but...
Whoa, there's more?
Okay, so now that's...
Oh, so now they both have first strike.
So
It's
that,
Coral Sword.
Yeah, and so that gives +1/+0 in first strike when it enters.
Yeah.
But the Steiner also gets +1/+1 for each equipment, so that's +2/+1.
Uh-huh. So does it beat the first striker? No, though, right? Because it got +4/+4.
It got +4/+4, so... I believe
they will trade.
Yeah, but Ken will also be able to kill other creatures here, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because we're looking at, again, 3 equipment, so that's 5 power, 6 power, 7 power, 7 power against the 6/6 Squall Leonhardt.
So he
and he's
gets
just
to
killing
take
the
out
2
the
creatures on it,
token.
right? Okay. Because he can also choose to kill Squall in a 1/1, but it looks like he just wants to kill Ash in the 1/1.
Oh, okay.
Just because he's like, I just don't want you to get value here.
16.
It's just a card economy thing.
Yeah, and Ken just gains all of the life back here and has 4 cards in hand.
Yes, and they're all spells.
Oh man, David is
that
totally out of
Coral
gas.
Sword was nice. And David top decking for something. Well, that counts.
I mean, it does make a 3/2 first striker, which
just
still
the
can't.
Ken's at 16 now.
Also, it still can't attack through the 2/2s in play.
Right.
Right. Like you just double block here, and David has no cards in hand. Oh, does he have anything else? He's thinking about maybe moving it back. He was like, wait a second. All right, are we killing the Squall here? You get a nice little 2-for-1 here if you want. It kills the Squall and the equipment.
The Monk's Fist.
Yeah, the Light of Judgment. Nope. Zidane.
And this is the turn where it all crashes back towards Ken.
Turns around, absolutely.
Yeah,
Ken's gonna go up to 19 here.
And get in for a good chunk. And David, I mentioned it, needs to find action off the top of the library basically every turn. He actually has found spells the last 2 turns, but they've been 1 mana and 2 mana spells.
Yeah.
Which is the name of the game for this red-white deck, but he's going to have to draw the expensive end of his library every turn. That is very difficult.
Yeah, and he'll get a treasure here, by the way. Because after you steal the creature and they get it back, well, they're getting ownership of their creature back, so. All right, this is big here for Ken Yukihiro. He's just so far ahead at this point at 19 life. What is that?
That's Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh?
Yep.
Oh my.
This is where the hammers start
All right.
flying. Now, does
Any
he hit any?
equipment?
Oh, double great sword.
Double warrior sword.
Are you kidding me? And that's going to be the game and the match going to Ken Yukihiro. Wow. Beautifully played by him. You were sketching it out for us, Paul, where it was like, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive. You know, he played it really nicely around the Chocomog.
Right.
Right, and just sort of waited that out. And then the floodgates opened once he hit his mana.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're on David's side, he only had one option. He had to be the aggressor there. You saw that Ken was stuck on lands, play out the Chocomog, hope that I can put enough pressure where he actually has to trade with the Chocomog. That would be the ideal scenario for David. And then maybe draw some threats off the top before Ken can basically play everything. But that Steiner was huge, right?
Huge.
Going back from 9 all the way to 15, and then the Zidane getting you back up to 19. At that point, it was just game over.
It was. Big picture thoughts on Limited as we transition towards Standard after this round?
This format is awesome.
Sweet
I mean,
format.
look at what we saw here. We saw Boros Mirror in the finals, right? So Boros, clearly, still a strong archetype. But then we saw Towns deck going up against a Spells deck in the finals of another pod, right? So it just feels like this might be one of the most balanced sets we've ever seen, where you can do the aggro thing, you can do Golgari mid-range, and you can do Towns, and it all works.
That's right. We saw all of those pickup wins here, and that kind of is the staple of this format. You can draft what you want, and we're going to get more of that, of course, tomorrow morning. But for now, we're going to take a short break. When we head back to the news desk right after the break, we're going to be setting up for Standard. Don't go anywhere.
us for Spotlight Series Planetary Rotation, August 29th through the 31st in Orlando, Florida, presented by Star City Games. Sign up today because registration is open. There's a $50,000 prize pool, Pro Tour invites to be won, and a special promo card of Get Lost. So put your spotlight eyes on the prize.
Woohoo! Oh, it's going to be such a cool set.
Get lost in space. I get it. I get the joke.
Absolutely. I'm very excited for that set. I'm also very excited for everything that's going on this weekend. Oh, I love it. There's so much cool stuff going on here in the Convention Center, live in Las Vegas, Nevada. The biggest Magic Con of all time. No big deal. Check it out, everybody. If you're not here, we're glad you're watching at home. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Dudes. Us, Marie Bertholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney here hanging out with you this weekend. We are out of draft this morning, so Ailey, give us the results of our top tables.
All right, well, I'm sad we're out of draft, but I am very happy for the following people who have 3-0'd their pod. Starting with pod number 1, it was Nathan Basser with his black-green deck that won that pod there, so congrats to him. I got to chat to him after his victory. I'm here with our first undefeated drafter, Nathan Basser. Things went exactly as you could have hoped here this morning.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, black, in our testing, black was like kind of the most contested color. So it was very surprising when I was drafting this at like a very competitive table and just black kept coming and I thought, well, I'm just going to take it, not question it, and be very happy with my deck. So.
How many pieces of removal did you have?
7.
Oh boy, that's a good number for Final Fantasy, by the way, but yeah.
True.
Jeez. Okay, you killed all the things, and congratulations. So a perfect start. Now we move on to Constructed. How are you feeling about that?
I'm feeling okay. I'm playing Omniscient, so I'm not playing the 42% deck of the meta. Good. Make it a bit more exciting. We did a lot of testing, and I feel okay about it. I don't feel, I'm kind of just going to see how the cards come and hope that I can keep up the winning.
All right. Well, Nathan, all the best, and hopefully we'll see you here again in a few more rounds.
Thank you.
Congratulations on a 3-0 start for Nathan. But let's take a look at where the colors went there in feature pod number 1, kind of do some analysis on what won and why, Corey.
Yeah, so let's check it out, see the different color pairs that we have for this, because it is a really, really interesting thing that Nathan got to 3-0 here because, well, the players on the left and the player on the right, both in black. So, I mean, where did all these Sephiroths interventions come from?
Wild.
He must have been first picking a lot of those, or, there were some bombs open on the other side. So, impressive for Nathan to be able to take down Matt Naz and Christopher Larson to get that 3-0. And Christopher Larson with the 2-1, as well as another 2-1 with black-white. Looks like white at the top of the table looked like a good color pair to be in, but I'm still shocked at how many premium removal spells Nathan had there in Golgari.
Wow, 3-0 there for Nathan Basser. Let's take a look at our other 2 feature pods here. Ailey, how did it shake out?
Yes, indeed. Draft pod number 2 was won by fellow countryman Christopher Tong. So it is a good day indeed for these Australian players picking up the pod there. And in draft pod number 3, we've got Ken Yukihiro taking down this pod as well. So congratulations to our undefeated players.
There is a look at the results from our top 3 draft pods here this morning. And now some very exciting stuff. I always love this. The first time it's our leaderboard, everybody. We get to see everybody who 3-0'd their pod. Some very exciting names as well. Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer, starting out 3-0. Bob Marr starting out 3-0. That is Dark Confidant, everybody.
Wow,
FYI. And I talked to Bob yesterday and I said, are you excited that you're back in Standard? And he was like, well, I wish I was better in Standard. But guess what? He told me he hadn't drafted the set. What?
Wow. So did Bob just come back because Dark Confidant's in the set?
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
100%.
For sure.
Can we put him up on the leaderboard as that? Just
I love that. I mean, gosh, turns out if you're good at Magic, sometimes you're just good at Magic. Ben Stark here, you can see one of the best limited players to do it, also starting out 3-0. So congratulations to Ben Stark on this excellent start to the tournament. And we're going to take a look at everybody who 3-0 their pod. So heading down, Ken Yukihiro, you can see there, we just talked about him, starting out 3-0. Reed Duke with that 2-1 that we saw on camera. There's our look at our leaderboard. Everybody, let's take a look at our teams. We're checking in on how they are doing. Excellent start here for the top players of Sanctum of All. Jason, Paul, and Tony all starting out 3-0 and plenty of 2-0-1s, 2-1s there on this team as well. So a good start for Team Sanctum of All. What about Team Handshake?
Yeah, so Team Handshake Moxville. Let's see how they did. No 3-0s, but look at that good, solid consistency.
Wow.
2-1. If you're escaping a draft with 2-1, that is perfectly reasonable. A couple 1-2s, but no big deal there. Looks like they may have figured out how to draft, huh?
I see they're playing 2 copies of Simon Nielsen there as well. But
I did see that, yeah.
Team CFB Ultimate Guard. We have 1-3-0 Edgar Magalhaes. Congratulations to you. Bunch of 2-1s, and then the players on the right side, they're going to be hoping for a better run in Constructed.
Let's look at CFB. What about Team Moriyama Japan? Checking out here, 2 players 3-0ing their pods, Shintaro Ishimura and Ken Yukihiro, starting the tournament out undefeated.
Let's take a look at Worldly Council Heavy Play. Let's see how they did. All right, we got 1-3-0, not too bad. And then a ton of 2-1s, maybe too many 1-2s probably for their liking, especially with Eduardo Sajgalik at the helm teaching them all the inner workings of drafts. So maybe not their best performance at a Pro Tour, but still very reasonable.
And up next, we've got Team Cosmos Heavy Play. Let's see how they did. Woo! All right, 2 3-0s. Victor Hawkins and Marco Del Pivo. Congratulations there. Respectable 2-1s all the way down. And looking good so far for the powerhouse team.
All right, then we've got the other heavy play team here, Rampant Growth. How did they do? 2 3-0s. For this part of the team, I asked what's the difference between these 3 heavy play teams, and they told me Rampant Growth was all the grinders.
Oh, okay.
So 2 3-0s for Team Grinders there.
Gotta love it. And then Flex Slot Diamond, our new team here. Looking at it, we got Ian Robb just fresh off a top 8 from the last Pro Tour, getting ready to do it again, as well as Jacob Nagaro doing a nice job of getting another 3-0, and then a bunch of 2-1s. Gotta love seeing Raja Suleiman, a phenomenal Magic player, getting that 2-1 as well. And Corey Burkhardt said he's locking in a 3-0, give him the trophy. He loved his draft deck. Fell a little short of that, but still, I like the confidence.
Yes, absolutely. Well, as we're out of draft this morning, we turn our attention to Standard for the rest of today. And it is the biggest Standard of all time, with more than 4,000 cards. Ailey, tell me what's in Standard.
Oh, there's a lot, Maria. There's 4,000 cards. Are you ready? I'm going to start labeling them. No, I lied. But look here at all the sets that are in Standard at the moment. We've also added on recently Final Fantasy and the Tarkir Dragonstorm. So plenty of options to choose from. The sets all have a effect on Standard, I'd say. And yeah, we're going to see some of the best cards from these sets in action very soon.
All right, that's a look at what is in Standard, a huge format, so much you can play. Tell me about this metagame, Corey.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the metagame, see what the players actually brought, and there is definitely a deck that is at the top, to say the least. We have a large percentage here of Is It Prowess at 42.3%. That is a gigantic percentage of the metagame. Azorius Omniscience there with 66 players at near 20%, and then Mono Red as our 3rd most popular deck with 36 players. Kind of falls off as far as popularity from there, but you never know. There's plenty of decks in that other category. My favorite category that we can see rise up to deal with some of these Is It Prowess decks.
Which deck do you have your eye on there, Corey?
Ooh, I want to see Jund Roots. I think Jund Roots has some really cool stuff going on, and you know, the card Insidious Roots, so close to being truly busted. We'll see if any of the teams figured out how to truly break it this time around.
Okay,
so keep an eye on that one.
Exciting. Let's take a look at our feature match here for round number 4 as we turn towards Standard. Here in the building, we've got a Spotlight Series qualification here for Jody Keith. Starting out 3-0 for both of these players as well, up against Jackson Knorr. Jody Keith started playing this game a long time ago when he was in 2nd grade. Still crushing it here. Take a look. Started playing in 1994, has 3 Grand Prix top 8s and 1 win in 2019. Won 10 rounds in a row at the Denver Spotlight Series.
Woo!
It was awesome. I was casting that. It was a very cool event.
That was a
Jackson
grinder.
Knorr is going to be the opponent. Started playing in 2012, same year as me. Qualified by getting 2nd at RC Portland. third Pro Tour start for Jackson.
Yeah.
There is our players. What about their decks, Corey?
All right, so let's take a look at Jody Keith's deck to start. And this is a deck that we saw in the top 8 of the last Pro Tour. This is the Golgari Beam style deck where you are, trying to fill up your graveyard and cast some of these creatures for 1 to 2 mana. That triggers up the Beanstalk, and you're able to just really get a ton of value here. The one matchup that Jody does not want to play against is the Azorius Omniscience deck, and bad news. That is exactly what Jackson is playing. And I gotta say, I was commentating this event. Jackson took second with my baby.
Oh, yes.
Underworld Breach, taken far too soon. Big fan of Jackson Noor. And he is a big fan of combo decks. So Azorius Omniscience, we have seen this before. This is trying to bring back the powerful enchantment and combo off as soon as turn 4. Great matchup for Omniscience, for sure.
So what does Jody Keith have to do here, Corey, if he's going to take him down?
Get a really fast clock and kind of hope that Jackson misses on his draw, doesn't have, Molds of 4, that would help. And then post-board, maybe some hand disruption to rip apart the cohesive draw of Jackson.
Yeah. All right, it's time for Standard. Everybody, the first round of Standard. Cedric and Monty, take it away.
Thank you so much, Maria, Corey, and Ailey. Cedric Phillips, Monty Devuti. We are here in the booth. The first round of many in Standard is where we will begin here in round number 4. Jody Keith on one side, of course, doing fantastic in the Spotlight Series. Your friend?
Jackson Noor.
Yes, the other. So we're going to see some players that are looking for a big top finish here on this level to kick things off in Standard. And on one side, we do have a very innovative deck from Jody Keith, which I'm sure is going to be kind of the center of attention here. On the other, Azorius Omniscience, about 20% of the metagame. If you're not playing Mountains, you're almost certainly playing this.
Yeah, and Jackson has already had a good year, came second at an RC, has his World Championship invite. Definitely a player that in the Pacific Northwest has been attending events in Seattle and in Portland for quite a while, building up that sort of resume, but this is his breakout year on the pro scene, which is really cool to see.
Now, what makes this matchup very difficult here for Jody, as Corey did mention, at the booth is pretty simple, which is what Jody's trying to do does not really interact with what Jackson's trying to do. Jackson is just a combo deck that is looking to put Omniscience onto the battlefield, and winning from there is pretty elementary. Jody, who I talked to at length yesterday at the players' party, I was like, "What? I don't even know some of the cards in your deck, buddy. What are you doing?" And he's like, "I want to play against Izzet Phoenix as much as possible." That was his goal coming into the event. He feels like he's very favored in the matchup, felt very comfortable with what his deck is doing, which is fill the graveyard very quickly and to deploy some threats that are very cheap once a lot of creatures are in the graveyard, like Diamond Weapon. The problem is that Omniscience does not care about those cards, and Jody's clock, while you can have some very good draws, it's not the quickest clock to get onto the battlefield, and that's what makes the matchup so difficult, partner.
Yeah, Diamond Weapon definitely the biggest addition to the deck. We saw this deck in the hands of Zevin Faust, a similar build, of course, at the last Pro Tour where he made top 8. A big boost in power, getting to pick up Diamond Weapon and add to it, but ultimately the core of the deck is still the same, which is you're milling yourself to get under costed stats on the board, but you're not presenting that fast of a clock, and you're not interacting basically at all. Yes, you have some removal in the main deck. You have access to cards like Overwhelming Remorse, but that's not answering Omniscience. So once Jackson is doing his thing, which the deck is really built to do consistently over and over again, every game aiming for that top turn 4 slot, you really can't do anything about it. And that means that Jody has a really tough game 1 ahead of him. So then he has to hope that games 2 and 3 can offer him some help from the sideboard.
Now, in situations like this, and I talked to Jody about this at the players' party, as I mentioned earlier, I was basically like, look, how do you feel this match is going to go for you? And he's like, it's horrible. He knows it's horrible. And one of his teammates was sitting across from him in this conversation and basically writing out the sideboard plans and, I'm going to do this against Omniscience. And Jody out loud just said to me, he's like, that's cope, bro. You're just coping. You're like, I get paired against Omniscience. I'm dust. It's fine. Like, Jody is just, he's resigned to his fate if he gets paired against Omniscience. Now, how can you win a matchup like this? It's a lot of what you mentioned, but the realistic answer to this is really simple. He's got to get really lucky.
Yeah.
Now, that can't happen. Take a look at what's going on with Jackson Noor. Missed the 4th land drop. There's not an Omniscience in the graveyard just yet. Temporary lockdown does not manage Diamond Weapon. So there's an avenue here because one of those big boppers is on the battlefield right now for Jody.
Yeah, like, ultimately, however much we look at the matchup, however much we look at the theory of things, you got to play games of Magic.
Yes.
Right? Jackson Mulligan to 6, doesn't hit the Omniscience for a while. Jody gets onto the board. That's going to be a problem. Fortunately for Jackson in this spot, he does have a copy of Ephara's Dispersal in hand, so he's not just resigned to the fact of taking 8 from the Diamond Weapon here.
Correct.
But ultimately, if he's not able to hit the things he needs, he is going to fall behind.
There is the Dispersal. Does a nice job of delaying attacker here, as Jody's going to do a little more looking at things with Seed of Hope. Forgot exactly what he wants to do. Seed of Hope just a 1-of if memory does serve in this deck list, which is an instant. Mill 2 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the milled cards into your hand and gain a little bit of life. But again, the goal here for Jody is simple. Do some milling, get a large threat onto the battlefield. The reason he feels so good about doing this against Izzet is that Izzet does go kind of wide, but his deck kind of goes really tall. And so if he can get a large threat on the battlefield and then accumulate multiple large threats, it's kind of difficult for Izzet to get through unless they have multiple Quarry Steel Cutters. And so his words, he's like, I am happy to play against that deck every round. I know exactly how it goes. Did a lot of testing on Arena. He told me one night he stayed up until like 3 or 4 in the morning, was like 23-2. Didn't even expect for the deck to do that well upon initial testing. And at some point he said, the results are undeniable. I know what I can beat. I know what I can't beat, or at least I'm unlikely to beat. And this is that matchup that he feels as though he is very unlikely to beat. But things aren't looking so bad right now, partner.
Yeah, definitely not looking bad right now. And we saw Jody actually struggling with a choice there between the land and the Souls of the Lost. And that makes sense. Souls of the Lost was one of the cards that really was highlighted as leveling up the deck at the last Pro Tour, because they were struggling against the more aggressive decks, and having Souls of the Lost as a 2-mana play that just grew huge, that was really good for them. Unfortunately, 2-mana is the not-so-sweet spot against temporary lockdown. So Jody could have picked up a threat there, but really looking to continue going bigger and dodging the main board-wide spell that Jackson has access to in the lockdown there.
So the Town Greeter is going to bite the dust. Jackson's going to fall down to 16. A little bit of damage sneaking on through. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe it's time for another Diamond Weapon to be deployed here. And there you go. Diamond Weapon is on the battlefield.
Yeah, we do also see the Huskbuster Swarm, one of the suite of oversized creatures that this deck has access to. Step 1 for Jackson, hit the 4th land, because he was really missing 2 pieces here. He was missing the Omniscience in the graveyard, and he was missing the 4th land. So now that he has it, he's able to play something like the Archaeologist here if he wants, just to mill himself and try to find that Omniscience. I think that's more important than trying to buy time with something like the Meringue River Agent, or using that as card draw.
Well, the Omniscience is now finally in the graveyard from the Archaeologist. Archaeologist will get a counter onto it. And now, of course, the question is Jody able to cross the finish line here with some sort of removal spell to maybe get those last points of damage through with Jackson at 16? I think the answer to that question, unfortunately for him, is no.
Yeah, it's unfortunately looking like the win is not coming here, and Jackson will happily just block as much damage as necessary here with the creatures available to him on board, or just take it.
And you mentioned the Huskbuster Swarm, which is a real mouthful to say. It is a 6/6 Menace Death Touch, so it does make blocking at least a little bit difficult for the opponent. And you see Jackson is falling down to 2, and Jody, I'm sure, is thinking, is there any way I can get those last points of damage across? There's a there's the Revenant there, but that is not going to get the job done. And now I think we're going to be off to the races, as there's a Bulu's Awakening that's going to get back Omniscience. And now it's just a matter of if it's game over or not. And I think because there are 2 copies of the River Regent in hand alongside Roiling Dragonstorm, this might just be draw the entire deck.
Yeah, Jackson has access to everything he needs now. And you actually just saw the confidence from Jackson, his understanding of his own deck and how things play out from Jody's deck, that he just took that attack from the Diamond Weapon, said, I don't need that. And once you have the double Meringue River Regent, you are able to use one to bounce the other, and each time that you are playing one, you are, of course, able to return the Roiling Dragonstorm to your hand, continue drawing cards. So we're going to see Jackson have a position where he's going to go as deep into his deck as possible. Jody is able to use the Harvester here to try to remove the Omniscience in response. And it's a question of what can Jackson do here to stop that from happening.
And remember, the Omniscience right now, with how Bulu's Awakening works, it's actually a creature. Yeah, right. And so that's why Jody's able to use the Harvester of Misery and -2/-2 the Omniscience in response to the River Regent to try to actually kill the Omniscience. That's a weird thing to say because you see it on the battlefield. You don't see any power and toughness on the powerful enchantment, but you can interact with it, and that's what Keith is trying to do right now.
Yeah, and it is important to note here that because that's a channel on the Harvester.
Not even a spell?
Yeah, it's not even like Jackson can search for something like a Spell Pierce here and try to stop this easily. So it is going to be difficult for Jackson to stop this from happening. The question is, how much can he do in response in order to give himself another turn and get this back with another Abuela's Awakening if he's able to find one?
So those cards are going to go to the graveyard. And now,
potential for more maps, I guess.
There's the -2/-2. Omniscience is into the graveyard. Those creatures are going to get bounced to hand. The River Regent will continue to stay on the battlefield. You can see right now Jackson North's hand, assuming it's correct, is an Omniscience and a Forest Dispersal and then a temporary lockdown. So Jody's got life to work with. We'll see him untap here and deploy some of these threats again on the cheap.
Yeah, one thing we know already is Jackson actually had to discard a Abuela's Awakening earlier in the game. So there's only 2 copies in the deck right now. Of course, he does have ways to have some recursion and get back copies, but at the moment, he is in a position where he doesn't have the ability to get back the Omniscience in the graveyard immediately. And ultimately, Jody's deck, it doesn't cost much to deploy all of these threats again.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. So Diamond Weapon. And let me say it one more time with feeling, the Husk Burster Swarm.
Husk Burster Swarm
is back on the battlefield. That thing does have Menace and Death Touch. That's quite the elemental insect right there that's on the battlefield. A lot of fun to look at that thing. Didn't think we'd see this in the Pro Tour, that's for sure. But Keith is very happily registering this card and is very happy with it. And now, a little something from the graveyard, put a counter on the Town Greeter, it looks like.
Yeah, facing down 3 blocker says, okay, I have a menace creature. This is essentially 4 attackers. Of course, I believe our hand graphic said Jackson has a copy as far as Dispersal.
Doesn't.
But that was untrue.
Yeah, so Jody Keith is gonna win game number 1 here over Omniscience. Jody said, what happens if I get paired against Omniscience? Coat, baby, don't worry about it. I can't win. Well, Jody, you're up a game, and presumably things get at least a little better after sideboard. So Keith up 1, gonna be on the draw here. We'll take a look at the sideboard here, Monty, from you in just a moment. We'll kick things off with a little bit of scrying off the top, surveilling. That card's going to stay on top here for Jackson. We're going to head back Keith's way. What stands out to you in the sideboard besides perhaps this Duress that's being cast?
He definitely gets some help. Duress is a big one. He also gets access to Tear Asunder as an instant speed way to interact further. He does have access to cards like Scavenging Ooze that can interact with the graveyard in response to Abuela's Awakening. And there's also 2 copies of Haywire Might. So there's definitely a lot of help for Keith in the sideboard, but ultimately it's not quite cope, but it is the type of situation where you have a general game plan from your opponent that's really tough, and then you have some number of answers.
Souls of the Lost is now onto the battlefield. Additional cost to cast it. You discard a card or sacrifice a permanent. And this thing's going to start getting a little big, getting in the red zone here. So there it comes. You mentioned Haywire Might. Looks like that was Jody's draw step alongside Scavenging Ooze and another copy of Husk Burster Swarm.
Nailed it.
In hand.
Next time, no laughing. You'll get it.
I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah. No, you're almost there.
As there is Scavenging Ooze. And will Jody play anything else? Looks like the answer is no. So we head back Jackson's way. And it's going to be an Overlord. That's going to bring a couple of little bozos along with it.
Yeah, and you're seeing the difficult decisions that come playing a deck like this as Azorius Omniscience, where you're a combo deck, so you need certain resources, but the Duress taking away the temporary lockdown means that now Jody can run out of board like this, and Jackson is in trouble.
And there goes temporary lockdown. Scooz is going to take care of that as we head back Keith's way. Now, this is one of those games where not a lot of cards are in the graveyard here for Keith. So what we saw in game number 1, to be able to deploy the Swarm and the Diamond Weapon on the cheap, we're not really seeing that so much. We're seeing a lot more interaction and Up the Beanstalk on the battlefield. Up the Beanstalk is a little bit of a strange addition into his deck, simply because, you know, when we think of Up the Beanstalk, we think about the Overlords and so many things that Matt Nass used to win the Pro Tour just a handful of months ago, Leyline Binding, so on and so forth. This is just, my creatures are cheap, I get to draw a card, and that's not so bad either. So Haywire Might's going to take care of that Overlord for good. And now Scavenging
Should be
Ooze.
exiled.
Yeah, Scavenging
And
Ooze
it is.
stands alone.
Yeah, and Scavenging Ooze is a good card to stand alone here. Jackson does have that Meringue River Regent in hand, so has the ability to go for the Coil and Catch Omen side of it to draw some cards and try to set up here. But the discard isn't going to be helping you when you don't really have access to your graveyard safely with that Ooze in play.
Oh, there's the Swarm.
Yeah, and I think Jody's coped hard enough, because I think we're in good shape here.
Dare I say Jody Keith is cooking. Dare I say. There's the River Regent. That's going to bounce those 2 creatures, but they can just be deployed again as Keith will draw a card. And if you deploy that Husk Burster Swarm again, that's another card.
It sure is.
From the Up the Beanstalk, because Jody's going to, looks like, mill a couple of cards here from Rubble Belt Maverick. There's a bunch of cards in this deck that, you know what, as we were getting prepared for this tournament, there are a lot of words, a lot of syllables, a lot of cards where I'm like, I don't know. I haven't seen that one in a while, Jody. What are you up to? Can I read all of the cards in your deck to just make sure I know what's going on? But these cards, you know, weirdly enough, Monty, they all work pretty darn well together.
They sure do. Notably, Jody did just pass the turn without having Scavenging Ooze represented. There's a copy of Haywire Might sitting on top of the deck, but that's not available right now. So Jackson has a turn, and we know it's not a turn that he's able to do anything with, but if he was able to go Roiling Dragonstorm, discard an Omniscience, Boiler's Awakening, he could have started cooking there.
Yep, but he was not able. So now here's a Get Lost that's going to take care of the Swarm. A couple of map tokens on the way here for Keith. And that Rubble Belt Maverick will deal 1 point of damage. So we are in a weird, like, kind of grinded out game here for Jackson Norin Omniscience, who does not have any of the combo nonsense going on and is just kind of playing an honest game, attacking with a very large flyer. And now Keith has to figure out what his game plan is, because he's not really doing his thing with cheap diamond weapons and Husk Burster Swarms. So we are in grimy territory here. This one's an ugly one. Those are the fun ones to me. So map token, let's see where this is going.
Yeah, it's weird, because typically the fair plan of this Omniscience deck, when you get a River Regent on the battlefield and you're starting to attack for 6 in the air, this fair plan is pretty darn strong. It ends the game pretty darn quick. But the problem is, that's the case against a deck like Is It Prowess, for example, where once you've stabilized things, a large creature goes a long way. When you're racing against this Golgari Graveyard deck, all of their creatures are massive. So things get a lot tougher. And right now, Jackson's looking okay, but as soon as Jody finds one more threat to add on to this board, like that Overlord of the Baelmerk on the top of the library here, which he's keeping, things are going to be really good for him.
And you see Jody spreading around those map tokens a little bit. So the +1/+1 on the Ooze, a +1/+1 on the Rubble Belt Maverick, mana up to activate the Ooze a couple of times and simply passing the turn back. And remember, Scavenging Ooze can target both graveyards, so he might have some interest in actually taking care of some of the stuff in his own graveyard to grow the Ooze and gain a little bit of life, as we are in a weird sort of racing situation. So Ooze is going to target a couple of creatures in his graveyard.
You're alright for fast track this? Sorry? Fast track it.
And it looks like Souls of the Lost and the Swarm going to make the Ooze into a 6/6. Jody will gain a little bit of life up to 13. And we're going to head back Keith's way. Partner, we know what the draw step is.
We do, and Jody identified that I don't actually need these cards in the graveyard. One of the risks to doing the Scavenging Ooze Exile is, okay, if you draw a Diamond Weapon, if you draw another Husk Burst or Swarm, you don't have the tools in the graveyard to play them for the cheap. But when you're in a race situation like this, you know your draw is going to be Overlord of the Baelmerk, you know what's going to happen, and it's all about racing. Growing your Ooze by 3, gaining 3 life, putting yourself at a point where you are suddenly ahead in life from your opponent, well, that's just excellent.
Yeah. No More Lies is going to take care of the Overlord for good, so no Scavenging Ooze interaction there because it doesn't actually go to the graveyard when it's countered. It actually gets exiled, so exiled it will be. Jody maybe not thrilled with his play there, knocked his head a little bit, but the New Orleans native is going to play a Haywire Might and simply pass the turn back over to Jackson Noor, who has been emotionless through the majority of this match, but if I had the opportunity to get in that brain, I would think he is not thrilled with how these games have gone. Looked like he might be able to win game number 1, struggled there, and now can no longer even attack. The racing is gone because the ooze is causing so much trouble. Looks like that Regent is going to be on blocking duty to ideally give him another turn. This match has really gotten away from the player on the top line.
Yeah, it's part of the issue with mulliganing with this deck, but it's also definitely the issue with not winning game 1. Not to say that was in Jackson's control or not, that's just how the draws played out. But when you lose game 1 in this matchup and suddenly your opponent gets access to all of these powerful sideboard cards, we've already seen Scavenging Ooze and both copies of Haywire Might plus Duress this game. So if we talked about, 8 cards coming in for Jody out of the sideboard, and he's drawn 4 of those cards, he's drawn half of his sideboard hate, you can see the impact that they have on a game like this.
Yeah, they've all been pretty darn good this game. Scavenging Ooze hasn't, stopped Aboyo's Awakening technically from being cast, but it does have this alternate mode of I can get pretty big pretty fast, and I can kill you pretty fast, and that's kind of what's going on here as a Scrap Shooter's going to join the battlefield here. Noor's going to draw another card, and I don't know if it's a good one. Well, it's at least a start here in a Roiling Dragonstorm. So that one's going to come on down. He will draw 2 cards and discard here in just a moment. But again, it's the power of the Scavenging Ooze as Omniscience goes into the graveyard. It looks like maybe a temporary lockdown is going to show up. Okay, well, that's a little bit interesting, but the Haywire Might's going to blow that up with the trigger on the stack, so none of these creatures are going to go anywhere. But most importantly here, there's not going to be any real reset. And a fist bump means that we are all done. Jody Keith, in the matchup that he said he could not win, oh, he didn't just win. He got the broom out, partner. 2-0 against Omniscience?
Yeah, he made that look pretty easy, I would say. He knew where his breakpoints were. He knew what his strategy needed to be should he be given the window, which wasn't a guarantee by any means, but Jackson stumbled at just the right points, didn't have that turn 4 Boiler's Awakening in game 1. Game 2, all of the sideboard hate came out and just stopped him from getting that ball rolling, and then things snowballed, because that's what the Skullguard Graveyard deck does, right? The whole point of being able to play cheap creature after cheap creature after cheap creature is the game gets out of hand, and that's what happened.
The goal coming into this tournament for Jody was, if I just kind of go 4-4 through constructed, 5-5, like have an even record there, he said he'd be totally fine with that. He said he felt his strength wasn't limited.
Yeah.
He 3-0'd limited, which is where he felt he was good at. That's how he qualified for this tournament at that Spotlight Series. And now he's 1-0 in constructing and just beat his worst matchup. Maybe that's a player we'll have on our leaderboard for quite a bit. For now, we're going to take a short break. We have so much more Magic to bring you. Will it be a green-black graveyard deck that's not supposed to be Omniscience? Well, no, because Quintanoli's going to be in the future match. You know what that means.
Yeah, red.
Let's go. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Pro Tour Final Fantasy here in Las Vegas, Nevada. You may have just seen that MagicCon's coming to Atlanta in September, but we are here right now in Sin City, where we just watched Jody Keith get the job done with some crazy Golgari Graveyard deck in a matchup that he's certainly not supposed to win, but he found a way to do so anyway against Azorius Omniscience. And now we return to your regularly scheduled program, because we're going to watch Izzet Prowess here in just a moment against Mono Red Aggro. Two decks that we expected to see a lot of coming into the tournament. Now, did we expect 40%? Let me say that again. 40% of Izzet Prowess?
Yeah, it's time to rage, I think.
That's a lot of those.
Yeah, it's a lot. And you know what? Quintonoli, I have a lot of respect for him.
Me too.
He is a mage who plays one way, and I want to be very clear. It's not that he can't play any other way. He's very good at Magic and has a very wide range.
Yes.
He chooses to play one way. He enjoys this lane.
He very much does, and he's very good at it. Mono Red, top finish, which was last year, also with Mono Red. A 2-1 record in the limited format, going up against the inaugural, the first Super Series winner? Spotlight Series, thank you. Spotlight Series winner, Nick Odenheimer, who, that was in Atlanta, and now we can never take that away. All right, you are the first to get the job done and hoist the trophy in that tournament circuit. And now, with Izzet Prowess, the deck to beat.
Yeah.
But how does it do against Mono Red?
Yeah, I was casting that event, and Nick was playing the Leyline red deck, so he's been going through the evolutions of the best versions of the reigning red deck in Standard. And definitely this can be a tough matchup for Prowess, as we've seen the evolution of Mono Red in Standard. The latest edition, 4 copies of Magebane Lizard in the main deck, have really made things tougher for the Prowess deck. But one thing that I can say for Nick is he came ready this weekend, because the latest deck is Roaring Furnace for the sideboard. He's got 2 of them in the main deck here.
Well, one thing that happens in this matchup, because mountains and red cards are involved, is things happen quickly. So we saw a turn 1 Heartfire hero into an Emberheart Challenger. Both those things are long gone. A Braid took care of one, blocking with the Otter from Storm Chaser's Talent was the other. But now we see some key 3-drops from both players. On one side, it's a Screaming Nemesis, a card that we see plenty in Mono Red strategies. On the other is a new one, but it appears to be a very good one here in Vivi from Final Fantasy. The consensus opinion on this card, Monty, is that if you get the opportunity to untap with it, it's lights out. Do you agree?
Yeah, I would say so. It's very much a must-answer creature. It's the type of card where one turn with it is usually one turn too many, and that is sort of the stabilizing factor in this Mono Red against Izzet Prowess matchup, especially when Quinn doesn't have a Magebane Lizard in play, because now Nick just gets to go ham.
Well, we're going to see if Nick does go ham here, because it's going to be a stock up. That's going to trigger VV. Damage going to be dealt over to Quinn, fall down to 19. Stock up, one of the most powerful card drawing spells of all time, printed in Ether Drift. And so we will see Nick take a look at the top 5, take 2 with him. Rest are going to go on the bottom, so it looks like Odenheimer has found 2 cards that he's happy with. One of them is a Shivan Reef. Coming up next is a Monstrous Rage. That targets the VV. Trigger 1. It's going to make it a little bigger. Monstrous Rage means +2/+0, plus of course that monster roll. And now the VV activation means I think I'm looking at 5 mana, some combination of blue and red.
Yeah, so VV isn't the number of counters on it. It's its power. So it plays really nicely with Monstrous Rage. And once you start doing this, oh, things are very terrifying.
Yeah, this is that whole if you untap with this thing, you probably win thing, which is why you're going to see a lot of this card in blue-red strategies. Now, not all. It's not a consensus opinion that you play this card in the main deck. It lives in the 75 oftentimes somewhere, but clearly you're seeing Odenheimer using this, and now he's using this town ain't big enough to target his own card, Storm Chaser's Talent, just target Quinn's card there in Heartfire Hero, and this is getting pretty filthy.
Yeah, that secondary set of columns on the right of Nicholas's life total board there, that's his mana. So he's keeping track of just how much mana he has to work with to do all of the things that he's doing here. And when all of the things involve completely clearing your opponent's board and getting in for the large majority of their life total, putting them to 5, Yeah, there's no real way for Mono Red to remove this Vivi at this point. You have to kill your opponent.
Yeah, now it's all about going to the face if you're Quinn Tonoli. Face is the place, and I don't know if he's got enough to get the job done just yet, but he will know better than I, as he is a Mono Red master through and through. It was a very good start for Tonoli with Heartfire Hero and the Ember Heart Challenger, but clearly not good enough because we just all saw what happens when you untap with Vivi.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a big onus on Quinn to be able to remove it. And Nicholas understands that if he's able to untap with Vivi, it's going to be great for him. If he's not, he's already going to lose. So there is no real decision point of, oh, I can't afford to run out Vivi here. What if he has a removal spell? He has to go for it and just hope it's not there. And this time he was rewarded, and we see how big the reward can actually be.
Yeah, because with all the stuff that we just saw with Vivi, with the Monstrous Rage and all the spells that are cast, also gets to attack too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And if there is a win to find here, Quinn will find it. I don't believe there is. Looking at his hand, he seems a little too limited on mana, unfortunately. But he is doing the math. He is trying.
And we're going to start things off with the Monstrous Swift Spear. Oh, okay. Well, face is the place. Block with the Otter token. Otter's going to get in the way, and Quinn says, we will live to fight another day. So, Nicholas Odenheimer is going to win game number 1 here over Quinn Tonoli. A very nice game win indeed. If you wanted to come see Vivi do its thing, you just have the opportunity to, and it is really something. Now, Mono Red on the play again. Of course, we're exactly where it wants to be. So Tonoli is going to start things off with the Mountain and simply pass the turn back. So no Swift Spear, no Heartfire Hero. Maybe perhaps a removal spell, as there's a sleight of hand, nothing to target if it is a removal spell. So Torch the Tower among the options here for Odenheimer. And Torch the Tower is the selection. We know that. Quinn doesn't, but he may find out soon enough, as there's an Ember Heart Challenger coming across into the red zone.
Yeah, Tonoli gets access to some help out of the sideboard. Copies of Lithomantic Barrage coming in, one of the most popular sideboard choices this weekend, just for this reason. And being able to get on the board with a Screaming Nemesis always feels good, getting some damage through. But when your board is being contained to one creature, you're not entirely happy about it, and this is why.
You hear about this thing?
Yeah.
You seen this thing before?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
First time, Corey Steelcutter is showing up here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. That's for sure. As here is Screaming Nemesis being redeployed. You saw Corey Steelcutter into the Flood Maw to bounce the Screaming Nemesis, which of course Tonoli has just redeployed, and now Burst Lightning is going to take care of that Monk token, but the Corey Steelcutter is still on the battlefield. That's what makes that artifact, so problematic. I have to imagine another Monk token will be coming here soon, as stock up is almost going to guarantee that. So another copy of Into the Flood Maw has been found among the options. So, looks like Odenheimer's happy. Going to put those 3 cards in the bottom, 2 to the grip, stock up to the graveyard, and it'll be into the Flood Maw again. So, Screaming Nemesis, you go away. Monk will come to play, and that's going into the red zone once again here, partner. This is what this matchup looks like. It's cheap spells just back and forth.
Yeah, for those who have been with us through the years of professional Magic, this prowess deck plays very similar to Izzet Phoenix. It's all about managing your resources and aiming for a magic number of spells per turn that allows you to sustain pressure. For Phoenix, that number was 3. For Prowess, it's 2, just being able to trigger this Corey Steelcutter every turn if possible. So that's always a good feeling. And when you get that Magebane Lizard down, you're like, okay, great. Maybe I can stop my opponent from doing something. But 3 copies of Into the Flood Maw means that Quinn just can't stay on the board. And yes, he's pressuring Nicholas's life total. That is something that's very relevant. But as long as Nicholas can continue drawing cards and setting up this hand, he's going to be able to stop Quinn from getting over the finish line.
And this is what kind of the appeal is of Blue-Red. You have, of course, Steelcutter draws, you have these stock-ups to refuel, of course, stock-up triggers Prowess itself. It just feels like you have unlimited game actions as you over the course of a game. And that's not necessarily true, but it's certainly what it feels like. And you certainly feel like also you have a lot of agency over what's going on in the games that you play.
Yeah, I think agency is definitely the magic word. I think that's one thing that is the most common through line between professional Magic players is they just enjoy agency in the game. That's why they are drawn to decks like this, sometimes it gets oversimplified to drawing cards. Magic players like drawing cards, but that's not really about the drawing cards itself. It's what the cards give you.
Yeah.
It's feeling like the game was always in your control. You were making decisions to win or lose, and it was about the gameplay actions that you were able to take that got you across the finish line.
Here's that Magebane Lizard again. And looks like a Hired Claw is going to join it. A Screaming Nemesis comes across for another 3 points of damage. So as good as it all has looked here for Odenheimer, right? We've seen stock ups, we've seen 3 copies of Into the Flood Maul, we've seen Corey Steelcutter, we've seen just some awesome turns of using all the mana. What do we see that turn? That was a land and say go. Perhaps out of gas? We'll have to see. And this Magebane Lizard is definitely going to have an impact on things.
Yeah, from what I can see, Nick's hand is a land and a copy of Corey Steelcutter. One other card that I can't quite make out, but this is not the type of hand that's going to win you this game, and it very much looks like Quinn has managed to weather the storm of these Into the Flood Maws in order to push this game over the finish line.
So you see the blocks here from Odenheimer. See if there's anything instant speed related. There's not. There's a Burst Lightning there from Quinn Tonoli, and that's going to get the job done. So again, we see stock ups, we see Into the Flood Maws, we see Corey Steelcutter, and what we see is a win for Mono Red Aggro. So a third and final is where we're going to head here for this matchup. This time, and for the first time, Odenheimer in this matchup is on the play.
Yeah, definitely a very big deal being able to get that play draw in your favor. Of course, starting out with Storm Chaser's talent, this is huge. I think there's a huge difference between the games where Izzet Prowess gets to start with this card versus not. It's kind of innocuous, but at this point, we've all seen just how much this card is capable of outputting.
This will be a Magebane Lizard here from Tonoli. And this is kind of the big innovation that we have seen in mono-red strategies to combat the Izzet Prowess decks. It's pretty problematic, it's pretty annoying, and it's pretty darn powerful. It's also pretty darn dead right now, as that Adar token is going to come across into the red zone once again. Now the question here is, does Tonoli perhaps have another copy of Magebane Lizard? And again, it's very powerful in the matchup if it gets to stay on the battlefield. First one didn't, maybe a second one will. Looks like it's going to be just an Emberheart Challenger and an attack, and now a Hired Claw and passing the turn back.
Yeah, we've seen the innovation of the Furnace coming out from some of the Izzet Prowess decks as a way to deal with the Lizard, usually out of the sideboard, now in the main deck for Nick. And in the sideboard, he has that Rebel Salvo that we saw in order to have further answers to the trump card of the matchup in the Lizard.
Corey Steelcutter's first, Torch the Tower is second. It was bargained for, it looks like, so a little bit of extra damage there and exiling and all that jazz. So not a bad thing if you can do it, and Torching the Tower is what did take place, excuse me, so that's why you saw the Scry one. So let's see what the follow-up's going to be here for Tonoli, who's got to play a little bit of catch-up here. This is, again, the first time that he's actually on the draw in this matchup. Lost game one on the play, of course, won the second one, fairly straightforward. Now the third one, things get a little more difficult. It's not like this mono red deck is the bested blocking partner.
No, and he has the type of hand that you don't want to see in this position. It's all reactive. How we saw Quinn winning game 2 was he had access to that Screaming Nemesis. So every turn, Nick was doing what he could to keep that off the board or keep the Lizard off the board and get a little bit of development. But the inevitability factor for Quinn was that Nemesis was attacking every turn and getting that damage through.
Yep.
He has one Hired Claw. He has a Soulstone Sanctuary that's not a creature right now. And his hand is just all reactive. It's a Monstrous Rage that is only great when you're actually pressuring, which he's not right now. It's a Burst Lightning, and it's a Witchstalker Frenzy. Against the Corey Steelcutter, this is not the game plan.
Yeah, you mentioned the Burst Lightning. That gets cast to take care of the Otter token as we head back over to Odenheimer. And because Odenheimer's not really underneath any duress, this would be a good turn for a 3-mana spell, and that is certainly one of them.
Oh, that
here
one?
In
that
VV.
One?
Oh, this old 1-2 punch. You familiar with this thing? We got VV plus Monstrous Rage back. All right, so
I've seen this before.
That's also going to trigger the Corey Steelcutter. Don't forget that Vivi's going to ding upstairs here to Tonoli as well. And let's see what the follow play is going to be.
Yeah, Corey Steelcutter, notably, unlike a lot of the cards that we typically see in blue-red strategies that trigger off of your second non-creature spell, it's just your second spell. Vivi counts. Yeah, why not?
And so now here's a stock up.
Yeah, Stock Up is a bit of a soul-crushing card to see your opponent cast. It's so much gas, it's so much card selection, and it is just a lot of times it feels like when your opponent casts the first stock up, you're like, oh god. And then when they cast the second stock up, you're like, all right, we're done.
Yeah, it's basically over.
Yeah.
The second stock up is just too much to handle. And this kind of exchange is also just a ton to handle as well, right? As there's the Witchstalker Frenzy that's going to take care of that Monk token. But that's not the ideal use for that because, as you mentioned, this deck, this mono red deck, it wants to be very proactive. It doesn't want to be terribly reactive. And Quinn draws another land and immediately does extend the hand. Nicholas Odenheimer is going to win this game and match. Is it prowess off the back of Vivi from Final Fantasy is going to get him the dub. Very fun and powerful matchup, and I like seeing Vivi in action.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of debate within the players coming into this weekend of Vivi or no Vivi. In the Is It Prowess decks, we've seen the numbers fluctuating heavily across the board. Some teams decided it's only a sideboard card. I want it for certain matchups. I don't want it in the main. And I think Nicholas made it look really good there. But it does have to be noted that the answers to Magebane Lizard was what really enabled Nicholas to just be able to continue burying Quinn in that game.
Yeah, the power of stock up, the power of Vivi, those 3-mana spells, maybe the best way to build Is It. We will see. Speak of the devil, it shall appear. Max Rappaport, Is It Prowess. Again, 40% of the standard portion of this tournament, so we're going to see it quite a bit. Going up against Raul, who is playing Azorius Omniscience. So this has been also the fun conversation of this particular tournament is, all right, Omniscience 20%. Is It Prowess? 40%. How does Azorius Omniscience do against Is It Prowess? Well, most Prowess players say, I win a lot of the games after sideboard, so they have to beat me game one. And if they don't win game one, they can't win the matchup. Perhaps that's true, perhaps it's not. We'll have to see. What we do know for sure is that Max, oh, well, he did his job. He won game one.
Oh, yeah, he broke serve.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that we have to say about this Omniscience deck is no matter how consistent you make it, and it is quite consistent, there is still a fail rate in this deck. It's not always going to be able to get across the finish line and do its thing. And when you fall behind, when you start losing these game ones, suddenly the match gets a lot harder for you. This is something that we've seen age-old in Magic combo decks. If they have that insane game one win percentage, that doesn't mean they are going to win every match.
That's correct.
You still have to get that game one done and then close out a sideboard game against hate.
So let's zoom in here as we're in middle of game number 2. Looks like there's a Raul on the battlefield, a Storm Chasers, Talent, a Roiling, Dragonstorm, and his Raul Crackling Wit, of course. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put a loyalty counter on Raul, and, you know, that elevator goes up and down and all around. +1 will make you an Otter token. -3 will draw you a couple of cards as well. And that ultimate, well, if it does come up, I'm going to assume the game is ended, so we're not going to care too much about the whole draw 3 cards emblem aspect of the card. Max is kind of cooking right now with building out a little bit of a wider battlefield with Otters and Storm Chasers Talent, maybe bringing back some things on the other side, though, for Raul. It kind of looks like maybe on the struggle a little bit. You know, not too many permanents on the battlefield, and most importantly, the namesake card Omniscience isn't on the battlefield either.
Yeah, I think this is maybe a concerning trend that we're seeing in this first round of Standard. Of course, a lot of Standard to be played, but the Omniscience decks are not doing the thing that they are designed to do. Of course, this is a sideboard game. We are joining in the middle of the action, so we don't really know what's happened earlier on, but I do see 2 copies, I think, of Abuelo's Awakening there in Raul's graveyard, so there has been some gameplay actions taken. Maybe they were discarded because he couldn't find an Omniscience. Maybe they were countered by a Spell Pierce from the other side. But the end result is the same, which is Raul very far behind on board.
And the goal, if you're a prowess player at this stage of things, is now that you're hypothetically ahead, now you're just looking for roughly counter magic, just a way to stop anything big from happening. And this does qualify as a big thing happening.
Yeah, and you can't do anything about that one because Cavern of Souls on the battlefield, on Dragon, means that your River Regent is resolving here. That's coming down.
And the Meringue River Regent is down. It's going to return a couple of non-land permanents over to Max's hand. So on Raul's end step, Max is going to play an Opt, and we'll see what this yields.
We see the Otter gone, we see the Raul gone, and of course for Raul, he gets to pick up his own Roiling Dragonstorm, excuse me. So that is more ability to dig. I think there is a copy of Abuelo's Awakening in hand for him, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't see an Omniscience in the yard as far as I can see.
I can't see one yet either, but doesn't take much to get one in there if the Roiling Dragonstorm does cooperate. So we will see, as now here is VV. A little bit of a shoulder shrug there. I think one thing we might be learning very quickly about this tournament is that VV should be everywhere.
Yeah, you know, I said there was a lot of debate between the players. I'm going to wait another few rounds of Constructed and then maybe survey the players again and be like, so, how you feeling about it now?
Yeah, so what are we thinking now about this thing? Here is a stock up. I think everybody's agreed on this card. It's very, very powerful. Best in blue-red as 2 cards are coming, and Max is going to put 3 on the bottom. So the very powerful sorcery is done resolving. Will be placed in the graveyard here in just a moment. Let's see what else Max wants to do on this turn. This is one of those things where VV is a 3-mana spell, Stock Up's a 3-mana spell. You know, when you're getting run over, they don't look great. But when a game kind of looks a little bit more like this, where these players are actually kind of going back and forth a little bit, this is where VV and Stock Ups kind of shine because you've got time to work with.
Yeah, and this is sort of not the death knell, but the start of things going very downhill for Raul quickly is when Soul Guide Lantern hits the battlefield. Because now you're saying, when you try to do your thing that you've been unable to do so far, I have access to the answer.
Yeah.
So now you need your thing, and you need to be able to get through this. And that's asking a lot for not that many resources. Now, Meringue River region, still huge.
Yeah, and I think this might be the key, which is if I am Raul and I just draw running river regions, that might just be the avenue to victory, because the whole graveyard thing, that's not a thing anymore. The omniscience and the combo and all that jazz, not so much. So it might just be, hey, big dragons, plural, they can get the job done for me. And this strategy is not looking so bad, especially because they're uncounterable.
Yeah, I think it's really speaking to the innovation of this deck that you're seeing Cavern of Souls make it into an Omniscience combo deck. This is a real plan. Being able to access these dragons and force them through, this is a big impact to have on the board. And using that Spell Pierce there to counter what was essentially a tempo this town ain't big enough means that Raul doesn't want to give Max that much time. He just wants to put 12 damage on the board and say, all right, what are you going to do?
Yeah. So the plan there was the Regent bounced a couple of creatures. Max fought back, but this town ain't big enough, trying to bounce a Regent and his own Storm Chaser's talent, but a very timely Spell Pierce there from Raul said, I don't think so. I want to keep my dragons on the battlefield, thank you very much, and that all worked out just fine. So VV back in hand, among other things here for Max, and it looks like that might be where to start the turn again here for our Izzet Prowess players. So there the legendary wizard is. And let's see what the follow-up's going to be.
Yeah, and one thing that is really nice about Meringue River region is just how large it is. 6/7, that is a large dragon.
So there's Lithomanthic Barrage now.
That's 5.
Yep, chapter 2 on the Storm Chaser's talent, and now cast it again. VV's going to ding. Also, of course, get a little bit larger, and so that problem is solved right now if you're Max. Also pretty important here that Max is at 11, not 12 as far as the math is concerned. Of course, the Regent is a 6-power creature, so as things currently stand, it's going to take 3 attacks, not 2, to get the job done, as there's the Archaeologist, going to reveal a couple of cards in Temporary Lockdown, Roiling Dragonstorm, and a Plains.
Yeah, and I think something that you can do here by picking up the Temporary Lockdown there, if your Raul, is you can just force Max to have to use the Soul Guide Lantern or lose it at some point. And that means that you can put yourself in a position where if you can get that Omniscience in the yard, you're able to combo off. And 1 River Regent, I don't think is a fast enough clock right now. I think that's something that Max can definitely deal with. 2 was a problem. Max dealt with the second one. So suddenly, Raul does have to worry about the game state again.
The Regent's going to bring Max down to 7, and now here is temporary lockdown. Looks like that's going to resolve. So Soul Guy Lantern's trigger, well, we'll see exactly what's going to go on with this here, so I will wait patiently. And now it is going to bite the dust along with Storm Chaser's talent. So those are all temporarily, underneath that white enchantment. And there's Meticulous Archive, a little surveil action here. Looks like that card is going to stay on top here for Raul, and not a bad turn from the Omniscience player.
Not a bad turn. Vivi's still on the board, though. So that is one thing to worry about.
Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Come on. Come on.
Yeah, no.
It's just a 2-power creature.
It's just a little mage.
Yeah. Look at that cute little wizard.
Yeah. I believe Max has 2 cards in hand. I think. I'm not actually sure. We don't have access to the hand information here. Raul does have a copy of Abuelo's Awakening in hand. That we know for sure. 4 cards in hand for Max, excuse me.
Yeah, quite a bit more than 2. And whenever one is looking to see what's under the temporary lockdown, that's not the best feeling, because that kind of presumes that the lockdown's going to leave the battlefield. But we'll see. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here. We know there's a Raul in hand among other options, so let's see exactly where Max does want to kick things off. Looks like it will be Raul, Crackling Wit, trigger Vivi, ding you 1, down to 13. Again, don't forget, Vivi doesn't have Defender.
Nope.
Great, I missed that.
Can attack. So these players will make sure they have the correct life totals. We're all set there.
Yeah, and Raul did have to pay 1 life using a Darker Waste to cast that temporary lockdown.
Sure.
So maybe that got missed in Max's calculations, but certainly this is where Vivi is at his scariest. Didn't need to deal 1 damage, Cedric. You think that was necessary?
Well, depends on what you like. Depends on what you like. Looks like a sleight of hand here. And now another sleight of hand trigger. Oh, looks like Raul's making that climb a little bit too here. You know, I said that minus, I think it was minus 10.
Yeah.
I think I said that might not matter that much.
Yeah.
Might have been wrong about that.
Yeah, we'll see. We are definitely at a point where Vivi is not added mana yet.
No.
So
no, it hasn't.
Number go up.
And also, Raul hasn't been activated yet either. So the whole, you know, draw 3, discard a couple of cards. Vivi might be thinking about ending this one all on its own.
Yeah, this might be the last turn of the game. We'll see.
All right, sleight of hand's done resolving, so found the card. Okay, so this will be the old draw 3, 1 and a 2 and a 3. A couple copies of Into the Flood Maw. Discard 1, discard. There's 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Quarry Steel Cutter, don't need that one to win this game.
That's a good. That's probably good news.
Yeah, no, that's a good sign.
Here's Storm Chaser's talent. Yeah. Tapped out. Yes. Always a good question, by the way. Just I want to confirm, you have access to no mana and can do nothing.
You cannot stop me.
Got it.
From doing what I'm about to do.
Into the Flood Maw. Bounce that. Trigger. Deal you 1. Vivi has 10 counters. You're at 9.
I think that's 7.
Is that a 6 maybe?
Yeah, that's a 6. Only 7.
Give it a sec.
Yeah.
Give it a sec.
On. Let's make 7 mana.
Okay. Oh, get down. What does this do?
Huh. Cool card.
3 floating.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 floating. This town. Yeah. Last I checked, it is not close to big enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Hello.
There it
Hello,
is.
Vivi. How are you? Max Rappaport just showed us all the power of this 3-mana wizard. I hope you like Izzet Prowess, and I hope those who played it registered Vivi, because what?
Yeah. Really need to talk to these players about how they feel about Vivi after today.
Yeah, I think after this round, you and I maybe go have a little chit-chat with the folks out there.
How are we feeling?
You untap with that thing?
Yeah.
It's over. It's over. Wow.
It's going to be a fun weekend.
Oh, my goodness. That's unbelievable. This is going to be a fun weekend.
Yeah.
We've got lots of Izzet Prowess. We've got Azorius Omniscience, Mono Red. And let's just say one thing. If you're with us at the beginning of this round, Jody Keith feels like it was like an hour ago. Has a black-green Golgari-based graveyard deck that he feels is very, very good against that strategy and just beat his worst matchup in Omniscience. So if he's right, he could be the hero that we all need. But that's for future rounds. This round's done. We have a news desk where they'll probably talk about VV2, and they should, because that card, what? We'll see you back here in Vegas just a bit.
Race down to your local game store for Magic Presents Chocobo Racing, now through July 24th. Themed around the iconic Chocobo races of Final Fantasy VII, these events let you earn special prizes while participating in Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Limited Play. Rise to the top of your gaming community at your local game store championship, June 28th through July 20th. These events are meant to encourage competitive, cutting-edge gameplay and deck building, so get ready to test your skills in Standard Constructed. It's Pro Tour Final Fantasy live from Las Vegas, Nevada. We're outside, it's hot, but the action inside is even hotter. We've also got MagicCon Vegas going on this weekend. By the way, it's the biggest MagicCon of all time. We've got a cool arcade set up too. We got to go play some basketball over there.
Can we?
I'm challenging you.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Let's battle.
Can it be you versus both of us?
Yeah,
maybe we'll have a good chance.
I am a bad basketball player.
You
so
are,
yeah,
but
we'll
you've
see.
played.
I like that you say you are.
I've seen you shoot hoops, my guy. I know.
You don't have to throw me under the bus so fast, Ailey, okay?
Wow, brutal, brutal. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. We're into our standard rounds on day one of competition. Ray Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney with you here At the news desk, let's check out our leaderboard after 4 rounds of competition. Who remains undefeated? Plenty of people left in the tournament undefeated here. 331 players here this weekend. Check this out. Hall of Famer Shota Yasaoka starting out undefeated in the tournament.
Monty will be happy.
Yes, he will. Monty's favorite player. Bob Marr there, better known as Dark Confidant. Also starting out 4-0. An old school player coming back, just starting out in such an excellent position here. Jody Keith, 4-0, saw him on camera last round. Check this out. More of our 4-0 here. Then we get to our 3-1s. Yuta Takahashi has a draw there, 3-0-1. Reed Duke currently sitting at 3-1 as well. So a great start to the tournament for Reed Duke, the captain of Team CFB. Well, as I mentioned, one of those players currently starting out 4-0 is none other than Jody Keith. Started playing the game in 2nd grade. Said he just got into it by casting a stone rain on his opponent's land with a dingus egg in play. And he was like,
I understood
basically,
this reference.
This is where I had to end up after that. You know what I mean?
Some people just want to watch the world burn, huh?
Let's hear from Jody after his big win last round.
I'm here with Jody Keith, who has just picked up a victory that I didn't think you could pull off, because you told me yesterday, you were like, this is my worst matchup.
That's definitely the one I wanted to hide from all weekend, and coming right out of the draft, right into my worst matchup. I saw the deck list on the way over here, and I was not excited to play the match.
How did you pull it off?
Well, you pretty much have one line against the Omniscience deck, and that's present as best of a clock as you can, as fast as you can, and try and have a piece of interaction. In this game, it was the Harvester to -2/-2, which is uncounterable, which is cool. But or you could exile it with the Overwhelming. But I was lucky that I had it, and my opponent dug with the Colon Catch and couldn't find a Scroll Shift, which completely blows out your only plan if you even have the cards. And so I was very fortunate that my opponent didn't get lucky enough, or didn't find what they were needing. And there's a lot of cards that they could hit. So I felt very fortunate to win that first game for sure.
All right, well, Jody, you got the worst one out the way. I hope for your sake that you don't meet another one, because, you know, sometimes luck runs out.
Still trying to hide.
Still
trying to hide.
All right, best of luck for the next round.
Thank you.
Undefeated 4-0, Jody Keith. Congrats on the 4-0 start there for you. Well, Is It Prowess is our most represented deck in Standard here this weekend, but all opening hands are not the same, especially based on what deck you're up against. Corey's going to walk us through some right now.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you a couple opening hands, and then we're going to kind of look at these hands through the lens of our opponent. So it'll give you a little bit of a hint of what hands you can be keeping if you know the matchup in an open deck list tournament. So let's take a look at our first hand here from an Is It Prowess deck. So opening hands, we got 2 blue-red lands, we got Storm Chaser's Talent, Corey Steelcutter, 2 Torch the Tower, and Stock Up. We're on the play, pretty solid. We have a good proactive plan. We got some removal spells for other creatures across the way. I'm gonna keep this hand. But now let's look at it in the vein of a deck list we are playing against. We're playing against Anthony Lee and his Azorius Omniscience deck. We'll pull that deck list up here. And now looking at this, well, the one thing I'm gonna notice right away is, well, Torch the Tower does not have many targets. So looking back at our hand one more time, maybe now that this Is It player knows the matchup, we're gonna send this one back. You already have 2 dead cards. You don't wanna do that. So let's look at another opening hand, still playing up against the Azorius Omniscience deck. And even if we're on the play with this hand, we don't have any pressure. So good mana, good cantrips, that kind of thing. But with no pressure, no disruption like Spell Pierce, I'm gonna mulligan this hand against Azorius Omniscience, where maybe I would keep it up against other mid-range battles, maybe the Mirror, something like that. So now let's look at a third hand. We're post board now, up against Azorius Omniscience. Same problem. We don't have any pressure, but this time we have some solid disruption in the form of Ghost Vacuum and Spell Pierce. So this one, I'm gonna keep, as we can interact with the combo a little bit, and we'll find Corey Steelcutter on the top, right? Like,
of course.
That's how it works. So this is a way to look at all of these different hands in a different light when you know the deck that you're playing against. It's a good, you know, thought exercise when you're trying to prepare to play the best deck in the format, or any deck, really.
Gosh, Corey, I would have kept that opening hand. I don't know.
You would have kept, I mean, I would too, you know, but I keep some loose hands here.
So do
you
I.
know? I
Would
keep
you
some
say that
loose
no
hands.
opening hand exists in a vacuum?
Bravo.
Thank you.
Yes, I would
I'll
agree.
be here all weekend.
All right, everyone, let's set up round number 5. We're in standard here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Let's find out who will watch do battle first thing in our feature match area. This round, we have Ma Noah up against Arch Dota. Is it Prowess versus Azorius Omniscience, the 2 biggest decks in the rooms, both of these players on 3 and 1. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better here. Ma Noah qualified by winning a regional championship. The Champions Cup final in Chiba in February, started playing in 2013, got a top 8 at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 on Team CFB. Go to an RC, you could end up here like Ma Noah. Arch Dota started playing in 2018, qualified at an Ether Drift Pro Tour qualifier on Team Worldly Council Heavy Play. So those are our players. What about our decks?
Yeah, so let's take a look at Noah's deck to start. Is it Prowess, the most played deck by far with 42%? Let's take a look at the specific choices that we have here. And what we got cooking here, 1 VV in the main, the rest are coming into the sideboard. Otherwise, this is pretty sock. We basically see, do you have Swift Spear? Do you not? Do you favor VV? And I love this list, being able to be as hyper-aggressive game 1 and then pivot a little bit to add some more power in the post-board games with those VVs in the sideboard. So the opponent, though, let's take a look at this Azorius Omniscience deck. This is supposed to be a deck that is going to be very good against Prowess. When I say very good, I think it is maybe a solid 60-40, something like that. It doesn't really, get into 80-20 range, anything like that. You're trying to bring back Omniscience with Abuelo's Awakening, play all your cards for free, and then eventually mill out your opponent with Founding the Third Path and win that way, or just win with a bunch of dragons in play. Gets a little easy when you got a bunch of 6/7s in play to close out the game.
All right, that's a look at our feature match coming up for round number 5. We're here on Pro Tour Friday. But we here as the casting crew, we get in a little bit earlier to get ready for the big show. Hey, Ailey, what'd you do yesterday?
I played so many drafts. The
Same.
Final Fantasy set, the format is just so good. Like, I can't put my phone down and my laptop down, so I'm just, when we're not here, I'm playing Magic.
Yes, absolutely. What do you think we're doing in between rounds, fam?
Yeah.
We're drafting.
No kidding.
We're playing sealed, absolutely. And yesterday, we got to eat some steak. That was
I
pretty
met a
good.
puppy. Oh, it was so cute. His name was Milo, so if you're watching Milo, you're adorable and I love you. Thank you for the snuffles. I want to meet that dog again. Can we get a coverage dog?
We're ignoring
Oh,
Corey.
yes.
Corey, what did you do yesterday?
Roll the tape.
While the world sleeps, the ultimate grinder is here, building a better show. He is Corey Steel Cutter.
Red Steel.
Oh my God.
Wow. Corey, the agents are going to be calling you any second now.
Oh.
Hey, it's not easy. It's not easy building the sets around here, okay? I hope y'all had
No
fun.
wonder it's so
okay?
hot in here.
I hope y'all had fun.
Let's get round 5 underway before Corey picks up another power tool.
Good call. Honestly, good call.
Unbelievable. New profile pick alert.
Oh, man. Hard work, let me tell you. Hard work.
I apologize on behalf of the entire coverage crew. I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul. Take it away.
It's behind us.
Get us out of here.
Oh, man. New phone background incoming. Corey
Need any
Steel
welding
Cutter.
work?
I guess
Need any
Corey has a
welding
little
work
more
done?
time when he's not in the booth. I don't know, but man, that is ridiculous.
When did that happen?
I have no idea. When did he clean himself up? I feel like we saw him all day. Oh,
wow. Red Steel is upon us.
Yes,
Well,
it is.
we have to somehow transition from that back down to the feature match area. And this time around, regional champion round, if you will. And let's take a look at what we do have going down in the feature. It is Ma Noah versus Arch Dota down there right now. Matchup-wise, something you might want to get used to. Is it versus Azorius is the matchup.
Yeah, and this is going to be, outside of the Is It Mirrors, this is going to be the most common matchup that you see. Prowess versus the Azorius Omniscience deck. The Omniscience deck just, is an extremely degenerate deck. You kind of combo off and you kill people, and it's got, one of the most important cards against the Corey Steelcutter decks in the temporary lockdown. So if you can find that temporary lockdown, or if you're on the play, the Omniscience deck is favored, especially in the game ones. Now after sideboard, it does get a lot more difficult for the Azorius Omniscience player because the Izzet Prowess deck gets to board in more copies of Spell Pierces and Negates, and then all of a sudden you can't just rely on your turn 4 kill to actually carry you to victory.
Alpha, so I started game 1 then too.
Arch Omni on the deck box over there. And there it is.
Yep.
Red Steel, Corey Steelcutter.
But this was Ma on the draw here. No damage. Like ideally in this type of matchup, you kind of want to get a Storm Chaser's Talent in play turn 1, at least put some pressure in. But of course, we have seen the Steelcutter just, you know, build up damage out of nowhere. Like you have 2 creatures in play, you think you feel safe, and then out of nowhere you've taken 15.
Moment of truth for Arch.
This is a tough hand. If you look at Ma's hand, he can't even make a token next turn. That's a Monstrous Rage and a bounce spell and 2 stock ups.
Really? Speaking of, here's stock up for Arch.
And Arch just, you know, looking to try to assemble the combo. Some of the things that you're looking for, combo pieces, card draw effects, perhaps a temporary lockdown to get the cutter and maybe a token. Because if you're on Arch's side, you have to think that it's very likely that Ma is going to be able to make a token this turn. But he actually won't be. Look at his hand. Double Monstrous Rage and into the Flood Maw. I mean, this is such a slow start here from the Izzet Prowess deck. And, you know, the Azorius Omniscience deck kind of feasts on slower starts like this.
Arch looking at the board and saying, I haven't even taken a point of damage here. I'm at 20. There's no board state to speak of on the other side.
Yeah, and he
about best case.
Resolve the stock up too. This is just everything that you want here if you're on the side of the Azorius Omniscience deck. Okay. Digging, digging, digging. All right, there is an Abelis's Awakening in Arch's hand, so just needs to find the Omniscience and put it into the graveyard here.
Roiling Dragonstorm land go. Okay, this turn's got to be good here for Mono, right?
Right, yeah. I mean, this is going to be a double Monastery Swiftspear turn here.
That works.
That is a ton of damage. So it's at least 4 damage, but I don't know if, does Ma have a 4th land here? It doesn't look like it. So you can either choose to just play Opt here just to get in for 3 extra points of damage, but there is also into the Flood Maw. If you want to play around potentially a temporary lockdown, it's like Ma really wants to find an island here. Does not find it. So he's going to get in for 6, but now then Arch can just simply just play that lockdown in hand if he needs. Or, I mean, if he casts this Moment of Truth, finds an Omniscience into the graveyard, likely going to be over.
What's the correlation on Omniscience battlefield win?
Often, if you can, basically if you can get, if you have a Meringue River Regent, like if you draw 2 of those and a Roiling Dragonstorm, that's the lock. Like you basically get to draw your entire deck because the 2nd River Regent you play, you just bounce your other Regent, and every time you do that, the Roiling Dragonstorm gets picked up. So that's kind of the lock. There are times you can fizzle, although it is kind of tough. Although noting that Arch's hand, he only has the 1 extra copy of Roiling Dragonstorm here, so does need to find something off of that. Or
here we go.
We'll see.
There's Omniscience on the battlefield. Another moment of truth, but you see the temporary lockdown. That's really the key here, right? That'll just buy him so much time.
Right. Just needs to find some more card draw effects. What can you find here?
Some velocity, perhaps. 10 mana enchantment. It's simple. It's a simple one.
Just play all your spells.
Just you can play your stuff. Go.
Yeah. And there are some ways to try to interact this. If you get the Omniscience in play, if you have a removal spell, you can actually kill it while it's on this deck. So one common line that people actually make is play a 2nd Omniscience as the first spell you play once the 1/1 Omniscience token is in play. Another innovation that these decks have made over the past few months is the addition of Scroll Shift. If you add Scroll Shift to your deck, when your Omniscience is a 1/1 and they try to Torch Tower it, you just blink your Omniscience and all of a sudden now it's an enchantment. It's much harder to kill.
There's that 2nd copy of Omniscience you just mentioned, Paul. Backup plan acquired.
Okay, so this tells me that Arch actually just ran out of gas, so no card draw effect. So
Interesting.
Ma's got to be thrilled he actually gets to live here and
Yeah.
has a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance, but how does the hand match up? You see the Drake Hatcher there, double Monstrous Rage, into the Flood Maw stock up, and another into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, I mean...
Threat Light.
Threat Light, he's just got the Drake Catcher, which he's likely going to run out here. And I don't think you have a lethal attack if you try to bounce the lockdown. Let's see, if you bounce the lockdown, you do get Swift Spears in play. They do have haste. Then you have the Quarry Steel Cutter. So we got to do some math here. Although you also have to consider the fact that not only does Arch have a 1/1 token that he can block with, he's also got an Afara's Dispersal in hand.
Right, so he can interact with something here.
Yeah. It's like, if you're on Ma's side, do you just go for the kill this turn?
There's into the Flood Maw.
Did he tap 2 mana for this? What's going on here?
Yeah, why did he? Yeah, he
Yeah,
pre-tapped the island. There we go.
Right. He does have a bunch of Monstrous Rages in hand, so...
Yes.
Let's see, I mean...
2 in the hand and then drew 1 for the turn, too.
Yeah, so if you're just going to go for it here, might as well just start things off with a Monstrous Rage and then see how Arch responds. So you get a 2/2, a 2/3, and a 2/3 that gets a Monstrous Rage trigger as well.
Yeah, it gets the...
So 5/4 Trampler. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage coming in.
There's a Dispersal.
Oh, just dispersaling it right away. Well, I was like, well, I can't kill you this turn.
Right, I can do a bunch more,
Yeah.
but not quite enough.
I mean, you can go for another Monstrous Rage, but
Right.
remember, the lockdown will come back into play next turn. But Ma does have the second copy of Into the Flood Ma, so somewhat interesting here.
This is a line.
But Arch does get a Surveil here. That's huge, right? He just wants to
Every
find
single
a river
card.
region or anything.
Bottom.
If
That's
Arch
what Noah's
keeps something on
thinking.
top, that is bad news for Ma.
Noah's just praying for bottom here.
It looks like an Archaeologist.
Yeah, Pelagic Archaeologist.
Okay, well, I mean, that's better than a random draw probably, right? Because it does
Right.
dig you 4 cards deep for maybe a stock up. Like, if you find a stock up going, that's going to help out a ton.
So Noah's going to go ahead and play the other Monstrous Rage. So maximum damage this turn will come across, but it is not lethal.
It is not lethal.
What did it end up being? 9?
The token on the left is a 3/3, I believe.
Ah.
And then on the right, it's gotten 2 Monstrous Rage triggers.
And then it'll have the
So
plus
3,
1,
4,
plus 1.
3, 4 plus 3, so 6. Yeah, you're right, 9 damage.
Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, right?
Oh, kind of 4 on that. 2 prowess triggers, plus 1, plus 1, and it's a 1/1, so it's actually 4, so 10, right?
Was he at 13?
He was
Or
at 13.
12. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the monk gets a plus 1, plus 1, plus it's a plus 1, plus 1, and then 2 Monstrous Rage triggers for prowess is 4.
You're right.
Yeah.
No, the monk only got created after the second spell got cast.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Well, they counted it as 4, so
Right.
maybe we missed something there, but
So Arch now going to be leaning on this Archaeologist here. What do we have? Oh, okay, founding the third path, sure.
Check the grid, yeah. So I target stock up? Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
and target
Okay.
stock up.
So that is a stock up.
Yeah.
And this one you actually have to pay mana.
That's
for.
annoying. You have 2 Omniscience in
Yeah.
play. Like, come on.
All right, here we go. I see a blue card. Oh, there's a River Regent. And most likely, that'll get it done here. Because even if founding the third path, the instant kill at this point here is basically you mill your opponent out by once you find 2 Meringue River Regents and founding the third path, you basically just deck your opponent.
I see.
Right, so, but the thing is, the founding the third path is in the graveyard. All you need to do is just find an Abuelos' Awakening, which is already in Arch's hand.
Yeah, and you see the River Regent hitting here, but there's only 1 around though, right?
Yep.
Okay, but one of the targets is going to hit the Archaeologist. Of course, the Roiling Dragonstorm comes back to hand because of the Regent.
Doesn't get the Regent there though, because it's non-spell. But you remember, you can just play Afara's Dispersal on the Regent again, and then just replay the Regent, which picks up the Roiling Dragonstorm and picks up your Archaeologist.
Not looking good for Manoa here. All right, there's the other one.
Oh, another stock up. Yeah, and this is just going to lock it up here.
Wow, down to 3.
Yeah, down to 3. But the thing is, you know, back in the day, these decks used to play Burst Lightning, but most decks have shifted over to Torch the Tower. So there's not any instant speed burn that Ma can play on his upkeep before he mills himself out here.
Yeah, not even like double Burst Lightning, that type of thing.
Right.
All right.
So Arch just going through the motions now with the double Regent here. I mean, Moss should know what's up here at this point, but maybe he just wants to see how much of the combo Arch is, you know, adept at playing. You know what I mean? Just like, how good is he with this? Like, just want to figure out how he's going to actually look to try to kill me here. But it's, you know, I'm going to draw my whole deck. You can probably even just demonstrate the loop at this point. It's like, hey, I'm going to draw my whole deck, and I'm going to reanimate my into the third path, and then I'm just going to continue bouncing it over and over again with my Regents. You have no cards left in your deck. Your turn.
Manoa does not look happy about the proceedings here.
Yeah, I mean, his hand was really rough, honestly, for this matchup.
So
it's just when you look at that hand, you have such a low percentage chance to beat the Omniscience deck with an average draw. But of course, we are 3-1 at the Pro Tour. A minor sequencing error here while you're comboing off. I mean, this deck just requires lots and lots of game actions here. But honestly, he already has the 2 River Regents and an Awakening in hand. So you just, you know, get the Founding the Third Path in play, and then just get going with the mill already. If Arch has a counterspell in his deck, maybe he wants to find a counterspell, right? Like a Confounding Riddle or something like that. If that's, you know, some decks play 1 copy of that.
Mill you for 4.
Okay.
And there's the second Regent.
There's the loop.
So,
I know, but future match. Okay. It's more fun. Okay.
oh, that was nice. Manoa says, I know how it works, but it's more fun for us, actually.
Is it more fun?
Definitely.
Well, okay. It's more
Look
fun.
at this. This is cool.
It's more fun when you just flip the deck into the graveyard.
Yeah.
You just.
That is fun.
There you go.
There you go. Manoa.
There you go, Ma.
Coverage all-star.
All right.
Plays it out for our benefit and then knows exactly what you're thinking, Paul.
Oh, man, I love it.
That was great. Game 2. Players will get to consult sideboards. Do you anticipate major percentage shifts post-board?
Oh, absolutely. I think game 1, the Azorius Omniscience deck is firmly favored. Maybe like, I think Corey mentioned it, somewhere around 60-40, something like that. It is far closer post-board. I would even say it's possible that the Izzet Prowess deck might be a slight favorite after sideboard. Not only do you get to have a bunch of VVs out of the sideboard, which lets you play around temporary lockdown a little bit better, but also you just have, instead of Torch to Towers, you have access to actual counter magic to prevent your opponents from comboing off.
Flogi Archaeologist starts it off for Arch this time. Is this another slow start here for Manoa?
I will say you are not in as big of a rush here to win after the sideboard game. As long as you just make sure you keep up mana before they get to their 4th mana, right? You just like, oh, if there's an Omniscience in the graveyard, like you don't just tap out for something. You just, maybe if you keep the counterspell up. So not as big of a rush here.
There's Vivi.
Oh, yep. There is Vivi. Does Arch have a removal spell? No. No removal spell here for the Vivi. So we've seen it. We saw last round.
Put on your seatbelt.
Vivi untap, win the game. What can you do here, Ma?
Yeah, there may be a bit of watch this coming your way. Let's see.
So there's a Storm Chaser's Talent and a Stock Up. Now Arch does have a Spell Pierce, which would be pretty good here against the Stock Up if that's what Ma wants to lead off with. The Enduring Curiosity wouldn't do too much here just because you haven't cast a spell yet, although you can lead things off with a Storm Chaser's Talent, then play the Enduring Curiosity. Now remember, like Vivi's ability, you don't have to tap it for mana. It's just, you just get to use it once.
You get to pay 0.
Right. But of course, the Archaeologist also in play to block, so.
You can see Arch up there just kind of smiling. Not much you can do at this point.
I would say this is
Decide to use a Spell Pierce or not. That's your...
Yeah, pretty good Spell Pierce target, especially because you have a negate in your hand too. Yeah, trigger on the stack. You want to Spell Pierce it. You do not want the VV to get the 1 mana, the 1 counter, because then you can pay for the Spell Pierce.
Yeah, that would be embarrassing to say the least. So, Spell Pierce does take care of stock up.
Looks like he's using the mana from the VV to keep up 1 mana here. Because remember, you can only use VV's mana ability on your turn. So, if you want to be representing a Spell Piercer here or Into the Floodmaw or something, you want to keep your land untapped.
So Arch ends up at 18, facing down a 2-powered VV, but escapes the turn.
Yeah, escapes the turn, but every turn this VV stays in play, it just can really get out of hand. I mean, Storm Chaser's Talent can get back the stock up that's in the graveyard.
Another Roiling Dragonstorm here.
Yeah, and Arch needs 2 pieces of the combo, doesn't even have 1 right now, right? You need to find Omniscience, put it into the yard, and find Awakening here. Ooh, and Ma finds a Soul Guide Lantern. Nice little sideboard tech card here to deal with the Abuelos' Awakening. Of course, temporary lockdown also deals with that too, so you can try to set that up too if you need. Okay, so he takes 1.
Thinking has been called.
Yeah, well, he does have Negate up.
Okay.
And the thing is, since there's no Omniscience in the graveyard, I think you just let it resolve and just have it stay in play, especially because you do have that lockdown in your hand.
Both of these players traveling a good long distance to come here to Las Vegas. Manoa came from South Korea, and London, UK for Arch.
I had to come pretty far too. Went on the 215. Took a 20-minute Uber. Yeah.
Being combat?
Okay.
Combat?
All right, combat's going to happen.
Could just play out the Enduring Curiosity here, right? Just pay 3 mana plus tap a land here, 4 mana. You're still immune to temporary lockdown, your 2 biggest threats. And you still get to draw a card, so I do like this.
Make 3 blue mana. This is after blocks. There's Curiosity.
And Arch doesn't really have anything he can do here, so he's going to take 1. Or excuse me, 2 damage.
And that's a card.
And draw a card. Yeah, look at how much worse lockdown looks after sideboard.
Yeah.
Right? He might have to fire it off anyways, just to get the Storm Chaser's Talent off the battlefield and the Lantern. At some point, you could scroll shift it to get more triggers off of the Roiling Dragonstorm.
Right. Well, there's the lockdown, but it's, as you said, it's not the devastating play that it would.
Right. You still have to deal with a 3/6 VV and an Enduring Curiosity with an empty board.
Yeah, the 2 best things.
Right.
What's left over.
Now, if you're Mod, you just sack the Lantern here to draw a card. He's got an Into the Floodmaw. Could, I guess, just fire that off on the lockdown.
Everything will just stay the same if you do that.
Right. Or you could just wait. But I guess if you wait, the Dragonstorms come back into play. And
they do, and the Otter.
Yeah. So it looks like he's doing it with the trigger on the stack here, so nothing gets exiled.
Oh, but there's the negate to protect.
There is the negate. Draw a card. At least he gets the, oh, I guess no fish.
That was Steel Cutter.
Okay. Would need another card to go with it, but yeah. I mean, this is 8 damage and 2 cards. No, 9 damage with the Steel Cutter. Also, you can just play Steel Cutter and equip. That is an option.
You can do that.
That is a legal line.
Do not have to wait for the free.
Is that a second Steel Cutter?
Yeah, it was.
Oh my. Is that just lethal? It has to be. Wait, no. 6, 4, 8, 2 pings. Yeah, I think that's lethal.
From 14?
From 14, yeah. You play both the Steel Cutters, that's 2 damage from the VV. VV becomes a 6/6.
Yeah,
so that's
all
12
you need.
damage, and you get the 2/2 token.
That's like easily enough.
Right.
And since he's tapped out,
Yeah.
Manoa just gets to say, watch this.
Vivi getting it done once again.
Wow, super impressive. Dodging temporary lockdown, providing extra mana, extra damage, all of it.
Table alpha.
Wow. Game 3 incoming now between these two.
Somebody in the chat goes, Steel Cutter has equip? Can you, like, even if it didn't have equip, it's just, it would be, you're not playing that card for the actual manual equip cost.
You can see both players on 7 cards here, Manoa and Archdota.
And Ma, once again, with a ton of good sideboard options here in hand. You've got the Vivi, the Ral. Ral is also really hard to deal with.
Finally, the turn 1 Swift Spear for Manoa. He's been looking for that the whole time.
Yeah.
Arch on the other side is going to Roiling Dragonstorm their temporary lockdown away. Wow.
And if you're Ma, you have to know that Arch at least has 1 lockdown in hand.
Yeah, they have to have
given the discard.
Especially I mean, they're literally staring down a Swift Spear. Yeah. Is that Opt? Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah.
It is a very cool version of Opt.
Keeps it on top.
And draws it. It's an island.
Actually, I think there was a slight sequencing thing here. You always want to lead with the Verge. And not the mountain. The reason being is it still taps for red mana, but if you draw an island off the top, then all of a sudden you have the ability, this turn he could have gone, you know, Opt and then played another blue spell this turn.
Talent or something.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very little, but it does matter.
Arch is going to go for stock up, and they get their pick. What do we see here? Oh, wow, 2 more temporary lockdowns for Arch. The big Overlord, an Archaeologist, and a Get Lost make up the hand, but it's about to be added to.
Pass. 7, right? 7.
So Ma has to be really, really aware here of just the lockdown, but I think it's just, you just run out the Vivi again, right? There's just, you can't really get punished for it too badly, and you're certainly not interested in just playing a pair of Storm Chaser's Talent. Look at that, wow, that thing just flew out onto the battlefield.
Manoa knowing exactly what he wants to do that turn, and it's cast Vivi.
Are we gonna see some red splashes for Lithomantic Barrage now out of the sideboard?
Oh, yeah.
Vivi has been extremely impressive so far.
Very much so. Another Roiling Dragonstorm here for Arch as they look at the possibilities.
Yeah, I think at this...
Seen so many cards.
Yeah, you're just...
Wow, second lockdown.
It's kind of a race now. You're just trying to assemble your combo, I think. Okay, well, there it is. That is an answer. That is certainly an answer, but...
Thank you.
Ma certainly has the ability to use those map tokens as well, right? You can still just use that to try to sculpt your draws, put some extra counters here on the Swift Spear, and this turn you can just play the Ral, right? Like there's not even an Omniscience in the graveyard. I think you just play the Planeswalker, and Arch probably has, what, 2, maybe 3 copies of Get Lost Max at a sideboard?
Okay. There's Ral Crackling Wit.
You can make another Prowess token here if you like.
14.
And a chip for 2. Go. Right. Still, Arch has had a lot of time here. They're really... Big sigh there from Arch. They did not like what they saw.
I mean, untap land is not terrible. Like, if you want to play, for example, temporary lockdown this turn, it's not the worst, right? You play the lockdown, you get the prowess creature. You just don't want any prowess creatures in play at this point. And you also get to cleanly get rid of the map tokens, right? And then you follow that up with an Archaeologist, so you still have something in play. Helps you find your combo. You have the Abuelo's Awakening. So, I mean, I don't think this is... Obviously, Ral is very annoying, and you have to find an answer. But I feel like Arch is definitely not out of it here.
Yeah, I think Arch is trying to avoid, you know, those explosive oops, I died turns.
Right.
And doing a good job so far.
Oh, finds a get lost.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, all right. So now you found an answer for Oral. Okay.
Oh, get lost doing work here.
Yeah.
We don't have any more. Yeah.
There's speed bumps.
4 map tokens now.
But again, any turn that Manoa decides to start burning map tokens is one where Arch says, I'm probably not dying this turn.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it's good setup, it's good value, it adds up, but...
But Ma does have lots of mana and a Monstrous Rage in hand, so I mean...
Okay.
Could get close, right?
So is Arch just trying to set up for a temporary lockdown that actually kills the thing that they care about?
Exactly. You just want to have, like... you basically want to play a lockdown and have an empty board. And the fact that he was able to find that get lost was so big.
So big.
Dealing with both the Vivi and the Ral here.
Arch has discarded 2 temporary lockdowns, by the way, this game. So I don't know if that means that Ma says, they're just off of that plan, or there's probably the third.
Yeah. Ma has to be pretty careful here. Again, I don't know that there's going to be enough here for lethal. So now we're looking at 4 damage coming in. Okay, yeah, go in for a map token activation.
On the Swift Spear.
What is that? A land? Shivan Reef. Okay. Guess you can do it again.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was describing, right? Arch is like, sure, not dead. Every turn counts so big on Arch's side.
Okay, getting an extra power. So now both of the creatures are 3-powered creatures. So that's 6 damage. If you cast the Monstrous Rage, that's 3, 4, 5 damage. So 11 damage, and then you play another spell, that's 13 damage.
Wow.
And of course, there's 3 toughness on the other side that can block. So it's not quite lethal. Unless Ma had double Monstrous Rage, but we know he doesn't.
Is there a world here where Arch takes a ton of damage, but then they get to untap, play that temporary lockdown, and actually be stable? Like, Ma has to really plan around that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. You see the immediate
and Ma being patient here. I actually think if I'm Ma, I probably want to keep using map tokens here. At least one more. Maybe keep up Spell Pierce, but it's like, you know that it's so likely that they have a temporary lockdown here, right? They discarded 2 copies already. So might as well try to get some extra value here, hit a land or find a good spell like a Kori Steelcutter, but keeps 2 mana. What do you have though?
Especially with
what are you gonna do with your mana is my question. It's like, why don't you use the map tokens here? You still get to keep up Spell Pierce.
It's not like Arch has much of a choice here.
Right, because he revealed a Shivan Reef, right? So we don't know what the top card is on Ma's deck.
Yeah. But we're going to see temporary lockdown, and it's going to be very effective.
Yeah.
I mean, everything,
yeah,
right?
No, it's going to get everything.
Like actual every permanent on board
Arch
outside
is still
of the land.
at a pretty healthy life total here. Now, Ma still has a Storm Chaser's Talent, which you can play, activate, get back like an opt, I suppose. But yeah, this is big.
Everything. And the maps are gone.
And the map tokens are gone, which is why I really wanted Ma to at least use one more activation of the map there.
It was another Spell Pierce on top.
Oh, a second Spell Pierce that turn would have been so backbreaking, right? Being able to counter that lockdown.
It looks like that's what he was representing.
Right.
Right, double blue, but
it's just like you have no
just
choice
has
though.
No choice.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, well, it's time to start building a board back here for Manoa. So a Prowess Otter.
Prowess Otter, get back probably an opt and pass, something like that.
Just go with it.
Yeah. Hey, maybe you just get it to the last level, right? And then every time you cast a spell, you get to pump out some Prowess tokens. And I like opt just so you can keep the mana up, cast it end of turn. Also, you know, with Opt, if you do have a bunch of instants with the Steel Cutter in place, sometimes you can make a token on your opponent's turn.
I will say these Spell Pierces are starting to fade.
Yep. And then you just passed. Right, moment of truth. So your Spell Pierces are pretty bad. Do you want to just fire it off now, just when you can get anything?
I'd be feeling a lot of pressure
Right?
to do that.
Yeah.
Because you cannot counter a 4-mana spell at this point.
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's just Arch is going to play around the Spell Pierces whenever they can. So
Right.
just fire it off to get something.
Right.
And you got the second copy later, so.
I think you give Arch credit if you're sitting in Mon Noah's seat to not just run into a random or a one-off Spell Pierce here.
Right.
The second one, okay, that's different.
Yeah.
3
Yeah,
cards
I
left. to
mean,
pick
if
from
if Ma finds a land, go to level 3 and play Opt, right? That's an extra prowess token, so that's something. Okay, looks like a Roiling Dragonstorm. Yep. Does have the Awakening. If Arch can just find an Omniscience, then just put it into the yard.
I don't know if Arch shaves Omniscience post board or how that whole thing works,
Yeah.
but we haven't seen one, and they are a lot of the way through.
This is savage.
What was it?
You Arch blinked the temporary lockdown, so all the Roiling Dragonstorms for a brief moment comes back onto the battlefield
That's
here.
3 of them?
So you just get to just draw a ton of cards here, and Ma just has no pressure left over.
And you get a card.
You get a ton of cards.
Well, you get a card at the end of it. I mean, like an actual.
Oh, with the actual scroll ship, yes.
Good Lord. That's so many cards.
Yeah, that is just way too many.
And then on top of it, it takes out the 2 permanents
Yeah.
that were relevant for Ma.
So if you're on Ma's side, you got to go, okay, well, maybe a Steel Cutter off the top. Play the Steel Cutter, play the Opt, find the stock up, right? It's like there are sequences here that can maybe get Ma back into this, but it's tough. VV, Ral.
Let's see if Ma can find something.
All right, it's going to fire off that Opt here.
Still hope. Bottom. Another Opt.
Still digging. Still got to keep.
These type of
firing these
decks can
off.
really string you along. You know? Keep going. Opt again. Maybe. I think it's a fairly narrow subset of cards here.
Yeah, it's a stroke.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's a good card in the matchup, but still just the longer this game goes and no pressure here, it just, you have to favor Arch's side at this point. Stock up, scroll shift, River Regent. Oh my.
This is incredible. Arch.
So, Ma's just like, come on.
Arch
This is
wants to
so
see
many cards.
all the cards.
So what is this? So basically Arch gets to look at 7 cards and discard 3 cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
3 triggers.
3 triggers.
3 Dragonstorm. Yeah. So 1,
Yeah.
2.
At this point, Arch can almost hard cast Omniscience. He's going to have so many cards.
That's funny.
Also, Arch also brought in Overlord of the Mistmores.
Yes.
I'm actually curious how many copies of Azorius are even left after the sideboard. It's possible Arch
Of
just...
Omniscience?
Yeah. It's possible Arch just sideboards into mostly just an Azorius control deck, right?
That's what I
Where
was
you're just
wondering
like,
too.
hey, look, I've got Get Losts, I've got Lockdowns, right? I can win with Overlord of the Mistmores. I can just win that way.
River Regents
Because
attacking.
Arch has gone through more than half their deck at this point.
That's
There is
what I was
some.
saying.
All right, there is at least one Omniscience in the
Okay,
deck.
there
it
is one. And you see the Abuelo's Awakening, though that will be a little later here. And Arch says, I'm going to go to discard Fallaci Archaeologist.
Too many cards.
And another land off the top here.
I mean,
just pure misery. And he also chose to keep the Disdainful Stroke, which at this point will hit something, but it doesn't look.
It'll counter the Awakening.
Right.
So I suppose Arch won't win instantly next turn.
Right, so instead you lose to the Reaver Regent.
And
all
the
other
stock
stuff.
up and all the other things, yeah.
Yeah, you're just overwhelmed at that point. Come on, Noah. Have a sip of water. Like, this is the point of the game where you can relax a little bit because you know that your chances of winning are extremely narrow.
Right.
And if you are to win, it's really nice. You don't have to, you get to pretend like your opponent has 7 lands in hand. You know,
Yeah.
because it's not like you get to play around stuff.
At some point, you actually kind of throw the playing around anything out the window. Right. It's just like that's kind of the hallmark of a great Magic player. But when you're this far behind, you're just, I hope you don't have anything.
I mean, I know some players who start the game that way, but don't recommend it.
Arch playing this very, very patiently. That's 3 Awakenings on top. Probably going to get a second copy of Awakening and has a negate. So now really has the ability to play Awakening next turn and keep up Counterspell mana. Actually, if you just get to 10 mana, you can play Awakening, keep up negate, and play Awakening again if needed. As long as you can find land number 10.
Library starting to get a little low for Arch, but they...
Yeah, here's the thing, though. It's like you don't even necessarily... especially given that Ma has no resources, you just get 3 dragons in play and just say go, right? You don't have to get too scared about decking yourself or what have you. It's just find the River Regents, play an Overlord, and then just win that way. You can even use Abuelos' Awakening on the Overlord.
Is that another Shivan Reef? Oh, no.
Yeah, this is basically just over.
Now we're in the how much pain, you know, of watching your opponent make game actions over and over and over while you just get to do nothing.
All right, it's
Come
time
on,
for the
that's it.
stroke, I suppose. Or maybe you let it resolve and just...
And hope that they have one play that you can nab. Yeah.
I don't know, Marshall.
Yeah, the 6-spell hand may have something to say about that. Yes, we're counting libraries, though. That's probably 15-ish.
It's like, do you counter this or just say, okay, all right, gonna go for the counter. Arch actually does have land number 10 here, so can let that resolve and then play another Awakening and then see what Ma has. If Ma has another Disdainful Stroke, you can negate that back. Actually, did Arch not play a land for their turn?
Has
I
Ma
see the
tapped
plains.
mana for this Disdainful Stroke, or?
Oh, no.
I mean...
Omniscience isn't playing both sides? Yeah.
I thought that Arch was waiting for Manoa to tap mana, because it's just kind of how it goes, but that wasn't the case. At any rate.
Yeah, Ma's got all the lands. Yeah, it should tap your mana here.
Probably go ahead and pay. There you go. In the meantime, an Omniscience is on the battlefield.
Yep.
And Ma is probably at the stage also of just thinking, like, what if you went too threat light? What if you didn't leave enough
What if you
combo
accidentally
pieces?
boarded out all
right,
your
like something like
cards?
that. You know, because sometimes people do go, okay, yeah, cool, you got it, I scoop. And it's like, you know what? Like, what'd you do with the sideboard to get to this point? I want to see.
I assume that's an Overlord.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep, it's an Overlord.
Of the Mistmoors.
Of the Mistmoors. With a negate, there's a Meringue River Regent still here. You could use that to bounce the Overlord, replay the Overlord, get more tokens.
Yeah. At this time, Arch just doesn't want to draw too many more cards. I mean, they're fine. They've got 15 or whatever, but just you want power on the board, start turning stuff sideways.
Or
wait.
Wants more cards.
Oh, we're gonna fly pretty close to the sun here.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you need.
Maybe there's just a combo there.
Yeah. Why did we play the Overlord of the Mistmoors then?
Right, because now you lose the
tokens. Not that it matters too much here, of course.
Right. This is mostly academic, but we have seen things get weird.
Yep.
But this is one of those, like, you're so far ahead.
Right.
It really doesn't matter. No, you make infinite tokens now.
Okay.
Yeah. You make infinite flyers, and you have 2 Meringue River Regents in play.
And then so just 1 turn attack.
Yeah, exactly. And you're at 11. Like, what can Ma do here?
Right through infinite creatures. Yeah. Ma says, how many you want?
Can we get a little piece of paper with the infinity sign? I think you
can
have to
do
choose
infinity.
a number.
You do.
have to choose a number. Okay, fine. 1 trillion.
Yes! Yes, Mono! Yes!
Yes!
Oh.
So there is.
That is awesome. I mean, Mono is losing this
6,500,000,000.
game and this match badly and still having fun with it, still making it exciting for us here in the booth and you at home. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
It's hard to do that when you're losing.
Oh, that's a stock up, Marshall.
Don't even. I mean, play it, but don't even.
Hey, what if there's a fire magic?
How about
all right?
negate?
He's like, nope.
Spell Pierce, make you pay. Yeah, tap your lands. And then he's going to concede.
Yeah. Okay.
Good game.
Monstrous Rage or Creature, probably. Go Monstrous Rage or Creature. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Monstrous Rage.
That's definitely happening here.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh, before damage.
Yep.
Yes, Mono. Yes. So awesome. Great match. Arch Dota picks up the win in impressive fashion. That took a good 3-game match, but really interesting to see how things played out.
Yeah.
In the late stages, particularly of Game 3 post-board.
Yeah, I really liked Arch's kind of approach there, especially in the post-board games. Not really doing, because Game 1, it's kind of, I just need to survive. I know you have almost no interaction for me to kind of go for my combo, but once you go into sideboarded games, that's not the case, right? Because Ma's going to have counter spells and stuff, so really just focusing on the control plan, just like, okay, I can discard some lockdowns. I'm going to take some damage. I just need to play the board carefully, continue sculpting the perfect hand. And then once you got that lockdown going with the scroll shift and the triple dragon storms, it's just like you have so many cards. It doesn't even matter. And he went for the combo like on what, turn 15 of that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just, you might as well just be playing any control deck where you just insert random win condition here. And in this case, it was the Omniscience combo.
Yeah, players that know their deck really well, they'll do that. I got the Boa Constrictor going. You're not getting out of this, and I'm going to play it as safe as possible. So a good win there for Arch Dota. Manoa gets to keep battling. However, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, though, we've got more round 5 action here from Vegas. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada. And take a look at all the action outside. But where you really want to be is in here with us. We're at the convention center for MagicCon. Tons of people around, celebrities, everything's happening here in Vegas. And we've got the Pro Tour happening right now. You may not know about that, but you're about to find out. We're in round number 5. We're in standard. We already covered draft earlier in the day. We're going to repeat this, by the way, tomorrow, and then we'll have top 8 Sunday. If this is your first time tuning in, welcome. We're happy to have you along. We get to watch Mono Red play against the same deck that we just saw. There's Pedro Perini from Brazil. Pedro straight up won the RC there. So that is one way that you can qualify for a Pro Tour like this, is just by straight up winning. You take a look at Joel Doolittle here from the United States on Azorius Omniscience, qualified via Regional Championship Portland, where he managed to win 9 rounds in a row, and even a round on the next day for 9 in a row total. He said he scraped into the top 8 to get the qualification and then immediately lost, but still.
The qualification is really the only thing that matters for most people. It's all about just getting the opportunity to play in the Pro Tour.
Not a fan of money.
I mean,
prizes, fame.
I think if you ask most people, it's the qualification.
See, hired Claw here for Pedro. So much different matchup here. Well, maybe not that much different, but Azorius Omniscience versus Mono Red Aggro. And as is custom, this version of Mono Red really is tuned for maximum speed, maximum damage.
Yeah, there's so much more pressure that comes out of the Mono Red decks compared to the Prowess decks. The Prowess decks have actually kind of slowed down. There are many lists that don't even play Monastery Swiftspear anymore, and so you're really only down to the 4 1-mana Prowess cards, whereas Mono Red's playing 10 1-drops, a bunch of 2s, and also it's got a fair number of 3-mana creatures as well, cards like Screaming Nemesis as a nice way to dodge lockdown. And, you know, the combination of Screaming Nemesis into Witchstalker's Frenzy, or in this case, Pedro Perini playing 2 copies of Charring Bite, Twin Maw Stormbrood. So that's another way to, you know, finish your opponents off by dealing 5 damage to your Screaming Nemesis.
That's right. We see it dealing 5 damage to the Oracle here. That's going to clear the way for damage, though. Twin Maw Stormbrood. Better known, perhaps, as Charring Bite?
Yeah, in Limited, it's close. But in Constructed, yeah, absolutely.
Not as close.
Absolutely. It is basically, you know, we've seen variations of this in the past, like Roast, but in this case here, you have the Charring Bite.
Right. So there's a temporary lockdown. That is exactly what Doolittle needed to do. You see no third land drop here for Perini for a couple of turns, but he does have the Manifold Mouse back up.
And Charring Bite does get shuffled back into the deck here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eu castei, deixei aqui, só que na verdade isso aqui é embaralhado, né? Isso aí já faz os 2 turnos.
Ah, isso aqui deveria ter sido embaralhado. Tá bom. Tu sabe a posição de alguma carta?
Looks like we have a Portuguese-speaking judge on hand. That's always nice.
Essa última carta tá. Então essa última carta não vai ficar, porque tu sabe a posição dela. Essa daqui tu vai embaralhar. Tu tá recebendo uma advertência por violação de regra do jogo.
Tá, mas na verdade ela não embaralha a última também?
Tem razão. Ela embaralha a última.
Então você embaralha.
Just to explain to you in English, I'm sorry. This was supposed to be shuffled. We're going to shuffle it.
Yeah,
and I'm going to give you 2 extra minutes.
You heard that from the judge for Joel and our benefit in English.
Yeah, missing that land drop really, really big here from Pedro's side. But hey, you know, with the Manifold Mouse, always super scary, right? At any point, they can just have a monstrous rage in their hand and just kill you out of nowhere with the double strike and trample. But Pedro was on 6 here. Does he have the Awakening here? Nope, just getting that off the battlefield.
Jeez, that's a lot of respect for the Manifold Mouse.
Yeah.
Just lock it down.
All right, land number 3. Is this a Screaming Nemesis?
Yep, it sure is. And that's it. It's going to get in there.
And this deck is just so much better at dealing with the lockdown because you just have so many haste creatures that can just keep piling in for more damage even after a lockdown. So now, I mean, let's just say Pedro has a 5 damage spell in hand and Joel has no interaction. I mean, that would technically be lethal next turn.
GG. Screaming Nemesis is the bane of control players.
And there is a Witchstalker Frenzy.
Really?
Pedro's hand. So what Pedro could do here is
and he can actually do it all.
After damage.
But still in combat.
Pay 3 mana, 5 damage to Screaming Nemesis.
So now Pedro's just like tap out. Just do some things.
Yeah. Play 2 Dragon Storms and pass.
Right.
And don't keep up at blue.
Yes,
right.
yes.
Yeah,
see 1 Dragon Storm.
Yeah, Joel, the thing is there's not that much interaction in this deck. It's 3 or 4 copies of Lockdown and 4 FR's Dispersal. That's basically it.
There's 2
Oh,
of
there
them.
is the second one. Can he find a Dispersal here?
He really needs
Just to
it.
not. Oh, I don't think he has anything here.
But Pedro, how does he figure out? I mean, you still get in the 3 either way.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets bounced, it gets bounced, and you just play it again next turn, right?
Plus, I mean, is Joel really going to take the 3?
Right. Yeah, you just attack.
Take 3,
5.
then
All right.
to me that's
Here it
green
is.
light.
Combo.
End of combat.
Yep. He's no longer attacking.
He found number 4.
Right.
Land number 4 anyway, but.
Oh, he's like, do I just go Manifold Mouse now? But remember, Joel has an Omniscience in the graveyard. If he has an Abrosis Awakening, I don't think you can afford to pass here. I think you have to go for the Witchstalker Frenzy. Yeah.
And that is going to do it. 5 more damage. Is what we call Xaxes. Wow, through 2 temporary lockdown.
Right.
And it was game 1. I mean, that's impressive stuff for Mono Red. Game number 2 incoming. And it does look like Pedro is down to 6 cards.
We'll note that the matchup doesn't get that much better, though, for Mono Red after the sideboard, just because Mono Red doesn't really have too many ways to interact with the combo, right? So it's kind of a racing situation, but I imagine Joel in the sideboard is going to be bringing in more removal effects for this matchup. So, when you look at the Prowess matchup versus Azorius, I think the Prowess gets percentage points. Here, I think the Mono Red deck actually loses percentage points after sideboard.
It's one of the big downsides of playing any monocolored deck is that you just cut yourself off of so many options out of the sideboard.
Right.
You do get consistency, fewer lands. It's a trade-off.
And Archaeologist, some decks do play this card. A nod to the aggressive decks in the format. It helps you fill up your graveyard. Hopefully you can get an Omniscience in there. Also, just blocks, right? Just, hey, blocks the Monastery Swiftspears, blocks these Heartfire heroes. And even now, it's like you can't even attack.
Yeah.
Right? Just completely brick-walled Pedro's assault here.
Yeah, that Archaeologist milled 3 nothings and just picked up a +1/+1 counter instead.
And I think Joel has a lockdown here in hand. Curious if he's going to run it out or, yeah. Joel's just like, if I have a lockdown, I'm just going to play it. I don't want you to go, Manifold Mouse plus Mountain into Monstrous Rage. Like, let's just keep my life total as high as possible.
How about 20?
Yeah. Ooh, Tersa Light Shatter here from Pedro. That's a 1-of in the deck.
That looks like it has haste.
Yeah, another 3. That's basically the 5th 3-mana haste creature in the deck. And only discarding 1 card.
17.
Not what you want to see generally on the other side. You're like, oh, wow, your hit must be pretty good.
Hired Claw hits the yard. And then Tersa gets in for 3. Down to 17 falls Joel.
Scroll Shift in the yard. There is an Omniscience in hand, but what is Joel working with here?
Mentioned it before, but both of these players are with us in this PT via Regional Championship. And if you're looking to qualify for a Pro Tour, that is definitely one of the ways to go.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Pedro, in fact, has done it twice now. He has 3 regional championship top 8s already, so he's kind of crushing it over there in Brazil.
He really is, and that's a tough place to do it. There's a lot of really good players out of Brazil.
Yeah, we got Paulo even playing in this tournament.
Yeah, speaking of really good players from Brazil.
One of the greatest. Okay. Getting in for 4, and I'm really curious what Joel has here. I see a white spell.
Paul, we're going to get a chance to see Paulo next round, by the way.
Ooh, his deck is nice. That's all I'm going to say.
You want to see a GOAT tier player play? Like I saw Paulo was so nice. I gave him a hug. He's been playing for the past few years, and it was so great to see him. He's got a real demeanor to him. But, oh, there's Beza. But funny part about Paulo is he's such a chill person, but he's a killer. Like, you sit across from him at Magic, and it's like, you are not coming out of that without a fight.
I mean, he's a world champion, multiple Pro Tour champion. He's top eights a Pro Tour every 4 Pro Tours. Just think about it.
On average, yeah. That's an incredible average.
All right, well, Beza is huge here. I mean,
Beza,
it
the
is
brick wall.
one of the absolute best cards here against Mono Red. Wow, and the Lithomantic Barrage here from Pedro to deal with the Beza. Fully expecting that, and now, I mean, these tokens are basically just chump blocking, right? And if Pedro has a Monstrous Rage, that can also get in for a ton.
See what we can take away from the blocks here from what Joel does. Is there
just
another
block
lockdown
both, I
coming?
think. Yeah, I imagine you just block both and try to keep your life total high.
Well, you got to be happy with Beza.
Yeah.
8 a card, gained life, blocks.
Right, absolutely. That's a Meringue
Maybe there's
River
another
Regent.
one?
Okay, now using the draw 3, discard 1 mode here. Does have that Omniscience. Oh, and finds Abuela's Awakening here. So now you can discard Omniscience, has the combo, and sitting at 17 life, you got to feel like you have at least 1 turn here, right?
Difficult to die from 17.
Yeah.
Not impossible.
No.
But difficult.
Given that I don't see any of the mice in play, it's a lot harder, right?
Double
Because you need that double strike, trample, Monstrous Rage stuff to kind of get it done.
Well,
okay. Give it haste probably. Hit for 4, 5, 8 damage here.
Hey, that's a pretty productive turn.
Yeah,
but
he's tapped out now.
Pedro's not going to be happy to see what happens here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Perfect. I'm at 9.
Yep. Joel's like, all right, it's time to.
Did you get the tone? Perfect. I'm at 9.
Yeah, go ahead. Whatever. Are you done? Are you done?
Watch
no?
this.
All right, here it is. It's time.
There's Abuela's Awakening. Okay, we have Omniscience in play.
That is a very long.
Wow.
Could have maybe trimmed the edges a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, and he already has both River Regents in hand. So that means Joel's just going to draw his entire deck here.
Oh, he's already got that all set up.
He's already got the 2 River Regents, so you can just go bounce one of your things, play it, replay the Dragonstorm, bounce my Dragonstorm, bounce my dragon, bounce another one of your things, just do the loop over and over again.
Just do that.
And that's just game.
Yeah, and that is going to be game. Pedro Perini has to scoop him up as Joel Doolittle picks up game number 2. Speed bumps aplenty there from Joel. He was able to advance his game plan. Beza, perhaps the most important card there for him.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Outside of the combo.
But now you're the mono red player on the play.
And it looks like Joel's on 6.
Okay.
I assume this deck mulligans a fair bit.
It looks like Pedro's also on 6.
Yes,
So
there's 6. There's Hired Claw there for Pedro.
And I see 2 Abuela's Awakening. Don't want to draw those in multiples usually. First land was a village here. I wonder if Pedro has a mountain. Okay, and no creature here. So can't cast spells. You can only cast creature spells with that Rockface Village in play. Okay, and now there's the Archaeology. Yeah, can't even put a +1/+1 counter on the Hired Claw.
All right, well, no +1/+1 counter on the Archaeologist this time because
found something.
It was the goods. It was temporary lockdown.
Needed a mountain here, but it looks like, I mean, there is a cost of playing all of these non-mountain lands.
Yes.
There's the Sanctuary. I believe Pedro has a 2nd Sanctuary. So maybe if there's a 3-drop, right, you can still play it. So that would be good. Tursa Lightshatter would be fantastic, just as a way to find an actual mountain.
Looks like there's both Screaming Nemesis and Tursa available.
Yeah. Tursa seems like it makes more sense right now, given that you're still probably digging.
And there's Tursa Lightshatter.
How many cards do you discard? Oh, okay.
The other
Light Shatter, okay.
Yeah, there's a legend, so.
So attack with both, take 1 from the ping. maybe chump block the claw. Oh, no. Just, okay, minimizing the damage that you take. Sure.
Yep. Joel plays all the way.
Right.
Sweep the board when you can, chump block when you can. I mean, it makes sense because there could be a temporary lockdown in the near future.
Yeah,
Maybe not this turn.
The only issue also with Joel's hand is even if he gets Omniscience in play, I don't really see a big card draw spell in hand.
Oh, okay.
So. Yeah, so play the tap land. Now is probably going to be looking to use the Afara's Dispersal on Tersa Lightshatter, hoping for an Omniscience on top, put that into the graveyard, hoping for Omniscience plus a stock up or something. That would be the ideal situation.
Guess you can dream. There's that mountain now for Perini, but...
Is this lethal? Hold on.
Screaming Nemesis hits the battlefield.
Well, not through the Afara's Dispersal, but, right, this is 8 damage.
7. 4 after you cast priority. Dispersal?
Oh, and if you want to counter the Surveil, you can just Witchstalker Frenzy the Screaming Nemesis to counter the Dispersal and deal 5 damage to Joel.
And get the emblem-y thing.
Right. So that also prevents Beza life gain, right? If Joel just slams a Beza next turn, won't be able to gain life either.
That mountain was key.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Burst Lightning in hand too.
You could do that too if you just want to if you want to be able to replay the Screaming Nemesis and not kill it, right? But you still have that emblem to prevent the life gain from the Beza. So
it just feels
two good
like
options.
the Surveil. Maybe we're saying that because we have a look at Joel's hand, but wow. Would be really, like Joel would have to be pretty frustrated. Like there's so much hope in that Surveil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Pedro's gonna take the lower route here.
Right.
You take 2.
But now Joel gets
Emblem
the dig.
happens, but the Surveil will happen. See if there's an Omniscience and some action in there.
I see a River Regent and an Island.
Okay.
Probably don't want the Island.
Regent is nice for later, but you really need to get to that Omniscience.
Yeah, but the thing is, if Joel goes keep... okay, just binning both, actually. Because if you cast the Regent, you just kind of died to Screaming Nemesis plus Witchstalker Frenzy next turn.
If you cast Coil and Catch, you're not. You can't just do nothing.
Is this a lockdown for one thing?
It is, just for the Hired Claw.
Oh, tapped out. If Pedro draws 1 land here, that is lethal, right? Oh, there it is.
Mountain off the top.
Nemesis attack for 6. Witchstalker Frenzy after damage.
Wow. What a win for Pedro Perini, having to really thread the needle on, well, all of the games, really, but a great win for Mono Red.
Yeah, I mean, those 3-mana haste creatures just do so much. It turns out the key to a temporary lockdown deck is 3 drops. And this Mono Red deck, not only did it have the full 4 copies of Screaming Nemesis, but also the 2 copies of Tersa Lightshatter. And that combo is just not, it's just, you don't sniff at that combo. That combo is incredible. He used it both games 1 and game 3 to close out that game with that Witchstalker Frenzy.
He did really, really effective there. And well played by both players. Great stuff to watch some of our regional championship qualifiers as they battle. That's going to do it for this round here from the booth. We're going to take a short break here from Las Vegas. When we come back, we'll be right there at the news desk setting up for the next round. Don't go anywhere.
Enter Arena Direct Live right now, and you could win a Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Collector Booster Box. You'll need 7 wins to earn the grand prize. Use your sealed deck building skills on MTG Arena and play today. Enter as many times as you want through June 21st. Need a little more time to prepare? There's an upcoming Arena Direct on MTG Arena where you can win up to 2 Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Play Booster Boxes shipped to your door. 6 wins gets you 1 box, and 7 wins earns the grand prize of 2 boxes. Enter and win as many times as you want as the event runs from July 4th through July 6th. Welcome back to Vegas, everybody! Here we are, Pro Tour Final Fantasy, 331 players battling for a $500,000 prize pool in Draft and Standard, and it's been awesome so far this tournament. MagicCon Vegas also going on this weekend, the biggest MagicCon of all time. There is a live look at the play area right now as our players do battle. Very exciting stuff. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Hey, you played one of these Arena Directs today, Ailey.
I did.
How'd you do?
Speed run that thing. I won.
Very well
thank
done.
We're not worthy.
Nicely
Yeah, my deck
done.
was nuts. I had Kefka, and that card is not okay.
That's good. That's a good one.
Woo! Very cool stuff. Let's check out our leaderboard, everyone, and find out where we're at here in our tournament on day 1 of action. Check it out. We've got 9 undefeated players left in the building. One of those, Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer, currently sitting at 5-0, has won 2 Pro Tours, one in 2006 and one in 2016. So we're about 10 years between each one.
Nice,
So
yeah.
this would be another one that'd be pretty nice, timing-wise.
That's a nice little tradition. Every 10 year, I guess I'll win a Pro Tour. Why
Yeah,
not?
absolutely. Bob
It's
Barr,
time.
also undefeated Hall of Famer. Checking out some more records here. Ken Yukihiro currently sitting at 4-1. 4 Pro Tour top 8s to Ken's name. Ian Robb sitting at 4-1. Made the top 8 of our last Pro Tour. So congrats to Ian on doing so well here at the start of the tournament. Welcome back to the news desk, everybody. Somebody who's currently sitting at 4-1 is none other than Arch Dota, who said their goal this season is to make multiple Pro Tour top 8s. Does the journey start here this weekend? Let's find out.
I'm here with Arch Dota, who has picked up a victory against Izzet Prowess, the big bad in the room. Arch, pretty happy with how the deck performed against the most played deck?
Yeah, it was a bit questionable coming to the event because I didn't expect so many people to be on this Vivi new version. I think the game went sort of as I planned. It was quite difficult to think of a plan before the tournament, but I think it sort of panned out how I wanted to. Yeah.
It was a pretty long matchup as well, so definitely one of the more grueling matchups I think you'll have. Are you feeling pretty confident now going into more of the Izzet matchups?
Always one at a time, but yeah, I think I have a good plan. I think my deck is pretty solid. It's always very tiring when both decks are playing instant speed, so you're playing all the time. You know, sometimes you just play cards and pass, don't have to worry. These kind of matches are just always thinking all the time, so feeling good, taking one at a time. Yeah.
Well, here's hoping for a couple more turn 4 combos, because then you don't have to think so much, right?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Good luck for the next.
Thank you.
Sarge Dota currently sitting at 4-1 in the tournament. Well, this is officially the biggest standard of all time, with more than 4,000 cards for the players to choose from. That's it, Gordon.
Those are rookie
4,000.
numbers.
Tiny.
15 sets.
Tiny.
And now we're going to take a look at some of the top cards here this weekend from each set, starting with Dominaria United, Corey.
Yeah, so let's put up our slide here with Dominaria United. This is some cards that we've seen for a very long time, but we just saw them take down the last Pro Tour. Leyline Binding and Zur are classics in Domain, and then Temporary Lockdown is really being played in basically every non-Izzet deck to be able to deal with it.
Up next, we have the Brothers War, Monastery Swiftspear, Haywire Mines, and Philagi Archaeologist, making their presence known here this weekend in varying numbers.
And then we have Phyrexia, All Will Be One. We've got some exciting cards here from this set. Tyvar, Jubilant Brawler, hoping to see some of him on camera this weekend. A Roots fan?
Yeah, there's some good ones there. We've been seeing a lot of Roots deck. I'm excited to see that. Next up is March of the Machine, and here we got a lot of our maybe sideboard cards or our role players as far as Dispersal, being able to bounce something out of the Omniscience deck ends up being awesome. Lithomatic Barrage, a great sideboard card as well. And Scroll Shift, just awesome. Just awesome.
From there, we go to Wilds of Eldraine, where we have, you know, a couple pretty decent cards. I mean, this Monstrous Rage one seems kind of good.
Seems fine.
What does it do? Oh, it just kills you. Yeah, Monstrous Rage is pretty darn good indeed. Up the Beanstalk, Torch the Tower, Sleight of Hand, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron. I can't wait to see the Agatha decks in action. Please, let's do it.
Well, you're going to see it real soon.
Yeah, Ayla, you might be alive.
You're going to get your wish real soon.
Not quite, though, because
No.
First things first. Corey's going to talk to us more about some open hands.
Yes. Let's head back to the lab and kind of look at some more hands, if we should keep them, and then we'll bring in a deck that we're playing against to get a better scope of exactly what's going on. So let's take a look at our first hand that we got here, see if we want to keep or mulligan this hand. We are playing Azorius Omniscience. We're on the play, and we're not really doing exactly that, Ayla. We're not really doing the combo thing here. We have a lot of removal. No More Lies is a solid counter spell when you're on the play, and as far as Dispersal, a solid card as well, but we're not doing anything here. So normally I would say let's mulligan. But now let's bring in the deck we're playing against, and it's Quinn Tonoli, the mono red king here, playing the most hyper-aggressive deck in the format. Now let's look back at this hand and look at it through a different lens. Now we have a lot of ways to deal with this hyper-aggressive start from Quinn, so I'm actually going to keep this. You'll end up finding your combo a little bit later, and you're able to buy yourself so much time with this hand. So I would keep this. Let's take a look at our second hand. Still playing against Quinn on mono red. We're on the play here, and yeah, this is a snap keeper. This is looking real good. It really does it all. You're able to play Roiling Dragonstorm right away, discard the Omniscience, bring it back with Abuelo's Awakening, even with a counter spell on turn 3, and then just hope you get some gas, River Regent, that kind of thing, to just win on turn 4. So this is kind of the ideal hand you're looking for Omniscience, so I would keep that one. Let's look at our third one. Now we're on the draw here up against Quinn. And yeah, we got to start off with the mana base. We have 1 Pain Land, and then we have 2 come into play tap lands with the Meticulous Archives. And then we can put the Omniscience into the yard and, you know, have the ability to sift away some cards with the River Regent. But this hand is just too slow. You need to be doing something on the early turns to interact with mono red, or you're just going to die. So this is an okay hand in slower mid-range matchups, but up against mono red, you very much have to prioritize not dying.
Yeah, you don't want to be mono dead.
Mono dead, yeah, absolutely.
Sounds like a good game plan there, Corey. Everyone, it's round number 6 time here on day 1 of competition at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, and we want to show off some cool decks this round. And boy, oh boy, do we have a cool one for you in the hands of someone who's very cool too. Paulo Vitor Damaderosa playing his own creation here in Izzet Cauldron up against Stefan Schutz on Azorius Omniscience. Let's get to know our players a little bit better here in this matchup. Stefan Schutz started playing in 2003, 4 Mox Showcase top 8s, including 1 win to Stefan's name. Top 8 in RC in Lille in 2024. Season goal, make a top 8, hoping to do that here this weekend. Paulo Vitor Damaderosa, one of the greatest to ever do it, by the way. Back now at this Pro Tour after a 3-year break. I said, Paulo, what brought you back now? He said, well, I was going to be in LA for work, so I figured I'll just stop on by the PT.
I suppose I'll just dominate a Pro Tour.
Yeah, you know.
Both these players sitting at 3 and 2, so not exactly unblemished records. But this deck is so sweet that he brewed up and brought this weekend. Do you want to walk us through it, Corey?
Yeah, so let's take a look at this deck. So there are 2 people playing this Izzet Cauldron deck, and the other person, Jake Beardsley, you ever heard of him? Took down a Pro Tour. Yeah, managed to reel him in to play this deck. And it's an Izzet deck, but it is much different than the normal Izzet decks we've seen. So this uses the combination of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, being able to eat Vivi in the graveyard, put that counter on one of your creatures, and then you get that 0 ability to add a bunch of mana. You can use all that mana to cast Winter Night Stories, draw a bunch of cards, maybe cast a Proth's Identic Memory, so you can use all that card draw to make one of your creatures really, really large. Then, guess what? A counter gets put on another creature, So that ability triggers from Vivi. So let's say you get an 8/8, you know, Tursa Light Shatter.
yeah.
Sorry. Easy for me to say. Then all of a sudden you can just add 8 mana. Maybe you can play a second Agatha's Soul Cauldron. You can eat the Voldarian Thrillseeker from the yard and just pew, 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 finish off your opponent by throwing a bunch of creatures upstairs. And the one thing that they told me about this deck, I talked to Jake Beardsley about this, and he's like, you get a lot of the same matchups that you get with Izzet Prowess, but you get to really improve against Omniscience decks because the Cauldron is also a hate piece against them, as you just get to eat the enchantment from their graveyard. So it ends up being a big advantage in that matchup specifically. And guess what we're playing against? Ooh. It's Azorius Omniscience here from Stefan Schutz. And yeah, kind of the bread and butter deck that we have seen before, trying to Abuela's Awakening back your Omniscience, cast a bunch of stuff for free, mill out your opponent, but Paulo is going to have a plan to be able to eat that, or just, of course, win the game before Stefan can get it done.
Oh, this is very cool.
It's super cool.
I cannot wait to see this deck in action in the hands of Paulo Vitor Damarosa. Welcome back to the Pro Tour, my friend.
And Maria, I got to say one last thing.
Yeah.
They were very hush-hush about it. Like, you know, it kind of pulled me across to the other side of the room. Didn't want anyone to know about this, so they think they're onto something. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're right, everyone. Cedric and Monty, I'm going to pass it on over to you in the booth.
We're going to talk very quietly about their deck.
Yes,
They don't
hush,
want
hush.
anyone to know, right?
We're going to keep the
secrets out. Yeah, we're about to see it on camera, so the secret's out. I'm actually very excited to see this happen. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Maybe you've heard of it. We are about to dive into more constructed rounds, and as mentioned, PVDDR, you know, world champion, Pro Tour champion, and basically every accomplishment that one can have, Paulo Vitor Damarosa does have. And that's why we're thrilled that he is back on the Pro Tour and playing this particular event. But rarely, I would say, in our time of watching him, does he play a brew. So we got PV making his return with a wild deck that really could be something special.
Yeah, and it's one that he's been working on for the better part of almost a month now.
Okay.
It's early back as June 6th within the testing Discord.
Okay.
He started talking about, you know, I think there might be something here with Blue Red Cauldron. And then a week ago, he's like, testing's going well with it, but I'm not really sure about it. And then yesterday, he's like, I don't know about my constructed deck. I brought a brew.
Oh, no.
But he started off 1-2 today in draft, and now he's 3-2. So winning the first 2 rounds of constructed when you're not sure, that's a good feeling.
Well, there's always kind of that uncertainty, too, when you register a constructed deck for a Pro Tour, because you're always thinking to yourself, did I get it right? Did I miss something? Either from what people are playing, did I miss something from my deck? Did I register the awesomest deck? Did I register a horrible, unplayable deck? You just never know. Even for someone who's playing the game, who has played the game, excuse me, as long as Paulo has, even that second guessing from him is still a thing that happens.
And you know, he tested with Team Cosmos Heavy Play, and a lot of their team actually brought Azorius Omniscience.
Okay.
And he and Jake Beardsley went against that grain. They decided they felt confident enough in this brew. They thought they had good matchups across the board. And the thing they really liked was their Omniscience matchup. So the fact that they have that incidental main deck graveyard hate in the Agatha's Soul Cauldron, that is very relevant when it comes to this specific matchup more than any other in Standard.
Yeah, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron is no slouch just as a card all on its own and all the many things that it can do. Paulo does have a copy of the namesake card in hand. We may see that here very shortly. But for now, Stefan Schutz is resolving a stock up, and stocking up is what he has done. So we'll head back PVDDR's way with a Marauding Mako on the battlefield, another one in hand. And PV's hand is a little bit slow out of the gate here with those copies of Thundering Falls.
Yeah, the Mako is a really interesting card just because of the exact key role that it plays in this deck, which is it's a cheap creature that puts counters on itself. It can grow a lot with all of the looting and rummaging that this deck has access to, but the fact that it puts counters on itself means that with Agatha's Soul Cauldron exiling a Vivi, you have another creature that just automatically has that ability without needing the Soul Cauldron to put a counter on it. And once you're starting to activate multiple Vivi abilities in a turn, well, we've already seen what one Vivi can do, and that's the core concept of how this deck really puts it away.
Tersha Lightshatter is going to join the battlefield. A couple of cards are drawn and discarded, so the Marauding Mako is going to get a little larger, and some damage is going to come on through as the Archaeologist is going to bite the dust. So now we're going to head back Schultz's way. You can see the hand here for Stefan is an Overlord of the Flood Pits, a temporary lockdown, which is not the end-all be-all right now. Meringue River Regent, Spell Pierce Omniscience, and Oracle of Tragedy. So here is the Overlord of the Flood Pits. Going to get a little bit of work done here. Of course, name of the game, step 1 is getting an Omniscience in the graveyard, and it is there now. Surprisingly easy for this deck to do, partner.
Yeah, he was missing, he had the Omniscience, he was missing the key piece of the Abuelo's Awakening, which I believe he actually did find off of that Overlord of the Flood Pits, if I'm not mistaken. So now that's available, but this is where, now that Paulo sees an Omniscience in the graveyard, his version of Izzet really gets to shine by having access to the Soul Cauldron. And you see he wastes no time in just getting that onto the battlefield, because even if Stefan has access to the temporary lockdown that we know he hasn't had, by Paul being able to pay for Spell Pierce and get this onto the board, he can just exile that Omniscience in response, and the damage will be done.
Yeah, so the Agatha Soul Cauldron is on the battlefield. The Legendary Artifact has loads of text, but most notably, at least at the current stage of the game, the one that matters the most is exile target card from a graveyard. That's any of them, and that can take care of the Omniscience, and it will. So temporary lockdown now will resolve and take care of the Soul Cauldron and the Marauding Mako. But the Omniscience problem is currently solved as things continue along.
Yeah, and one of the things that this deck is definitely capable of is ending the game very quickly out of nowhere by using cards like Prophet's Eidetic Memory that it has access to. And right now, the reason that Paulo just doesn't feel like in that bad of a position is there's no Omniscience in the graveyard. He has a creature on the battlefield that survives through the primary way Stefan answers the board, which is temporary lockdown, and pressure is continuing to be sustained.
Paulo going to take a look at the graveyard here a little bit before deciding exactly how to make this play. The Magic the Gathering Hall of Famer, former world champion, 2-time Pro Tour champion, among a bevy of other accolades, is off to a nice little 3-2 start here. As mentioned at the top, 1-2 in limited, so that means 2-0 thus far in constructed, and quite happy with the deck through the constructed rounds thus far. A little scared after submitting the deck coming into the tournament, but this might be a breakout deck. It is those Izzet colors. It doesn't have Corey Steel Cutter or some of the other cards that we are expecting from Izzet, but it is still a powerful Izzet strategy.
Yeah, and I think one of the cards that, I don't want to say people have been sleeping on it because it has been making it into more and more decks across multiple formats, but Fear of Missing Out is one of those cards that I think is going to go down as a long-time role player in combo decks and aggressive decks alike. And one of the things I think Paulo was thinking about that turn was Delirium, specifically for his graveyard, when thinking about playing a Fear of Missing Out. What is he going to discard in this situation? Before he cast that spell, his graveyard had an instant and 2 sorceries. So adding the land there means that now he has his 3rd type, so he's making his way towards Delirium, still has Into the Floodmaw represented, so has access to potentially on Stefan's end step going bounce your temporary lockdown, untap with everything available to me if you're not able to do anything about it.
Draw cards. Now you get.
Oh, there's a scroll shift, I believe. So we're going to see temporary lockdown kind of get flickered a little bit here.
Yeah, we've seen this a few times in previous matches. It's a card that the Azorius Omniscience deck is able to use both for this purpose and also to protect their Omniscience when they Abuelo's Awakening it, and it comes back as a creature that is vulnerable to removal. But with that scroll shift available for free, you're able to save it and immediately get it back, so you're not wasting any time.
Pass the turn, this goes to 1. How many cards you have? 6.
Looks like Paulo wants how many cards Stefan has. The answer was 6. You can see Schultz is down to 8.
Yeah, Paulo's thinking, okay, what am I playing around from 1 mana here? Because it's Spell Pierce if Stefan's list has more than 1 in the main deck, and it's a card like Afara's Dispersal, so Paulo has to be doing the math of, can I win through an Afara's Dispersal here?
Oh, here's Into the Floodmaw. Gonna bounce a temporary lockdown. Schultz doesn't seem thrilled about this, and
I'm offering you a gift of a fish, says Paulo.
What a guy.
So generous.
Triggers are, we've got a Fear of Missing Out trigger. We'll start there.
Yep.
So here comes the discard. Next up are the counters on the Mako. And now, here's an activation of the Soul Cauldron. Remember, draw a card there off the fear of missing out.
You cannot half resolve a trigger.
Correct.
If he's already discarded the card, that trigger is happening. So Stefan kindly and correctly points out that to his opponent.
There's another copy of Fear Missing Out to make it get a little bit larger. And now the Afaris Dispersal actually can be beaten because the creatures are large enough. It's a quick Delirium check. And now this should, I believe, be good enough. But I think just making sure is Paulo, because the Soul Cauldron is untapped. PV going to, of course, take his time. And now here come the Knuckleheads.
Yeah. That one has Summoning Sickness. I don't believe Paulo has Delirium, but I may have missed it.
Yep, and that is going to do it. So Paulo Vitor Damaderosa is going to win game number 1 there over Stefan Schultz. That Agatha Soul Cauldron wasn't on the battlefield long, but it was on the battlefield just long enough to nab an Omniscience out of the graveyard and then ultimately help to win the game, as PVDDR will be on the draw here for game number 2. Omniscience on the play and an opening hand of 6 cards here for Schultz.
Yeah, you've seen so many times both us and the players talk about the fact that Omniscience, the big draw to it is it's just such a powerful game 1 deck because people aren't interacting with what you're doing. And suddenly Paulo gets to come here with a deck that is enacting its own game plans, and a key part of your game plan just gives you incidental damage against what 20% of the field has brought here in Omniscience. Well, that's a nice bonus to get suddenly.
Oh, I totally agree with you. And this is before we get into any of the fun stuff that can be done with it on your side, right? Which we haven't really even seen yet. So speaking of cards we haven't seen yet, Prof's Eidetic Memory is now on the battlefield. Enters the battlefield, of course, you get the opportunity to draw a card, no maximum hand size, and then some counters are going to go everywhere if things are going really well for him.
Yeah, we do see Stefan responding with a get lost, just getting rid of the Mako before things get out of hand in terms of damage coming across. And things go back Stefan's way, who, as you mentioned, did start the game with a mulligan. But notably for Paulo, no Agatha Soul Cauldron so far this game.
Now here is a stock up. A card we're going to see plenty of in our constructed rounds, we believe. Very powerful blue sorcery from Aether Drift, seeing play across numerous formats of Magic. Maybe most notably Standard here. Take a look at the top 5 cards and take 2 with ya. The rest will go on the bottom.
Yeah, Stefan finds 4 lands and a Ghost Vacuum. So taking the Ghost Vacuum has no shortage of lands already in the hand. So not the best to see, but at least you're not drawing that for multiple turns coming up. So could be worse in Stefan's position. But you do have to be somewhat worried that if Paulo is able to start adding things like Vivi to the board and you're dirtling around with a card like Ghost Vacuum here, suddenly the game is going to disappear very quickly.
Vivi will be discarded there from the Winter Night Stories. As you do see the sorcery there. It says draw 3 cards and discard 2 unless you discard a creature card and harmonize. Well, perhaps it'll come up maybe a little bit later in the game. We shall see. In the meantime, Schultz is going to play a Rolling Dragonstorm, discard a copy of Adakar Waste. Now there's Meticulous Archive. Time to do a little surveilling. And that card's going to stay on top there for Schultz, and now Ghost Vacuum will join the fray as well. So, back to PVDDR we do go. You see a pretty full hand here, a little bit clunky with a lot of 3-mana spells, 2 copies of Winter Night Stories, the aforementioned Vivi, and a Valdarian Thrill Seeker as well.
Yeah, I think for Paulo, knowing the coast is clear here, there's a pretty heavy incentive, especially with Stefan having already used the Get Lost, to just get Vivi on the battlefield. If he doesn't have a 1-mana spell to follow it up, like an Into the Flood mod that he doesn't want to use, he can just pop a map token and just start exploring there. Growing the Vivi is great. Not growing the Vivi, well, you're getting a land into your hand, so you still have resources to work with. And in either way, now he still gets to continue doing things if he wants by having that counter on the Vivi from the map token.
Let's see what Paulo does want to do now that the counter is on the very powerful legendary wizard that is certainly making a name for itself here this weekend. Going to use it to just activate the other map token here, leave the card on top that everybody knows is already there, and simply pass the turn back. So an activation here of Ghost Vacuum in just a moment. That'll take care of the Winter Night Stories. That's in the graveyard. We're going to head back Schultz's way. And still no Omniscience in the graveyard here for our Azorius player, but you can see the hand that has Temporary Lockdown, Scroll Shift, Meringue River Regent, Cavern of Souls, and Plains.
Yeah, I think Notably, just to remind the viewers at home again, Vivi mana ability cannot be used on your opponent's turn, only on your turn. So for Paulo, very incentivized to use it there while he has access to it. This is the rare occasion where we see a Vivi with 2 counters on it, but no damage having been dealt to your opponent from its ability, thanks to getting those counters from those map tokens.
Just give it time.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Just give it time.
We're getting there?
Yeah.
All right.
Say, give Vivi just 1 second.
Yeah. Now, Stefan does have Cavern of Souls into Meringue River Regent in a turn's time. Well, he has the option for that if he wants. As we do see Cavern of Souls getting discarded there, and I don't believe he has a backup in his hand. So the Meringue River Regent is vulnerable technically, though I don't believe Paulo's deck actually has any ways to counter it. So in an open deckless event like this, Stefan can safely note that he doesn't need to keep the Cavern.
So, Paulo has done the enviable thing that I think everyone wants to do in this tournament, that is registered Vivi, which is untap with it on the battlefield. So let's see what the Magic Hall of Famer can do with access to what appears to be a boatload of mana.
I think it's safe to say that Paulo's deck is the best deck in the room at abusing Vivi. I think that is fair to say.
I think it's a reasonable take.
Yeah, I think the Izzet Prowess decks, they're very consistent. They do very powerful things. But this deck where you essentially have infinite VVs, as well as just having these bigger high-impact spells to cast, I think this is a bit of a problem scenario when your opponent taps with the VV, because things get scary.
So, Winter Night Stories will be cast. In response to Vivi getting a counter, there will be a Spell Pierce played, excuse me. The Spell Pierce will be paid for, and now Winter Night Stories is going to resolve. So PV, DDR will draw a handful of cards, 3 of them to be exact, and now 2 will be discarded unless a creature is discarded. Remember, Vivi has not been activated just yet.
Yeah, and there's a cool thing for Stefan to do that Spell Pierce there in response, is if Paulo wants to pay with the lands that he has in order to get the counter on VV and make more mana off of it, he's essentially tapping out for Stefan's turn, because he's played a land for the turn and he doesn't have the VV ability anymore. If he uses VV, he's capping himself out at 2 mana there in order to leave mana up. So by using that Spell Pierce, even if Paulo's spell is resolving, Stefan is really limiting the options Paulo has for the remainder of the turn cycle, especially on Stefan's turn.
Now, don't forget that there is a Prof's Eidetic Memory on the battlefield, and that'll be interesting how that's going to work alongside this turn as well. So, for the 2-time Pro Tour winner here in Dama de Rosa, there's still a lot to calculate during this turn.
Not to mention, of course, Prof's Eidetic Memory at the start of combat, and VV. Oh, just I'm so excited.
There's a lot that can take place.
There's a lot that can happen.
Yeah, and that's why you see Paulo taking his time, because though you mentioned at the top, and I know you've had the opportunity to chat with both Paulo and Jake and their testing process here, it doesn't mean it makes it any easier when you're actually doing all of this stuff in live gameplay.
Yeah.
Right? This is one of the best Magic players of all time here in Dama de Rosa, but it doesn't make these decisions any easier. Has a lot to get right here, and a lot riding on getting this turn right, because if he does something wrong, it could potentially cost him the game, depending on what Schultz does on the following turn. So he's going to take some time and really think this one through.
Yeah, he is responsible, of course, for playing at a reasonable pace here, so does need to take a game action soon, and it is going to be Tursa that he is deploying here. But continuing to just chug along.
This is for 5.
Yeah, this deck, excuse me, does this wonderful job of drawing so many cards and discarding so many cards. That's why you see the inclusion of Marauding Mako into the deck. I don't want to call it free. I certainly didn't build the deck, but it certainly does make a lot of sense to me that that one drop can get out of control very quickly, just given how many cards that we have seen Paulo draw, heck, just in this one turn.
Yeah, this is definitely the type of deck that when you see it rolling along, everything in it makes so much sense, but at the same time, it is using a lot of cards that haven't really had their day in the light when it comes to constructed, like the Marauding Mako. It is cobbling along a lot of cool synergies.
Well, it's going to try to break up these cool synergies is Schultz with a Meringue River Regent. And speaking of synergies, given that it's a dragon. Roiland Dragonstorm is going to come back to Stefan's hand. So, not a bad turn for the Azorius Omniscience player. Again, not seeing Omniscience on the battlefield very much from our Omniscience players, at least when you and I are here in the booth.
Yeah, we don't have the luxury.
No, they're kind of struggling on camera for us, but Paulo is doing anything but. His deck is absolutely humming. Has had the opportunity to play loads of spells, got a lot of life to work with, and given all the cards in hand, we can tell a lot of options too.
All right, well, it's math time again because Paulo drew Voldaren and Thrillseeker. That is one of the other interesting win conditions in this deck, just being able to cast a bunch of spells with Vivi, then getting the Thrillseeker down, putting all the counters from Profs on it, and then just sacrificing it to the face. That can be pretty scary.
Yes.
So, we got to see what Paulo is able to do, and I think that's the math that he is doing, as you see. All right, I have Vivi, I have Thrillseeker. Do I have the damage?
Well, I think we will just sit back and watch this turn and see what Paulo is able to put together. It's certainly not an easy one here, but it is enjoyable to get to watch one of Magic's very best do his thing. And I'm curious which 3-drop he wants to start with.
Yeah, if he thinks he has it, it would be Vivi. But as he is leaning towards the Tursa here, this suggests to me that Paulo doesn't feel like he has it.
Oh, there is Tursa.
I believe Mako Winter Night Stories is looking like the discard.
Well, she's gonna part ways with Vivi instead. Looks like Agatha Soul Cauldron now amongst the hand.
Now you have 7 cards. Yes, exactly.
Soul Cauldron, of course, still blanked by the Ghost Vacuum on the battlefield.
Yeah, Soul Cauldron is interesting, right? Because it's not good for Paulo and the stuff that he wants to target, but it does give insurance around an Omniscience getting into the graveyard.
Right. Right now, both players could, in theory, have access to artifacts that stop the opponent from trying to do their thing.
So now Paulo, after much deliberation,
still mathing,
to say the least. It looks like it's going to be a Into the Floodmaw.
Yeah, he hasn't played a land yet.
Correct.
Should I even exit anything? I guess I would exit the Prof's Eidetic Memory.
All right, looks like Schutz is going to exile the Prof's Eidetic Memory. There's the Fishy. Here's a land. There is the Soul Cauldron.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 2 extra cards drawn for the turn, I believe. So with the Soul Cauldron counter, if I'm doing my math correctly, Paulo is able to put a total of 3 counters here on the Tursa using Proft at the beginning of combat. So that's going to be a 6-power creature. That's still an issue because it can't attack through the River Regent unless Paulo uses the mana at instant speed there.
Yep. Enters here. Bounce this.
Jeez, my goodness.
Trigger.
Put the counter. Yeah, that's going to do it right there. Bounce this, put a counter on that. Up, down, all around. Paulo Vitor Damaderosa is going to win this game and match 2-0. A brew that I like to see here from PVDDR. We got to see Vivi, of course, do its thing, but it's Agatha's Soul Cauldron, a card that not many players have registered for this weekend, really showing its power both in the deck, but also against the opposing deck. You mentioned how they felt they got a little bit of edge in this matchup because Soul Cauldron was very good against exactly the card Omniscience in the graveyard, and that proved to be entirely true.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we're just continuing to see, and is maybe going to be the hidden story of the weekend, is Into the Floodmaw. This card just being able to interact with all of these problem permanents at instant speed. We saw Paulo use it in Game 1 to bounce a temporary lockdown and get his creatures back and end the game. We saw it in Game 2, clearing the way through the Ghost Vacuum. And this card is continuing to show just how versatile a 1-mana bounce target non-land permanent can be.
Yeah. Heck of a Magic card, heck of a Magic player there in the Magic Hall of Famer, Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa. Break time, but we're coming back real soon. We're going to watch Ely Cassis play some Magic with a deck you're not going to expect. Don't go anywhere. Magic Cons in 2026 have been announced. You just saw where they're going to be, but where are we right now? Well, we are in Las Vegas for Pro Tour Final Fantasy. And Monty, I don't know about you, but coming into this weekend, did you have Insidious Roots on your bingo card?
I'm going to cheat a little here.
Oh, you're
because
no fun.
I was in the testing Discord, so I actually did have it on my bingo card.
Okay.
Because Ely Cassis and some of the members of Team Handshake, not all of them, but him and a coalition did come with this Golgari Roots deck. Of course, there's also a version of Jund Roots that another team brought. I'm a big fan of what they're cooking.
Okay.
Hopefully we get to see that a bit later. But this Roots deck, I think it's very real. I think it's pretty sweet.
Okay, that's a bit of a tease if I've ever seen one. Golgari Roots is what we're going to see here in just a moment in the hands of Ely Cassis, who is one heck of a Magic player with 5 top finishes to his name, going up against Justin Schaubel, who is playing tried and true Is It Prowess. And this will be a good test here for Cassis, right? Because we all want to know if this Golgari Roots can beat the boogeyman of the format. Ely, of course, believes the answer is yes. Otherwise, I don't think he would have registered the deck. But from your little peek inside the testing process, how do you think this one goes?
I think they are happy. I think that it is definitely in their favor, but not overwhelmingly so. I don't think that anything really has an overwhelming Is It matchup. That is part of what led to Is It Prowess having 42-ish% representation in this metagame this weekend. It's a very strong deck. Fortunately for Ely, he's up a game right now. So he's coming into what we're watching ahead.
Now, I did mention Ely with those top finishes. Among them, of course, there is the 2022 World Championship runner-up here in Las Vegas, and then in 2023-2024 in Amsterdam, getting 4th place at that Pro Tour. So the results here are aplenty for Cassis, as we're seeing a card that when I think of Ely Cassis, I don't think of very often. It's Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, it's interesting because there was a period online where Ely was just spamming the Golgari sacrifice, which is familiar, plus the cauldron combination, putting the cat in the cauldron quite a bit. And he was having a lot of fun with black-green strategies then. But he's strayed away from that for a while now.
Maybe back to his roots, as it were. I'm sorry, but
it was right there.
Ooh, okay. Are those dragon archers?
They are dragon
snipers. Excuse me.
A pair of snipers.
Now, Ely, I will say, as someone I do follow him on social media, and he did go deep into his bag for this particular tournament, where I think he was asking for a card with "Start Your Engines" on it. The Gastuff Mauler or something. I think it's in his sideboard, but he was going deep into the tank for this event, which I can certainly appreciate as a card that he was having some difficulty finding. Yeah, there it is, the Gastuff Raider.
There you go.
Yeah, Cassis put out the old beacon looking for this card. For what reason, I'll never exactly know. But look, those dragon snipers, I'd say they won that war.
The job was done.
That's right.
Look, when you're playing against Izzet Prowess, the entire goal, the thing that everybody has been striving for, is to just survive, right? If you can survive long enough to enact your game plan, you're doing great. And Overlord of the Bailmark, that's the game plan. That is part of the game plan for this Roots deck.
Yeah, this looks a little more normal, for lack of a better term, here with the Overlord. Impending Avatar Horror, yes, but also able to generate a little bit of card advantage over time as well. So Cassis has got this going a little bit. It's slow, but it is powerful.
Yeah, now, the Overlord can pick up a non-avatar creature or a Planeswalker card, so you do see him putting the Roots and the other Overlord aside. He doesn't have a choice between those, but he does hit one of the cool cards in the deck in the Osteomancer Adept.
Yeah, Ely, I love when someone goes deep into the tank. Ely will pass this over. He'll allow Justin to read it. I think we'll have the opportunity to bring that up on our card finder for everyone to read as well. Creature types on this, for those of you counting at home, Squirrel Warlock, because of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course.
Why wouldn't it be?
That's right. Oh, that's a raccoon. That's cute.
Yeah, he has that as well. That's a cool one. Osteomancer Adept, one of the cool things that this does for the deck, and I've spoken to Ely about this, is it allows them, once they have their engine rolling, to go really deep and just shred through their deck, getting back creatures from the graveyard, continuing to loop things like the Overlord of the Bailmark, and it just does so much for the deck as one of those key pieces that allows you to go late by having recursion.
So for this Osteomancer Adept, the Squirrel Warlock, as I did mention, until end of turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to paying their other cost. If you cast a spell this way, the creature enters with a finality counter on it. So it's a good blocker, gets you a little card advantage over time. I think that's a lot of what this deck is about. It's just kind of slow incremental gains over time, where a deck like Izzet Prowess is maybe a little bit more in your face about its card advantage.
Yeah, and Ely doesn't have either of the key pieces right now. He doesn't have the Tyvar, he doesn't have the Roots in play. So until those join, a lot of these plays are going to seem like setup, except for the fact that once this Overlord of the Bailmark comes out of its impending status, suddenly that's a massive threat to have on the board that Izzet Prowess doesn't have the easiest time answering. So even though these early turns can look incredibly, for lack of a better term, dirtily from the black-green Roots deck, they are actually amounting to quite a lot of pressure potentially coming out of nowhere pretty soon.
A little attack there from the Squirrel Warlock. Let's see what the follow-up is here for Cassis. It's going to be a Scavenging Ooze. Have to imagine that one's pretty good in the matchup. A lot of text on that 2/2 Ooze. And now we're going to see the Overlord tick on down to 3 counters, and we're going to head back Justin's way. So I will say, for Justin, who's had a decent little start here with Swift Spears and Sleight of Hands and resolving a stock up, it's been pretty modest given what the Izzet Prowess deck is capable of, which is why, of course, 40% of the players are playing it in the room for the standard portion of our event. I think everybody agrees that it's the best deck. Don't think that everyone believes that it's unbeatable, but it certainly is undeniably powerful.
Yeah, and the power of those pairs of Dragon Snipers for Ely have just done so much in keeping him at 17 life and healthy and getting to this position, where now Justin has very little in the form of pressure. Those Swift Spears are in the yard, ready to feed the Scavenging Ooze, which can grow. Of course, as this is our backup match, we don't have the hands here, so we're not exactly sure what Justin is working with. But the fact that this board continues growing wider for Ely without Justin really having a way to get it under control is not the best sign.
I don't know if you're familiar with this one.
That's a good sign.
That's a good card. That's Vivi. I think we might have a response here. Yes, we do. Go for the throat. Vivi, out of here. Otter, though, Prowess Trigger will resolve, and now the Opt will resolve. So Justin will take a look at the top card, and we will see where this goes here in just a moment.
Somewhere under that wizard hat, Vivi does still have a throat.
It is true.
Ely wasted no time in going for it.
Gotta get Vivi out of here. That top card stayed the top card, so the Opt is done resolving. We'll see what Justin wants to do next, if anything. It'll be a play on Island. That's the land for the turn.
Yeah, I think I saw Monstrous Rage in Justin's hand.
I think so, too.
So has some way to push damage through. But again, it's really about compounding pressure. And right now, there's not that much compounding going on.
You'll see the no block there from the Scavenging Ooze. The Otter is a 2-2, of course, and now it'll be a 3-3 after this Prowess Trigger as well. So the top card will become the bottom card from the Opt, and new card coming here for Justin. Damage is going to come on through, and you see Cassis is already untapping, and he's getting ready to rock and roll here. So he's down to 13. But life total is pretty high. Board presence on the opposing side, not all that scary. So if you're Cassis, I think you have to be pretty happy with how this game has gone thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the big things, I would say a small sigh of relief for Ely is the fact that because the Scavenging Ooze is on the battlefield, he has done a good job of making sure Storm Chaser's talent, the second level of that, isn't able to get value for Justin. And that means that one of the key aspects of this as a prowess deck is by using cards like the Talent and stock up, they never really run out of gas. So anytime you're able to shut down one of these elements and prevent them from keeping that continuous stream of cards going, it just bodes really well for them.
Well, Ely decided to get a little petty there. Took a couple of hits from that Otter and said, all right, revenge is going to get a little petty. So that, of course, is the Omen half of the Disruptive Storm Brood for you Tarkir Dragonstorm fans out there. You already know that, as Cassis will now play a land. Looks like a Land War Waste to this eye. And now the Ooze is going to grow up a little bit and take care of those Swift Spears. And those are going to attack as well. So you see the attack there for 6 points of damage. Cassis is going to go up to 15, take the Overlord down, use most of his mana for the turn. Still have a green mana available via the Land War Waste if there needs to be a Scavenging Ooze activation, but a really nice sequence of plays there on that turn for Cassis.
Yeah, and you see Ely exposing no small weaknesses in any way, uses the Llanowar Elves for mana on his turn rather than leaving that up as his green source, giving Justin a potential window to go Burst Lightning your Llanowar Elves, let the mana go through a phase and disappear, and then I'll activate my talent. He wants to make sure that Ooze is there and just steady in what it's doing, which is keeping that talent in check.
Very, very smart play from Cassis, but we'd expect nothing but. So now Jabel's going to resolve his second copy of stock up for the game. And now there is the land. And the follow-up is another copy of Storm Chaser's Talent. So another Otter on the battlefield. But as you did mention, and it is, I think, very astute of you to point out, the Scavenging Ooze is really keeping that second level of Storm Chaser's Talent, in check.
Yeah, and Justin is doing all the things that if you have board parity or if you are ahead on board, they seem great. When you're casting stock up to push your advantage, that's great. When you have this auto token that is really pressuring your opponent, that's great. But when you're behind and all of these are tools trying to stabilize things or keep you alive, suddenly it seems a lot worse.
Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. Uh-oh. We're going to do a little foraging.
A little foraging.
You know, when I saw the metagame come out, and I saw 40% of prowess, and I saw 20% of omniscience, and I saw some mono red, and I saw a lot of the other things that were going on, I wasn't really sure what I was in store for with the other, but I am here for the other. Let's go. Let's do some foraging. Let's do some soul cauldering. Let's just do whatever the heck Jody Keith is up to. I don't even know how to define that. Diamond weaponing? Who knows?
Yeah, it definitely seems like black-green based graveyard strategies is where a relatively small portion of our metagame, but a lot of the people that didn't end up on the big 3 decks, that is the avenue they've identified as maybe the way to attack this heavily red X-based aggressive metagame. And, you know, so far we're seeing them make it look pretty good.
Yeah, I'm saying so far so good.
Yeah.
It's early, but so far so good for these players that took a real risk by not just registering Izzet prowess like so many people did. I mean, look, Ely Cassis, the results speak for themselves. We've gone over them a little bit. There's plenty more I could tell you, but I'll tell you this much. You don't wake up and roll out of bed and register Dragon Sniper.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not an accident.
As far as proof of concept goes, I would say this is pretty successful.
And speak of the devil,
a third Dragon Sniper has joined the game.
As one does.
Yeah, of course.
As one does.
Yeah, and look, I don't want to keep saying how great Ely is, but it's all the micro decisions in Magic that are just really nice to work with. And just going for, I'm going to activate my Osteomancer Adept before I go into combat. I'm going to make sure that I have this ability online, and then I'm going to get my attacks in. And then post-combat, I'm going to play the Overlord of the Baelmark. All of these things, just the sequencing and everything from Ely, making sure that he's not revealing any weakness to Justin to take advantage of timings.
And you can tell that with the way that Ely has sequenced his turns, and the way that he has left his mana up, and the way that he has used his permanents and all the sequencing that you've mentioned, he's tested this matchup a lot.
Yeah.
That much is very obvious. I wasn't there. I haven't seen it happen, but you can tell with the pace of play and the gameplay maneuvers that he is making, this is not accidental. He is not guessing. It's very smooth. It's very fluid. It's very purposeful, and it's clearly being very impactful over the course of this game.
Yeah, and Ely is the champion of this deck. He's the one that brought it forward to Team Handshake. He's the one that's been working on it for the better part of 3 weeks now. He's the one that, as early as 2 weeks ago, I saw him posting, do not play this deck in leagues, do not play this on ladder, do not give anyone any reason to think that we are on this deck. Like, he was locked in.
That's what the kids said.
Pretty early.
Yeah. We're going to head back Cassis' way after that Scavenging Ooze activation. Remember, Cassis is up a game right now. And there we go. Finally, Insidious Roots has showed up to this game. The namesake card of the deck. I think it is worth noting, by the way, that he was operating just fine without it, but this is what kind of takes it into overdrive. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana of any color, and whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create a 0/1 green plant creature token, then put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. So, Ely is going to attack with that Overlord. Going to mill a couple of cards. Tyvar among them. And it looks like Tyvar will be the selection. So, for a little while there, he had neither piece to the puzzle. Now it looks like, partner, he's got both.
Yeah, that's really the power of having Overlord of the Baelmark. It lets you see so many cards just for finding this Planeswalker that is part of your combo. And a lot of this deck is about redundancy. We saw a card pop up on screen earlier in the Coati Scavenger. That Raccoon is a way, once you have Delirium, to get back Roots from your graveyard. So all of these pieces come together in this deck to really enable you to have the ability to find the pieces, because you don't really want to be coming to a Pro Tour with a deck that's like, do I draw Insidious Roots? Great. Do I not? Oh, I lose. Like, that's not the game plan.
Yep. Next up here for Cassis is Tyvar, a card that many were excited about upon its release. hasn't had as much of an impact in Standard, I think, as many as expected, but it is here on the battlefield now, and it is powerful in this particular strategy. So it looks like Cassis is going to use the second ability, which is, of course, mill 3 cards, and you may return a creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Yeah, and that is going to make a root, if he does, a plant from the Insidious Roots. And now is when things get rolling, because once he has access to the Osteomancer Adept, now all of these activations, he can exile the lands and the cards he doesn't need, continue making plant tokens they can tap for mana with haste from Tyvar and Insidious Roots, and he can just continue taking game actions, drawing cards from other sources, and presenting a front that Justin can't really get through.
For a lot of you at home, this is your first time maybe seeing this strategy in action. It certainly is mine. I had no idea this was happening coming into the event. And this is some pretty cool stuff. We got plant tokens getting counters on them. We got, he's got the whole kit and caboodle going right now. He's got the 2 kind of cards that go together, and Tyvar and Insidious Roots. I was wondering when Dragon Sniper was going to get back on the battlefield. It's here now, thank goodness. And now, oh, 1's nice. 2 is lovely.
Yeah, and the big thing here for Ely is, as long as he presents a massive board state, Justin can't really win the game anymore.
Correct.
There are no copies of, let's say, Fire Magic coming out from this build. Once you have enough large creatures and you've gone wide enough, the only way for Justin to hypothetically win would be a VV that goes unchecked and you have a million spells to follow it up.
And you might be wondering, how is this all working right now? Well, these plant tokens are tapping for any mana of any color, and the reason this can happen, of course, is because of Tyvar, right? So Tyvar allows these tokens, if memory does serve, they'll have haste. You can activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. So that means these plant tokens that get made via Insidious Roots, they're effectively having haste and being able to tap for any color of mana right away. And I think your point about a deck going kind of wide around the Izzet strategy, that's something that the players that are not playing Izzet Prowess have figured out. Which is, if I just have a bunch of mess on the battlefield, they don't have Fire Magic or Pyroclasm or Brotherhood's End or any card that you're thinking of from a red strategy that would be able to sweep the battlefield, they don't really play those kinds of cards or really have access to them. So if you widen out, like Cassis is doing right now, it's very, very difficult for Izzet Prowess to overcome, and doubly so when the person in question, Ely Cassis, is at 17.
Right. It's how much can you cobble together here? How many counters can you get onto Ral? What are you able to do with the cards? Do you have a VV? And we saw Justin fire off an Into the Floodmaw on the end step, trying to limit some of the resources that Ely has access to. I believe it targeted the only untapped plant, which was the only way Ely had to make mana, so now the other Storm Chaser's talent is online. That's part of why we saw Ely use the Might to get rid of one of the Storm Chaser's talent, but all of this is just limiting the options that Justin has access to.
Looks like Justin may have seen the bottom card when he was drawing 3 here from the Ral. So we got a slight pause here for these players to figure this out. So we'll take just one moment.
Then the card underneath was revealed. I have to ask, have you done anything to order your library, any scribes at the bottom or anything like that? Okay, so we've got...
I'm about to concede, and I look at the card I drew and decide whether I want to.
Oh, by all means, yeah.
Justin, very honest, if nothing else. I'm about to concede. Can I please look at the card that I was going to draw?
Look, as soon as Justin used that second ability from Ral to draw 3 cards, then discard 2, rather than try to make a play for that emblem, the signs were on the wall.
To say the least. Ely Cassis with some Insidious Roots, with some Scavenging Oozes, with some other black and green cards from his trade binder in his attic. Getting the job done. 5-1, I believe, with this Insidious Roots deck.
Yep. Look, I wouldn't even say that game. That was the Roots.
No, not at all.
That game was just all Overlord of the Baelmark. That was the only card that, and Scavenging was doing quite a bit of work putting in pressure. And I guess shout out to Dragon Sniper as well.
Yeah.
They did a good job there.
That was fun to watch. Guess what? We have more fun stuff to watch, so let's turn our eyes to more Magic, shall we? I think game number 3 is where we're going to head into here for Shintaro Ishimura, who is playing Gruul Delirium. I don't even know what that means. Against Tony Pascal, who is playing the Boogeyman. Izzy Prowess. But can we keep calling it the Boogeyman when it keeps losing on camera? Is that a thing that we can do?
I think we can still call it that.
Okay.
There's still a lot of time for Prowess to prove all the haters, of which there are probably not that many, wrong, and continue winning. But I think we should focus on Gruul Delirium because, look, it's been a while, so players watching at home may not be familiar with Shintaro Ishimura.
Count me as one of them.
All right.
You want to help me out a little bit
All
here?
right. Magic Online username Riser.
Oh, I've
All
lost to
Yeah.
this person quite a bit.
So now there's something very important about Riser, and that is that he plays his own decks.
That's true.
He is a brewer. And this build of Gruul Delirium, well, it features a familiar card, or a familiar pair of cards that we've already seen. Fear of Missing Out and Tursa.
Okay.
They are in this deck as well. So we've seen these cards already do some work. But he's gone for cards like Wildfire, Wicker Folk, and Breakout.
Breakout, okay. Well, this is a red green sorcery. Look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them. If that card has mana value 2 or less, you may put it on the battlefield, and it gains haste until end of turn. If you didn't put the revealed card on the battlefield this way, put it into your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Sure. Sure.
Yeah, look, one of the key things about Fear of Missing Out is it doesn't have haste. This card, if you're able to just put it on the battlefield and immediately get an attack and potentially get more combat phases out of it, that's really powerful. So Breakout being a way to not only find one of the key cards in your deck, like Fear of Missing Out, but also give it haste. Now we're cooking. Or I should say Shintaro is cooking.
That's Shintaro is doing all the cooking here. This is another card that I did not know I was going to need to know coming into this event. You know, I did all this preparation for prowess then and prowess this and omniscience that and blah blah blah. And all of a sudden we've got breakouts being cast, Fear of Missing Out with Delirium maybe coming up soon.
Patchwork Beasties being registered.
Oh yeah, as one does.
Course. Yeah.
Yes. Now, Thunder Trap Trainer, I know that one.
Yep.
Okay, that one's he's playing play. Got into the Flood Maw off of that one. That's not so bad. Okay, let's see what Ishimura wants to do next. That's a Seed of Hope.
The sure is.
Know that one. Know that one.
Yeah. The big question for me right now is, does Ishimura have a third land here, or is he stuck? Because if he's able to continue developing his board, this could get pretty scary. Yeah, already triggering Fear of Missing Out.
Nice.
Turn 3.
Delirium on turn 3. Oh boy.
Kind of violent.
Okay, Violent Urge. +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. If Delirium here, double strike.
Yeah. The Delirium's online.
Okay.
Yeah. That is one violent creature. And double strike's pretty good with additional combat steps.
A 6?
Yeah.
Tony's at what's happening?
There was life there.
6?
There was a life total. Okay, notably, Shintaro does not have the third land.
Okay.
So if Tony's able to deal with he's able to deal with this FOMO here, there's that's some good news. But if he's not, all right, step one.
That's what I
done.
would do. I would like, I don't know what you're gonna do next with that Fear of Missing Out, so I'm killing it. Rebel Salvo. All right.
Show me another breakout. Show me another breakout.
Get that creature out of here. I don't want to deal with this. Remember, this is game number 3 between these two.
Look, all I want from this match is to convert more people to the Church of Shintaro Ishimura.
Oh,
I've been a massive fan.
Okay, well,
breakout.
here's a breakout.
Come
There
on.
you go. That's what you wanted.
Finish it.
Okay.
Bring it home.
All right, top 6. Remember, if it's 2 or less, gains haste.
Yep.
Confirmed.
Beastie.
What is that? Oh, Patchwork Beastie. Okay, 3/3 Delirium. Can't attack her. Okay, yep. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may mill a card out. So
down to 3.
Down to 3. This is unbelievable.
I love this.
This is unbelievable.
People forget about green. They just forgot about the color green.
Oh, here we go. A little Little Storm Chasers talent. We've seen this one plenty.
Yeah.
There's Into the Floodmaw in hand still, too. So Tony's going to play a land. I would be terrified right now if I was Tony. I just don't know what my opponent's going to do next. The only thing I know for sure is that Ishimura is 4-1. That's not an accident.
Yep.
And Ishimura wins at Magic a lot.
Yep. And, like, the thing is, it's an open decklist event,
It
right?
sure is.
But, like, you don't get that long to look at your opponent's deck list. How many of these cards did Tony have to read?
Yeah.
Just to remember what they did during that period?
That would be the issue that I would have if I was handed the deck list. I would go, I don't know what half of these cards do.
Yeah. Judge, I'm going to need some Oracle texts.
And so it looks like maybe this town ain't big enough is on the menu here for Pasquale.
Bounce the Storm Chaser's talent along with the Beastie, redeploy the talent if he wants. I think it's pretty risky to not have Into the Floodmaw up in this situation.
There's a part of me that doesn't want to put the shields down, but here we are. The shields are down. Are two otter tokens enough? Are they enough? What's the draw here? Does a land win the game somehow? Okay, well, that land came down real fast. All right, here we go. Put this out here.
Oh, that has haste.
I don't know what that is.
That has haste.
Absolutely dead. Just lock it in. Dead for sure.
Trample, double strike.
Absolutely dead.
Yeah. Super dead.
Wildfire Wickerfolk? Yeah. That's the game.
I am going to mildly call into question putting down Into the Floodmaw there. I'm a little scared of that, but look, Riser gets the job done.
I make the same mistake too. I don't know what cards are in my opponent's deck. Okay, so let's see. Wildfire Wickerfolk. I'm not cheating. I'm just looking at an iPad for fun. This is a 2-mana 3/2 haste. Delirium gets +1/+1 in trample. Delirium was achieved many moons ago in that game.
Turn 2.
Yeah, and then that pump spell was the +1/+0 double strike.
Yeah, because he had Delirium.
Easy.
Yeah, deck's called
Easy.
Delirium.
Yeah,
He had Delirium.
I'm putting it all together right now on how it all works. See, as he processes 40% of the metagame. It's like that that's gonna win, blah, blah, blah.
Green.
Green?
Yeah, green.
Green.
Yeah.
I'm
Forgot about green.
I'm kind of digging green.
Yeah, they forgot about green.
I'm kind of liking these forests. Maybe a little bit better than we thought. Greenish.
Yeah.
Greenish. I don't have any double strike cards in my deck. We're going to go back to the booth now. The news desk is where we are headed, where they can talk about green, and they can talk about a bunch of cards that we did not expect to see kill Izzet Prowess players. Don't go anywhere, because more forest might be on the way.
Win special Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy promo cards and test your Magic skills at your local game store's Standard Showdown events, now through July 24th. You'll be playing the standard constructed format with cards from the last few years of Magic releases, including Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Final Fantasy live from Las Vegas, Nevada. 331 players duking it out here today, all for a chance at our top 8 and a grand prize for first place of $50,000. MagicCon Vegas also happening this weekend, the biggest MagicCon of all time. There is a live look at the play area right now as the players battle here as we wind down day 1 of competition. Welcome to the news. That's Maria Bartholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney with you. Well, let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 6 rounds of competition here on day number 1. Exciting things have happened all day long. We just saw some cool stuff happen on camera. Hashtag forests. Let's find out how the players are doing. 4 players remain undefeated in the field, so it is getting down to the wire here. One of those players, gotta shout him out, Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer, has won 2 Pro Tours. And I said to you both earlier, when Shota is undefeated at a Pro Tour, it starts to get terrifying.
Be very afraid.
He is a closer. Let me tell you, I've never seen him start this strong and then be like, you know, I'm gonna not really close strong. He finishes it with a top 8.
Absolutely, just an incredible Magic the Gathering player. Taking a look at some more results here after 6 rounds of play. Ian Robb made top 8 at our last Pro Tour, starting this one at 5-1, so a very, very good start for him. One player who's doing well for himself with 4 wins. That's right, 4 is the magic number, locking you up for a spot in day number 2 is none other than Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, has 14 Pro Tour top 8s to his name, playing a homebrew this weekend. Let's hear from him after his big win last round.
I'm here with former world champion Paulo Vitor Dama de Rosa, who has made his return to professional play. It is so good to have you here, and congratulations picking up a win there against what, you know, is a pretty tough matchup, I'd imagine.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be back. Actually, I think of the normal decks in the field, Omni is one of the good matchups for me because I have main deck Graveyard Hate. I have the Cauldron. You saw that in game 1. I managed to get the Omni away from the graveyard. Relatively fast clock, some counter spells. So we kind of attack them from too many angles. So that is one of the matchups that I don't mind playing.
All right, awesome. So speaking of matchups that you don't mind playing, what else would you like to see for the rest of today's competition?
It's tricky. I think outside of Omni, everything else is like kind of 50-50-ish. Like the deck doesn't have, you know, any like great matchups, any horrible matchups. We're finally just okay playing against anything.
And then tell me about this brew of yours. Fancy saying brew because there's a cauldron involved. Why did you decide to go for this over any of the other Is It Prowess builds?
So I figured that I thought that having main deck Graveyard Hate was very appealing because we thought Omni was going to be a huge part of the field, which it was. You know, it was 20%. And I think I would rather just be playing that over a bunch of blue-red mirrors. I think you get into a blue-red, like, Is It Prowess arms race, sort of, where you have to tune your deck the most to the mirror, then you start getting weaker versus other things. That is probably still the best deck, but, no, I like the deck. I've played enough to know that it can't be a horrible choice, so I decided to just go with my gut, because that's what you're really trying to avoid, right? When you play a brew and it's horrible, then you feel really bad. I know it's not horrible. So how good it is, it's still left for debate, but it's not horrible. So I wanted to play that. It's a very hard deck to play against, very hard deck to play with as well. You know, I agonize a lot in my decision. It's really tough. But it's nice having a deck that people don't know what to do against, don't know how to sideboard against. Like the deck, you know, is it a spell deck, a creature deck? You know, we don't know, they don't know. So that was part of what drew me to it.
Awesome. Well, Paulo, best of luck for the rest of the competition, and I hope we'll see you in the winner's interview again later.
Thank you.
I gotta say, with Paulo here, it feels like a Pro Tour. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it feels like we're at home. You know. Also, I love the you know, just aspect of playing a deck that is not horrible. That's a good baseline that everyone should have when you play a Pro Tour. Don't play a horrible deck.
Hey man, Paulo doesn't need to play the best deck. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Good,
yeah.
He's fine.
He shouldn't be allowed to play the best deck. He's too good. He's too good.
Well, something we've been doing today is taking a look at the shape of Standard. It's the biggest Standard of all time with more than 4,000 cards in the format, 15 sets. Taking a look at the top cards played this weekend from each set. And now we turn our attention to Lost Caverns of Ixalan.
Yeah, let's check it out. Let's see what goods we have from the cavern here that are in Standard. Gotta love this set. It was a lot of fun, and Abuelo's Awakening, one of the most, really dominant cards here in Standard, making a huge appearance. Maybe not so much Preacher and Tidebinder anymore, as Dimir kind of fell off a bit, but Cavern of Souls and Domain, get those uncounterable overlords. Gotta love it.
After Lost Caverns of Ixalan, we went to Murders at Karlov Manor, and one of the biggest additions here, Meticulous Archive and all the other Surveil lands, as well as No More Lies and Insidious Roots, forming a whole archetype out of that card, and Prophet's Eidetic Memory being used in a couple of the Izzet Prowess decks here this weekend.
Up next, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. One of my favorite Pro Tours because we got to wear cowboy hats. Gave us This Town Ain't Big Enough. What an incredible card in the Izzet Prowess deck. We also got this great little lizard, Mage Bane Lizard here as well, Spirebluff Canal.
Not as powerful as those purple hats, though. No way.
God, no.
Then these cute little bunnies here from Bloomborough. Everything's really cute and nice, right? We see Storm Chaser's Talon and Into the Flood Mob being one of the two most important cards in the most played deck, as well as my personal favorite card. Get a good Biza in to tackle some of these aggressive decks. I love this set.
Cute and nice until you die to mice, Corey, as this was the genesis of an entire archetype. Cruel mice, mono red mice. There's just mice everywhere. There's a rodent problem, and all of them came from Bloomborough. These little guys get big and large and kill you very, very quickly.
Bloomborough put a lot of cards in the Standard. Let's take a look at Duskmourn and Screaming Nemesis, the card I scream when I see across the table for me. Overlord of the Mistmoor is one of my favorite cards to come out of this set. My favorite name card, perhaps, from the set, Ghost Vacuum alongside Roaring Furnace from Duskmourn. Well, Ailey's got a check-in for us now from the 3 heavy play teams that are in the building here this weekend. How are they doing, Ailey?
Well, let's take a look here at our 3 heavy play teams. We've got Worldly Council, Cosmos, and Rampant Growth. So Worldly Council, how are our players doing? A couple of 4 and 2s, 3 and 3s, and 2 players down there at 2 and 4 who have to rally now to make it to the 4 wins needed to get to day number 2.
Menguchi, no!
Handshake Moxfield, not one of our heavy play teams. So we'll take a look at the other 2 here as soon as we can. But Simon Nielsen, this is from earlier in the day as well. Cosmos heavy play, there we go. Victor Hawkins, Sean Goddard sitting at 5 and 1, 4 and 2s. This team is doing pretty well indeed. Jake Beardsley, come on, man, we need some more cauldrons. And then finally, as we jump into our 3rd heavy play team, this is Rampant Growth. Also, a mix of records. Nice to see David Rood doing super well there. Go Canada. And just Jacob Richer needs to get to 4 wins. I don't know if he'll be able to make it, though. But yeah, so far, everyone still in it.
All right, there we go. 4 wins, the magic number to come back and battle here on day 2 of competition. Although a 6 and 2 is really where you want to be at if you're thinking about top 8, which a lot of players are. Let's set up our next feature match in the feature match area, in fact. Shota Yasuoka, our tournament leaders here, versus Jan Alexander Chouinard. Both players undefeated. Izzet Prowess versus Azorius Omniscience. Shota Yasuoka, one of the greatest players of all time, 2 Pro Tour wins in 2006, 2016. Also won Player of the Year in 2006, Hall of Fame induction in 2015. Most recent top finish was Pro Tour Phyrexia in 2023. One of the fastest players I've ever seen play the game as well. Up against Jan Alexander Chouinard, started playing in 2010, qualified at an RC in Prague to be here this weekend, started that tournament by keeping a 1-lander and lost, then did the same thing to win the last match of the finals.
Yes.
No biggie.
That takes some guts. I like it.
That's awesome. There's the players. What about the decks, Corey?
All right, so let's take a look at the deck. So Shota's playing the big bad of the format, playing Izzet Prowess, and I think that's saying a lot, as Shota normally plays kind of these more spicy brews, something like that, to combat the best deck. So pretty stock here. We do see the Slick Shot show-offs in place of Monastery Swift Spears, so looks like Shota is definitely trying to go big and fly over for a large chunk of damage. Already playing fast and playing a fast version of this. I bet he's playing in the Arena Direct. He's got so much extra time on his hands. And then from Jan, we got the Azorius Omniscience. These are the big two decks. You know, this is a matchup we have seen a lot because both decks are incredibly powerful. Should be a good matchup from Jan, but hey, Shota is no slouch, so could really go anyway.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. Which player will remain undefeated? I'm going to send it on over to Marshall and Paul.
Thank you, Miria. Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. And, well, they set it up beautifully there at the news desk. Shotiasa Oka with Izzet. We get to kind of showcase the key matchups in this metagame here as we have Jan Chouinard on Blue-White Azorius. This is the key matchup, but there are others we get to see in the feature match area this round too.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that we've seen time and time again now. We in the last round that we did together, actually, we did see this matchup, but Shota does have a more interesting build of this deck. There's a few flex slots, and one of the slots is what kind of prowess threat do you want to play in your deck? And Shota playing the full 4 copies of Slickshot Show-Off, which is a card that a lot of the Izzet decks aren't playing anymore because it's bad in the mirror. It just dies to Torch to Tower, but against Azorius Omniscience, it's great because it allows you to have a threat that can potentially threaten a lethal attack out of nowhere and play around a temporary lockdown, right? You don't have to deploy it until you think you can get in for a ton of damage.
All right, let's see how this matchup plays out. Sleight of hand here for Shota.
Jan's hand has the lockdown, but note that he does have 2 Adarkar Waste. Oh, never mind. Did find a Seachrome Coast there.
Yeah, so that'll allow him to deploy.
Yeah, right.
Whirling Dragon Storm.
Oh, had another Seachrome Coast. If your opening hand was double Adarkar Waste, that would have been tough. All right. Might just run out this lockdown immediately.
The Quarry Steel Cutter is enough of a threat that, particularly if you have a backup one, you can definitely do that. But nope,
yeah,
it's going to take a little time here.
Yeah, especially because Jan does have, finds an Omniscience to put into the graveyard, but notably has the Ifara's Dispersal too, just to deal with the first token if you actually want. Or, honestly, the first hit's not too bad, right? Like, you're not getting any prowess triggers because you're casting the spell, so you're just taking 2 damage here.
And we're going to see sleight of hand number 2 here for Shota.
That's an opt, it looks like.
Yep, that's what it was. That's going to trigger the Steel Cutter.
Jan just needs to find an Awakening here. Might fire off the Dispersal just to dig, or just take the damage and play it patiently. Yeah, and we've seen the Azorius Omniscience players who have been having success here, just the players who are having more success, more patience, showing more patience rather. It's like, you know what, I could fire this off, but I do have the lockdown. 2 damage is not a big deal. I'm going to hold this Dispersal because, you know, if there's a shields down moment later in the game and all of a sudden you have a Monstrous Rage and I don't have the bounce spell, that can be devastating.
Land go here from Jan. Shota's got land number 4 as well.
There's a Vivi in hand.
Oh, geez.
But not too much to do with it to follow that up. Now, I suppose you can go like Vivi, Torch to Tower my token, or Vivi or something along those lines, just to get a second trigger with the Quarry Steel Cutter. That does also allow you to play around as far as Dispersal.
And Shota's just going to chip in here for 2.
Interesting. Okay. And
very patient from Shota.
Because you could have just cast a stock up. So I think, yeah, you're just going for the Vivi here and just passing, just not really intending to play any spells here. Jan going, actually, I don't want to let... We've seen what happens with the Vivi when you get to untap with the Vivi here. So Jan goes, you know what? Let's hold off on that just for a little bit here.
Of all the terrifying cards that you could see on the other side, Vivi's top of the list.
Right.
But as you mentioned, Shota has packed yet another one with the Slickshot Show-Off.
Right. So a pair of Moment of Truths here, so can't combo off just yet, but does have the ability, if he casts both of them, to just dig 6 cards deep here. Wants to find an Awakening here. It's another lockdown. Maybe just takes the third Moment of Truth here, just because you don't really care about the lockdown or the Omniscience even.
Yeah, you can see in the graveyard there, Jan already has one Omniscience sitting there.
Yep.
So yeah, he did take the moment. And are we just going to see another one here?
Yep. But given that now you don't have the bounce spell, could potentially see temporary lockdown, but it looks like just going to, you know, it's really hard to kind of go for anything when your opponent does have 3 mana up. So just saying, all right.
Oh, okay.
It's just like, it's very unlikely for Shota to just try to get in for a ton of damage and go for a monstrous rage kill here.
Right. There's a stock up plus a trigger.
Ooh, there's a slick shot show off, which is really nice. Shohei could also just be looking for another land here, just to have, you know, just be able to cast a million spells in one turn. Yeah, and does go for land slick shot show off here. And look at this. Shota also the patient player. So many times when we see players play, it's often, hey, I'm going to just make sure I can get my token no matter what.
Right.
I'm going to torch the tower my token just so I get an extra token to beat down. But Shohei being extremely patient here, because if Jan goes for the combo here, I mean, Shota at least has both the torch tower and an Into the Floodmaw to interact with a reanimated Omniscience.
And you said there is that window with just the one Omniscience where you can bounce it.
Yeah, unless Jan has the second copy of Omniscience in hand, which he had the opportunity to do, but I think at this point you're still digging. Oh, and finds it here. There is the Awakening here. I imagine he's going to take it here, but I mean, if he goes for it, does he have a good follow-up? Look at his hand, it's all lands.
How do you get so many lands after seeing all these cards?
Right, like even if you get an
and he
Omniscience
just got rid of the temporary lockdown.
Yeah, you can't even do anything. I think you just digging here, maybe looking for at least the Meringue River region. That would be fantastic, because even if
That's hilarious. He puts in a Boel's Awakening in the graveyard.
Right.
And Shota, I don't know if you caught that, but he got a big smile out of that. He's like, well,
okay,
now I know what you got.
I know what you're working with.
Right. Jan down to 13 life. Now Shota says, okay, you've got 5 cards and I know one of them.
Yeah, the little prowess token that could here. Stock up. Okay, that's interesting. Probably just going to fire that off. Maybe you can find a land and another 1-mana spell. That allows you to still keep up 2 pieces of interaction while making a second token and putting pressure on Jan. That's a lot of monstrous rages and talents.
Shota somehow has 7 cards in hand and just saw 5.
Did you see
spells.
that, by the way?
Was it 2 monstrous?
He just kept 2 monsters. He's just going, if you just try to like combo me off, I'm just going to play a slick shot show off and just cast a million monstrous rages to kill you.
That is awesome. I mean, now I'm looking down at the lands, right? It's like, how many of these make red?
Yeah, exactly.
But he's one short from doing all of it, but
yeah.
Next turn, of course.
Okay. Blast Zone on 2 is nice because that also lets you maybe potentially play around the slick shot.
Oh,
right?
interesting.
And it's unfortunate that it will also kill both of your Roiling Dragonstorms.
Oh, I see.
But you also get to deal with the Kori Steelcutter.
Oh, that's really interesting. This is great stuff in the feature. 6-0, both of our players.
I think Shota is considering whether or not he should just fire off a spell here to put a second token onto the battlefield now that kind of the coast is clear. But it's also hard. It's also rough because when you have Torture Tower and Into the Floodmaw here too. Oh, he's discarding. Never mind. He actually has too many cards somehow. It's always terrifying with the math. Because think about it. Remember, there's also a Vivi in Shota's hand. So
right.
Those monstrous rages are basically dark rituals.
And look at that.
Right?
He actually got rid of this slick shot show off.
Yeah.
That's respect for Blast Zone over there. Yeah, and the Vivi is known as well, right? That got bounced or whatever it was. So.
Yeah, with the far as dispersal. The issue here on Jan's side is just no gas whatsoever. You could go for an Abuelos Awakening for 3, right? Then you'll get a 4/4 Omniscience, right? Maybe at least it's at least you can't torch the tower it. I mean that's maybe one thing you could do, but
that's really funny. Jan deciding to stay patient once again. Both players jockeying for position here in game 1. Uh-oh, Shota's mathing.
Shota's doing some math here. Now remember, even if Jan pops the blast zone, I mean, you still get to keep your prowess token here, so.
It just hits exactly
right.
2.
Oh, is he considering making a token here end of turn?
Just monstrous raging and then having the counters on it
No,
too,
I was
or?
thinking potentially even just like into the Flood Maw, your Roiling Dragon Storms, because the fish tokens come into play tapped. Then you have 2 prowess tokens, but no. But it's a pretty bold move because you have to go for the win, and if you don't, then Jan gets redraws with the Roiling Dragon Storm.
Right. Yeah, that is a button you can only push 1 time.
Now Shota going, all right, do I, because we know Jan's hand. Jan has nothing. Like Shota, I think if Shota goes for it, he just wins the game here. There's just no piece of interaction here. There's a blast zone for 2, but that just kills the Corey Steel Cutter.
That's almost certainly what Shota was looking at, right? I want to see your graveyard to see how much interaction you actually threw away.
Yeah, but of course Shota does have to respect the fact that Jan could still have an Afara's Dispersal in hand.
Yes.
And if you kind of go all in here and they have the Dispersal, it could be a potential disaster.
Yeah, and Shota, he has not presented anything that must be dispersed yet, right? It is very plausible that Jan has one.
This is wild. I mean, Shota is just not cast anything.
Just doing nothing. Especially compared to how this matchup plays out, or this deck plays normally, where they're just constantly chewing through mana and cards and getting triggers and just doing all the things. Wow, another land go.
Is now the time? 8 life
wow,
is very
both
low.
players land go.
Look at this.
Oh, and there's the slick shot show off, though. As we mentioned before, he did discard 1 to hand size a couple of turns ago.
Right. I think he's just going to attack for 2 again. You could potentially, I mean, you're not going to cast the slick shot show off, but you can kind of put it off on the side here.
So what does Jan need to see to break it open here?
I mean, he just needs to find a card draw spell here to try to follow up the, Abuelo's Awakening, if he can get something going. But Jan also playing it super patiently, knowing that, look, if I just get an Omniscience in play right now, it doesn't do anything.
Right.
So I'm going to wait until I can actually find a Moraine River region just to get something in play. Because if he finds a dragon here and just casts it, you're still dealing with a 5/6, and you get to just hard cast those Roiling Dragon Storms over again, even if Shota does have the removal spell here.
Are you surprised that Jan hasn't used one of the temporary lockdowns just to say, well, you can't just sit here and hit me for 2 until I'm dead?
Yeah, the issue with that is just, I think
it's the Dragon Storms or what?
Yeah, I think it's because you also lose the Dragon Storms. But then, of course, if you draw like a Scroll Shift or something, that would be very nice.
But if you draw a Regent, you're kind of sad.
Yeah, I guess Jan just going, you know what, 2 damage is not a big deal. You don't have direct damage in your deck, but this is a slightly different build. There are 6 haste creatures in this deck. Not only the Steel Cutters, but you do have 4 Slick Shot Show-Offs and 2 copies of Monastery Swift Spear.
All right, it looks like he may have had enough, and there it is, the first temporary lockdown.
But remember, Shota does have Into the Floodmaw here, so he can fire that off. It's a little bit rough, though, because you get
all those cards?
Yeah.
You just really can't.
Right.
That's funny.
Is it time now? I mean, you have literally no pressure. There is Vivi. Can you just play 6 spells?
I mean, we said there's no reach, but this is a form of reach.
Look at this.
He easily can, right?
He can easily play 6 spells here and deal 6 damage to Jan. There's no life gain.
Right.
And
Did
now
Jan let his life total get too low?
I mean, it looks like it. Shota just went for a he's comboing off Jan right now with the Vivi here.
This is crazy.
Vivi is now at 4 power, has a ton of mana, and I mean, there's just nothing Jan can do here. Countering the spells don't even matter. All Jan Shota wants to do is just burn out Jan with all of his spells.
Just put them on the stack. It is hilarious.
Oh, man. This is crazy. Yeah. Okay, now he's generating mana and just casting things. You can Monstrous Rage or Vivi again. You can cast all those spells with Into the Floodmaw. You can play it, trigger on the stack, or while it's on the stack, play another Into the Floodmaw, and then play all the other burn spells.
That's exactly what he's doing. Monstrous Rage, Monstrous Rage.
Oh my
Torch
gosh.
the tower. Are you serious,
That's
Shota?
ridiculous.
Is this real, Shota?
It's a grape shot for 6. It's a combo deck.
That is
There you go.
incredible.
He just stormed out there. Oh my
All
gosh.
he did was ride that monk to
Right.
victory.
Yeah, he did 14 damage with that 2/2 monk, and then played a VV and 6 spells. I'm not gonna lie to you, Marshall. I didn't see that line. That's not what I thought the game was. I didn't think that's where the game was gonna go.
Only in Shota's hand is this a storm combo deck somehow.
Also, on the flip side, Jan's hand was just
How
incredibly
did he
bad.
miss so badly? He
Right.
flooded really hard.
He just dug so many cards deep and just couldn't find one dragon to draw the cards that he needed.
I wonder if he should have done the temporary lockdown sooner. You know,
Right.
because we were saying how he doesn't have reach in the sense that like Shota didn't have access to whatever burst lightning or something like that. But he did find the one way that he can do just that.
Jan's hand
But if he was at 8,
right?
If he was at 10, maybe it's out of reach.
Is he just attacking? Okay. Jan's hand is actually just kind of perfect here. If he doesn't die next turn, he just has the full-on combo here, right? He can even play a Voice of Victory to make it so that Shota can't play a counterspell here. So Shota actually just has to kind of. I think Jan can potentially just win here very quickly on turn 4.
You see the sleight of hand here, one trigger.
You have a bounce
on the
spell.
show off. Another
Yeah.
one, but one of them gets
This is just
triggered,
4
so it's
damage.
4 total.
This is when you. This is kind of the god draw here from the Azorius deck, right? You're like, turn 2, Roiling Dragonstorm, discard Omniscience. Turn 3, play a creature. You can't play anything on my turn. Turn 4, Abuela's Awakening. He has the ability to cast Moment of Truth and Meringue River Region out of his hand.
Wow.
Oh, and he drew the second region. It's over. It's just
he drew
over.
the second region already.
Turn 4 kill.
This is a turn 4 combo kill from Jan?
I mean, he literally has it all. He can draw his entire deck here. With
What
double
is
region.
happening here? This is wild.
Well, that's playing it on easy mode. Okay. Oh, Shota wants him to
Maybe
show
get
the
a little info.
It's like, did you keep the mill card in? Is the question, I think.
So I will bounce.
Okay, sure. I think Shota just wants to see most of Jan's sideboard plan.
Okay.
I think that there is importance there as well, right? He knows he's dead.
Right.
But it's just like, what did you bring in? And Jan has to be careful in terms of like what he chooses to put into his graveyard. Because
Yeah.
he already has the game won.
Uh-huh.
So he's just going to put all the Abuela's Awakenings and maybe some of the more obvious cards in.
The stuff that you know it would be there.
Exactly. And another thing is, you know, there is the mill kill that a lot of these decks have, but maybe after sideboard you don't have it anymore. So it's just, you just have to consider all the possibilities. But I think that was that a Founding the Third Path?
I didn't see
There it is.
Yep, that is.
Yeah.
And then mill you out.
And Shota's like, okay, well, I don't want to show you my deck.
Right,
so
I
I'm
will
gonna-
concede.
I will
Thank you.
concede now.
Wow, what a matchup. This is awesome. These guys are 6-0. They're playing the 2 most popular decks in the room, and they have showed us the goods this round.
Yeah.
Pause the clock.
All right, Shota with
You can start. Table Alpha starting game.
Monastery Swift Spear.
All right, the Swift Spear here.
A
Nice
perfect
little-
start.
Yeah, into the Corey Steel Cutter, and then Shota just wants to find like an opt or a sleight of hand just to be able to make that token on turn 3. Oh, there is the opt.
Wow, opt
All
off
right.
the top. You asked for it.
So it's just going to be a Steel Cutter here. I imagine you play the Steel Cutter here. I don't know. I guess maybe you're concerned about Spell Pierce. There's also the possibility of a temporary lockdown, but I don't. You can always just keep up into the follow-up. But yeah, all right, Shota playing it patient here once again.
And just passes.
Yeah,
Wow.
not even playing the opt here.
Jeez. Are we going to see the Swift Spear hit for like 18?
No, I think the thing was he was concerned he might not have two plays here. Jan top deck,
And
I
he
think the spell
actually
pierce.
drew it. Shota's like, yeah, I knew you had it.
You're right. Okay, well.
That's hilarious.
It's Swift Spear or bust at this point.
So 15.
Yeah, 3 damage there.
Cards in hand.
Cards in hand 4, says Shota.
And Jan has a lockdown, has a Clarion Conqueror. Might just play stock up here just to dig. Okay, just play the Conqueror instead. Clarion Conqueror, another good, especially because Shota has Graveyard Hate cards in his sideboard, and Clarion Conqueror shuts off artifact abilities. So if you have Ghost Vacuums, it turns them off. Also, it just trades with the Slick Shot Show Off.
Yeah.
Right? It's just something you can play.
Shota with land number 4, surveying the scene. You can see his hand is all spells. He's going to go with the Slick Shot Show Off here.
He's just going to, okay, opt. This is a good amount of damage. There's a Monstrous Rage there too. Can't imagine that it's going to be lethal if Jan blocks. This is what, 5 damage coming in. Monstrous Rage is another 3, that's 8, and then 10, 11. That would be 11 damage. Soul Guide Lantern is the find here, but there is that Clarion Conqueror in play.
Yeah, you see the end of the Flood Maw as well. It's a big turn here for Shota.
I mean, I suppose you can attack with both. Is he just going to bounce
Yeah,
it?
he is.
Ooh.
So into the Flood Maw, that's 2 triggers on each of these cards.
Yeah, now Jan's going to slam that temporary lockdown.
That is going to hit the table with the quickness.
Right. Now,
It's down to
if
7.
Shota can top deck another Slick Shot after, right, and then play Monstrous Rage, that's 6 damage.
Yeah.
And has a Soul Guide Lantern. So if he just top decks a Slick Shot here, that would potentially be the game if Jan doesn't have a bounce spell. Into the Flood Maw off the top would also work. The land does
Not a
not
show
get it
off.
done. I
You see the temporary lockdown holding down both of those 2 threats. Down to 7 is Jan.
I think Shota might cycle this, or will he just keep it in play? Okay, just we've seen him be very patient, but yeah, just looking for a threat here.
He's not trying to show off, but
I think that might have been a show off. No, oh no, Spire Bluff Canal. What is Jan working with here? Possibly a Dragon Storm into a Clarion Conqueror just to have a good blocker against haste targets.
There's Omniscience in the yard.
Yep. Doesn't have the Abuela's Awakening just yet, but plays out the Conqueror as well.
And it is a dragon.
So Slick Shot doesn't get it done here.
Here's
Needs
opt.
to find something.
There's some hope. Uh-oh. Bottom.
Okay. Stock up would also be nice. That's a Corey Steelcutter.
Sure, that's a threat.
Okay. Now, noting that Shota already casts a spell for the turn, so if he plays the Corey Steelcutter here, you won't get a token. But choosing to have it in play anyways here. Probably want to play the Spire Bluff Canal. Just extra mana could be useful, especially if you draw a Storm Chaser's Talent.
He's going to keep it in hand past the turn back.
Okay.
Two cards left.
Nice little interaction that may come up, maybe not here, is Clarion Conqueror's a dragon. That does let you pick up the Orling Dragonstorm.
Yeah, he already did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, last turn. Wow, here we go. How about a Orang River Regent full price?
I mean, 5/6. How do you attack through a 5/6?
I mean, it's a 6/7 and a 3/3, right? Like, you're not getting through that. That's just toughness, right? Good old fashioned.
It's just so much damage, and then you can play out the Dragonstorm here if you find an Awakening. He also found a stock up, so I mean, this is once again we are seeing the Azorius deck just play out like a control deck.
It
here.
does feel like a more Azorius deck than
Right,
the combo
exactly.
version. That's the Blast Zone again.
Yeah, maybe cast a stock up, look for a dispersal, right, just to make sure.
Get your insurance plan in place. Yeah, Shota says you got it.
Yeah, Shota had that kind of one-turn window, I want to say.
It does feel like that.
If you could have found a Slick Shot Show Off or an
There's a
Infinite Flood Maw.
dispersal too. He did find
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, so I mean,
This feels like it's fallen away from Shota pretty sharply at this point.
right. It's
I mean, is he just going to get attacked in the air?
right.
It's a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Jan can start attacking with the dragons here. Of course, he's going to try to balance this as much as he can. Being at 7 life, even one haste creature can kill you out of nowhere. So you do definitely have to be mindful of that. Could see the Clarion Conqueror attacking, maybe just keeping back the Regent.
Interestingly, he did not keep the Afaris Dispersal there.
Okay.
He kept
and a
Voice
land.
of Victory and Abuelo's Awakening.
Yeah, and another land here for Shota. So I think this is basically just over here. Shota needed to find some kind of card draw effect, a stock up, Storm Chaser's Talent to get something out of the graveyard.
So there was a dispersal anyway.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Surveil to the top, and this is going to be bad news for Shota. Looks like he is cruising towards his first loss of the tournament. So that's the good news for him. He hasn't even lost yet.
Right, and now going for the combo here. Oh, and making a 2-2. Why not?
Beatdowns.
But remember, with the Voice of Victory in play, Shota cannot cast any spells here. So the coast is clear here for Jan. Play the stock up, find another River Regent, draw your deck. There it is.
And there's the Regent right there.
It just has both.
And he's going to show him both of the pieces. And that is going to be the match going to Jan. Alexandre Chouinard, really nice pickup there for him against one of the toughest opponents that you could be paired up against. So really nice work for him. You can see he's looking at him like, I think I got you.
Yeah. I mean, it was so close. If you think about some of the lines that Shota had to take, because of his hand, the way that his hand looked, he was just like, look, if the game goes a little bit longer, it's going to be tough. He had that into the Floodmaw, right? He could have maybe held it. Right, if he held it and then maybe had it for the temporary lockdown, that could have been something. But instead, he's like, I'm going to try to go for maximum damage here. I'm going to bounce your Conqueror as a tempo play, get him for as much damage, even if you have a lockdown. If I still top deck a prowess creature or another Into the Floodmaw, or I cantrip into something like that, I still have a shot. And Shota was just putting himself in a position where he has so many live draws, but he just wasn't able to find it.
That's right, really close. And you know, one tiny little difference there on that turn could have been the difference, but as it turns out, Jan is the victor. All right, we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, greatness at any cost. We'll see you on the other side. And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe. I'm with Paul Cheon, and we're covering Standard here at MagicCon. Take a look at that. so many Magic enthusiasts out there. It is a beautiful. Whoa! He is handling that sword way too easily. That is impressive. And yes, you can get your photo taken with the Buster Sword and all types of cool activities out there. We're going to be bringing you more of that throughout the course of the weekend as well. But for now, we're focused on this Pro Tour here. And this is standard. Our players in the feature match area are 5-1. They're right on that precipice of an excellent day one versus a I did pretty good, right? If you lose this one and the next one, it's like, yeah, I'm good. I made a day 2. I got a decent record. If you win out, you're way ahead of the curve.
Absolutely. And wow, what a match here.
Look at
When
this.
is the last time Bob's played a Pro Tour? I can't even imagine. That is Hall of Famer Bob Marr, Dark Confidant himself. He won an invitational tournament. He got to put his face on a Magic card. Now you have to be the world champion, but back then it was the invitational. And here we are, 5-1.
Yeah, that's František Vitula from Czech Republic. And they are facing off in the matchup of the tournament so far. This is Izzet Prowess versus Azorius Omniscience.
Yeah, and I will note that Vitula's version of this list is a far more controlling version. It's got 2 copies of Roaring Furnace, only 2 copies of Monstrous Rage, and none of the haste creatures.
Really?
No Swift Spears, no Slick Shots. It's playing kind of almost more of a mid-range game. It's much slower. I think generally that probably sets himself up well for the mirror, but it might be a little bit worse for the Omniscience matchup.
Bob may be happy to see that there isn't that quite as much explosive potential.
Right. Although anytime your opponent plays a turn 2 Quarry Steelcutter, it doesn't really matter what the rest of your deck is.
It is cool having Bob in the feature here. You saw in the graphic, started playing Magic, 1993. Oof. Which,
I thought I'd been playing for a while.
No kidding, which is the same time, by the way, that Plains was made.
Yeah. Wow, it's been, I mean, I feel like I've been playing for a while. I've been playing this game for about 26 years. He's got me beat by like 6 years.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't seen him in a while. It was a Mythic Championship in 2019 the last time we saw him at this level.
It has been 6 years now.
But
oh, wow.
He just rolled in here, 3-0'd the draft. It's just like, when you're good, you're good.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, hits the Omniscience here. It's a May, by the way.
Mm-hmm. If you just really want to counter.
Right, so I don't know why you would want the Omniscience in your hand. I imagine you want to keep it there and have a 1/4, especially against a cutter. Maybe Bob has a Roiling Dragonstorm in hand and just wants to discard the Omniscience. That
wants fodder.
Yeah, that would make sense, I suppose.
It would turn it into more of a card draw spell if that were the case.
I would keep it in the graveyard in most instances. What if the Dragonstorm gets countered, for example?
Right.
You want to go through something? No, it's okay. No.
I imagine Vitula has a follow-up land here. That would be very nice here. Just, oh, did he pass?
I don't know.
I thought he did. Kind of.
Oh, you're right.
He did. Ooh.
Wow.
Thundertrap Trainer does not get you a land.
Is this going to be the Roiling Dragonstorm? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And the coast is clear, so plan acquired here for Bob.
I imagine now you're going to discard the Omniscience. If he doesn't, at this point, I just don't even know what to say.
Well, let's just say if he didn't hear, he's on a different level. I don't know which one at that point, but but he did. So Omniscience is in the yard. Land drop acquired.
It looks like there is it might be a second Omniscience here.
Bob's at a cool 20 life.
Yeah.
Facing really no pressure at this point.
Right. Now, does Frank have a red spell here? Monstrous Rage, Torch to Tower. Those would be nice here just to fire off. Just to get that token here from the Steel Cutter. Yeah, Monstrous Rage.
František with the Monstrous Rage.
Okay, this is a good amount of damage coming in. Thundertrap Trainer will be a 4/3 this turn. All Bob can have is a Spell Pierce or Nefara's Dispersal as interaction.
But either way.
Yeah. Suppose just attack with both.
All right, František into the red zone.
This is 5. This is 1, 2, 3, 4 power.
Okay.
In a 2/2.
And that tramples, right?
That tramples. The tramples also.
Oh, okay.
For what it's worth,
Right.
but it is only 2
So
power,
they-
so
4?
he gets to keep the Archaeologist this way. Soaks up 4 damage, though, down to 16.
A lockdown here would be really nice. And Vitula not having that third land drop is also really big. And Bob actually does have the temporary lockdown here, and he can just wipe the entire board.
That's like actually every permanent, right?
Right.
Besides the land?
Not only that, has the Spell Pierce too, in case Vitula does have into the Floodmaw. And if Vitula has not played a third land, so if he just tries to go for it, Bob could just be able to counter it with the Spell Pierce.
Yeah. František behind on a lot of mana at this point, having missed 2 land drops now. This deck can operate on relatively small amounts of mana, but it really does want to get those multi-spell turns going, and you do need at least 3 to really kind of start to do those.
The issue is, I mean, this deck plays 21 lands only. Right? It plays 21 lands, and it kind of relies on the 1-mana cantrip effects to help you find the lands that you need. Now, when I look at Vitula's list, it's possible that he should consider going up to 22 lands, given that he is playing a much slower version of the deck. I actually haven't checked his list, but you know, with 21 lands and the 8 1-mana spells, usually you can get to land number 3. But especially when you're playing a deck like a version that has the VV in it, oftentimes you want to play VV on 4 with an extra spell. So yeah, it is very, very important to continue hitting your land drops.
Right, as you say that, Paul, Bob does exactly that. Land number 5. All František had on his turn was a Quarry Steel Cutter, no land drop. Pass the turn back, Bob said land go.
Still can't find a land here, just a bunch of interaction.
And where's the ops and the, you know...
Right,
how
they're hiding somewhere because he does play 4 of each.
It's like, you got to find lands or that, and somehow he's finding all the other stuff.
End of your turn.
And František just passed the turn back.
Ooh, drawing 3, discarding 1 here with the Meringue. All right. Yeah, I mean, this is just... It's just...
You just can't
it's
give
just so
this
tough.
much
Right.
time, I mean...
Yeah, I mean, Vitula here, given that he played nothing, is probably just hoping that, you know, he's going to go for an Into the Floodmaw here on the lockdown and hope that maybe gets something done here. But Bob's got the Spell Pierce.
And it's looking so good.
Yeah.
Just because František has not been able to find a land. And it counters most everything.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, it's basically just counter anything.
Still done.
Now, can Bob just find an Awakening here and just start comboing off because he even has Spell Pierce backup? Did draw a bunch of cards. Oh, looks like he's going for something here. Oh, stock up.
Stock up.
You think Bob's having fun with these?
Oh yes.
You could see so many cards with this deck.
Right, he's just like, oh, I don't have to play something mid-range. There's just a combo deck, yeah. And you know, all the old schoolers, they all love the draft. So it's like, I'm going to show up.
Yes.
Use my Hall of Fame invite. Do a draft. If it goes well, I'll play this combo deck, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, this is exactly
Impending.
what Magic was. Oh, he's going to tap out
Oh,
here.
so he's tapped out. Now Bob is at 16 life.
Yes.
So it's going to be pretty tough to just get a win. Now, you do have a Quarry Steel Cutter. Let's say you bounce the lockdown. You get a second cutter in play. And then let's say you have a Torch to Tower to kill the fish. Then you get the tokens end of turn. So that would be 2 tokens. And then let's say you untap and play like a Monstrous Rage, and maybe a cantrip spell, maybe draw a land for another one. Bob did leave himself very vulnerable. I don't know about that Overlord.
There's an Archaeologist there, though.
There is an Archaeologist,
I mean, that'll soak up a little damage.
But what I mean is if Vitula can play 2 spells here.
Yeah.
Including Into the Floodmaw, that's 2 tokens already.
Oh,
Because it triggers on either turn. If you
Okay,
play
there it is.
spells.
He's starting that sequence here, Paul. Is the door open enough?
I mean, he gave him a chance when he basically had this locked up. Does he have a torch to tower here? That would be huge. He can also find it with the Thundertrap trainer.
Right.
Shields are in so much with this result.
Wow, some hope here for František, who's going, all right, here's what I'm going to do. Make an otter.
Right. So that's one spell cast. Oh, and he misses. Goodness.
He just bricked. So, but does he have an instant speed red spell?
That would be big.
Anything. Oh, he's going to let the archaeologist trigger go.
Right. Take the dispersal. Sure. Or scroll.
I mean, is the counter like how close is this going to be?
Yeah, I don't.
Because it is one less damage.
It just completely depends on what Vitula has in hand. If one of the cards, if it's a burn spell, and then it's, you know, a monstrous rage and maybe another bounce effect or something, that could be enough here. I mean, we're looking at if Vitula has a spell here, we're looking at 3 prowess creatures at the minimum attacking. And if you can trigger the Steel Cutters next turn as well, I mean, that's got to be very close to lethal. It would be crazy if Vitula wins this one.
It would be absurd off of 2 mana. What is happening here?
Discarding, I believe.
For what?
Just has a million cards in hand?
Oh, he said go to discard. That means that František doesn't have another spell.
Oh, okay.
So
all right.
No
so
instant speed red.
Disaster averted here.
Yeah,
wow.
He's good now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now it's going to be much more difficult.
Right.
You only have the 1 token,
Just
so
one threat,
yeah. Okay.
So that's going to be a sigh of relief there for Maher.
What even is in his hand?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right, he's been stuck on 2 lands.
Right.
Played the bounce spell, but why? I guess Vitula was playing into, I hope I draw a red spell off my trainer.
Sure.
Right? Because he's so behind here.
Perfectly
I
reasonable.
think that's just like playing to his outs there.
Yeah.
Bob gave him that 1 window, and now if you can't close the deal, it's probably over.
1-1 and 1-2.
So now Vitula gets to say no justice.
Yeah.
Gets to say that to his friends.
It's just like, you wouldn't believe it, guys. I played perfectly.
Yes.
But I didn't get that.
Against a Hall of Famer. Couldn't quite get over the finish line. Okay, so now the advantage bar, as it were, swings violently back to Bob's
Right,
favor.
absolutely. I mean, you can just replay the lockdown here, and Bob took the scroll shift. So if Vitula goes for a bounce spell now, as long as Bob keeps up the 3 mana, can just scroll shift the lockdown and just keep everything wiped away.
Does he still have the Spell Pierce hanging around somewhere too?
He does. Now here, I probably would have left an island untapped, or tapped an island instead of the Flood Farm Verge, just to make sure you have an extra white source.
Right. And that's the turn there for Maher, so he's just going to keep ticking down the Overlord.
Yep. Yeah, and at this point, it's just, you can Spell Pierce, you can scroll shift.
I mean, this is ridiculous from Vitula. I want to know what's in his hand, but like, how crazy is it that he doesn't have a 3rd land at this point in the game?
Right.
Or cantrips to help him find. I mean, what is his hand?
It must be 2 stock ups, 2 VVs.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you say, what was his other win con that you said?
He's got VVs, the Steel Cutters, Storm Chaser's talents, but not playing any of the like Monastery Swift Spears.
Roaring Furnace is what I was thinking of.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's just a nice source of card advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, and there is the Awakening. So now Bob can just go for the actual kill. Although, since might as well attack first, find more, dig deeper, right? It's not like you're going to be able to attack for more damage. And Bob should basically just have this locked up at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is getting comical.
Name Dragon, most likely.
Warrior.
Warrior.
As in, cowards can't block.
Should have named Wizard. I think that's what Dark Confidant is.
Yeah. And now we're going to get Omniscience onto the battlefield thanks to Abuela's Awakening.
And then I think he's got another one in hand here. Just fire that off so that you're totally safe. Also has a scroll shift to save it if he needs, so just has basically everything. Oh, it doesn't look like he has a second copy of Omniscience here. But yeah, the scroll shift plus the Spell Pierce should be good enough here. And at this point, you can just kind of do the loop here.
Dragon's Spell.
It's going to work.
Yeah.
He's going to play into the Flood Maw on the Omniscience.
Yep, and then
That's
Bob
with-
has his choice of Spell Pierce or Scroll Shift. Don't have to tap any mana. Don't have to tap mana.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Just showing the hand because it's game over.
Well, you did call it though, Paul.
Right.
2 VVs, 2 stock ups to start things off with.
Yeah.
Wow.
Had
what
all
a
the 3
weird
drops.
game.
That was a very, very odd game. And man, it would have been nuts if Vintula was able to find the win there. And he did have a little bit of a chance.
Startup game 2.
Okay, game number 2 coming in here after a bizarre game 1.
Yeah, and
who lands the entire game, no cantrips at some point? Like, what happened there? At any rate, a good start here for Frantisek. He's on 6 cards, but at least he had the 1 drop this time.
Yeah, the turn 1 talent just to put some pressure here. We saw in Shota Yasuoka's match, just need 1 creature. Get your opponent low enough, sleight of hand. Can you find a land here? I hope Vintula has a second land, just so we have a decent game. Bob's considering the Spell Pierce here. Okay. Does have a land.
That's a Shivan Reef.
Yep.
What is his follow-up?
Oh,
Another
okay. This is an attack for 3 with 2 prowess creatures in play. Good amount of pressure. Bob gonna need to lean on cards like Ifara's Dispersal or, of course, Temporary Lockdown.
Yeah, being on the draw here. No white mana yet. He does have a lockdown in hand, and I think he just drew another for the turn. Does he have white mana into white mana all untapped is a question.
Yeah, I believe there was a Plains and a Flood Farm Verge.
You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
He's going to play the Verge here in the Plains. Well, let's just hold our breath, says Bob.
Yeah, if you're on
Oh,
Vintula's-
never mind. He goes right to combat. That's
Wow.
good news.
And only 2 damage.
Right.
And no 3rd land.
Wow.
Okay.
Frantisek cannot buy one here.
Right. Bob does have 2 lockdowns, so if one of them gets countered, he can maybe run this one out, run it into a Spell Pierce if Vintula has one, and then play the next one on the following turn. Yep, this is a Spell Pierce here.
Good. Not very bad. Yeah.
And how much damage can you get in there, Frantisek? Just to 2. Is it just a hand of all VVs and stock-ups again? I imagine, okay, playing it a little patiently this time, maybe just going for the River Regent. He also has a No More Lies in hand, if you just wanted to perhaps counter a Corey Steelheart. Okay, Vintula did find land number 3 here.
Finally, this will be the first time this match.
Right?
We've actually
Yeah.
seen that happen.
Attack for 2, okay. Wait, is this a... Okay, there is the VV. No More Lies. So now the coast is clear for the lockdown.
It is.
Vintula is tapped out.
This is going to be a huge setback for Vintula, but you got to feel for him here. These land drop misses have really hurt. In game 1, it was devastating, but here it's forced his hand.
Now Bob might miss a land drop here. Doesn't have a land in hand. The super greedy line would be to run at Roiling Dragonstorm and try to hit land number 5 here, but going for the lockdown here, keeping the life total safe, still have access to the Ifara's Dispersal, although Vintula's deck doesn't really have any haze creatures.
Cards, please. 4.
4 cards left here for Bob.
I see another VV, but going for the stock up here. That does run into a potential Spell Pierce. But Bob does not have that.
Stock up, a very impressive card.
Yeah, I'd
seen heavy play since it's printing, and
I mean it's one of the
see
best.
why.
It's one of the best card draw spells we've had in a very long time.
You prefer divination, though, right? Like
The
living
combat
life on the
tutorial,
edge.
Marshall.
Oh yeah, right. You want
Combat
the counter.
tutorial.
You want the counter. Yeah, I think stock up sees play in older formats as well. It's just so good at finding what you need.
Absolutely. All right, time to start digging here if you're Bob.
Coil and catch.
Coil and catch it
All right.
is.
That digs you the deepest and 2 lands, so that's great here if you're Bob. Probably, I think it might have been 3 lands, and if that's the case, probably just throw away the Seachrome Coast as it comes into play tapped. Or it looks like
Darker Waste, I think.
Waste, okay.
And then, of course, Coil and Catch does get shuffled back in. Only to be drawn later.
And then plays the Seachrome Coast instead. Okay.
I'm not going to do anything anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing is if Attula goes Corey Steelcutter into Spell, then if you discarded the Seachrome Coast and played the island instead, you could have bounced the token and not...
Oh, he actually has a dispersal?
Yeah, he does.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
and it's happening.
And that is exactly what's happening. That sleight of hand over on the side there.
Yep. Maybe the last land wasn't an island. It might have been a plains. 2 damage.
Well, you could have kept the wastes and just paid the life if you really needed it, right? The Dark Arc Waste, I mean.
Right, of course. No, it was an island. So
And-
yeah,
and it was-
I think I would have just pitched the coast there. You can have 1 pain land and 4 lands that tap for blue and white mana.
And just not take damage.
Yeah. But Bob's still firmly ahead, at least in terms of cards, but Steelcutter does an excellent job against removal. Oh.
Finally, an Omniscience in the graveyard now
Omniscience
for
in the
Bob.
yard, in the yard. Now it needs to find the other part of the combo. Oh, end of turn. Okay.
Into the Flood Mob.
All right, this is big. Does Bob have some kind of counter? He does. That is a No More Lies there.
Is this the
Might
time?
be interested in firing it off here because this could potentially be a lethal swing. So
Yeah, he recognizes the inflection point there.
Right.
He's already under some pressure, but that would have been a lot more.
Absolutely.
2 more Prowess creatures.
And still has a Get Lost and Afara's Dispersal in hand here in case things get too out of hand. There's the River Regent too. I mean, you could also play that, which would allow you to bounce the token.
And we're going to see the dispersal here, it looks like.
Yep. Maybe try and dig for the Awakening.
Yeah.
All right.
Or more stock ups or whatever.
Oh, there's the Awakening. Okay. 'Cause
Wow.
now you can go Awakening and play the River Regent.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, there's a Vivi.
Yep.
And I mean, there's only an island up, so you can't. Spell Pierce doesn't even counter you.
No, you're
So-
good. You're
so
good.
the
Green
only
light.
the only thing Tula can have is an Into the Flood Maw, right? But you still get a River Regent down.
Yes.
You can bounce the Vivi and whatever else you need. So.
And have a huge blocker.
Right.
So here we go. Abuela's Awakening. Is this Bob Marr finishing off the match here? It's definitely a step in that direction. These players are vying for a 6-1 record. With just 1 more round to play today, it's puts you in a very good position, particularly with the win in the last round. But even if you finish the day at 6-2, you're looking good.
Yeah, no, this is a big match for both sides.
You know, shortcut wise for these players, you know, if you do 6-2 on both days, you're right in the mix for top 8.
And Bob going for the river region tier. Could have played the Dragons from...
Oh, wow. And that is going to do it. Bob Marr picks up the victory. Waltz is in here, Mr. Hall of Fame, 3-0's the draft. And now he's just got the one loss in standard with one more round to go. And what a pleasure to see him play. It's just fun.
Yeah, no, it's great just to see the old faces here just come back and still prove that they still have a little bit left in the tank here. So it's always just nice to see. And man, I will say, the Omniscience decks so far have been completely dominating the Is It Prowess decks.
That looks like where you wanted to be this weekend for sure, especially given how the metagame has played out. Really great stuff from the feature match area. We've still got one more round to bring you, but first, we're going to take a little break. We'll be back with more right after this.
Magic presents Pride events will be taking place at local game stores across the globe. The events run June 27th through the 29th. Celebrate Pride and play some Commander games with the All Commanders Have a Pair rule and come up with some fun combinations. I'm going with Ral and Tomic personally. Receive the Chromatic Lantern card featuring Nico for participating. Check with your LGS on locator.wizards.com to find out where your nearest event is. Hey everybody, come back tomorrow for some more action here from Pro Tour Final Fantasy for rounds 9 through 16, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific time, kicking things off with Final Fantasy Draft before we transition into Standard for the rest of the tournament. You don't want to miss it. Who will make our top 8? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Final Fantasy in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada.
Welcome to the Lost Tavern. We're so happy to have you here.
We've got a lot of stuff going on here in the convention center. You can visit the Lost Tavern. There's an arcade. You can play some basketball. Oh, yeah, and magic is happening, too, which is pretty sweet. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the news. That's Marie Bertholdi, Corey Baumeister, and Ailey Loney. We have one round left to play on day one of competition. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. Things are starting to get very, very exciting in this tournament as we wind down day one of action. 2 players remain undefeated in the tournament. Christian Baker and Jan Alexander Chouinard, both sitting at 7-0. Shodi Asako falling last round, the Hall of Famer, to 6-1. We have 17 players on 6-1, including none other than a Hall of Famer Bob Marr, who we saw win last round, which is awesome. Eli Cassis on this Roots deck, also at 6-1. I'm so excited about that, Corey.
He never loses. He is the epitome of a consistent Magic player. He is always crushing it.
Yes, he absolutely is. Take a look at 3 more 6-1 as we work our way down the slides here. Ray Zhang coming in at 5-1 there. Very exciting here. 1 round left to play today on day 1 of competition. 4 wins gets you to come back and battle on day number 2. 6-2, an excellent record to have, by the way, if you're looking at a top 8 berth. Well, Ailey talked to 2 of our big winners last round. Let's hear from them right now.
I'm here with one of the undefeated players in the room, Jan Chouinard. You've just beaten one of the best players in the world in what was an absolutely crazy matchup. Congrats.
Thank you, thank you.
Tell us a bit about that game 1. I could just hear that there was some craziness going on here in the feature match area.
Yeah, so during game 1, he was keeping everything up the whole game. He had a lot of resources, and I had nothing. So I kept the poker face. He attacked me 10 times for 2 or something like that. And yeah, I was 1 or 2 cantrips away of doing something, but I kept my... I think what he thought it was funny is because I milled the whole combo. So I had Omniscience, Grave, and then I discarded Abuelo, so I discarded my whole combo. And I kept my... how do you call it? My 3-mana enchantment that takes everything. I forgot. Yeah, I kept my lockdowns in hand because I thought that if I just use them, it's gonna bounce them and it gives them more tokens easier. So.
Well, awesome, Jan. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you in day 2. But a couple rounds to get through still. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm here with Bob Marr, Dark Confidant himself, who's just picked up another victory here in the feature match. Bob, your day's going pretty darn well.
It's going much better than I expected. When I decided to come to the Pro Tour, I said in my head I'm going to spend some time and I'm going to be dedicated at least a few weeks so I wouldn't come out and embarrass myself. I work in the tabletop games industry. When the economic upheaval hit, I've just been working nonstop. I haven't really had enough time for Magic at all, but I still wanted to come and see everyone, so it's gone far better than I expected.
Well, that is awesome to hear because, sometimes life gets in the way and you just want to play a whole bunch of Magic. So how did you come to the decision to play Azorius Omniscience for this event?
It actually ties back into my inability to prep. I thought I was going to come into this event and play something with Dark Confidant in it. I thought it would be fun, it would have flavor, I could play the old picture, yuck it up a little bit. Yeah. When I didn't get to prep, I realized I couldn't get into combat. I don't know what my opponent's going to cast. There's so many creatures that have triggers, and if I played a deck that got into creature combat, I was going to be way behind. So I saw that there was a combo deck out there. I registered into just a league on Magic Online, and it was great. And it plays like all the combo decks have passed. And there's only 1 or 2 counters in most versions of it, which is even better. I don't have to know which spell I'm supposed to counter. It's just all in. It's either there or it isn't. And that really appealed to me.
Well, Bob, you've made it into day 2 already, and that was your goal for the season, so congratulations. And hope the rest of today goes swimmingly for you, sir.
Thank you.
Greatness at any cost. And can we talk about Jan's otter shirt, please?
Yes, he says he has something even better for tomorrow, so...
Oh, all right.
How's that even possible? That shirt was too good.
Excellent.
Well, we'll find out. We've been working our way through Standard, which is, of course, the biggest standard of all time. We've been saying it all weekend. There's more than 4,000 cards in the format, and we've been working our way through all the sets in Standard, highlighting the most played cards here this weekend. So let's continue on and close out our Shape of Standard segment here at Corey. We're going to get to Foundations next.
Foundations, one of the most unique sets we have really ever seen. So let's take a look at some of the impactful cards that we have from Foundation, as they'll be hanging around for a long time. And oh yeah, there's everybody's favorite 10-mana enchantment there, Omniscience, making quite the wave here, as well as my favorite land, Soulstone Sanctuary, as well as just a bunch of role players here for the Izzet deck. So Foundation making a splash.
Aether Drift is up next. A couple of key cards there. One of the best card draw spells, or card advantage spells, in stock up, as well as the Verges we've seen plenty of, and then Molt Tender finding its way into the various Roots decks.
What about Tarkir Dragonstorm? Let's look at some of these cards. Oh, you heard of this one? Corey Steelcutter, you heard of that?
I haven't heard of this one. No, what is it? What does it do?
Yeah, it just wins games.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll have to look into that.
Meringue River Regent, also from this set, and one of my favorite cards in Limited, showing up here in Standard, Roiling Dragonstorm.
Yeah, I love it. And then my favorite set of all time. Yeah, that's right. I'm calling it early. It's Final Fantasy. We see Vivi coming in. We see Opera Love Song. And of course, greatness at any cost. We need to fix that flavor text. We'll get on that. But Dark Confidant coming right back in Final Fantasy as well.
There's a look at the impactful cards in Standard from all of the sets right now. And Corey, you've been taking a look at some opening hands for us all weekend long. I'm very excited about this Roots deck. Can it go the distance? Talk to me about what hands you keep, what hands you throw back.
Yeah, let's check it out. So we're going to be looking at Golgari Roots. I ended up looking at this deck list from Ely Cassis. He's been feeling really good about this deck. So we're going to take a look at our first hand. This is on the play, and yeah, this is exactly what you want. Molt Tender is incredible in this deck. You have the Overlord to start filling your graveyard. You have the namesake card Insidious Roots, plus Tyvar. This is the best as it gets. You know, you got your perfect mana. No matter what, you're keeping this against any deck. But let's bring in the deck that we're going to be looking at stuff for, and that's Matt Costa's Izzet Prowess deck, which Matt was 5-1 going into the last round, so doing quite well with this version. Now let's relook at hand number one. Yeah, still keeping it, of course. It is a perfect hand. This is just our beginning example. Let's look at hand number two in the scope of playing against this Corey Steelcutter deck. Now this hand looks a little weak. You know, we have a removal spell. We're not really doing the thing. We don't have Roots. We don't have Tyvar. But you have two Haywire Mites. So you're able to deal with the namesake card Corey Steelcutter whenever that were to come out. And you have the ability to use the Dragon spell to be able to kill any tricky creature like Vivi. So I'm still keeping this hand up against Izzet specifically, but would maybe mulligan this against, you know, other decks like Omniscience. Let's look at the third hand from Roots. Playing against Izzet here, we're going to be on the play, and now this is a reasonable hand. You have Molt Tender, you have the Scavenging Ooze to get bigger, you have the Adept, you know, Squirrel Underworld Breach, as I like to call it. But outside of that, you're not doing a lot against the Izzet Prowess deck, so while this hand has 3 lands, 4 spells, that's kind of what you're looking for, this just doesn't have the tools to compete with Izzet, so I think this would be close, but I'd be shipping this one back against Izzet specifically.
All right, Corey, calling it here on day one. You think this Roots deck can do it?
You know, it's hard to really tell because it's being played right now in the feature match by one of the GOATs, if not the GOAT, Ely Cassis. So he'll make any deck look good. But yes, I think this deck has legs, or it's really cemented its roots into Standard.
Very cool. All right, it's time for our final round on day number 1 of competition. Let's find out who will watch battle in the feature match area for round number 8. It's our 2 undefeated players, the only players undefeated left in the building. Christian Baker, Jan Alexander Chouinard, Izzet Prowess versus Azorius Omniscience, the 2 biggest decks here this weekend, battling here for the perfect record. Christian Baker qualified via top 8 at RC Charlotte, has lots of SCG experience in the 2010s, started playing in 2014. Jan Alexander Chouinard started playing in 2010, qualified at RC Prague, and wants to re-qualify for the next PT, needs a record of 10-6 or better to do it. There's our players. What about these top 2 decks, Corey?
Yeah, let's take a look at the desk. We're going to look at Izzet Prowess, and I know we've seen this before, but this has got a spicy new card in here. We have Astrologian's Planisphere here. a card we have not really seen in any other Izzet list, and this card is really special. It's basically super prowess, as you get a +1/+1 counter instead of +1/+1. So, you know, no Swift Spears. This is a deck that is truly slowing down and trying to be the ultimate mid-range deck. What this screams to me is this is the Izzet prowess arms race going to the extreme. So while this deck might be not as good up against maybe combo decks, I bet it's great in the mirror match. Let's look at the opponent here. It is Azorius Omniscience combo matchup, so maybe those changes aren't going to be amazing. This list, pretty stock. We do see 2 Spell Pierce in the main, which I'm sure have been working out great. Counter some Corey Steelcutter, as well as just phenomenal card in the mirror. So yeah, really looking great. And of course, Jan has the greatest shirt in the entire room, so gotta put an advantage to Jan.
Yeah, absolutely. The power of the Otter shirt cannot be denied. Do you think he's got the edge here in this matchup?
I do. I think the choices that were made from the Izzet Prowess deck, they did slow things down a bit. So I think game 1 is going to be very good for Jan. And then post-board, it very much evens out when you get to bring in more counter spells for maybe Vivi if you want to take out something like that that's a little slower.
All right, one of these players will remain undefeated, but who will it be? Cedric and Monty, take it away.
Who is going to be our 8-0? Who is going to be so very happy after day 1 of a Pro Tour? It's the ultimate goal whenever you come to one of these things, right? Is after day 1, where do I stand? Am I in day number 2? Am I figuring out what to do on Saturday? Or I have a big smile on my face, and am I doing an interview with Ailey, and maybe some social media is going to be about me? Well, for one of these players, they're going to be very happy at the end of things, partner.
Yeah, nobody goes into day 1 of a Pro Tour thinking, oh man, what if I 8-0 today?
Yeah, I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, it's like, I hope I get a good draft deck. I hope my pod isn't too tough. Maybe I only get 2 Hall of Famers in my pod and I can eke out a 2-1. Once you get that 3-0, you're like, okay, don't get excited. Your constructed deck still has to prove itself.
Yep.
Getting to the middle of the day, you've picked up a couple matches, you're like, cool, this is going well. 7-0, now you can start thinking about it.
You try not to get too far ahead of yourself in situations like this, and for Christian and Jan, that's what they're trying to do. Don't get too far ahead of myself. Anything can happen in this particular match. For Jan, it's not off to the best start. As you see a 5-card hand there for him. For Christian Baker, it's a beautiful start here for Izzet Prowess with a turn 1 play in Storm Chaser's Talent.
Yeah, and Jan just coming off of this matchup, right? Obviously a different build that Shota Yasuoka was playing, but if you've just come off of beating the most played deck in the room in the hands of one of the best players of all time, you're riding a little bit of that, you know, momentum coming off of that win. You're like, I can do this. I can beat Prowess.
It would be pretty hard not to be feeling good after taking care of the Hall of Famer last round if you are Chouinard. But on mulligan to 5, can't be feeling great about things, though this is a very timely dispersal to get rid of this Otter token. So, gonna try to stave off some damage. Ideally here from the Omniscience deck, it's all about just buying time.
Yeah, and you do see the unfortunate part, Jan does not hit an Omniscience. That would have been the dream, to find an Omniscience off of that Surveil into the graveyard, considering he does already have the other pieces. He does already have an Abuelo's Awakening in hand. So that would have been really nice. Not the case here, but still doing okay finding a copy of the Meringue River region to join the hand and still having the moment of truth to keep setting things up.
And here is the moment of truth. So this will get played. Temporary lockdown among the cards here. It is notable that there is only 1 white source on the battlefield here for our Omniscience player, pardon me.
And that was an active choice. He put the Adarkar Waste into the graveyard with his Surveil to not have that second white source. So that was a choice that Jan made in this situation, and maybe would have been able to keep that temporary lockdown if he hadn't done so. Of course, does still have the option, should things play out that way, to use Abuelo's Awakening to go get the temporary lockdown out of the graveyard. Obviously not a play that you want to be doing, but it's a play that you can be doing if necessary.
For Chouinard, we saw a Meticulous Archive enter the battlefield, put another copy of itself into the graveyard, and then Jan just simply passed the turn back, which means that Baker does get the opportunity to untap with Vivi, a thing that we have been monitoring all weekend long, especially in our constructed portion of our event. And we have seen most players, when they do untap with a very powerful legendary wizard, the game ends quickly afterwards. So after Baker did untap, it was a copy of Sleight of Hand. That's why you do see one encounter on VV, but I think there's going to be a few more here in just a moment.
Yeah, if our hand tracker is correct, and it is, there is another copy of Moment of Truth in Jan's hand. There may be a big emphasis here on whether that is able to find another copy of Afar's Dispersal, because if not, this game could be over or as good as over by the end of this combat step.
Well, let's see what comes next. Looks like it's going to be an opt. So another trigger. The opt is going to resolve. Take a look at the top card. It's going to become the bottom one. So mystery card coming here for Christian Baker. Something like a stock up wouldn't be so bad. Looks like there's another copy of Into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, it does have the ability to start firing those off if he wants, but not while your opponent has no permanence on the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. So VV's gotten some nice work done. Of course, there was a Monstrous Rage cast on the very powerful wizard, so now it's time for a little bit of math.
Whoa, sorry. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
What's it?
3.
That's before damage.
Yeah. Yep.
Looks like we'll see a Moment of Truth here from Jan.
Yeah, that was not an Afar's Dispersal. I believe hit a Roiling Dragonstorm, a Blast Zone, and another copy of Temporary Lockdown, which not what you're looking for when your opponent already has a VV on the board.
You have 3 cards. It's really the best cards.
Yeah, difficult decision here because that VV is putting a lot of pressure on this game very, very quickly.
Yeah, once again, the big issue for Jan wasn't able to put an Omniscience in the graveyard, so all the hopes of having a combo kill available to him gone at this point, and now it's a matter of, can I survive after taking this attack for 10?
Down to 6. Go Shuinan. So we head back Jan's way.
One card.
But of course, the Omniscience is the draw step. Untimely, but can be discarded to the Roiling Dragonstorm, so 2 cards coming and 1 predictable card, I think, headed to the graveyard.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that far. I think that it is...
It's got to be perfect, right? It has to be Dispersal in a land?
It's got to be, and, you know, the odds are not in your favor.
Mm-hmm. And now we head back over to Christian Baker, who's picked up a copy of Corey Steelcutter.
I'll activate VV.
Looks like it's going to be an activation of VV here.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Storm Chaser's talent, level 2, that I think Christian's going to rely on to try to get the job done here.
There's the Cutter. Monstrous Rage was returned to the hand. The follow-up here is the Rage on the Otter trigger, the Cutter, and VV. There's the Monk, and that is going to do it. Christian Baker, very quickly, very easily, going to win game number 1 here. Is It Prowess is 1 game away from being our lone 8-0 here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy.
Yeah, pretty fitting. Unfortunate for Jan, of course, that was a mulligan to 5, so never really found the pieces, and you saw how close those margins were. 1 card short of hitting that Omniscience with Moment of Truth and getting things rolling, but now you have to shake it off. Game 2, new hand, try to do it all over again.
Sleight of Hand will be the play on turn number 2 for Christian Baker. Of course, let things off with the Storm Chaser's talent. There's a Spire Bluff Canal. Now here's another copy of Sleight of Hand.
Yeah, they send 2 copies of Afar's Dispersal for Jan available to him, but also, I believe, 2 copies of Moment of Truth as well, so really has the ability to set up this hand and try to get things going, even though this was a mulligan to 6 for him here in the second game.
Yeah, Jan currently missing both pieces to the puzzle. No Omniscience, no Boiler's Awakening just yet, but given the amount of cards that we believe Jan will be taking a look at over the next handful of turns, that could change very, very quickly.
Yeah, you do see just the prioritization of the life total and keeping the board clear, opting to go for the less mana efficient play in the Afar's Dispersal rather than the Moment of Truth, but just understanding that keeping your opponent's board clear and your life total up is a very good position to be in.
I don't think this is good here for Jan. I believe missing the land.
That's what I'm seeing.
After the Surveilling with the Dispersal and the 2 cards drawn with the Roiling Dragonstorm. So that's pretty brutal right now. Yep, and Moment of Truth is to be discarded and just passing the turn back. So we're going to head back Christian Baker's way, who doesn't have anything on the battlefield, and actually no play to make either. So if you're Jan, you actually got to be pretty thrilled about that. No VV, no stock up, no nothing.
That's the best case scenario, and the fact that your opponent is not using anything like a Spell Pierce here to try to keep you from resolving this Moment of Truth and building, that's a good feeling. Of course, they could still have this Spell Pierce and using it to answer a potential Abuelo's Awakening, but you really do feel like you got away with one there, that you didn't get heavily punished for that turn that you essentially took off.
Yeah, now here is stock up, and this is not the ideal time to cast that card with Omniscience in the graveyard. So Christian Baker is just going to pass the turn back once again with no pressure. And this is a situation that Jan loves to be in insofar as there's no pressure breathing down his neck. So he actually gets the opportunity to use all of these cantrips and weird cards that are in hand and actually kind of build up his hand in a way that is actually beneficial. So not so bad, though this will change things a little bit here in Enduring Curiosity. Not a card we've seen a lot here this weekend.
No, definitely a sideboard choice more this weekend than the previous main deck powerhouse that we've seen the deck being in the past. It is a nice way to be able to deploy instant speed threats when your opponent isn't presenting their combo. So that is a lot of the value there. I believe Clarion Conqueror was the play from Jan, just a way to stop your opponent from abusing VV, and that got bounced to the hand here with Into the Floodmaw, clearing the way for the Curiosity to get through.
So we're going to head back Jan's way now, and it might be time for Clarion Conqueror once again, and it is. The 3/3 flyer will stop all activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers once it's on the battlefield. But another copy of Enduring Curiosity is going to make this 3/3 dragon not really all that scary.
Yeah, and this is really cool tech coming from Christian Baker. Having threats that dodge temporary lockdown has been sort of the name of the game here. And the fact that if you tap out for VV, it's an opportunity for your opponent to go for Abuelo's Awakening really makes this Flash Cat enchantment have a lot more appeal than maybe initially seems.
Yeah, I kind of like how Baker is sideboarding into more of a Flash-style game plan against the combo deck. He's left a lot of mana up every single turn, playing creatures on the end step, and then tapping with all of the mana available, so it's clearly dedicated to a different game plan, it looks like, than Game 1.
Yeah, and the fact that these Curiosities do stick around, meaning that if you make one otter, it can put up a fight and start drawing you cards rather than just being a prowess creature, really adds up.
Yeah, so Enduring Curiosity is back again after that Disdainful Stroke took care of Abuelo's Awakening, and now Enduring Curiosity, excuse me, is going to draw a couple of cards. So just kind of, again, playing more of a Flash-style game, maybe Protect the Queen-style game where I have one threat, it's drawing some cards, and then I now have the ability, because my hand is pretty good, to draw some more cards here via stock up, where we didn't see Christian play that card when it was available on the 4th turn of the game. Now it's a lot safer.
Yeah, I think previously just wanting to make sure that you're leaving up Disdainful Stroke and being able to pay for a potential Spell Pierce. Jan, of course, had the answer, but couldn't get through the Disdainful Stroke because of how much mana Christian had available to him.
So the stock up is done resolving. Baker will put those other 3 cards in the bottom. 2 have been added to the hand. And we'll see what the follow play will be if there is one. It looks like it may be a copy of Sleight of Hand, and it is. So take a look at the top 2. One, of course, is going to the grip. The other will go to the bottom of the deck. And it certainly does feel like Baker is in the driver's seat right now, getting to see all these cards, all this selection, and ideally building up a hand with a lot of counter magic.
Yeah, we've seen this matchup quite a bit today, both you and I casting it as well as Marshall and Paul. And one of the things that we've seen is that the Omniscience deck can put up a real fight, but I think this build from Baker that has put together these Curiosities as the flash threats that they are, maybe the most impressive way I've seen someone approach the matchup so far.
Yeah. We haven't really seen much of this. There's a lot of different ways that you can build Izzet Prowess over the course of this weekend. We've focused a lot on do people want to play Vivi or not. If they do, does it want to be main deck or sideboard? We've, of course, had the kind of the micro conversation of Monastery Swift Spear here this weekend. Do people play that card? Team Channel Fireball is really all about it. Some other players, not so much. But we haven't had a lot of conversation around Enduring Curiosity. It's a card that, of course, we saw a lot of in Dimir, but not so much here.
Yeah, I think it is very much a mid-range card rather than this tempo deck that we see Izzet Prowess being a lot of the time. But as a sideboard strategy where you are going heavier on counter spells, where you are going more reactive and you can afford to pass turns with so much mana, you can definitely see how this card just moves the game in the direction of being very awkward for your opponent to play.
Here is a copy of Moment of Truth, so top 3 cards. Negate, stock up among them. I think the third one is a copy of Meticulous Archive. Regardless, this is a very difficult situation here for Jan, who has not found the best of hands over the course of this matchup thus far. 5 cards in game 1, 6 here in game number 2. Threatened to put an Omniscience in play this game, but that got quashed very quickly. And you've seen the way that Christian Baker has played this game, because he's never really under any intense pressure, can take this very slow approach and be very, kind of, I would say, meticulous about how he wants to ramp up the pressure, because his life total's never falling. You, of course, see that he's still at 20. And if he elects to deploy Vivi at some point, sure, but has been very cautious and meticulous about how he wants to go about deploying his threats over the course of the game. Because what you can see right now for sure is this hand is all loaded up.
Yeah, there is just so much gas here, and as long as you are playing patient and you are leaving up answers, it's just going to be a problem for Jan eventually. There's so much pressure coming from Christian. Not obvious pressure, but impending pressure.
Yeah. It's all about the inevitability here. Because the longer this game goes, the worse it actually gets for Jan, not better. And it's already pretty bad.
Right. I gotta say, I'm really liking the look of Get Out in this deck.
Yeah?
Yeah. This is a cool one. Just being both a counterspell for what your opponent is presenting, but also having the mode to return the enchantments you control. Just saying, okay, I'm going to rebuy some Storm Chaser's talents. I'm going to set things up. I'm going to protect a Vivi in the right situations. This is a cool build that you see Christian bringing out here.
Yeah, the build of Izzet Prowess that we see working its way to 8-0 right now is unique amongst the crowd. And again, there's a lot of different ways that you can go about building this strategy, because there's a lot of option, because there's a lot of cards that are legal and standard right now. There is no consensus build. The only thing that we're sure of for sure is that the deck is good.
Yeah, I think one of the things that I actually think about regularly is Paulo Vitor Damarosa in his testing when talking to the team was saying that Izzet Prowess is one deck, but it's not really, because the different builds of Prowess, the ones with Slick Shot Show Off, the ones with more VVs, the ones with Monastery Swift Spear, they're all sort of different decks in a lot of ways. You can't prepare for them in the same way because their game plans are so different. Each of them feels like a unique deck, and how do you account for that in your testing? So when you come with another unique build like this is something that people just may not be ready for, regardless of how much testing they've done against Prowess.
I would agree. I would absolutely agree.
Many cards?
7,
yeah. That's everyone's favorite answer.
Yeah.
How many cards? 7 of them. Good luck. P.S. None of them are lands.
Are they good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah, Jan's in a world of trouble here. You see Stock Up and Meringue, River Regent. That's the hand, and I'd say Christian's got those beaten then some right now.
Yeah. You have Cavern of Souls, Meringue, River Regent. You're like, okay, I can guarantee this resolves. Then what?
Yeah, that's the big question. Then what is a really good way to put it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I can speak for a large majority of Magic players when I say looking at Christian's position here, it's kind of the dream. You just have every answer, everything you want. We're all set up. Like,
yeah, okay. If this is what you're into.
Oh, are you not?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. So all the triggers are on the stack.
All right, all the triggers are on the stack. I'll let Christian take it away.
Yeah.
And those triggers, to be clear, are Regent bouncing something and avoiding Dragonstorm on the stack.
Yes. Yeah, if you could. Dragon. Thank you.
Just making sure we get that cavern marked.
Gonna be a second.
29 minutes.
29 minutes indeed. And I do like, it's a weird thing to kind of observe and like, but in spots like this, I do like that Christian is taking his time quite a bit. He's extremely far ahead. The only way to lose this game is to not think enough about it.
Yeah. And credit to Jan, very chill in a high-stakes situation like this. You know, you're 7-0, you're playing for 8-0, you're down a game and very far behind, but seems to be still in the same element. Has his cool, thinking about his plays and just making sure that he's playing things the right way.
So this town ain't big enough. Gonna bounce a couple of cards. And now the Regent will resolve. The Dragonstorm is back in the grip. Here for Jan.
Curiosity back in hand.
Yep, and so that'll get redeployed here.
It's a creature again.
Yep. So can't start getting back into the red zone and draw a couple of cards.
I think this is over. I think you can go Quarry Steelcutter.
What does that do? I haven't seen that one yet.
Does a thing or two.
Okay.
Double barrage into the Meringue River Regent. And I believe Monstrous Rage alongside those should close things out here.
Yeah, of course the question is there any reason to actually go for it right now? I'm not disagreeing with you that it could end the game, of course, but you know, is there anything that you actually care to play around? Is there a reason to actually make the full shove?
Right, and I think that's what Christian's thinking about as well, is what does my opponent have and how bad could it go? How much of my resources am I committing to this? If you're able to still leave up the Disdainful Stroke throughout all of it, you're feeling a bit better about it.
And just lining it up. Looks like Christian has access to 8 mana right now, and that's before something like VV would work itself into the equation. And perhaps that's the math that may be going on here at this moment.
Right, partially you want to, of course, deploy VV, but I think you'd rather have the token from Quarry Steelcutter, and that's where Christian ends up as well.
Oh, there's the Steelcutter. Let's see what the follow-up is. The follow-up is VV, okay. So trigger the Steelcutter, because that's the second spell. Flurry trigger. Next.
Barrage 1.
There that is. Trigger VV, ding you once.
Get your mana back. Barrage again.
That's where we might be headed.
That's where I feel like we're headed.
To make a red barrage everything again.
Ding it twice. Sean said, I think I'm dead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're a 7 after the second trigger, right?
Yes. No, that's 7. Yeah.
Well, it looks like 7 right there. To
2
me.
instances of prowess.
Or sorry, no, it has 2 triggers.
That's 8. But, you know, not relevant. Dead is dead.
That's going to do it. Christian Baker with his build of Is It Prowess is our lone 8-0 here in Las Vegas.
Yeah, by the numbers, I think that having an 8-0 player be on Prowess when 40% of the room is on it was kind of likely.
I think so.
But I think this is not a build that many people would have expected.
I would agree.
To come. I don't think it's a build that many people in the room brought. But honestly, that was the most impressive build I've seen so far. Easy to say from our 8-0 player.
Of course, of course.
That, to me, was the most impressive build and the most convincing build of Is It Prowess so far today.
And the thing I think I liked about it most was the sideboard plan, which clearly Christian was very comfortable with. Sideboarding into those copies of Enduring Curiosity, copies of Get Out, and just taking a more Flash-style gameplay against Omniscience after sideboard. Now, does he do that in the mirror match? We don't know. We haven't had the opportunity to really watch that yet, but I do know one thing for sure, which is we're going to see more of him because he's 8-0 and on top of our leaderboard. It's time for a short break. When we do come back, guess what? Eli Cassis, we got some roots for you right after this. Beautiful Las Vegas is where we are for Magic the Gathering Pro Tour Final Fantasy. We love this set, and so do 19,000 of our closest friends. What an unbelievable weekend this has been so far, and we still have multiple days of it left. Cedric Phillips, Monty DeVuti, we are here in the booth working through our 8th and final round of the day. We know Christian Baker's on top of the standings. He's our lone undefeated player, but we've got plenty of other players with a lot on the line to watch play, including Ely Cassis, who's a world's runner-up among many other things in those top 5 finishes. 6-1 with Golgari Roots against Masahiro Moriyama, who is playing mono red aggro. 2 very powerful decks in this format. One of them, again, maybe a little more expected in mono red. The other one, less so. But Cassis, well, he felt very strongly about this deck going in, and Monty, it appears he may be right.
Yeah, I think that his choice has been paying off. I think one of the things that a lot of people echoed in terms of sentiments was they expected more mono red than what we got this weekend. They thought it was going to be a bigger part of the metagame. But also Roots is typically good against this type of strategy. You're able to go wide, you're able to keep your life total up. You have things like Dragon Sniper.
Pew pew!
And I think Ely, not sad to see that this is his last matchup of the day.
Well, we're going to find out one way or the other. It looks like that's a Manifold Mouse. Target the Heartfire Hero. We've been seeing this 1-2 punch for what feels like a little bit now. There's your Valiant trigger. There's your counter. That's a healthy amount of damage right there.
Pretty good. It's a pretty good curve. Really the core of this mono red, now aggro, used to be mono red mice deck, has just been the combination of these 2 cards alongside Emberheart Challenger to round out the trio.
That Dragon Sniper, well, it's got a lot of keywords on it, Vigilance, Reach, and Death Touch. Does line up very well against mono red in a lot of instances, but this 1-2 punch, given the double strike, makes it not ideal. You've seen the second copy here of Dragon Sniper. The Mice package has lined up beautifully to work through these human archers.
Yeah, Ely definitely needs a little bit of setup time. The higher he can keep his life total while getting through the setup time, the better position he will be in. One of the saving graces right now for Ely is, as long as Moriyama wants to get through these Death Touchers, he has to give Double Strike rather than Trample. That's a good place to be-ish, because that means Ely can chump, at least.
And there is your first chump block of what might be many over the course of the early stages of this game. So back to Cassis we're going to go. As far as opening hand sizes are concerned, do want to mention that Moriyama started on 6 while Cassis had an opening hand of 7. It is an open deckless tournament, so both players knew exactly what they were being paired up against when they sat down. So you have to imagine they kept their hands in the way they did as a result. You're going to now see Cassis deploy an Insidious Roots, the namesake card of his deck. Mold Tender is going to remove the Dragon Sniper, which is going to bring a plant along with it. And now, I haven't seen this one for a little while.
Dredger's Insight.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. It's going to come in. It's going to mill some stuff. 4 cards, to be exact. He can put an artifact, creature, or land from among the milled cards into his hand. But more importantly, one of the other cards it does, and is pretty important here, whenever one or more artifacts or creatures leave your graveyard, you gain 1 life.
Okay.
Of course, it's any number of cards leaving, you're gaining 1 life. So it's not like if 3 things leave, you gain 3 life. But as things stand, still a good position.
And of course, because it does mill over those cards and then you bring something back, that triggers the Insidious Roots once again as well. So that's why you see 1 plant counter, excuse me, 1 plant with 2 counters, the other plant with just 1. So Ely's kind of got the engine online right now, at least a little bit.
Yeah, the one thing Ely's really hoping for here, and so far has been successful, is he's hoping Masahide's mulligan has not provided him with a Monstrous Rage. If Monstrous Rage comes out, that's going to push a lot of damage through with this double strike that he is continuously getting from the Manifold Mouse.
Yeah, and that's why you saw Ely, I think, block very early on in this game. That's why you saw the Dragon Sniper last turn block, and why I think Ely might be interested in blocking here once again. Monstrous Rage is a very scary card in situations like this, and so it looks like Dragon Sniper number 2 is prepared to get flattened by Heartfire Hero, and Ely's block is successful. A mountain is the play, and just a passing of the turn there for Moriyama. So back to Cassis, we are going to go.
Yeah, I think Ely was willing to take exactly one attack from the Hardfire hero before he went into full chump block every turn mode. I don't think he has any intentions of giving Moriyama a free double strike attack from here on out. He wants to make sure that if Moriyama wants to push damage through, he has to have a copy of Monstrous Rage.
Remember most recently, Cassis with a 4th place finish at the most recent Pro Tour in Amsterdam last year. So the results, well, we know they are many here for Ely. And he does it with a wide range of strategies, including this one here in Golgari Roots. He's off to a beautiful start. And you see a little bit of clarification on what exactly these plants can and cannot do, sizing, all that other stuff. But for now, you saw a cash grab resolve, milling 4, putting a permanent into the hand. And if you control a squirrel or return a squirrel card to your hand, you get to create a food token. Not this time, it looks like.
Yeah. Did make a plant, did gain the life.
Yep.
So you do see the engine rolling now. All of these cards do fit in together. And just to clarify, the upside down plants, those are the ones that do not have summoning sickness. No Tyvar on the battlefield right now, so they can't tap for mana, they can't attack.
Yeah, this is interesting, just how much is going on here with how quickly this kind of gets out of control once it's online.
Yeah, 2 mana available for Cassis right now, I believe, with the Molt Tender making a mana by exiling the Dragon Sniper. The question is, how aggressive is he going to start getting? Of course, there is also mana available from the Insidious Roots Plants tokens, and now things are well and truly rolling for Cassis.
Yeah, there's the Overlord of the Bale Mark, so that's going to yield a Llanowar Elves, another plant token now. Yeah, I can, when the deck does this, I can see why you'd want to play it.
Yeah, and, you know, I think we're at a point now where Moriyama can't really win this game.
It seems quite difficult.
Yeah. No Screaming Nemesis. That's how you would hopefully try to have pushed damage through early. Maybe try to get that ability triggered to make sure that Ely can't gain any more life. But when your opponent has a full board that you can't really break through easily and is at 20 life and their engine is rolling, it all becomes a bit much.
There's a copy of Haywire Might. Remember, these plant tokens also get to tap for mana, too, at least the ones that have been around for a little bit. And those were the upside-down ones. Right side up, those are correct. And now Eth is just going to pass the turn back after what was one heck of a turn here. So chump blockers aplenty, excuse me. And yeah, Moriyama says, I am beat. I don't even think Monstrous Rage is going to be good enough now at this stage of things. And we're going to head back over to game number 2. As Ely Cassis wins game number 1 with this very innovative Golgari Insidious Roots deck.
Yeah, I think Ely really making things look good there, getting the first game done. Of course, that was a mulligan to 6 from Moriyama, so Ely was able to take advantage. Now he has a mulligan to 6 of his own. So now maybe Moriyama, with the play, being able to deploy the removal spell, hopefully followed up with an Emberheart Challenger or a Manifold Mouse here, can start putting pressure on. But again, Ely, anytime he's not taking damage, feels good about how the game is going.
That Manifold Mouse is going to bite the dust. Things got a little bit petty up in here. There's a little petty revenge there from Cassis. Take care of my Molt Tender. I'll take care of your Manifold Mouse. Emberheart Challenger is going to come across throw. And that's going to bring Cassis down to 18.
Yeah, it's interesting to me how much graveyard hate Moriyama is going to be bringing in, because there's not much in the sideboard. There's one Ghost Vacuum, one Soul Guide Lantern, and, you know, they do help with the matchup, but also one of the issues for Mono Red is definitely the fact that you can't really water down your deck too much. You need to push that critical mass of damage through. As soon as you start slowing things down too much, you're losing.
Let's see what the follow-up is here. Okay. Looks like a little offspring action here with the Manifold Mouse. You don't see that a ton. It kind of gives you an idea of how Moriyama's draw is going, I think.
Yeah, the fact that you've only dealt 2 damage so far as turn 4 when you were on the play, not how you want things to be going.
No, I don't think so.
I did, I believe, see a copy of Monstrous Rage in Moriyama's hand this time, so does have access to that. And when you have 2 Manifold Mice you can start stacking them together a bit. So things can be getting out of hand, but you really want one of those Valiant creatures to be taking advantage of these triggers, and we saw that Ely's been using his removal very aggressively up to this point, making sure that that Emperor Heart Challenger not sticking around.
Now here comes Tyvar. He's going to mill a couple of cards, both the Planeswalker. Cash grab, another copy of Tyvar among those cards. Now it looks like a Molt Tender will be headed back home.
Yeah, it does get to bring that onto the battlefield, and of course you can activate it as if it had haste, thanks to Tyvar. Did mill a copy of Dredger's Insight. That was, of course, very strong in the first game. But right now, I think Ely really wants to find a Roots, considering the rest of his engine is rolling.
Yeah, it's kind of all there right now, and that's just the missing piece, especially alongside Tyvar. That's when things kind of get a little out of control. And we saw what that looked like in game number 1 without Tyvar. I'll tell you what, you're really in for one if you're just joining us and you haven't seen it alongside the Planeswalker.
Copy of Opera Love Song there in Moriyama's hand. Might need to fire that off just for the card advantage, though if he's able to put together an attack here and goes double strike, attack with both. And if Ely doesn't respect this, Opera Love Song can do a lot of damage.
And Tyvar is worth respecting, and so that's where those mice are going to go, and the Planeswalker is taken care of. And that'll be it for the turn. Notable is we're going to head back over to Cassis. And again, Ely currently up a game here with this Golgari Roots deck. Molt Tender is going to get active. Once is nice, twice is fine. This looks like 5
Overlord to
mana.
me.
There's an Overlord, folks. This one's a real doozy. This 5 mana 5/5, most of the time we see it impending for 2 mana, but not now. It is hard cast. The 5/5 is actual factual on the battlefield.
Yeah, Moriyama does have a Soulstone Sanctuary there in the land, so can make that into a creature on the end step if that's how he wants to get aggressive with this. Soulstone Sanctuary, notably, is all creature types, and that is why it fits so nicely into this mouse deck. Is now if Moriyama untaps, goes, all right, I'll give the Sanctuary double strike and trample, suddenly you're getting very, very far ahead in terms of the amount of damage you're able to present.
This is extremely true, and that might be the game plan here for Moriyama, who quickly untaps, plays a mountain. You see Moriyama taking a good look at Cassis' graveyard.
I believe 2 of the cards in Moriyama's hand are Opera Love Song and Monstrous Rage. Haven't gotten a good look at the third, but he's doing math.
And that's always pretty scary. So here come the creatures.
I believe he said both double strike, if I heard correctly.
Well, I think we're going to find out the hard way here in just a moment. Remember, Cassis' shields are entirely down. No mana at the ready. Now it's just a question of how do I want to block, if I want to block at all.
Yeah, I think the most likely blocks are Overlord on the Manifold Mouse token, the Maverick on the Soulstone Sanctuary. For Ely to lose the Overlord without trading here, if they were indeed both double strike, Masada will need to use both pump spells. Otherwise, it will be a trade, and that's something that Ely's not happy about, but considering his goal here is to keep his life total up while he builds, he will ultimately be okay with it.
Well, there's Opera Love Song. Target each of those creatures that are attacking, and now the follow-up is the Monstrous Rage, which weirdly enough we haven't seen a ton of this weekend. A fair amount. And this card sees plenty of play, of course, but given how much we've seen over the past handful of months, you think we've seen it more in the matches we've covered.
Yeah, I think it's almost certainly one of the most played cards this weekend.
For sure.
Just by the numbers alone. So the fact that we haven't seen that much of it, definitely a surprise because it's been in the feature match area.
And it looks like Cassis is going to fall down to 3.
Normal attack for 15 through 2 blockers. As you do, really.
As one does do. So let's go back over to Cassis. I think the only card that we know that is in Ely's hand is Tyvar.
All right, well, that's the start.
Yes, it is.
Is getting Dredger's Insight down so you're able to start gaining life while activating all of these things. Immediately, the Insight hitting means that's 1 life. These 2 Molt Tenders just tapping for mana can represent up to 2 more life. So Ely is able to start recouping things.
Looks like Ely's going to take that Overlord of the Bale Merc. And what this deck does a really nice job of, as you see Ely's going to start to separate things a little bit, is just what this deck is. Its graveyard is an extension of its hand a lot of the time.
Right, and one of the big things for Ely by separating these into creatures and not creatures is how much life do I have access to, and what can I get back with this Overlord? Of course, Overlord can also get back Planeswalkers like Tyvar, but that is something that he already has access to in hand. Right now, he wants to make sure that he's using these Molt Tenders for mana while also gaining life.
Yeah. Now there's Tyvar.
Likely this is going to go down, and the plan being to get back a Molt Tender.
Yeah, Scavenger Ooze might be attractive.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draw.
It might change a little bit.
Yeah.
So there's Ooze.
Getting life.
Yep. So that's up to 6. Moriyama's just got to be thinking, can I get back to my turn with you still below double digits? Looks like the answer is yes. So we'll head back Masahida's way. Very important draw step here. We know just how good Monstrous Rage can be. It'd be another great time to draw one, probably.
Every time I've seen Moriyama's hand, I think he's holding a copy of Lithomantic Barrage.
See, that's what I think,
But
too.
it doesn't make sense to me in the matchup.
I've kind of noticed it a little bit, and I was like, I don't think that's what that is.
Like, is the goal to use it to kill a Tyvar here? That's definitely possible. Tyvar coming into play immediately takes it down to 1. And I think...
Okay.
All right.
Well, it does deal 1 damage to stuff.
Yep.
Right?
Like, if your opponent's a Lattimore Elf deck,
yeah,
you need to remove that sometimes.
You think of it as a card against Azorius-based strategies, or clearly against blue and or white cards, and not so much here, but I do agree with you. And there's also Dragon Snipers, right? Like, there's actually like a lot of targets for it, even though it does look a little weird.
Yeah, like...
Okay, Rockface Villages. Pump up the jam. Ooze is going to go active, remove this, gain life. That's actually probably gain 2 life, right? 1 from the Ooze, 1 from the Dredgers. Yep, so up to 9.
Yeah.
Double strike.
Saying, you got to block this.
So remember, there's trample on there because of the Monstrous Rage.
Yeah, that never goes away.
No.
That's a roll.
Yeah, that's a roll, and that's a wrap. Game number 3 on the way between Masahida Moriyama and Ely Cassis. Cassis again on 6 cards. Looks like Moriyama on 7. Our final time to get to watch Golgari Roots in the hands of Ely Cassis today. He's going to kick things off with a Molt Tender.
That's the start.
All right, well, that's a start, too. That's a hard fire hero.
Everybody has started with their card.
Yes, they have.
The question is, does Ely have something like the Dredger's Insight here to follow it up, or does he have the Insidious Roots and just take a turn off?
Ah, well, there is the Insidious Roots. The turn has been taken off, so let's see what the start looks like here for Moriyama. Okay, well, that's the dream start. That's what we call the mice package, folks.
Yeah, I believe that is the curve.
Mm-hmm. And so Cassis is already down to 16. He'll mill a card. It'll be another copy of Molt Tender. Untap and draw now. But this is his package that we have been seeing since Bloomborough dropped. Hardfire Hero, Emberheart Challenger, and Manifold Mouse.
Ely would love to have a Tyvar here, but doesn't seem like that's the case.
Gonna settle for a Dragon Sniper instead, thanks.
No land either, so bit awkward for Ely,
Yeah.
of course. Does have the Molt Tender to make mana, make a plant. The plants can tap for mana if you untap with them. The question is just, what sort of position are you going to be in by the time that happens?
Yeah, that is a very big question there.
Obliterating Bolt, the play from Moriyama here, forcing Ili's hand.
Haven't seen a lot of that this weekend, but it is a timely removal spell here. And it does do some exiling, so you see Moltender is going to go active. A little bit of mana, that means make a plant. Does Cassis have a timely removal spell like Go for the Throat? The answer is yes. Take care of the Manifold Mouse before we get to attackers, so there will be no trigger.
Yeah, definitely don't want that to happen.
Because that was end of main phase 1, not the beginning of combat. As Cassis was floating mana, so now the Heartfire hero, there is no Valiant trigger, at least not yet. There's your block with the Dragon Sniper, and the Sniper is successful. Pew pew!
The most valiant sniper.
Yes!
Okay, all right.
And now there's a Hired Claw.
All right, now Ili has access to mana again, but what's his hand? Tyvar, of course, the Dream, but even something like Overlord of the Baelmerk would be excellent here.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones here for Cassis. That's 3 mana. That's okay. Now things might get a little ugly here from Moriyama. As Cassis now is Tyvar, finally alongside Insidious Roots. Going to mill a couple of cards. Get back a Dragon Sniper. That means the plant token's going to come along with it. 1 counter there, 2nd counter there. And does Cassis have a land to play? Not necessarily that he needs one. And he doesn't have one. And if I'm Moriyama, I'm actually a little concerned about that because you know what that means.
All gas.
That's all gas in the tank. All gas, no brakes, baby.
Yeah. And one thing that's unfortunate for Ili was the fact that Moriyama's removal spell there was Obliterating Bolt, just exiling the Moltender. He would have loved to get that back with Tyvar because he would have been able to activate it immediately, exile another card, make another plant, keep going. Instead, the fact that he had to settle for getting back a Dragon Sniper there, really unfortunate.
But weirdly quite good.
Yeah. All right, Moriyama's hand, I believe, is a Rockface Village. Emberheart Challenger. Another copy of Soulstone Sanctuary, if I've seen correctly.
It looks like Tyvar might be the name of the game here. Now, Dragon Sniper, I think, still has got some work to do.
Yeah, I think we're going block here. Yeah, and I think Moriyama may just put a counter on Hired Claw here. Yeah, just to make sure that it's not trading off with the plant. But another turn where Ili makes it through with all of his most important permanents still alive. And, you know, all gas in hand, but we don't know what that gas is.
Well, now that's like that's like the 1-2-3 punch now. Okay, so there's Dredgers. I'm getting a Spider back? Well, you gotta take a look at that one now for the folks at home, because Cassis is playing some weird ones. There's a plant token. That gets a counter. That gets a counter. Skyfish Spider, talk to me. 4 mana, 3/3 reach. Enters the battlefield. You may sacrifice something permanent. When you do, destroy target non-land permanent. That's pretty good. And then when the spider dies, you gain a life for each creature card in your graveyard. Okay, that's a lot. This is a lot too. Now this is the 4-card combo.
Yeah,
everything's cooking out here for Cassis on the left side of the battlefield. You're going to mill a handful of cards. Of course, going to get to be able to return one of these. That'll of course trigger the Insidious Roots and the Dredger's Insight.
Yeah, the only thing that Ili is really missing now is the Osteomancer. If he's able to get that piece, then things go a bit berserk. He gets to continue triggering everything. You activate that. Now you can cast creatures from your graveyard foraging. Each time you cast one of those, you're making the plant. The plants don't have summoning sickness when it comes to making mana, so you get to cast another creature from your graveyard, and things really get out of hand.
Yeah, I would argue things are already quite a bit out of hand here as Cassis is. Cassis is kind of rolling here, partner.
Okay, all right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I think the Osteomancer adept would be quite good here, but like we said earlier, he's all gas, no brakes with it. You know what I mean? He is cooking right now.
Yeah, and I think getting a glimpse of that second card in Moriyama's hand, it's an Offer Love Song. So yes, it's going to allow him to have access to some more cards, but I don't think it's going to do a great job of closing out this game from this position.
Yeah, I'm with you. I am with you.
It sort of feels like the last turn Moriyama has to close out the game.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm pretty sure Ili's going to win next turn. Just by attacking.
Ely has it all on the left side, and the tokens are obviously pretty large, and they all tap for mana, and this is once the ball gets rolling, and especially if it's not interrupted.
Yeah.
The red deck can't get through this.
No. You're at 16, and I don't think, like, the previous game, Ely took an attack for 15. He's not taking an attack for 15.
No, that's not.
That's not happening.
That's not going to happen.
I guess when I'm talking about the Osteomancer Adept, I am sort of saying, look, we have 4 pieces of Voltron here. We need the 5th Power
we need the
Ranger
5th one?
to really
Oh,
get
I
things
see,
going.
I see. So we can get to the Megazord.
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Getting a little petty here now. That'll be a removal spell there for the Emberheart Challenger. Cassis will shuffle that dragon back in.
All right, so if Cassis just sacrifices his Tyvar here, goes for the activation. Mill 3. Yeah. There you go.
Looks like Land War Elves, perhaps? We can maybe do better than that.
Yeah.
Pew, pew!
We have a sniper in
Pew,
there.
pew!
Buff the team.
That's right.
Well, buff the plants. Excuse me. 6-3. You hear Moriyama laughing
Yeah.
a bit. All right, Moriyama goes for a block on the 6.
Yeah, this is really something. This is one of those things when you're getting ready for a Pro Tour. This is kind of the ultimate, did I submit the right deck, right? Because you know coming in that Izzet Prowess is going to be the most played deck. You just don't know by how much, right? And then, of course, you know that Azorius Omniscience is also a deck that's going to be pretty heavily played. But again, you don't know how much. So when you're preparing for a tournament like this, if you're going to wake up and submit these cards, you have the potential to be very right, and oh, do you have the potential to be very wrong. And right now, Cassis looks oh so right.
Yeah, I think talking to Ely at the players' party, when I asked him how he feels, he's like, I think we nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, one of the things about Ely, I know folks probably haven't had the opportunities like we have to talk with him with regularity. He's not hyperbolic at all.
No.
Right. He is confident when he believes he's gotten it correct, and when he hasn't gotten it correct, he will say as much, but he is not a hyperbolic character at all. And boy, does it look like he's gotten it correct. Now, here's an Opera Love Song. I'm going to exile a couple of cards, Screaming Nemesis and a Monstrous Rage, but it's going to take a lot more than that.
Yeah. I've had the pleasure of testing for Pro Tours with Ely. He puts a lot of work in, despite having a family and a full-time job, and, just being a general adult about all things. He puts a lot of work in, and when he makes deck choices, he is darn sure of them.
Yep.
Otherwise, he takes a lot of time to think about things. He was pretty locked in on this Roots deck pretty early, I would say about 2 weeks ago. And he's had 2 weeks to just hone and tune and play matches with the deck that he's sure about. And that's an Ely Cassis that's scary when he's in that position. If you're the competition, you want an Ely Cassis that's, it's Monday night, deck submissions in 2 days, and he's still unsure and testing 3 different things.
Yeah.
This is not the man you want to see.
No, this isn't what you want to see at all. He is extremely prepared. And, one place where he also gets a little bit of an edge, and we don't talk about this enough at the Pro Tour level, is when you bring a brew that looks like this, the opponent doesn't necessarily know everything that you're going to do, but you darn well sure know what they're going to do, especially if they're playing one of these stock decks of the format that you expect. So when Ely plays up against almost any blue-red deck, he's going to know what they're up to. I've seen Stock Up, I've seen Corey Steelcutter, I've seen it all from that deck, and I'm prepared for all of it. Are you prepared for how my engine works and what I'm up to and the sequencing that I have? Especially at this level where you may not know all of the small little interactions that a deck like this can do and you miss your spot, that can be a match loss. That can be the difference between being 6-2 or 7-1.
Yeah, which is a huge difference.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like that much, but it is a huge difference. It's very much having that extra loss to give in day 2 is absolutely massive. And, they're both from big teams. Masahiro Moriyama is from Moriyama Japan. Ely is from Team Handshake. So if you think about the amount of work that these big teams put into Pro Tour preparation, if you think about the number of matches that Ely probably played against his team on Mono Red, probably, in the double digits. Yep. On the other hand, how many games do you think Masahiro Moriyama played against Golgari Roots?
My answer would be not enough, as Ely Cassis is going to win this game and match here over Masahiro Moriyama. A very, very impressive display here for Cassis and his Golgari Insidious Roots deck. Is it the best deck in Constructed? I have no idea. The one thing I know for sure is this. He felt like it was the best deck for him, and who can argue otherwise?
Yeah, is Corey biased? I have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, that was the first time we've seen him congratulating a player in the feature match.
Well, those two are pretty good friends, so that's not much of a surprise. But what a display that we've seen over the course of the day, starting with Draft and, of course, into Constructed.
Yeah, and I think it's been a great day of Magic. Draft was a blast. This format is awesome. Constructed, a lot of the same matchup over and over again, but still what we're seeing is different builds, different decks, Golgari Roots, maybe a build of prowess we didn't expect. There's a lot of room for innovation within the tight margins of the standard format still.
Day one, so much fun. We got more Magic coming tomorrow, but for now, Maria's going to take us home.
Hi, thank you so much, Cedric and Mani. Welcome to the News Desk, everybody. Wrapping up day one of coverage here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, and what a day it was indeed. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out where we're at after 8 rounds of competition here on day one. One player left undefeated in the tournament, none other than Christian Baker and SCG Grinder. 8-0 start. Can he keep it rolling tomorrow? Then we have 10 people sitting at 7-1, including Ian Robb, who top 8 at the last Pro Tour. What the heck, Corey?
He's good. He is really good, it turns out.
Very exciting. Ken Yukahiro sitting at 7-1. Jody Keith sitting at 7-1. Ely Cassis, just saw him win on camera with this awesome Roots deck. Can it go the distance? Sitting at 7-1, we will find out. Hall of Famer Shota Yasuoka at 6-2 with the most popular deck in the room. Is it prowess? Very, very exciting results here on day one. What will day 2 bring? Now we're going to take a look at some deck lists. Corey, 3 deck lists to watch. What do you got?
Yeah, let's check it out. So the first one we got to call out Is It Prowess here, and I loved Shota Yasuoka's list. Looks really cool. Get those slick shots in there to be able to finish the game fast. And then Vivi ended up looking real good in the hands of Shota, that's for sure. Let's take a look at our second deck list. All right, this one's really nice. Ely Cassis went a nice smooth 5-0 with this deck list. Maybe the Junda Roots maybe didn't do as well, but this Golgari Roots deck, definitely something to look out for. This deck is on the rise. And then let's look at another deck that maybe isn't having the absolute best weekend. This is Domain. We just saw Edgar Magish in the feature match area. Lost a crazy long match. I was watching that one. That was brutal. But Edgar's doing well with the deck. Outside of that, not so well with the Domain players. So this deck might be falling off a little bit. Sorry, Matt Nass.
Hey, got a Pro Tour with it. Not
yeah, he's still okay with it. That's for sure.
So that's 3 decks we'll keep our eye on for tomorrow. What about players to watch, Ailey?
Well, I've decided that we're going to keep a look at we're going to keep watching our Hall of Famers. So Shota Yasuoka, 2-time Pro Tour champion, hasn't won a World Championship, so he's going to be looking to keep up the momentum leading into that at the end of the year. Bob Marr, Hall of Famer, Dark Confidant himself. He's kind of winging it to a degree, but it's working. So let's go, Bob. I am rooting for you, sir. And then Paolo Vitor Damadurosa back in action here. I'm hoping to see him have an excellent finish here this weekend. But we can't go without mentioning our player of the day, Christian Baker, 8-0. Look at all those 2-1s. He just he wanted to play all the Magic today. Tough. I got a chance to chat to him, so let's hear what he had to say about his day one. Only one player remains undefeated, and that is none other than Christian Baker. Congratulations, playing the big boogeyman of the weekend. How does it feel to be undefeated?
I guess I haven't really processed it yet. I'm just trying to think about it too much and save the thinking for the games. So,
what are you looking forward to tomorrow? I'm going to ask you for a couple of things here. So what are you hoping to see? What do you want to avoid?
I honestly, it's hard to say. I guess I don't really want to play the mirror. It's pretty volatile. I don't think my list is best for the mirror. And I know everyone's gunning to beat me, so I don't really know what I want to play against. It just seems to keep working out. So I guess don't play the mirror. try to like have the power of my deck carry me against the other decks, and hope it all works out in the end. So.
We do start off with draft, so what are you hoping to open pack one, pick one?
Just like any of like the classic bombs. I can't remember the names of these creatures because they all come from Final Fantasy. There's like it's like the 8-mana guy that reanimates 5.
Arden? Arden the Usurper.
Yeah,
Woo!
yeah, crazy card. There's the Sultai guy that just takes all your lands out of the graveyard, starts reanimating stuff. Today I opened like Saj Patroy, if I'm saying that right. That guy's really good. I'd open him again in a heartbeat. So just a bomb, that's all I really want. I just want a bomb to carry me,
Well, best of luck for tomorrow, and let's see how long you can stay undefeated for.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Cool.
Christian Baker, our lone undefeated player left in the tournament. But what about our match of the day, Corey?
Yeah, let's check it out. The match of the day for me was Shota versus Jan. It looked really sweet. There were great shirts. There was great magic played. It was really, really awesome. So game one especially was incredible. It was very back and forth. Shota ended up, pulling out that game where it didn't look like he had the biggest chance. Was definitely disadvantaged in the game one perspective. Kept with it, fought it out, took down game number one, lost the next 2 games to some impressive draws there from Jan. Shota maybe flooded out there a little bit at the end. So a tough match there for the end, but game one was so good, I had to put that for the match of the day.
Absolutely. Go and check it out if you missed it, everybody. That is our match of the day. Day 2 coming at you tomorrow, everyone. Let's take a look at what we're going to see in day 2 of action here at Pro Tour Final Fantasy. Tune in at 11 a.m. Pacific time for rounds 9 through 16. We're going to kick it off with draft in the morning, Final Fantasy draft. It is an awesome draft format. You do not want to miss it. Then, of course, Sunday, it's our top 8. We're starting an hour earlier, so please make note of that. 10 a.m. Pacific time for our top 8 single elimination standard, all the way down $50,000 to the first place finisher. As we wrap up day 1 of coverage here from sunny Las Vegas, Nevada, we look back on all the action from the first day of competition. The mercury rose as things heated up outside as well as inside the convention center as the biggest MagicCon of all time got underway. Just the line to get in the building was unlike anything I have ever seen. At Pro Tour Final Fantasy, 331 players showed up to throw down in standard and draft in what many are calling one of the best limited formats in recent memory. Whether players were casting Red Steel with Corey Steelcutter or trying something off the beaten path with the new Roots deck, the competition was as fierce as it gets. As the dust settled on day 1, one player emerged unscathed in Christian Baker, a clean 8-0 with the most played deck of the tournament. Is it prowess? Can he keep his undefeated run going? We'll find out tomorrow. See you back here, everyone.